Chen Wuyou, armed with the supreme martial arts of Hua Xia, traverses into a realm of high martial prowess. With the 18 palms of the dragon, he unleashes the true dragon of the nine heavens, compelling even the dragonkin of this alien world to bow in homage. The Tianchuang fist encases 1,000 miles in ice, rendering even the laws of time to a standstill. The circulation of the 9 yin and 9 yang inner force casts a shadow upon the so-called divine techniques. When the 3 points of returning vitality are unleashed, all myriad laws must retreat in fear. You call this high martial arts? Allow me to enlighten you on what constitutes the pinnacle of martial Tao. Witness how a master of martial arts inscribes a new legend of martial prowess in this foreign land using Hua Xia's martial arts. Chapter 1. Fate unchanged by wealth. The path was rugged, and within the swaying carriage sat a handsome youth clad in a white fox fur robe, his face adorned with bewilderment. My goodness, I have truly traversed. Beside him lay an intricately carved purple copper incense burner, and the finely grained yellow pear wood of the carriage served as a constant reminder that he had indeed crossed into another realm. Panic, confusion, and then euphoria surged within him. Had it not been for the carriage canopy, he might have leapt up in exuberance. Chen Wuyou was a genuine scion of wealth. Born with a golden spoon in his mouth from the moment he entered the world, he had inherited fortunes that others toil a lifetime to acquire. Just as his name suggests, Chen Wuyou, a life free from worry. He had no aspirations to chase, nor troubles to bear. Everything was prepared for him. While some might relish a life of ease, Chen Wuyou, after 2 decades, had had his fill. From his early understanding, he became enamored with the worlds within books, particularly the realm of martial arts, cherishing the works of the 5 luminaries, Jin, Gu, Liang, Wang, and Huang. As the genre gradually waned, Chen Wuyou did not relinquish his martial dreams. He transferred his passion from the well-thumbed pages to video games, indulging in every game bearing the martial arts label. He vividly recalled the last game he played, a mobile game notorious for its money-grabbing schemes, titled The Great Martial Era. The mere thought of this game caused Chen Wuyou's chest to heave, his complexion turning ashen, his lips trembling. It was well known that mobile games often exploited players financially. Yet who was Chen Wuyou? He never judged his friends by their wealth, as none could rival his own. Any problem that could be resolved with money was not a problem at all. This mobile game, boasting a collection of characters from all martial arts novels, instantly captivated the fervent enthusiast Chen Wuyou. Without hesitation, he splurged 10,000 to begin drawing cards. Despite his average skills, he consistently ranked among the top players in various mobile games, primarily due to his willingness to spend. Upon witnessing a golden banner flash across the screen congratulating a player for drawing the 5-star card, Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars section, Wuyou's spirit of spending ignited. 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. As the limits of his current bank card were exhausted, he trembled as he continued to pay through Alipay. It was not that he was unwilling to part with his money, rather, he felt an inauspicious streak that day. 100,000 spent, yielding a mere 1,000 card draws, not a single 5-star character, and only 1 4-star character, Xikong, Zhaixing from the legend of Lu Xiaofeng. Soon, his Alipay limit was also depleted, but he reassured himself, no matter, I still have WeChat. A saying in the martial world goes, wealth cannot alter fate. Chen Wuyou, in the great martial era, might as well have been a pure-blooded African, and infuriatingly, the wretched game offered no compensation for his misfortune, allowing him to squander money without so much as a whisper of return. Card after card was drawn, having exhausted his own funds. He borrowed from friends, becoming increasingly engrossed in the game, oblivious to his phone growing hotter. When the device finally exploded, he beheld his reflection in the shattered screen, his face a sickly purple-black, his white shirt stained with blood. He had not succumbed to the explosion, rather. He had been driven to a fit of rage by this cursed mobile game. The great martial system has been activated. Hostbound. Chen Wuyou. Ah, I knew a traverser couldn't be without a system. But surely this great martial system isn't the same as the one in the great martial era. Just as he felt elated, an unsettling chill coursed down his spine, igniting a premonition of dread. System, what capabilities do you possess? Chen Wuyou closed his eyes, and in the darkness, he recognized a familiar interface, the card-drawing screen from the great martial era. Trembling as if an aged man nearing his end, he inquired, this system can assist the host in acquiring any martial arts character's techniques and skills, requiring only monetary investment for card draws or the completion of system tasks. The system's voice was not rigid, but rather lively and playful, reminiscent of the sole customer service representative from the great martial era who had left him with a favorable impression. Indeed, if consciousness could take a pose, Chen Wuyou would embody the profound demeanor of a thinker in deep contemplation. Spinning again, yet again, here I am, having traversed to an alien world, and you still haunt me for money? Have you set your sights on me as your cash cow? Though anger surged within him, to establish himself in this world, he could not forsake the great martial system. Thoughts of spending money were temporarily shelved as he grappled with his own identity. Just as he prepared to delve into the functions of the system, he was abruptly called, snapping his eyes open. "Young master, we have arrived." The curtains parted, revealing a face etched with deep wrinkles. The past was behind him, and a new life awaited. From his brief searches in memory, he discerned that this world possessed martial arts. His martial dreams could find realization here. Stepping down from the carriage, he beheld a dilapidated courtyard, the withered grasses of late autumn hastily covered by snow, revealing only a few unruly blades. A bitter smile crossed Chen Wuyou's lips. It seemed his predecessor had not fared well, relegated to such a desolate place. Stepping on snow, leaving no trace? Is the martial arts of this world truly so formidable? Chen Wuyou stared in astonishment at the near-blank expanse of snow, where not even a single footprint could be discerned. In his recollection, this old servant was merely a first-rate servant at home, and in the martial world, he would rank no higher than a third-rate martial artist. If even a third-rate fighter exhibited such prowess, what might be said of the legendary masters? Just as Chen Wuyou's initial exhilaration at obtaining the system began to wane, he realized that this lightness of foot could hardly be surpassed, and even if he drew the character card of Xikong Zhaixing, what difference would it make? He could not even measure up to a third-rate master, and given his current sense of despair regarding his own character, he hardly believed he could draw a 4-star character card. I beseech the esteemed masters, I have acquired a martial arts system, yet find myself in a high martial plane, where the mightiest figures of this system equate to mere third-rate experts in this world. What course should I take henceforth? I await your guidance with urgency. Chapter 2. Encircled by Trials. In the grand design of fate, the being who occupied this body also bore the name Chen Wuyou, also a born heir of wealth, hailing from the illustrious Chen family of Chujun. His father was the family patriarch, Chen Wuyou. Despite sharing the same name and noble lineage, their paths diverged drastically. On Earth, Lin Chaosing was an only child, indulging in earthly riches. While this world Chen Wuyou led a tumultuous life, his mother passed away shortly after his birth, and his father, Chen Wuyou, remarried a woman from a prestigious family. This stepmother proved formidable, bearing Chen Wuyou 2 younger brothers within a year of their marriage, rendering his existence increasingly arduous. With the death of his biological mother and the subsequent decline of his maternal family's influence due to external adversities, Chen Wuyou's struggle intensified. Had he been an illegitimate son lacking inheritance rights, his plight might have been less severe. However, being the legitimate eldest son of Chen Wuyou, he held the most rightful claim to inheritance. His stepmother viewed him as an eyesore, and Chen Wuyou, swayed by nightly whispers at his side, gradually grew indifferent to Chen Wuyou, even forbidding him from practicing martial arts, relegating him to a small courtyard, forgotten and neglected, worse off than the servants. Though he was held in disdain, he was still the eldest son of the Chen family. Lacking for nothing in terms of sustenance, he was merely forbidden from practicing martial arts. Enduring this for many years, Chen Wuyou had become accustomed to such a fate. However, recently, he was falsely accused of stealing his mistress's jewelry, with both witnesses and evidence presented against him. His father, Chen Wuyou, in a fit of rage, expelled Chen Wuyou from the estate without conducting any investigation. The mistress, Mrs. Kai, resided in the splendid Qijin courtyard, attended by 25 maids, 11 servants, and 4 guards, all possessing superior martial skills compared to the former coachman. How could a frail Chen Wuyou possibly infiltrate such a formidable assembly to pilfer his mistress's jewels? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize this as a fabrication. Chen Wuyou smirked inwardly, realizing that it seemed his ungrateful father no longer wished to see him. The reasons for his unjust treatment were crystal clear to him. The incident of theft coincided with the Kamingafage ceremony of the second young master, during which Mrs. Kai sought to eliminate Chen Wuyou, viewing him as a potential threat to her son's future. As he continued to peruse the memories, a sense of dread enveloped him. From the moment he boarded the cart of exile, his consciousness began to dissolve, becoming increasingly indistinct. It was only at the brink of death that he recalled a notorious poison known as soul-extinguishing fragrance, which initially emanated a pleasant aroma, but gradually dulled the senses, rendering the body incapable of resistance. After an hour, the soul would vanish while the body remained unscathed, leaving even the most skilled coroner baffled regarding the cause of death. Such malice. Initially feeling merely cold-hearted, Chen Wuyou was now thoroughly incensed. After 2 decades of languishing in obscurity, lacking both literary and martial accomplishments, what heinous act had he committed to deserve such scheming? Was it merely because he, as the eldest son of the Chen family, obstructed the path of that vile woman? In that moment, Chen Wuyou suddenly realized that Taiyan County was Mrs. Kai's hometown, and his expression shifted dramatically. Calming the tumultuous waters of his heart, Chen Wuyou understood that this was no place for prolonged stay. As he stepped towards the exit, he was confronted by 2 officials clad in uniforms, who, upon noticing his attempt to leave, swiftly barred his passage and inquired, "Where does young Master Chen intend to go?" Having just arrived in this esteemed locale, "I wish to take a stroll in unfamiliar surroundings," Chen Wuyou replied with a smile, exuding an air of composure. With his prior life experiences, masquerading as a wealthy scion was a trivial endeavor. This is no mere protection, it is clearly confinement. It appears these officials are also in Mrs. Kai's employ, wielding immense influence. Observing Chen Wuyou's hesitance, one of the officials unsheathed his blade, the air crackling with its lethal aura as it slashed through the air, tearing Chen Wuyou's finely crafted robe. Such martial prowess from a mere official. Chen Wuyou gasped in astonishment. Clenching his fists hidden within his sleeves, he maintained a facade of tranquility, replying, "Very well. Do ensure dinner is served on time." The once vibrant red paint of the beams had completely peeled away. The furniture was cloaked in dust, and a mere touch revealed layers of grime. The tattered gray quilt on the bed emitted a foul odor, a stark reminder that winter's chill was upon them. From this dilapidated abode, one could discern the dire straits Chen Wuyou currently faced, besieged from all sides. "I must be the most unfortunate soul to have traversed into another realm," he sighed bitterly, sitting on the bed and closing his eyes. The only glimmer of hope for him lay in his golden finger, the grand martial arts system. "Is there a beginner's gift pack?" he inquired eagerly. "Regrettably, there is none. This system possesses but a singular function, a lottery, whereby powerful cards can be obtained through monetary investment." "Enough. I am aware of this already. Simply inform me of the cost per draw." Chen Wuyou replied with a resigned expression, realizing that the narratives he had encountered were deceptive, for his system lacked any beginner's gifts. 10 taels of gold. "Oh, and what's the matter with you, host? Wake up. This is not a place of leniency," came the response. "Why does it cost 10 taels of gold now, when it used to require only 10 coins? Chen Wuyou lamented, tears nearly brimming. He had begun to grasp the economic realities of this world, where 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, and a typical peasant, through a fortunate harvest, could earn merely 1 tael of silver in a year. 10 taels of gold amounted to a century's worth of savings for an average family. Because the cards drawn previously were only applicable within a virtual realm now, the skills associated with the drawn cards can manifest in reality, albeit at a greater monetary cost. "Enough talk. I shall draw," Chen Wuyou declared through gritted teeth. Removing his shoes and shaking out his trousers, 2 gold bars, each weighing 5 taels, fell to the ground his entire fortune, 10 taels of gold. With a heavy heart, Chen Wuyou sighed deeply, silently reciting the words to recharge. Chapter 3. The System in the Void. A brilliant white light emerged, resembling an invisible maw that devoured the 10 taels of gold in Chen Wuyou's hands, only for the radiance to vanish thereafter. Upon returning to the system interface, Chen Wuyou forcefully clicked on the single lottery draw on the left side. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, Dong Tianbao." Chen Wuyou's hands began to tremble, his face dark as ever. What use is a mere 2-star card? The system sprite disregarded Chen Wuyou's lamentations and proceeded with its introduction. Character, Dong Tianbao Origin, Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng Martial Arts, Luohan Fist, 1 star. Prajna Palm Fragment, 3.5 stars. Shaolin Breathing Technique, 2 stars. Introduction. From a young age, he studied at Shaolin under Zhang Junbao, Zhang Sanfeng. With a mischievous nature, he was expelled for clandestinely learning the Prajna Palm. In pursuit of fame and fortune, he betrayed his friends by siding with the court, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Zhang Junbao. Regardless, I can finally learn martial arts. System, I choose the Prajna Palm. Although internal strength is the foundation of all, it cannot assist him in escaping his current plight. He needs a formidable combat skill. Hence, the most appropriate choice is undoubtedly the Prajna Palm, which, even in its incomplete form, boasts a height of 3.5 stars. Its complete version might well reach 4 stars. Apologies, skills are drawn at random. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 1-star martial art, Luohan Fist. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuyou's youthful visage flushed with color. Had it not been for the enhanced physique of this life compared to his previous one, he might have been driven to despair by this unfortunate martial system. Luohan Fist. Are you jesting with me? Chen Wuyou gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed as he enunciated each word with disdain. He was well aware of the Luohan Fist's reputation, the foundational martial art of Shaolin Temple. In his previous life, while visiting the sacred site of Shaolin, he had witnessed the monks practicing Luohan Fist. Their movements fierce and captivating. Yet, how could a mere Luohan Fist contend against the likes of those in the New World, who could traverse snow without a trace? With even minor officials exuding lethal prowess? Commencing the infusion of martial arts experience. The system paid no heed to Chen Wuyou's grievances and continued its process. In the next moment, the scene transformed. Chen Wuyou found himself not in a dilapidated building, but rather within the grand and illuminated Luohan Hall, where sunlight flooded in, illuminating 18 uniquely shaped bronze Luohan statues flanking either side. Within this hall, it felt as though Chen Wuyou had become Dong Tianbao, practicing Luohan Fist with each move for a decade. It was as if time had collapsed, and all of Dong Tianbao's insights into the Luohan Fist were transferred to Chen Wuyou. With a few strides, Chen Wuyou exhibited a dragon-like stride, exuding a commanding presence. Clenching his fists with palms facing upwards, he settled into a horse stance, allowing the martial arts knowledge to flow through him. In an instant, he unleashed his fists, which moved like startled swans, each technique grand and majestic. Dust swirled within the dilapidated space, yet it could not encroach upon the circle in which Chen Wuyou practiced. Huh! With a roar, he channeled his pent-up fury into the final strike, the force of his punch materializing, shattering the window and creating a gaping hole through which a chilling breeze rushed in. As the cold wind swept over him, Chen Wuyou regained his senses. Staring at the broken window 5 meters away, a smile spreading across his face. Did I really do that? Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint golden glow emanating from his arms, most pronounced at his fists and gradually fading towards his elbows, knocking on the golden light surrounding his fists. The sound echoed like metal striking metal, revealing remarkable defensive capabilities. Is this really the Luohan Fist? Chen Wuyou rejoiced, realizing the unassuming Luohan Fist was far more powerful than he had imagined, exceeding even the tiger roar fist practiced by the Chen family servants in his memories. A moment of clarity dawned upon Chen Wuyou. It was not that the heroes of martial novels were weak, but rather that they were born in the wrong era. Had they been in this world rich with spiritual energy, each would be capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars from the sky. Fear not, esteemed heroes. Allow me, Chen Wuyou, to carry forth your unparalleled skills, spreading your illustrious names throughout this realm, fulfilling my destiny. To the system, he offered a heartfelt apology, recognizing his earlier underestimation of its capabilities. The system sprite let out a playful hum, unable to hide its delight. Observing this, Chen Wuyou erupted into laughter. Yet as he chuckled, the expression on his face darkened. He was a man of grudges. The repeated schemes of Madame Kai and the favoritism shown to Chen Wuyun had deeply wounded him upon his arrival in this alien world. The Chen family's legacy shall be mine, he resolved, hoping that the centuries of accumulation could aid him, the man with a dark fate. In drawing forth a few 5-star cards, Shueba, the previously menacing constable who had threatened him, sneered, "Let him vent. He won't be around much longer anyway. In my opinion, the young lady is too cautious. Why not just deal with him swiftly and dispose of him in the gutter? Who would know? Better to be safe than sorry. Let those condemned souls handle it. The young lady has arranged for him to manage the death row for that very purpose. This matter should not involve her. It would tarnish her reputation." Unaware of the fate that awaited him, Chen Wuyou had no choice but to diligently practice Luohan Fist, knowing that each increment of strength would bolster his chances of survival. Yet, after the second round of training, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Having never practiced martial arts before, his body was frail. The first round had loosened his muscles, invigorating him, but by the second round, exhaustion set in, and sweat poured down him in the frigid winter air. Despite his inherent tenacity and perseverance, he pushed through the profound fatigue, completing the second round before collapsing onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. In this world, the martial arts hierarchy is divided into acquired and innate realms, with the acquired realm further segmented into 3 minor stages: Qi-Si, Meridian Opening, and Yin-Yang. Gathering energy in the Qi-Si and opening the Dantian marks the foundational Qi-Si stage. The 2 constables, Shueba and Ning Hua, operate at this level, Once the Qi Si is filled, one must open the 12 primary meridians to advance to the meridian opening stage, considered third-rate martial artists in the Jianghu. Akin to local tyrants in a rural area like Taiyan. The Yin-Yang stage involves unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, establishing a bridge between heaven and earth, thus gaining the potential for innate mastery. Those who open these meridians are regarded as second-rate, only upon becoming innate martial artists, with a continuous source of true energy. Does one attain first-rate status? Beyond the innate realm lie other stages, but those are far beyond Chen Wuyou's current aspirations. Presently, he harbored only one desire, to accumulate wealth to continue drawing from the lottery. Seeking to obtain a manual for internal cultivation to open his Qi Si and embark upon the righteous path of martial arts. Chapter 4. The Appointment in This World. Martial arts flourish, abundant with spiritual energy, imposing minimal requirements on aptitude. Prior to reaching the innate stage, there are virtually no bottlenecks, with diligence. Even a second-rate martial artist can emerge. However, not everyone, from the noblest to the most inexperienced, practices martial arts. The fundamental reason is clear: money. The adage "the poor cultivate literature, while the rich cultivate martial arts" reigns true here. Regular meals of meat to replenish energy cost money, as do martial arts techniques and methods, especially internal cultivation manuals, which remain the closely guarded secrets of prominent families and sects, often priced exorbitantly. For the impoverished, the only path to martial arts lies in signing a servitude contract, selling themselves to various families and sects, or being exceptionally gifted to be chosen by an esteemed sect. Moreover, a crucial factor is that Chen Wuyou possesses the memories of Dong Tianbao practicing Luohan Fist, making him acutely aware of the necessity of a good master to guide one through the early stages of martial arts. During Dong Tianbao's training, his master taught him hand in hand, correcting each movement. Attempting to practice recklessly from a single manual would only lead to ruin. Consequently, wandering martial artists are scarce. Most are affiliated with families or sections. In addition to martial arts, education and enlightenment provide another avenue for advancement. In the current Qin dynasty, to prevent local families and sects from gaining too much power, county magistrates and governors are appointed from among those who have passed the imperial examinations. In the realm of martial arts, innate talent is deemed irrelevant. Literacy and reliance on the court lead to positions of authority. While those of lesser stature may find their path in teaching and nurturing, there exists a disdain among martial practitioners toward scholars, as the prevalent belief is that all pursuits are inferior, with martial prowess reigning supreme. In both governance and commerce, the assistance of martial artists is indispensable. Awakening from a slumber, Chen Wuyou felt the discomfort of his transmigration dissipate, as his spirit and body intertwined more intimately. Night had fallen, and outside, a bonfire flickered, where two guards huddled, sharing food and mirth amidst the winter chill. "Hey, I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat," Chen Wuyou exclaimed, pushing open the door. He was indeed famished, having exerted considerable energy practicing the Luohan Fist. Their laughter ceased abruptly. The guard Shueba scoffed, turning away to sip his drink, feigning ignorance. Chen Hua sighed, whispering something to Shueba, after which the somewhat amiable Ning Hua entered with a food box. Lifting the lid revealed an enticing aroma. A platter of roasted chicken, a dish of pork belly, and a bed of vibrant green vegetables topped with delicate silverfish, alongside two soft meat buns resembling youthful peaks. "Take your time, young master," Ning Hua said, arranging the food on the table before hastily departing, denying Chen Wuyou the chance to inquire further. This unexpected meal surpassed his expectations. Residing here, he had anticipated leftover scraps, yet was presented with a feast worthy of a grand banquet. Ning Hua hesitated momentarily, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face, as she insisted, "There's no need for concern. Such tales are mere fabrications. Eat well and rest. You have your duties to attend to tomorrow." Chen Wuyou sensed an undeniable truth. This was indeed a farewell meal, yet devoid of poison. They had no intention of ending his life here. Even if it were poisoned, he was too famished to care. Without nourishment, he lacked the strength to resist. He tore the chicken in half, devouring it voraciously, experiencing a hunger he had never known. Soon, the dishes were cleared. The chicken reduced to mere bones, devoid of even a shred of meat. At that moment, he grasped the saying scholars are poor while martial artists are rich more profoundly. This meal, worth at least a tael of silver, would be a feast for the common folk, yet for a martial artist, it was merely a satisfactory repast to replenish energy expended in training. With his hunger sated, Chen Wuyou felt invigorated, performing the Luohan Fist with newfound vigor, his once frail arms beginning to show the promise of muscle. The night deepened, and Chen Wuyou stealthily observed the two guards by the bonfire. They took turns resting, vigilant for any signs of disturbance. The sound of him opening the door or jumping out the window would not escape the keen ears of these seasoned guards. Recognizing the futility of escape, he abandoned that notion and settled into a deep slumber. The guards harbored lethal intentions, evident from Ning Hua's guilt-ridden demeanor. Yet they had not yet acted. Presumably, the ruthless Madame Kai did not wish for Chen Wuyou's demise to tarnish her reputation. She likely desired his death to appear accidental, or to occur at the hands of someone uninvolved with her. Contemplating this eased Chen Wuyou's anxiety. Once, he had been naive and weak, unable to fend for himself. Now, however, he was training in martial arts, gaining the strength to fight back. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had risen, the guards were already awake. Having mastered the Luohan fist, Chen Wuyou was now a martial artist, his senses sharpened. Hearing their footsteps, he promptly awakened, fists clenched in readiness. "Young master, it is time to rise. Today marks your official appointment," Ning Hua announced, knocking on the door. "Why so early? Allow me to wash my face before departing." He feigned dissatisfaction, stretching lazily as he got out of bed. "The young master truly sleeps soundly, even in such a dreary place," came Shueb Ba's mocking voice from outside. Ignoring him, Chen Wuyou washed his face with the cold well water, which only deepened the sternness of his expression. "You enjoy your tongue, but should it come to blows, I shall strike you down first." Yesterday, he had lodged in a dilapidated inn on the outskirts of the city. Today, he was en route to East Taiyan Road, unaware of the distance ahead. With an uncertain future, he could rely solely on his fists. In the far-off Chu County, where the heavens seemed high and the emperor far removed, the influence of the local government paled in comparison to the might of various families and factions. The words of the Chun family patriarch, Chen Wuyou, carried more weight than those of the county magistrate regarding the position Chen Wuyou was to assume, the warden of the death row prison. This prison, rooted in Xiaocang Mountain for over a century, had relocated there following the discovery of a gold mine, where condemned prisoners were worked to death, extracting their final value. The prison housed 129 inmates, 20 guards, and 3 administrators, 1 warden with overarching authority, the registrar Xin Changza, and the head guard Zhang Daong, a martial artist of considerable skill who had once been a constable. As Ning Hua drove the carriage, she relayed the state of affairs within the prison. "The county constable is named Kai, correct?" Chen Wuyou inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. Ning Hua nodded, lapsing into silence. The county constable held a position akin to that of a police chief in the past, wielding even greater power. All local officers and constables answered to him. Many were loyal servants of the Kai family, such as the ever-loyal Shueb Ba, who had received the family's martial arts teachings, the swift blade technique. Chen Wuyou pondered this situation, overhearing Shueb Ba mutter, "What's the point in telling him all this? A waste of breath." Clenching his fists, he fell into deep contemplation, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. After traveling 20 li for an hour, they finally arrived at the death row prison on East Taiyan Road. Surrounded by tightly fitted bluestone walls reaching 2 zhang in height, with poisonous vines creeping along the surface, escape by climbing over was highly improbable. 2 guard towers, each 3 zhang tall, flanked the entrance, where armored guards with bows stood watch. "The new warden has arrived. Open the gate," Ning Hua called out, pulling back the curtain to allow Chen Wuyou to disembark. The guards checked his identity, and, upon confirming it, the heavy gate creaked open. The registrar Xin Changza, accompanied by 2 guards, stepped forward to greet him. "You must be young master of the Chen family. We have eagerly awaited your arrival." "Please, come in," Xin Changza, dressed in a neat scholar's garb, welcomed him warmly, though Chen Wuyou perceived a hint of insincerity in his smile. "Our task concludes here. I hope you fare well," Ning Hua said, casting a lingering glance at Chen Wuyou before departing with Shueb Ba. "Please, follow me, young master. Allow me to show you around." Xin Changza insisted with feigned enthusiasm. "Do not call me young master. I am no longer that. Address me as warden," Chen Wuyou replied coolly. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, yet his humble demeanor remained intact as Xin Changza quickly adjusted his address to warden. Officially, Chen Wuyou held the highest authority in the prison. Whether he would wield that power effectively depended upon his own resourcefulness. Excluding one. Xin Changza does not belong to the Kai family. Observing that Xin Changza maintained a faade of respect towards him, Chen Wuyou could surmise who was plotting against him. It must be the arrogant and discourteous prison warden, Zhang Daong, who had yet to come to pay his respects. However, Zhang Daong was an inferior martial artist. Even if he were aware of Chen Wuyou's capabilities, he would be at a loss to counter him. The structure of the death row camp was quite simple, comprising 2 main areas. The row of houses visible upon entry served as the living quarters for the prison guards, while 3 prominent standalone buildings belonged to the warden and the chief clerk. A barred enclosure separated this from the area where the death row inmates were permitted to move, eat, and work within the mine, which the guards did not oversee. To procure food, they relied on the gold mine. Those who could extract gold had sustenance, while those who could not would go hungry. Wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Even among death row inmates, there were divisions, with certain inmates undoubtedly dominating. Although Chen Wuyou was unaware of the specifics. Ha ha ha, a new warden has arrived, Zhang Daong. As he approached the mining area to observe the prisoners at work, a boisterous laughter echoed from afar, and Zhang Daong rushed forth, stirring up a gust of wind. The astonishing speed made Chen Wuyou's eyelids twitch. If Zhang Daong intended to kill him, he doubted he could withstand even 10 exchanges. A profound sense of danger surged through him, and he shouted inwardly, "Money. I need money. At least enough to acquire a decent martial arts manual." "What's this? Little warden, wish to take a look?" Zhang Daong grinned, revealing a set of darkened teeth. "Forget it. I shall observe another day. I feel somewhat fatigued," Chen Wuyou replied, his eyes flickering. Witnessing Chen Wuyou's timidity only made Zhang Daong regard him with even greater disdain. Confident that dealing with such a person would be effortless, he declared, "You must go. Today is the end of the month." As per tradition, the warden must accompany the guards to inspect the mine, ensuring the death row inmates do not hoard any gold. Wang Er, Zhao Ji, escort the little warden. With a flick of his chin, 2 burly guards flanked Chen Wuyou, pushing him forward. There was no escaping what was inevitable. Whether stretching one's neck or locking it away, death was unavoidable. With this thought, Chen Wuyou's courage surged. He shook his shoulders, flinging off the 2 guards. The guards were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Chen Wuyou stride confidently ahead, they exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. This scene did not escape Zhang Daong's notice, his brow furrowed. The information he had gathered seemed inaccurate. Chen Wuyou had evidently trained in martial arts. That forceful tremor had betrayed a solid foundation. Effortlessly casting aside the 2 guards with little exertion, a skill that even he could not rival. Chapter 6. A man must kill. Chen Wuyou disregarded the 2 men behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the death row inmate. As the 3 approached, the jovial guards fell silent, their attention shifting to Chen Wuyou. At that moment, the inmate abruptly stood, advancing towards Chen Wuyou like a descending tiger. "Who are you?" Wang Er and Zhao Ji had quietly retreated, as the other guards stood back, observing the unfolding drama. Sensing the murderous intent, Chen Wuyou spoke coldly. Having anticipated Fu Gang's ill intentions, Chen Wuyou was far from unprepared. Quicker than Fu Gang's attack, he seized Fu Gang's wrist, his thumb expertly pressing against the tendons. Twisting with force, Fu Gang's dark skin immediately swelled, transforming into a ghastly shade of purple. The biting wind howled, and on this frigid winter day, beads of cold sweat poured down Fu Gang's forehead as he found his arm rendered immobile, a searing pain radiating from the wrist Chen Wuyou gripped, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Blocked from view by Chen Wuyou's figure, Wang Er and Zhao Ji could not discern Fu Gang's expression. Only observing that he had not moved for an extended period, they could not help but scold, "Fu Gang, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and act. You'll be well rewarded once the task is complete." Hearing the frantic reprimands from behind, Chen Wuyou smirked coldly. His pale hand shifted from Fu Gang's wrist to his neck, whispering, "Who sent you to kill me?" Instinctively, Fu Gang averted his gaze, unable to meet Chen Wuyou's eyes. The image of this seemingly frail young man had transformed in his mind into a ravenous demon cloaked in human guise. Refusing to speak, Chen Wuyou's voice turned icy, and he tightened his grip. Fu Gang could not fathom why this slender figure harbored such formidable strength. Having trained only for a couple of days, how could he comprehend a martial artist's prowess? As his breath dwindled, Fu Gang finally succumbed to fear, yet his neck was firmly grasped, rendering him mute. He could only plead with his eyes. "Cough, cough, it's Zhang Daong, the warden." Upon Fu Gang's capitulation, Chen Wuyou released him. Fu Gang coughed violently, swallowing hard to soothe his painfully torn throat, his face awash with terror. Unaware of your own mortality. Presently, Chen Wuyou, with 10 years of experience in Luohan boxing coursing through him, was utterly untroubled by Zhang Daong. Yet, against someone like Zhao Ji, who was merely a slightly stronger ordinary guard, he could easily overpower with a single hand. In 2 lifetimes, this was Chen Wuyou's first encounter with life and death. Surprisingly, he felt no hint of cowardice or fear. With death looming overhead, he became increasingly exhilarated, every drop of blood within him igniting with fervor as if reborn. In this state, time slowed, and Chen Wuyou distinctly observed the ferocity on Zhao Ji's face, the cold glint of the blade, and the astonishment on the faces of the other guards as he effortlessly evaded. As he slipped past, he crouched low and maneuvered behind Zhao Ji, grasping his chin with one hand and pressing down on his head with the other, twisting with all his might to turn that loathsome face towards him. At last, "This is the true me," I have arrived in this blood-soaked, treacherous world. In his inaugural act of killing, he felt no revulsion or nausea. Gazing at his bloodied hands and Zhao Zi's contorted visage, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. That unparalleled ecstasy transcended all. And Chen Wuyou realized he was born for slaughter. From a distance atop the watchtower, Shen Changza, clutching a copper telescope, felt his hands tremble, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within. After standing still for a prolonged moment, he sighed. It is indeed unsettled. Who will accompany me down to take a look? Rubbing his hands on his clothing. The pristine fox fur garment on his chest became stained with blood. Though Chen Wuyou's smile had returned to its original state, it remained chilling. The death row camp was a place devoid of prospects. Even the most skilled guards had merely trained in martial arts for a few years, lacking any profound understanding of their own chi. As they beheld Chen Wuyou's ruthless display of power, these guards, hardly stronger than ordinary men, fell silent, heads bowed in trepidation. Is no one here? Fu Gang, come with me. Hearing Chen Wuyou's summons, Fu Gang hastily followed, his throat still raw, yet he dared not take a deep breath, fearing it might disturb this harbinger of death. Who is that? Just exiting the mine, Chen Wuyou immediately spotted a middle-aged man clad in blood-stained robes. His shoulder blades pierced by iron nails, his feet shackled to the rocky ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Ah, that is Zhang Wei, the master of the Weiyuan martial arts school in Taiyan. He offended the county magistrate, who dispatched troops to capture him, subjecting him to daily torment here for the past 6 months. Fu Gang replied hastily. Tell me about the factions within the death row camp. After scrutinizing Zhang Wei for a moment, Chen Wuyou continued onward. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Despite being a mere death row camp, it housed several factions. How much gold can this place produce annually? Chen Wuyou inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest. He was not greedy, but at this moment, he coveted gold above all else. In the past, this rich mine could yield 5,000 taels of gold each year, with the county magistrate and the county lieutenant each claiming 2,500 taels. After a century of mining, its output has significantly diminished. Currently, it yields approximately 700 taels per year. Give or take a few. 700 taels of gold, 70 draws. As long as luck was not entirely against him, acquiring a few 4-star cards, if not 5, would be a trivial matter. When that time came, both the Kai and Chen families would have to repay what they owed. Before even seeing the money, Chen Wuyou's mind began to entertain thoughts of embezzlement. Chapter 7. Task release. At this moment, Chen Wuyou had completely lost the desire to leave. Guarding a gold mine was akin to a mouse falling into a vat of rice. How could he possibly depart without gorging himself? Ambition was burgeoning within him. And the long silent system unexpectedly activated, its dulcet voice presenting Chen Wuyou with 3 seemingly impossible tasks. The first task was to slay the jailer, Zhang Daong, with a reward of a random 3-star card. The second task was to uncover the true mastermind behind the covert assassination attempt on Chen Wuyou, also rewarding a random 3-star card. The third task, which could be postponed for the moment, involved annihilating the entire Kai clan, who bore an irreconcilable grudge against the host, for which a random 5-star card would be the prize. Setting aside the third task for now, the necessity of executing the first 2, killing Zhang Daong and discovering the identity of the true assailant, was imperative for Chen Wuyou. Zhang Daong was but a dog to Kai County's magistrate, dispatched to carry out the order to kill Chen Wuyou, with Fu Gang and Zhao Zi as his pawns. Without eliminating him, Chen Wuyou could forget about developing in the Taiyan East Road death row prison in peace. As for the true culprit behind the assassination, lurking like a venomous snake in the shadows, it was only a matter of time before Chen Wuyou would uncover the truth. He suspected, with great certainty, that it was the ruthless idea of Madame Kai. Now that the situation was clear, Chen Wuyou realized that his sole adversary in this realm was the Kai family. Moreover, the incentive of a 5-star card had elevated the notion of exterminating their clan to his agenda. Sir, we have arrived, Fu Gang quietly reminded, noticing Chen Wuyou lost in thought. Before them lay a cave, dimly lit by candlelight, where 3 burly men were seated. Fu Gang introduced them. These 3 are in charge of managing the prisoners in the death row. They seize 30% of the gold mine daily, exploiting the inmates to live comfortably, feasting on meat and wine. Occasionally, they even bribe the guards to procure courtesans from the Lifan courtyard for their pleasures. In other words, they were quite well off. Chen Wuyou narrowed his eyes slightly and strode in. Do not underestimate them, my lord. These 3 are former bandits from the Wuyun village, skilled in martial arts. Fu Gang hastily warned, intending to persuade the trio to ally with the new management. However, he had not anticipated that Chen Wuyou's intention was to extract a hefty profit from them. Now it was too late. Upon seeing Fu Gang and the youth with striking features enter, the second brother, Tang Xiong, known for his lecherous nature, rubbed his hands together and leered. Fu Gang. This lad is new, isn't quite considerate of you to honor your second uncle. Sensing the overwhelming chill emanating from Chen Wuyou, Fu Gang recalled the ruthless execution of Zhao Ji, and his robust frame shivered as he retorted, "You blind fool. This is the new management." Management? Tang Xiong scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice. "I only recognize the jailer, not some so-called management. I heard you were bribed by the jailer to assassinate the new management. Why are you now fawning over him?" "Enough." Fu Gang attempted to speak further, but was cut off by Chen Wuyou, who coldly remarked, "You do not know me, and I do not know you. I offer you three a path. Hand over all the gold you have hoarded, and I will spare you the fate of having your tongue severed, as I will not hold it against you. Otherwise, you shall not survive this day." What an audacious statement from the management. "I shall see who perishes today." Wu Guanyuan, the eldest of the trio, sprang to his feet, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Zhang Daong had long proclaimed that the new management was a discarded scion of a family, and Fu Gang had been bribed to eliminate him. However, he was taken aback by Fu Gang's betrayal. While Fu Gang was tall and robust, he was dismissed by Wu Guanyuan and his brothers, as they had all practiced the Wuyun village's 6 harmonies Thunder Palm, making them formidable opponents, unlike Fu Gang, who had only practiced for a few days. The new management possessed neither power nor background, and combined with his youthful and slender appearance, it was apparent he lacked martial training. To demand their accumulated wealth and threaten to cut off the second brother's tongue was nothing short of inviting disaster. "Eldest brother, third brother, hold on. Let me subdue this lad," Tang Xiong said, unable to resist the allure of the handsome youth before him, clad in a fox fur robe, exuding the demeanor of a nobleman. Though Chen Wuyou's threat to sever his tongue ignited his anger, he resolved to toy with the youth for a few days before ultimately handing him over to Zhang Daong for reward. In mere strides, Tang Xiong closed the distance, unleashing the 6 harmonies Thunder Palm with a thunderous crackle. "Come forth." Chen Wuyou's excitement was palpable. Killing Zhao Ji had barely satiated him, for Zhao was merely an ordinary man devoid of martial prowess. But Tang Xiong's Thunder Palm was no trifling matter, albeit lacking internal energy, a flaw that rendered his efforts ultimately fruitless. With hands poised and resolve firm, Chen Wuyou assumed the stance of the Arhat fist, a soft golden light enveloping his fists. As their attacks collided, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated like metal striking metal. Tang Xiong's confidence wavered. Despite 3 years of practicing the Thunder Palm, he found himself shaken by the unyielding stance and solid foundation of Chen Wuyou's technique, as if he had been training since birth. If not for the youth's tender age and undernourished physique, he feared he would not withstand such a powerful blow. Nevertheless, Tang Xiong was left trembling from the sheer force of Chen Wuyou's strike. As the exchange of attacks unfolded, Chen Wuyou's fists remained unscathed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent that boiled within him. With a pain scream, Tang Xiong flew backward, the thin fabric of his prison garb bursting open to reveal a clear imprint of a fist surrounded by bruised, blood-tinged skin. "Bastard, you've killed the second brother. I will fight you to the death." The third brother, Lu Cheng, seethed, blood seeping from his gums in fury, his eyes aflame with rage, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Third brother, do not act rashly." Wu Guanyuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to restrain Lu Cheng. "This new management is likely a master with internal energy, hailing from a prestigious family. We cannot match him," Wu Guanyuan whispered urgently to Lu Cheng, his previous intent to kill Chen Wuyou now tempered with caution. "Have you made your decision? I shall not make things difficult for you if you surrender the wealth you have amassed over the years. Spare the lives of you 2 brothers, or you shall meet your end," Chen Wuyou declared, his resolve hardening after dispatching Tang Xiong. His unyielding demeanor prompted Wu Guanyuan to quickly yield, donning a false smile. Yes, we shall comply with the arrangements of the management. Third brother, hurry and retrieve the chest." Though Lu Cheng remained unconvinced, he did not dare resist. Casting a bitter glance at Tang Xiong's lifeless body, he pried several bricks from the wall beside Wu Guanyuan's bed, revealing a hidden compartment containing a small leather box. As the box opened, the dim cave could not dim the gleam of the gold within, revealing 7 or 8 ingots of gold. Chen Wuyou's eyes widened in astonishment as he stepped forward to seize the box. Still unsatisfied, he inquired, "Is this all?" "Management. These are all the pure gold ingots we've collected over the years. We have had to expend much for our daily sustenance, and there is truly nothing more," Wu Guanyuan replied, his expression one of grim resignation, bowing deeply, pleading for Chen Wuyou to spare them. "Well, let today be, and I shall return each month henceforth to diligently gather gold from the mines." With a gentle nudge to the 2, Chen Wuyou exited the cave, his box in hand, while Fu Gang scampered closely behind. Chen Wuyou held no trust in Wu Guangyuan's words. It was inconceivable that they possessed merely this amount of gold. A rough estimate suggested that this meager bounty, converted from the crude gold, amounted to merely 30 taels. Wu Guangyuan and his companions had occupied this place for years. Yet they had extracted so little wealth. However, better to hold on to what one has than to chase after the unattainable. Chen Wuyou did not wish to press them too hard, aware of his own weaknesses. He was currently feeble and devoid of inner strength. His prior bravado had been born from desperation. If Wu Guangyuan truly decided to fight alongside Lu Qing, Chen Wuyou would be unable to withstand them. Chapter 8. The fundamental inner power of the Chuanjian sect. Casting a glance back at the cave, he faintly discerned 2 pairs of cold eyes fixated on him. Chen Wuyou smiled faintly. With this 30 taels of gold, he could draw 3 more times, thereby augmenting his strength. At that point, he would no longer fear Wu Guangyuan. The next time he returned, he would excavate the entirety of their hidden treasure amassed over the years. Fu Gang followed behind, anxiously wringing his hands. Unable to suppress his greed, he ingratiated himself, saying, "My lord, look at how I've been running about with you. Though I may lack merit, I have certainly endured hardships." Haven Ti? With a cold glance, Chen Wuyou replied, "This is merely your first task for me, and you already seek rewards? Remain by my side, and you shall not go hungry in the future." Emboldened by the recent victories over 2 adversaries, Chen Wuyou exuded an undeniable aura, and Fu Gang dared not provoke him further. He smiled obsequiously, agreeing profusely, while inwardly cursing Chen Wuyou for his stinginess, thinking, "After all I have done for you, you won't even part with a single coin." He conveniently forgot that just a quarter of an hour ago, he had been vocally denouncing Chen Wuyou. Fearful and paralyzed during the confrontation with Tang Xiong, Chen Wuyou knew Fu Gang all too well, greedy yet self-preserving, short-sighted. Amidst so many in the death row, he had foolishly accepted a task from Zhang Daong. Did he not realize that even if Chen Wuyou were utterly inept, he still held a position of authority? To kill a steward while being a prisoner would surely lead to his own demise when accountability arose. He would be the first to be thrown under the bus. Were it not for Chen Wuyou's current reliance on him, he would have been dismissed long ago. After dismissing Fu Gang, Chen Wuyou sought a secluded spot and engaged with the system, silently contemplating a recharge. Ding. Host has recharged unrefined gold, or totaling 41 taels, equivalent to 33 taels of pure gold. Would you like to proceed with the recharge? Isn't this system rather anthropomorphic? Chen Wuyou chuckled in vexation, cursing the money-grubbing system. Yet he resolutely chose to recharge. 33 taels of gold would allow for 3 draws. Ignoring the option for a 10 consecutive draw, he viciously pressed the single draw button. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 5-star card, Xiao Feng, Fragment 15. At the sound of the 5-star card notification, a rush of exhilaration surged through Chen Wuyou, nearly bringing him to tears. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. European lineage had descended upon him. Yet, the subsequent appearance of fragments left him seething with frustration. Other than the guaranteed complete card from the first draw, every subsequent draw risked yielding fragments. To assemble a 5-star card, 5 fragments were required, for a 4-star card, for fragments, and so on, whereas a 1-star card would always be complete. Additionally, complete cards formed from fragments could allow the host to select their own skills. This was perhaps the only piece of good news. Chen Wuyou pressed his forehead, foreseeing that this draw might not fulfill his hopes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, Hong Shiguan, Fragment 13. I knew it would be another fragment. Now, I would rather have a 1-star card. At least it would be complete and provide me with immediate assistance. Chen Wuyou's expression remained stoic as he pressed the single draw button one last time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star card, Injiping. Whatever comes, comes indeed. It truly is a 1-star. Chen Wuyou felt a surge of excitement again. Although it was a 1-star character, Injiping hailed from a prestigious lineage, and despite his shortcomings, he had mastered orthodox Taoist teachings and the Chuanjian sect's techniques. Character: Injiping origin. The return of the Condor hero's martial arts. Chuanjian swordplay, 2 stars. Golden Goose skill, 2 stars. Fundamental inner power of the Chuanjian sect, 1 star. Description: the foremost disciple of Qiu Chuji of the Chuanjian sect. He forced himself upon the little dragon girl after she was paralyzed by Ouyang Feng, and later willingly perished under her sword during the Mongolian invasion of Chongyang Palace. May the 3 pure ones in the Buddha grant that I obtain inner strength, even if it is merely 1 star. Chen Wuyou covered his eyes, hesitant to witness the outcome of the draw, reminiscent of a popular streamer from his past life waiting for a reinforcement result, hiding his head beneath his down jacket. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1-star inner power, fundamental inner power of the Chuanjian sect. Finally, the result arrived, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart as he exhaled. He closed his eyes, anticipating the absorption of Yin Jiping's lifelong cultivation of inner power. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the system remained unresponsive. Unable to contain himself, Chen Wuyou queried, "Why didn't I receive Yin Jiping's cultivation experience this time, as I did last time?" Ding. The previous martial arts experience transfer was part of the benefits associated with the first draw. His chest heaved like a bellows, and Chen Wuyou pondered whether to voice his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, he donned a naive smile and muttered to himself, "All right, I shall endure. You heartless creature. One day I shall flush you down the toilet 1,000 times." Although he had not received Yin Jiping's cultivation experience, the fundamental inner power of the Chuanjin sect was now indelibly etched in Chen Wuyou's mind. The Taoist terminology was also elucidated for him, ensuring his cultivation would proceed without hindrance. The first step of cultivation was to open the Qi Si. Once established, one would become a postnatal martial artist, possessing inner strength. No longer akin to an ordinary person. Opening the Qi Si was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in acquiring inner power. Many in the world yearned for a tome of inner power yet remained empty-handed. Had the three brothers from the Wuyun Mountain possessed inner strength and practiced the 6 harmonies thunder palm, Chen Wuyou might have been the one to fall at their hands moments ago. The earlier one begins cultivation, the better. Delaying results in diminished achievements. At 17, Chen Wuyou was already among the last to embark on this journey. Should he reach 20, with his bones fully developed and his meridians clogged with impurities, he might not even succeed in opening the Qi Si. Born into the Chen family, Chen Wuyou could not practice martial arts. Yet he was not devoid of knowledge about the martial world. He was acutely aware that his beloved second and third brothers had innate martial artists clearing their meridians upon birth, bathing in expensive medicinal liquids as toddlers. By the age of 7 or 8, when they began to comprehend the world, they would have been prepared with the inner power and martial skills necessary for their cultivation, a smooth path ahead. In contrast, Chen Wuyou possessed nothing. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, confined in a small courtyard, gazing at the same unchanging patch of sky, having narrowly escaped his cage. He now faced the constant peril of death, relying solely on the system for support. He had heard that this body was of above-average aptitude, and that the Qi Si could be opened within 3 days. Now at 17, having started late, he estimated that he could open the Qi Si in 5 or 6 days. Yet even if he succeeded, he would only be practicing the most rudimentary fundamental inner power of the Chuanjin sect, hardly surpassing Zhang Daong, especially given the disparity in their training durations. To eliminate him would require a 3-star card, and he would likely need some external assistance. The opening of the Qi Si was not a matter to be rushed. Chen Wuyou was not anxious to cultivate just yet. He summoned Fu Gang and inquired thoroughly about Zhang Dayong's enemies and adversaries. Chapter 9. The Banquet at Hongmen. When discussing the jailer's archenemy, the first name that came to mind was the clerk, Shenchangza. The two had long harbored mutual disdain, leading to an array of conflicts. Shenchangza represented the county magistrate, while Zhang Daong served the Kai family, placing them in a naturally adversarial position. Living in close quarters would inevitably breed discord. Chen Wuyou recalled his arrival at the death row. Only Shenchangza had come to greet him. Despite harboring disdain, he maintained a facade of politeness, indicating that Shenchangza, as the representative of the county magistrate, had a duplicitous demeanor. He would not harm him. Perhaps opportunities could be found through Shenchangza, Chen Wuyou mused. Regrettably, Master Shen is about to depart, otherwise the death row prison on Taiyan East Road would not fall under Zhang Dayong's tyrannical grasp, lamented Fu Gang. You say he is leaving? Chen Wuyou furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the ironclad office sees a constant turnover of officials. County Magistrate Tong has performed admirably during his 3-year term and will soon be promoted to a higher position. Consequently, Master Shen and the loyal officials of the county will follow suit. It is indeed a departure, Fu Gang explained. Upon hearing this, a plan formed in Chen Wuyou's mind. He clapped Fu Gang on the shoulder and said, "Take me to see Shenchangza." Certainly, Fu Gang grinned widely. As they exited the mining area, 2 prison guards stood by the large iron gate. Upon seeing Chen Wuyou, they scurried off to report to their superior, while Chen Wuyou cast them a cold glance and walked past them nonchalantly. Master Shen resided in a 2-story bamboo building on the western side of the death row prison, elevated 2 feet above the ground to prevent moisture, and from the height, one could survey the entirety of the mine. It was indeed a fine location. Ascending the steps, Chen Wuyou first pushed the door open and then called out, "I, Chen Wuyou of the administration, have come to pay my respects to Master Shen. How could I dare let the esteemed Chen Wuyou come to visit a mere subordinate? I am truly humbled," Shenchangza replied, his face devoid of any shame. His interest peaked as he assessed the still fresh bloodstains on Chen Wuyou's chest. With a glance, Chen Wuyou signaled Fu Gang to leave and shut the door, then spoke earnestly. Let us speak plainly. I am here to confront the matter at hand. My interests and those of Zhang Daong are mutually exclusive, and he is a thorn in your side as well. I know not what the previous administrator was like, but since I have arrived, I intend to bring a fresh perspective to this place. I wish to join forces with you to eliminate this scoundrel. Since we are speaking plainly, why must you deceive me? Shen Changza said languidly, a smile gracing his lips without warmth. Chen Wuyou was perplexed. He was laying bare his intentions. Who was he deceiving? Young Master Chen, I am well aware of your situation. As a scion of the prominent Chen family, you are not favored by your father and are even forbidden from practicing martial arts. What could you possibly offer to collaborate with me against Zhang Daong? Shen Changza continued. Recalling how Chen Wuyou had killed a trivial prison guard, Zhang Daong was no ordinary man, having long since established himself as a martial artist. In response, Chen Wuyou let out a hearty laugh and produced an intricately carved incense burner from his robes. Lifting the lid, he said, Master Shun, with your extensive knowledge, perhaps you would care to ascertain the scent of this incense? Shen Changza approached with feigned indifference, his fingers already brushing against a hidden mechanism on his fan. Leaning closer, he waved the incense smoke towards his nose, but could discern nothing, shaking his head in confusion. This item is called soul-extinguishing incense. Shen Changza's expression darkened, hastily pushing the incense burner away. The infamous incense was known to all. Once lit, it would cause the user to lose their soul and perish within moments. To think you would rely on such a device to harm Zhang Daong is folly. He is a brute who would never indulge in incense. Even if it were hidden in a dark corner, he is astute enough to detect its presence. Shen Changza retorted, shaking his head repeatedly. Seeing his reaction, Chen Wuyou understood that his plan had merit. Shen Changza appeared to be resisting, yet he was outlining every possible flaw in the plan. If he had no intention of dealing with Zhang Daong, why expend such effort? This matter is straightforward. If he does not smoke the incense, we can persuade him to do so. Invite him for a feast tonight to discuss how to handle the new administrator. I assure you, he will attend, and we shall set a banquet of grand proportions. At that moment, the incense can be burned. Being a cultured man, Master Shun, he will not suspect a thing. I understand your concerns, Master Shun. Though the soul-extinguishing incense is vile, it is not without countermeasures. Simply prepare a mind-awakening pill, ground into powder, to apply to one's nostrils, which will significantly weaken the incense's effects. Furthermore, the remaining incense in this burner is insufficient to kill. It will merely disorient him. I will hide beneath the table, and when the time is right, I shall dispose of him. Your words resonate deeply with me, Shen Changza replied, his smile genuine for the first time. Fu Gang, eavesdropping by the door, strained to hear the hushed conversation within. The bamboo structure had good acoustics, allowing him to catch snippets of quiet dialogue, the only clear sound being the laughter that erupted from the two men before Chen Wuyou exited. Striding forth, Chen Wuyou felt an exhilarating fervor surging within him, eagerly anticipating the evening's events. This day promised more thrill than the sum of his previous existence. He felt as if he had squandered his time until now. At this moment, he truly felt alive. For some, the greater the pressure, the more boundless their potential is unleashed. In the realm of Taiyan County, Zhang Daong was hardly a figure of significance, yet in his quest to eliminate him, Chen Wuyou was willing to cast aside all restraint, resorting to poison and assassination without hesitation. As long as Zhang Daong remained alive, Chen Wuyou could not find peace. Even if the most coveted secrets of martial arts lay before him, he could not cultivate in tranquility, constantly haunted by the fear of Zhang Daong's treachery. Meanwhile, upon receiving reports from his guards, Zhang Daong, with his robust arms like a bear, swept across the table, shattering cups and plates into fragments that scattered across the stone floor. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a mere rabbit. What good are you to me? His thunderous roar caused two guards to drop to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy, trembling like leaves in the wind. Humph! If I could kill openly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need you incompetent fools? Get out! Zhang Daong kicked the guards out the door, only to encounter another guard approaching. Raising his foot to kick, he paused upon recognizing Shen Changza's man. His anger shifted to indifference as Zhang Daong remarked, "What? Does Shen wish to witness the spectacle?" Though brash and reckless, Zhang Daong was not devoid of cunning. He knew Shen Changza was not inclined to ally with him. Could it be that the pale scholar wishes to set a trap for me before resigning? He mused. The guard chuckled slightly. My lord, you overthink it. You will understand tonight. After a moment's thought, Zhang Daong donned a scornful smile. A scholar's rebellion has failed for 3 years. I do not believe Shen has the audacity to harm me. Prepare a grand feast. Tonight, I shall honor you with my presence. As the sun set in hues of crimson, Zhang Daong pondered for a while. yet could not devise a plan to deal with Chen Wuyou. As darkness descended, he strapped on his sword, puffed out his chest, and made his way to Shinchang's residence. Not entirely unprepared, he summoned 2 trusted subordinates, instructing them to lie in wait outside Shinchang's house. At the sound of a broken cup, they were to rush in immediately. Chapter 10. The Confrontation Master Shin. What is your true intention in inviting me to dinner? Zhang Daong demanded, thrusting the door open forcefully. His sharp gaze scanned the room, and upon seeing only Shinchang's present, he felt at ease and boldly took a seat at the head of the table. Do not jest, you are a martial artist, while I am merely a commoner. What scheme could I possibly have against you? Shinchang's replied, concealing his displeasure at Zhang Daong's rudeness behind a swift smile. He poured a cup of wine for Zhang Daong, who hesitated to drink, scrutinizing Shinchang's closely. Seeing Shin drink without hesitation, Zhang Daong finally raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Then, feeling unsatisfied, he seized the wine jug and poured it down his throat, exclaiming in delight. I say, old Shun, we both dwell in the death row prison, each serving our own masters. We should get along fine. It is unfortunate that your superior is intent on land reform, dividing the fields to enhance his political achievements, thus offending our Lord Kai. In Tian, who does not know of our Lord Kai's grand estate, with hundreds of rooms and thousands of acres of fertile land, capable of shaking the very foundations of the city with a mere stomp? Yet he chooses to venture into the lion's den for a morsel. With every utterance, we speak of our Lord Kai, while Zhang Daong has resolutely elected to be a dog for the Kai family, shamelessly taking pride in his servitude. With a sneer typical of a petty man, he mocks. Our Lord Kai merely exerted a modicum of influence to elevate him to the county seat. It is said that one should prefer to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of an ox. This promotion in name only has surely brought your master much suffering. Under such circumstances, you still wish to invite me to dine? Could it be that you intend to forsake the shadows and pledge allegiance to our Lord Kai? These words infuriated Shinchangza, turning his complexion a deep shade of iron. He signaled beneath the table with a gesture indicating 6, a prearranged sign for his ally Chen Wuyou, who lay hidden beneath the bed. The two had previously conspired, and this gesture meant to act after 60 breaths. Chen Wuyou, indifferent to the machinations of the political arena, had but one goal: to eliminate Zhang Daong. In his state of rage, Shinchangza would not indulge Zhang Daong with niceties, exclaiming furiously, a mere local tycoon, a guard dog for 100-mile radius, dares to scoff at my master's grand ambitions? Today you may revel in your triumph, yet one day my master shall soar to the heavens, and you, these mud-dwelling peasants, will regret your actions. Zhang Daong, raising his voice, pointed a finger at Shinchangza, hurling insults mixed with rural dialect, his muscular arm more robust than Shun's neck. The feast devolved into a cacophony of strife, as Shinchangza found himself overwhelmed by Zhang Daong's taunts, his face turning a mottled shade of purple with rage, the glint of murder igniting in his eyes. Chen Wuyou remained impervious to the chaos, silently counting his breaths, the refreshing effects of a powdered stimulant invigorating him with each inhalation. The soul-extinguishing incense had been lit for a moment, its fragrance pervading the room, a high-quality aroma essential for clandestine endeavors. The previous Chen Wuyou had fallen victim to this very incense, dying silently within its embrace. In this age of information overload, those steeped in the lore of film, television, and literature could immediately recognize the significance of a yin-yang pot. Yet, Zhang Daong, raised in the countryside and favored for his strength by the Kai family, had labored diligently for years, only to receive meager recognition and a paltry martial skill, now rendered stagnant at the 3rd layer of the acquired stage. Subsequently, he was relegated to overseeing a death row camp, remaining grateful to the Kai family, considering himself their loyal hound. The 60 breaths had elapsed. Chen Wuyou's eyes flew open, glinting like stars. At that moment, Shinchangza, sensing the opportune moment, saw Zhang Daong sway and, with a sudden jerk of the table, shouted, "Strike!" A flush of excitement colored Shin's cheeks, the prospect of slaying an acquired martial artist stirring his blood. The 60 breaths were not dictated by Shin's anger. He understood well that a general must not act out of wrath. This time frame marked the moment when the poison would take effect. The clatter of shattered dishes echoed, drawing the attention of 2 guards awaiting news outside. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the bamboo building. Inside, a loud crash resounded as Zhang Daong, his face a deep shade of purple, displaying evident signs of poisoning, still managed to strike down upon the solid wooden table, shattering it, sending splinters flying like hidden projectiles. Unprepared for this turn of events, Shinchangza was caught by surprise as several wooden shards pierced his body, inflicting painful wounds upon the scholarly man. "Why are you not acting?" Shinchangza shouted in desperation towards Chen Wuyou, who was concealed beneath the bed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Wuyou, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey, emerged from hiding, fists glowing with golden light, striking towards Zhang Daong. It is you. Zhang Daong's pupils constricted, astonished that the supposed waste of a young master, Chen Wuyou, had orchestrated this trap. Could such a roar of power truly originate from an acquired martial artist? Chen Wuyou suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had acted too rashly, now standing directly before Zhang Daong. In a moment of confusion, Chen Wuyou closed the distance. Realizing there was no time to draw his weapon, Zhang Daong, however, remained unfazed, baring his teeth, black blood seeping from his gums, a clear indication of deep poisoning. He unleashed a thunderous palm strike, the force of his blow creating a gale that distorted Chen Wuyou's visage. This was the technique of the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm. Chen Wuyou recognized the similarity between Zhang Daong's technique and the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm he had observed from Wu Guanyuan and his companions earlier in the day. Having wielded power in the death row camp for so long, Zhang Daong had easily appropriated this martial art from them. Though his execution was not as refined as Wu Guanyuan's, the internal energy coursing through him made his blow feel inescapable to Chen Wuyou. In the face of death, Chen Wuyou cast aside all distractions, his fists shining brilliantly as he attempted a technique known as the Arhut lifting mountain, thrusting upward with all his might. With his fist unleashed, he embraced the resolve to face death head-on. To perish in confusion, having inexplicably traversed to this place, filled him with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Only in this moment, battling his opponent for life and death, did Chen Wuyou find a semblance of truth within the clenched fists. Efforts do not betray the diligent. The groundwork laid in silence now erupted forth. Zhang Daong's fierce eyes momentarily lost their ferocity. His massive palm, intended to crush Chen Wuyou's skull, veered off and struck the wall instead, the force shattering a section of the bamboo structure. The towering figure of Zhang Daong was sent soaring, his head thrust back, his feet leaving the ground. As he crashed a meter away, his head breaking through the wall, leaving a portion of his body dangling outside. As the cold winter wind swept through, Zhang Daong found clarity, his heart chilling like the dark night. His throat crushed, a piece of his tongue bitten off. Blood gushed forth, staining his robust chest. In the dim moonlight, Zhang Daong spotted two figures rushing up the bamboo building, his loyal subordinates, whom he had stationed outside. Elated, he opened his mouth to speak, but only a muffled sound escaped. The moment they heard him, their faces drained of color as they realized that it was their leader. Zhang Daong, bloodied and half-hanging out of the building. What a beautiful sight. Zhang Daong recalled the night when Lord Kai had decided to impart to him the secrets of internal cultivation, illuminated by moonlight, radiant and blinding. A surge of warm blood erupted from his neck, his head rolling upon the ground, coming to rest before Xinchangzi. Xinchangzi, seeing the head of his once formidable opponent before him, recoiled in horror, retreating against the wall in panic. While he had maintained a calm demeanor during the plotting of this murderous scheme, now confronted with the lifeless gaze of Zhang Daong, his cowardice was laid bare. The dimly lit bamboo building transformed into a ravenous maw, eager to consume lives, and the two guards outside dared not enter, fleeing in disarray. Chen Wuyou, sensing the moment, declared with a chilling resolve, "Master Shun, wait for me to cleanse the aftermath." Swiftly, he dashed out of the bamboo building, pursuing the fleeing figures. In times of battle, indecision is the harbinger of death, a lesson Zhang Daong's demise had taught. With a swift application of the Arhut subduing tiger technique, he captured one of the fleeing guards, effortlessly snapping his neck, then pursued the other, whose desperate pleas for mercy were silenced before they could escape his blade. With two heads now hanging from his waist, Chen Wuyou felt an unutterable thrill within, fueled by righteous fury. Returning to the bamboo building, Xinchangzi had regained his composure, though his attire bore slight creases. The deed was done, and now it was time to divide the spoils. When it comes to Chen Wuyou, there is no hint of hesitation. Zhang Daong does not appear to be a person solely devoted to the public good, after guarding the gold mine for so many years. Could he possibly lack a private vault? Xinchangzi, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore an expression of indifference. Let us proceed according to our prior agreement. A division of 37. No, 30% is too low. It does not reflect the contributions of Master Shun. I believe a 40% share would be more appropriate. Upon hearing this, Xinchangzi's countenance changed dramatically. Are you attempting to renege? We agreed that you would take 30% while I took 70. Chen Wuyou remained unfazed, merely tossing the severed head towards Xinchangzi. Though initially, Chen Wuyou had indeed proposed a 37 split, he had not specified who would receive which portion. At that time, he believed Xinchangzi had exerted considerable effort and thus deserved the larger share, a sentiment Xinchangzi also shared. However, The circumstances had changed. The recent battle had been predominantly Chen Wuyou's undertaking, filled with peril, and with Chen Changza about to resign and depart with the county magistrate to Chujun. Chen Wuyou felt there was no need to indulge him. Gazing upon the bloody head, Chen Changza's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Very well. 40% it is. I hope your appetite is sufficient to consume this ill-gotten gain." Chen Wuyou smiled broadly, wiping the bloodied Yanling knife clean on Zhang Dayong's corpse before sheathing it, for this blade, once belonging to Zhang Dayong, was one he particularly cherished. Chapter 12. The astute the morning star shone brilliantly in the east, and though the sun had yet to rise, the faint light illuminated the vast mountains. The chirping of birds filled the air as a group of individuals, stepping over the cold dew, approached Zhang Dayong's residence to ransack it. Chen Changza, accompanied by 2 jailers, found Chen Wuyou with only a single ally, Fu Gang. Awakened before dawn, Fu Gang bore a grudge, but upon learning that Zhang Dayong had been slain by Chen Wuyou and his head displayed on a wooden stake, he refrained from expressing any complaints and obediently followed Chen Wuyou. Upon hearing they were to accompany Chen Wuyou to seal off Zhang Dayong's assets and that he would receive a share, Fu Gang shed his reservations and beamed with joy. Chen Wuyou regarded Fu Gang with disdain. Despite his imposing figure, he was a mere sycophant, swayed by the winds of fortune, a quintessential opportunist. Yet, with Chen Wuyou being new to this area and seeking to establish himself, he required a familiar local to support him. And at present, Fu Gang was the only one willing to be close. Zhang Dayong's home was sparsely furnished, containing merely 4 pieces of furniture, a bed, wardrobe, table, and a weapons rack. A conspicuous gap in the weapons rack indicated where the Yanling knife was once hung, now a possession of Chen Wuyou. At the entrance lay 2 stone locks for physical training. Lifting one, he estimated it weighed around 50 to 60 pounds and declared, "I shall take this stone lock." Naturally, Chen Changza had no objections. He was not a martial artist, so what use would he have for rough stone locks? Inheriting the martial disposition of his kind, Zhang Dayong likely never anticipated that one day someone would invade his home to plunder it. All his wealth was stored in a small box beside his pillow. Upon lifting the lid, they found it lined with gold notes from the great trading company, each worth 10 taels and exchangeable at any branch of the company, with a pile of loose silver atop. With keen eyes, Chen Changza quickly discerned that the box had a hidden compartment. Appending the contents, he revealed a round, resplendent dongju lying quietly at the bottom. This new camp leader is quite miserly. If I were to achieve even a modest merit, he would likely not reward me. Casting a glance at 3 jars of wine stacked in a cool corner, Fu Gang whispered, "Master camp leader. Zhang Dayong once persecuted hunters and acquired a piece of tiger bone. He purchased numerous precious herbs and infused the tiger bone into several jars of restorative wine. For ordinary folk, it strengthens the body, and for martial artists, it enhances internal strength. Truly a rare treasure." Following Fu Gang's gaze, Chen Wuyou also noted the 3 jars of wine. Stepping forward discreetly, he closed the box lid, shielding it from Chen Changza's eager gaze. Chen Changza's expression soured. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely declared, "I shall not concern myself with anything else, but I will claim that dongju." Chen Wuyou chuckled coldly. The most valuable possession among Zhang Dayong's belongings is indeed that dongju, but let us not forget, our agreement is 37. You take 30. I take 70. Chen Changza furrowed his brow. "What do you propose?" Dongju, though valuable, was a rarity sought after by high-ranking officials. A mere clerk like yourself possessing a dongju, how incongruous. Your desire for it is merely an attempt to curry favor with your superior, Magistrate Tong, am I mistaken? A flicker of apprehension crossed Chen Changza's eyes. He had initially perceived Chen Wuyou as a naive young master, yet he was astounded by his cunning insight. Chen Wuyou's lengthy discourse indicated he harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, why expend such effort? Chen Changza had already resolved to concede to Chen Wuyou's demands, anticipating a significant loss. "Very well. If Master Shun desires the dongju, I shall grant it to you, but the other items in this room are of no concern to you. Additionally, I require your fan." Chen Wuyou beamed with satisfaction at this request, surprising Chen Changza. After a moment of realization regarding its deeper implications, Chen Changza regarded Chen Wuyou with heightened respect. "You are indeed a clever man. If you manage to exit Taiyan County alive, your future is boundless." The fan was relinquished with a sharp clap against the table, and Chen Changza departed with the dongju, leaving without delay. The 2 jailers hastily followed suit. Not wishing to voice inquiries in front of Chen Wuyou, once the trio exited Zhang Dayong's residence, one jailer could no longer contain himself and asked, "Master Clerk, why did you so easily give away the fan given to you by the county magistrate? Moreover, Zhang Dayong's home must hold additional wealth that should not be easily surrendered to that young man." What set Chen Wuyou apart was his astuteness in recognizing the Dongzhu's value to Chen Changza. While the latter anticipated Chen Wuyou would demand a high price, Chen Wuyou instead raised the stakes and then gently lowered them, seeking only the fan to gain Chen Changza's favor. As for the 3 jars of wine, Chen Changza was fully aware of their significance, yet he remained silent. After all, he was no martial artist and had no need for the tiger bone wine. Choosing practical gold notes and silver over the symbolically significant Dongzhu demonstrated Chen Wuyou's wisdom, as he sought Chen Changza's goodwill while also acquiring protection in the form of the fan. These 3 points led Chen Changza to conclude that Chen Wuyou possessed exceptional intellect and foresight. While Chen Wuyou's predicament was clear to Chen Changza, the latter understood that his concerns were not merely internal but external as well. Initially born into a prominent family, he had been exiled to Taiyan County, where his most pressing threat was the immediate presence of Zhang Daong. However, would eliminating Zhang Daong resolve all issues? Certainly not, for the formidable Kai family loomed ominously in the backdrop. Should Chen Wuyou have harbored malice, he could have easily pocketed the Dongzhu and left Chen Changza with nothing. Given that with Zhang Daong's demise, he had become the most powerful figure in this lawless environment, his decision not to act in such a manner revealed his principles. He was not easily swayed by material wealth and recognized who his enemies were and who could be his allies. His prompt resolution to eliminate Zhang Daong signified courage, while his astute maneuver of using the gold pearl to solicit favor indicated intelligence. Such a blend of bravery and cunning is regrettable in a world that fails to appreciate it. Chapter 13. Cultivation of Internal Strength. Just as Chen Changza had surmised, Chen Wuyou faced multifaceted challenges. To live up to his name, he must not only address Zhang Daong, but also bring down the formidable Kai family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Magistrate Tong was soon to depart for the county, he still held his position in Taiyan County. Securing his support would undoubtedly aid Chen Wuyou in escaping his current predicament. At this juncture, Chen Wuyou remained oblivious to Chen Changza's extensive thoughts. Had he known, he would have been astonished by Chen Changza's insight. While Chen Wuyou surmised Chen Changza's intention to gift the Dongzhu to curry favor with Magistrate Tong, Chen Changza had likewise penetrated the depths of Chen Wuyou's own intentions. Emerging from obscurity, the young tiger, in his initial endeavors to showcase his prowess to the world, naturally overlooked a mere clerk in the death row of Taiyan. At this moment, the young tiger beamed with joy, akin to a blossoming flower, reveling in a bountiful harvest. He possessed 7 golden tickets worth 12 taels each, sufficient for 7 more opportunities to draw lots. The remaining scattered silver coins were insufficient for even a single draw, and since Chen Wuyou deemed them unworthy, he generously bestowed them upon Fu Gang, who, elated, patted his chest and pledged unwavering loyalty to Chen Wuyou. Such declarations, particularly from someone as self-serving as Fu Gang, were met with skepticism by Chen Wuyou, who promptly dismissed him. Upon fetching a jar of wine, he discovered a piece of tiger vertebra reclining within, accompanied by various precious herbs such as salvia and ganoderma, which Chen Wuyou could scarcely identify. In an instant, the room was suffused with a tantalizing aroma. A deep inhalation invigorated him. As if every pore in his body had opened up, he felt as though he were immersed in warm water, with tiny ants nipping at his skin. Looking down, he noticed his skin reddening, vitality surging within him, brimming with boundless strength. With a spirited exhale, he unleashed a series of vigorous movements, practicing the Luohan fist within the confines of the room, the paper windows fluttering in response. After completing his routine, Chen Wuyou still felt unsatisfied and picked up a stone lock, tossing it up and down for a while. It was not until the medicinal effects waned that fatigue began to creep in. He reclined on Zhang Daong's bed, clutching the 7 golden tickets, his face radiant. Still slightly intoxicated, murmuring to himself, "Alas, only the first draw yields the enlightening effect. Thereafter, whatever card I draw must be learned in due course." It appears that drawing lots is not as reliable as completing tasks. His musings on tasks and draws would have left any eavesdropper bewildered, for the natives had no inkling of the system's marvels. After a brief respite, as the effects of the medicinal wine faded and dawn broke, Chen Wuyou practiced another set of Luohan fist, acutely aware of the enhancement in his sinews and bones, his strikes becoming more rapid and powerful. The medicinal wine had indeed contributed significantly to fortifying his physique and honing his external skills. It was time to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Chen Wuyou had learned the unreliability of drawing lots. Completing tasks was now the swiftest way for him to acquire cards. He selected to claim the reward for defeating Zhang Daong. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3.5-star card, Miao Renfeng. Character, Miao Renfeng. Origin, Snow Mountain Flying Fox Martial Arts. Miao Family Swordplay, 3.5 stars. Gecko wall crawling technique, 2 stars, as a martial arts enthusiast. Chen Wuyou was well acquainted with Miao Rifeng, known as the golden-faced Buddha, one of the foremost experts in snow mountain flying fox. His Miao family swordplay was a harmonious blend of softness and ferocity, and the 3.5-star rating indicated its exceptional nature. The gecko wall crawling technique, a form of lightness skill, was invaluable to martial artists. It ensured one could escape when outmatched, making it essential for any fighter. Ideally, he wished to acquire the Miao family swordplay, as its prowess in traversing walls and moving swiftly surpassed that of the golden goose technique. Chen Wuyou was in dire need of a formidable weapon technique, and the Miao family swordplay resonated with his aspirations. With neither the time nor the means for an elaborate ritual, Chen Wuyou hastily washed his hands, closed his eyes, and chose to draw. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Miao family swordplay, 3.5 stars. Success. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, he felt for the dagger at his waist. Shaking his head and smiling. Having just acquired a precious geese-feathered dagger, he was now to abandon it for a sword. What a twist of fate. Chen Wuyou favored the sword over the dagger. While the dagger was the king of weapons, the sword was the true master, though neither was superior. The prevalence of sword-wielding masters in the martial world suggested a more promising future for sword techniques. Before practicing swordplay, he needed to cultivate his internal energy. Without it, all efforts would be in vain. The previous night's confrontation with Zhang Dayong had awakened him to the stark disparity between himself and an acquired martial artist. Even after being poisoned and consuming toxic wine, he had barely escaped death under the force of a single blow from Zhang Dayong, whose every move was imbued with immense power. Now, he could finally settle down to diligently cultivate his internal energy. Chen Wuyou sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, recalling the Chuanjin sect basic internal technique. With a clear mind and focused breath, he began his practice. Though the Chuanjin sect basic internal technique was rated only 1 star, Chen Wuyou would choose it over any other 2 or 3-star techniques lacking a lineage. This internal art, rooted in Taoist tradition, offered stability and reduced the risk of deviating into madness. In the future, it could seamlessly transition into innate techniques, ensuring a path forward. For a novice, unacquainted with guidance, the Chuanjin sect basic internal technique was the most suitable starting point. Unlike external techniques, missteps in internal cultivation could lead to dire consequences. The previous owner of this body had witnessed a servant who, in a fit of ambition, bled to death after attempting to learn internal techniques improperly. The first step in internal cultivation is the sensation of qi, a concept both profound and elusive. Those who grasp the sensation understand it intuitively, while those who do not may spend their lives unable to conceive its essence. After meditating for an hour, Chen Wuyou finally perceived the sensation of qi, not as a sudden revelation but as a gradual unfolding. Initially, as he breathed, he felt a warm current rise just above his dantian, yet it could not penetrate. With deft concentration, he guided this warmth through the narrow and obstructed meridians, carefully directing it into his dantian. As the initial breath of internal energy settled within him, Chen Wuyou opened his eyes. He had succeeded. He had finally cultivated his first trace of internal energy. Though this initial energy was weak, it was akin to a breeze stirring the leaves. One day, it would grow into a towering tree, forming the foundation upon which Chen Wuyou would establish himself in this world. Chapter 14. Collecting debts. The smooth progress in cultivating internal energy owed much to the Chuanjin sect basic internal technique, which elucidated the birth of qi sensation and the pathways through which it should be guided. Without this knowledge, one might recklessly direct internal energy, risking severe injury or even death. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. Approaching the depths of winter, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Just yesterday, a heavy snow had blanketed the death row in a layer of silvery white. Today, instead of mining, the prisoners were chosen based on their obedience to clear the snow. Fu Gang, clad in a cotton-padded garment beneath his prison attire, wielded a whip as he supervised, relishing his elevated status. He was far superior to those prisoners, shivering in thin garments, reliant on labor to keep warm. Sensing the envious gazes of the inmates, Fu Gang swelled with pride. He owed his power and position entirely to Chen Wuyou. Within this small domain of the death row, the inhabitants were quite pragmatic. Chen Wuyou had slain the strongest among them, Zhang Dayong, thus rightfully claiming the role of overseer. The authority fell naturally into his hands. Chen Wuyou, however, held no interest in such trivial power. He delegated all responsibilities to Fu Gang, with one stipulation: the monthly sum must not fall below 60 taels of gold. Despite the death row's simplicity, there was ample profit to be made, and managing it was indeed a lucrative task. Yet, in the past, 9/10 of the earnings had to be surrendered to the county magistrate and his deputy. Now, under the cold, unsentimental gaze of Chen Wuyou, he cared little for the magistrate or his deputy. His sole ambition was to indulge himself to the fullest, mastering martial arts to venture into the world, unwilling to squander his youth in this confined space. At this moment, within the confines of the small courtyard of the camp, the air was charged with the energy of swordplay. Chen Wuyou was dancing with his sword, his movements akin to dragons and serpents, as the swirling snowflakes, stirred by the force of his blade, scattered across the vast sky, reminiscent of a fresh snowfall. In this snowy scene, Chen Wuyou appeared as a graceful dragon, his sword dance evoking the presence of a celestial being, ethereal and transcendent. As the swordplay intensified, 2 hours passed swiftly, and much of the morning had slipped away. A fervent admirer of martial arts, Chen Wuyou seized the opportunity to learn authentic skills, immersing himself completely in his practice, rendering everything else inconsequential. Should anyone have the leisure to observe Chen Wuyou's morning training, they would undoubtedly notice something peculiar, despite practicing for an entire morning. He focused solely on 2 sword techniques, one offensive and one defensive. The offensive move, Danfeng Chao Yang Phoenix facing the sun, and the defensive stance, Suqin Beijian, Suqin with sword on back. The Miao family swordplay, a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility, is regarded as a superior technique. Yet, as a novice in the art of the sword, Chen Wuyou found that the intricate and multifaceted Miao family swordplay was not suited to him. Instead, a more straightforward and foundational technique, the Wuhu Duan Min Dao 5 Tigers breaking the door knife, proved to be more appropriate. After 2 days of practicing the Miao family swordplay, which left him dizzy and disoriented, he realized his limitations as a swordsman. He grounded himself and dedicated his efforts to mastering the direct and explosive Dan Feng Chao Yang, and once he felt confident in that, he would then practice the defensive Su Qin Beijian. In comparison to his swordplay, Chen Wuyou's internal energy cultivation was indeed commendable. Within a mere half-month, he had filled a significant portion of his energy reservoir, stabilizing his cultivation at the later stages. In less than 3 months, he would be able to fully cultivate his energy, embarking on the path of the 12 meridians and entering the channeling stage. Being a direct descendant of the Chen family, a lineage steeped in martial tradition, Chen Wuyou, despite missing the prime years for training in his youth, possessed a natural affinity for internal energy cultivation, finding it to be far less arduous than the descriptions in the Chuanjin school's basic internal skill. Of course, the tiger bone medicinal wine played no small part in this success. In retrospect, Chen Wuyou felt a tinge of gratitude towards Zhang Daong. The 3 jars of tiger bone medicinal wine had indeed been a boon for him. Sheathing his sword, he took a dry towel to wipe the sweat from his neck. Though a martial artist is robust and vigorous, they are not immune to ailments. Sitting at a stone table, he warmed a bowl of wine and savored it. Gazing at the 3 empty wine jars beside him, he reflected, the wine is finished. Without the medicinal wine for nourishment, my relentless training day and night will surely wear down my body. The saying wealth in martial prowess, poverty in literature was no jest without resources. Even the practice of martial arts must be approached with caution. Fortunately, he had not foolishly squandered all his gold tickets on the system. Now was a crucial time, and he resolved to visit the Danxiang Pavilion at the earliest opportunity. Chen Wuyou pondered while fanning himself. This fan, which had been more a decorative item in the hands of Xin Changza, was rarely used, primarily due to its iron ribs that weighed several pounds, making it quite cumbersome to wield. Chen Wuyou noticed this peculiarity. Why would a scholar carry such a heavy iron fan that was never far from his side? Upon taking it in hand, he discovered that the fan concealed a mechanism capable of shooting poisoned arrows from its ribs when triggered. The Danxiang Pavilion was a property of the Medicine King sect, flourishing in places like Qin Prefecture and Wuzhou, where Chen Wuyou resided. Each region boasted branches of the Danxiang Pavilion, serving as the ideal refuge for martial artists seeking medicinal herbs. It stood in stark contrast to the gigantic commercial alliance of the Datong Chamber of Commerce, which spanned the 9 provinces. In this realm, anything associated with martial artists, anything of use to them, commanded a steep price. 70 taels of gold might barely suffice for a single transaction. Lottery draws required funds. Resources demanded payment. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he did not have to expend money on martial techniques, lest the pursuit of martial arts become an insatiable abyss. As he calculated while shaking the iron fan, Chen Wuyou resolved to seek out the Yu brothers from the Wuyun stronghold, though now it was just the 2 brothers. Ever since he had dispatched the second brother, Tang Xiong, half a month ago, Wu Guangyuan had been consumed with worry. He felt that this young camp leader was not easily dismissed and had prepared silver to offer Zhang Daong, hoping to enlist his aid against Chen Wuyou. However, Before he could deliver the money, news arrived that Zhang Daong had been slain by the new camp leader, his head displayed on a stake. Wu Guangyuan had visited the site, terrified to the point of nightmares for several nights, further solidifying his belief that the new camp leader was not to be trifled with. On one such day, as Wu Guangyuan and Lu Cheng discussed the meager harvest of the month and the need to discipline their underlings, they suddenly heard the obsequious voice of Fu Gang. "Camp leader, please, I am here to guard the entrance for you." Trouble had arrived. Wu Guangyuan and Lu Cheng exchanged glances and rose in unison. "I won't waste words. Give me 100 taels of gold, and I shall take my leave without disturbing your enjoyment." Chen Wuyou, with his sword hanging at his waist and the iron fan in hand, struck his palm in a manner reminiscent of extortion. "Do you think of us as a moneylender? You demand 100 taels without a second thought. Why not just rob us?" Lu Cheng snorted, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily. "I am indeed robbing you. What will you do about it?" Chen Wuyou's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Lu Cheng. As the younger brother prepared to strike, Wu Guangyuan quickly restrained him and stepped forward, helplessly saying, "Camp leader, please be lenient. It's not that we refuse to pay. We simply have nothing left. You took it all last time. Wait for this month's gold mine harvest, and we shall certainly show our gratitude." Chen Wuyou scoffed. "Are you trying to deceive me? The gold brought in by the death row inmates is first skimmed off by you brothers. After 3 years, you've only managed to accumulate a few dozen taels?" Roughly estimating, Chen Wuyou realized that the Wu brothers had likely amassed a fortune of nearly 1,000 taels over the years. The last time he had only extracted 50 taels was due to his own lack of confidence. Now, with his internal strength and martial skills enhanced, he was determined to extract every last bit of wealth from them. "Hurry up. If you cannot produce 100 taels of gold today, do not blame me for being ruthless." The saying "evil begets evil" rang true, as the Wu brothers found themselves powerless against Chen Wuyou, who was a far more formidable adversary. "Curse it, I'll fight you." The younger Lu Cheng, unable to suppress his humiliation, charged forward with a roar, unleashing the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm. His execution of the technique was far more proficient than Zhang Daong's, yet it lacked the thunderous sound that typically accompanied such moves, resulting in a feeble display of power. The difference between wielding internal energy and lacking it was monumental. With a smirk, Chen Wuyou, with the iron fan at his back, unleashed a punch that shattered Lu Cheng's hair tie, sending his dark locks flying backward in the gust. Chen Wuyou's execution of the Luohan fist was direct and powerful, showcasing its advantages to their fullest extent. A single punch left Lu Cheng reeling, his insides churning. After such a blow, how could he still be alive? The stance faltered, and Chen Wuyou seized Lu Cheng's arm, forcing him to kneel with a swift kick to the back of his knee. Drawing his sword, he pressed the blade to Lu Cheng's throat. "Brother, save me." Facing imminent death, Lu Cheng, having witnessed Chen Wuyou slay his elder brother Tang Xiong, recognized the killer's resolve and dared not resist, tears streaming down his face. "What will it be? Will you pay the money or not?" Chen Wuyou inquired. "I will pay." Wu Guangyuan gritted his teeth, nodding solemnly. "Very well, then hand over all the wealth belonging to you brothers." At this, Wu Guangyuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a predatory glare. "Do not push me too far. You are but a mere death row inmate. What can you do to me?" Chen Wuyou retorted coldly. "To be frank, I am here today to claim all of your brother's assets, if it amounts to less than 1,000 taels of gold. I shall see your heads roll." His clear voice carried a chilling intent, devoid of any compassion for the bandits who exploited the condemned. Upon hearing these words, Wu Guangyuan regained his composure. As a death row inmate, he was powerless against the overseer, unable to argue his case. He understood that he and his brother could not withstand the calamity that awaited them today. Without uttering a word, he stepped out of the cave, took a shovel, and unearthed a small chest not far from the eastern outskirts. Chen Wuyou approached and lifted the lid of the chest, which emitted a blinding golden light, illuminating the snowy ground with a dazzling hue. "Is this all there is?" It was not that Chen Wuyou was ungrateful, but the reality fell short of his expectations. To be frank, one does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Chapter 15. Revenge for grievances. Wu Guangyuan had resigned himself to fate. Their lives were unfortunate, like bandits encountering robbers. He lamented, "Over the years, my brothers and I have amassed a considerable sum. Part of it went to indulgences, while most was used to curry favor with those in power. We certainly do not wish to languish in this death row camp for eternity." His words were nothing but the truth. If the overseer did not believe him, there was little he could do. Even if he were to lose his head, he could not produce any more money. Determined to carry out his unscrupulous plan, Chen Wuyou demanded both the wealth and the martial arts techniques. Having already given away years of savings, he felt that an additional martial arts manual was of little consequence. Wu Guangyuan carefully produced a handwritten copy of the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm and handed it to Chen Wuyou, warning him sternly. The Six Harmonies Thunder Palm has a prohibition. Never use it in front of the disciples of the Five Prisons Thunder Sect. They strictly forbid the dissemination of their techniques. If they discover this and trace it back to our Black Cloud stronghold, none of us will come to a good end. Chen Wuyou recalled the Five Prisons Thunder Sect, a prestigious sect in Wuzhou, headquartered in Xixia County. He chuckled. So the rumor that your Black Cloud stronghold's leader is a castaway from the Five Prisons Thunder Sect is indeed true. Acquiring the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm was merely a reference in his exploration of martial arts. Whether he would genuinely pursue its cultivation remained to be seen. Having learned from the experience of training in the Miao family sword technique, Chen Wuyou understood that mastery of any skill takes time. One cannot overreach. With 360 taels of gold now in his possession, Chen Wuyou felt his purse grow heavy. His desire for resources led him to prepare his belongings, wrapping the gold bars and mounting the only steed available in the death row camp. At noon, he departed towards Taiyan County City. Ordinary guards received a day off every 2 weeks, and as the overseer of the death row camp, Chen Wuyou could come and go as he pleased. The heavy snow had sealed the mountain roads, making travel arduous. It took him a full hour to traverse the 20 li of mountain path to Taiyan County City. Upon reaching the official road, his speed finally increased. Along the sides of the official road, fields stretched endlessly, with dry grass interspersed among the snow. In the distance, smoke rose from villages. These were the lands of the Kai family. As he rode and observed, Chen Wuyou silently calculated until he finally reached Taiyan County City. Having not seen conflict for a long time, the city walls of Taiyan County were in disrepair, with 2 guards lazily standing by the open city gate. There was no long queue to enter, a sight typically seen only during martial law. The county was still relatively prosperous. As Chen Wuyou entered, a vendor selling candied hawthorn berries cheerfully exited the city, and the guards paid him no heed, allowing Chen Wuyou to temporarily extinguish his sense of chivalry. "Excuse me, sir? Which way to the Danxiang Pavilion?" Chen Wuyou dismounted and inquired of an elder sweeping snow from a ladder. Following the directions, he found the Danxiang Pavilion, a 3-story building that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding low shops, resembling a crane among chickens. In the frigid weather, women in tight-fitting garments revealed their fair chests and smooth calves, drawing the attention of passers-by. "What can this young master purchase?" A maid approached as Chen Wuyou paused. "Some cultivation resources suitable for martial artists at the post-heaven sea realm. Do you have any recommendations?" He stepped into the shop, where warm air from a furnace enveloped him, and the delicate scent of medicine wafted through the air, true to the name of Danxiang Pavilion. "Please follow me." The maid beckoned gracefully, her movements indicating professional training. "There are 3 options most suitable: Qi Recovery Powder, Wuhua Pill, and Huangya Pill." What distinguishes these 3? The Qi Recovery Powder is the most affordable, but contains many impurities, which can be harmful if taken over prolonged periods. The Huangya Pill is made from the first yellow bud of the golden phoenix tree from the Great Snow Mountain, possessing pure medicinal properties with almost no impurities, yet it is the most expensive at 30 taels of gold each. Additionally, it is sold in bottles of 11 for 300 taels. Chen Wuyou dismissed the Qi Recovery Powder from consideration. Upon hearing the price of the Huangya Pill, he could not help but gasp. He had just rejoiced over acquiring 300 taels of gold, only to discover that this amount barely covered the cost of a single bottle of pills at the Danxiang Pavilion. He now understood how benevolent the system was, lamenting that it did not produce pills. The Wuhua Pill has inferior properties compared to the Huangya Pill, but contains very few impurities. According to professional appraisers, taking one every other day will allow the body to expel impurities without adverse effects. Priced at 10 taels of gold, available for retail. Having heard the pricing, Chen Wuyou faintly grasped that these 3 cultivation resources primarily catered to 3 different demographics. The Qi Recovery Powder was undoubtedly the choice of those without financial means. Drawn by its low cost, the Wuhua Pill was selected by martial artists from modest families, alleviating economic pressure with its consumption schedule. As for the Huangya Pill, it was clearly reserved for the wealthy elite. Ordinary martial artists could scarcely afford it. In his memory, the Yuang sect boasted a top-tier pill known as the Fetal Deer Qi Nourishing Pill, created by slaughtering a pregnant doe at the moment of delivery and refining its essence into a pill. His 2 younger brothers had consumed such pills while in the Qi Si realm. Indeed, class distinctions were omnipresent. After some grumbling, Chen Wuyou said, "I will take 15 Wuhua pills." He produced 5 gold bars, and the maid, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, bore a hint of disdain. Seeing his opulent attire, she presumed him to be a wealthy young master, unaware that had she mentioned the Huangya Pill, she would have saved her breath. Once the Wuhua pills were packed, He also purchased some essential medicinal items for martial artists, such as hemostatic ointments, regenerative powders, and detoxification pills, nearly exhausting his 360 taels of gold. Mounting his old horse, he indulged in the scenery of the county. Taiyan County was merely a small town, lacking distinguished individuals, with no innate experts present. Yet everything fascinated Chen Wuyou, akin to someone arriving in a rural area from a bustling metropolis. As dusk approached, he estimated the time and set off on his return journey. He had anticipated that the day would pass without incident, but an old acquaintance spotted him. Shui Ba, who had just left the office to join several fellow constables at a tavern, heard the sound of hooves and turned his head. Taiyan County was a small place, with few martial artists passing through and even fewer on horseback. His curiosity piqued. He caught sight of a man who should have been dead. The eldest son of the Chen family? How is he still alive after half a month? He scoffed. It must be that Zhang Dayong's incompetence. Shui Ba downed his drink, found an excuse to leave the gathering, and set off in pursuit. Shui Ba and Zhang Dayong had once been servants of the Kai family. Shui Ba had always looked down on Zhang Dayong, believing himself to be more capable. The Kai family not only rewarded him with internal martial arts, but also bestowed upon him their ultimate skill, the Wind Blade 3 strikes, securing him a position as a constable, while Zhang Dayong had been relegated to the death row camp. At this moment, Chen Wuyou remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched, riding along when suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Triggered a sudden event, revenge for grievances. Do you remember the constable Shui Ba, who once humiliated you? Kill Shui Ba and receive a reward of 3 months in the martial arts illusion realm. He stroked his chin, pondering this task, perplexed by the system's sudden issuance of such a mission. A sudden event, meaning it was unforeseen and not part of his plans. Chen Wuyou grew wary, discreetly shaking his iron fan and using its metallic sheen to glance behind him. As anticipated, a figure clad in a constable's attire was stealthily trailing him, concealed by the architecture. It is you, Shui Ba. I have caught his gaze. Despite the mere half-month separation, Chen Wuyou could not erase the visage from his memory. With a surge of lethal intent, Chen Wuyou galloped out of the city, within the confines of the town. Shui Ba would find it difficult to strike, and Chen Wuyou himself was reluctant to act. In this confrontation, Chen Wuyou possessed an 80% certainty of victory. Although he was undoubtedly inferior to Shui Ba in terms of internal strength, both were at the same foundational level, and thus, Shui Ba's strength would not be overwhelmingly superior. When it came to techniques, Chen Wuyou was confident that the finesse of his Miao family's swordsmanship far surpassed the Chase Wind 3 blades. Moreover, he had an ace up his sleeve. He deftly folded his fan and tucked it at his waist, urging his steed forward with a crack of the whip. The old horse responding with renewed vigor as it thundered along the cobbled path out of the city. Initially startled, Shui Ba thought he had been discovered. But upon seeing Chen Wuyou atop his horse, unwavering as a mountain, he relaxed his guard and, shrouded by the dim sky, pursued with great strides. One rode a horse, while the other, though lacking in lightness of foot, utilized internal energy to enhance his speed, leaving no room for complacency. Seeing Shui Ba employing his internal strength to chase, Chen Wuyou felt elated. The advantage of Shui Ba's internal energy was diminished. Surely he believed Chen Wuyou to still be the fragile young master lacking even the strength to crush a chicken. Today's Chen Wuyou was not the same as yesterday's. He was ready to repay grievances and settle scores. As darkness enveloped the sky, they had traversed over 10 miles from Taiyan City. Shui Ba was gasping for breath, and Chen Wuyou dismounted, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at him. You little thief, dare you halt? Today, I shall slay you and present your head to Lord Kai. Fully aware that Chen Wuyou's dismount signified confidence, Shui Ba, though fatigued from the pursuit, could not contain his impatience and drew forth his gleaming steel blade. As the blade's aura approached, Chen Wuyou remained unfazed, channeling his internal energy into his legs, retreating 2 steps to evade. You have indeed cultivated internal energy, Shui Ba exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, which quickly morphed into delight. In just a few days, you have honed remarkable internal strength. Truly, the eldest son of the renowned Chen family from Chujun possesses an exceptional family legacy. If you are willing to divulge the intricacies of your internal techniques, I could grant you a chance for self-termination, sparing you some torment. Providing you with my techniques is not out of the question. I am one who relishes in transactions. But you must offer something in return. To be so oblivious to your impending doom, Shui Ba sneered, awaiting the moment to claim his reward from Lord Kai. He would not let Chen Wuyou escape. With a cat-and-mouse demeanor, he taunted, what will you offer in exchange? I demand your head as payment. Seeking death, Shui Ba's eyes flared with fury. The mouse should simply accept its fate without struggle. The blade's ringing echoed as he swung his long knife in a circular arc. striking down with overwhelming force towards Chen Wuyou. This was indeed the chase wind, 3 blades, each strike faster than the last. Any ordinary martial artist would succumb beneath its onslaught before completing 3 strikes. The technique's speed rendered it ideal for those lacking martial foundations. Its difficulty incomparable to Miao family swordsmanship. The second blade was barely retracted before the third was unleashed, internal energy coursing through his arm, causing it to swell. The dazzling light of the blade illuminated the surroundings, rivaling the brilliance of the moon in the night sky. Chen Wuyou underestimated Shueba. Though chase wind 3 blades was not of the same caliber as Miao family swordsmanship, Shueba had devoted years to mastering it, his skill profound and without flaw. The third strike came too swiftly for defense. Remaining composed, Chen Wuyou had anticipated this moment. He swiftly drew the iron fan from his waist, activating its mechanism. The sound of a click resonated as a black iron arrow shot forth, piercing straight into Shueba's abdomen. Suddenly wounded, Shueba's blade technique faltered, and the lightning-fast third strike cleaved through the air, tearing his constable's garb, revealing a small wound that oozed little blood, its hue dark and ominous. Poison arrows. Shueba's heart raced in panic. This was a natural response. In his moment of alarm, Chen Wuyou seized the opportunity to unleash a fatal strike. Denfeng Chaoyang. The sword's edge sliced through the air, emitting a cry sharp as a phoenix's call. Shueba's head jerked up, transfixed by the radiant light of the blade. And in that fleeting moment, he envisioned a phoenix unfurling its golden wings, feeling the frigid blade pierce through his heart and exit from his back. Is this the Danfeng Chaoyang? But this sword, it is so cold. What a remarkable swordsmanship. Shueba's final words were brief, his eyes wide with regret, and in a moment, he succumbed to silence. Ding. Sudden task completed. Reward, 3 months in the martial arts secret realm. Without a moment to scavenge the corpse, Chen Wuyou eagerly inquired, what is the martial arts secret realm? The martial arts secret realm allows the simulation of martial arts practice. Time spent within is but a fleeting moment in reality. Choosing to enter the martial arts secret realm in the blink of an eye, Chen Wuyou found himself atop a flat-topped mountain in a training square, the ground laid with stone slabs, distant mountains hazy in the background, shrouded in mist. Here, he was not a mere spectator. Retrieving a sword from beside the weapon rack, he immersed himself in rigorous training within this undisturbed sanctuary. There was no day or night, and the passage of time was imperceptible. Within this realm, distractions were non-existent, and his sole focus was martial practice. After 3 months, Chen Wuyou had mastered the Miao family swordsmanship to an extraordinary degree. In reality, only a moment had passed. Chen Wuyou emerged with an aura transformed, cold and sharp, embodying the essence of a true swordsman. He had entered a realm of mastery in swordsmanship. Gazing at Shueba's lifeless body, he mused, what a splendid martial arts secret realm. Had you survived, even without resorting to ambush, you would have easily been slain. Over these 3 months, not only had he made tremendous progress in the Miao family swordsmanship, but he had also refined the 6 harmonies thunder palm to a commendable level. Though still far from the realm of the Arhut fist, the news of Shueba's demise would not remain concealed for long. Seasoned detectives would inevitably trace the clues back to Chen Wuyou, especially since he had entered the city brazenly, leaving no effort to conceal his identity. Afterward, Shueba's pursuit would draw further scrutiny. Upon returning to the death row camp, the sky had fully darkened. Chen Wuyou sensed an unusual atmosphere and, upon inquiring with the guard, learned that the chief clerk, Shen Changza, had departed with his belongings shortly after Chen Wuyou's exit. Has he resigned? It seems a new county magistrate has arrived. The position of county magistrate could not remain vacant prior to the new magistrate's arrival. The outgoing magistrate Tong still had the opportunity to exercise his authority. Once the new magistrate arrived, Tong would be compelled to leave for the prefectural city. Contemplating this, Chen Wuyou felt a surge of anxiety. With Tong as an adversary, County Lieutenant Kai had focused his efforts on opposing him, leaving Chen Wuyou largely unscathed. Now that Tong had resigned, Kai would have the leisure to inquire about him, and the deaths of Zhang Daong and Shueba would inevitably come to light, forcing Chen Wuyou to confront the Kai family directly. Fear was foreign to him. While the Kai family was indeed a local tyrant, Chen Wuyou now brimmed with confidence. Contemplating the eradication of the Kai family to obtain that coveted 4-star card, it seemed that the remaining gold notes would not suffice. As the impending upheaval loomed, Chen Wuyou resolved to expend all his remaining funds in exchange for resources. Just as he was about to recharge, he noticed that the guard had not yet departed. What else do you require? Before leaving, Chief Clerk Shen left a letter for you in his study, the guard reported. Very well, I understand. You may go. There was no urgency to read the letter. The matter of drawing cards took precedence. Chen Wuyou instructed the guard to prepare water for a bath, cleansing the fatigue from his body. He accessed the system and deposited 70 taels of gold in full. The 10 consecutive draws remained unilluminated, prompting Chen Wuyou to begin single draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 2-star card. Show Tuchuo Fragment, 12. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4-star card. Song Qingshu, 14. Ding. Congratulations, host. Perhaps this is the essence of African ancestry. After 7 consecutive draws, Chen Wuyou's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his hands drooping in defeat. All he obtained were mere 2-star cards, with the only valuable item being a fragment of the 4-star card, Song Qingshu. And even that was only a quarter. He could only wonder when he might gather the complete set. Chapter 17. The paths of the Jianghu have always been two with no hope left for the lottery. Chen Wuyou made his way to Shinchang's chamber to discover the purpose of his message. The room was stripped bare, the bed reduced to a stark wooden platform. And on the table lay 2 cups of tea, one empty, the other cold, seemingly prepared for Chen Wuyou. In the midst of this was a letter. Harboring a sense of caution towards the brooding Shinchangza, Chen Wuyou refrained from drinking the tea, tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter, which plunged him into deep contemplation. The letter contained only 5 characters, 2 names, Zhang Wei and Dong Qiji. Chen Wuyou was familiar with Zhang Wei, who had been mortally wounded and left to die in the death row camp. But who was Dong Qiji? What significance lay in these names? Shinchangza was not a frivolous individual. His choice to leave behind these names must hold considerable weight. Chen Wuyou called for Fu Gang, inquiring, "Do you know who Dong Qiji is?" "My lord, how do you know this old coffin maker?" Fu Gang responded, somewhat puzzled. "Speak freely," Chen Wuyou urged, his impatience evident. Fu Gang, trembling with apprehension, explained, "Dong Qiji is the proprietor of the only coffin shop in the county. It is said that in his youth, he was a wandering martial artist, but after losing 3 fingers to a rival, he could no longer wield weapons and settled in Tyne County. He is rumored to have some connections, earning respect from the Kai family and previous county magistrates." "Ah, Dong Qiji harbors secrets," Chen Wuyou mused, gaining insight. He instructed Fu Gang to lead him to the death row camp to meet Zhang Wei once more. During their first encounter, Chen Wuyou had seen a disheveled middle-aged man, burdened by immense pressure, leaving little room for curiosity about Zhang Wei's past. Now, in their second meeting, he found Zhang Wei sitting in the snow, surrounded by unshoveled drifts. His prison garb stained with blood, hair unkempt, and his appearance gaunt. "Zhang Wei, the magistrate has come to see you," Fu Gang announced, standing with a lantern. Zhang Wei lifted his eyelids, casting a murky gaze before shutting them again, his cracked lips moving without uttering a word. Observing this, Chen Wuyou signaled Fu Gang to begin recounting Zhang Wei's tale, as previously arranged. Zhang Wei, hailing from Wulagu in Tyne County, comes from a military lineage. He honed his skills day and night, and at the age of 14, he caught the attention of He Chaoyang, the master of the Chaoyang Martial Arts Academy, who took him as an apprentice. By 15, he had opened his meridians, and by 18, he had become a martial artist of the acquired realm. Not long after, the old master passed away, entrusting his daughter, He Fong, to Zhang Wei. They wed that same year, and Zhang Wei renamed the academy to Weiyuan Martial Arts Academy. The story flowed smoothly until Fu Gang's tone shifted, laced with mockery. But who knew that He Fong was a woman of loose morals? Shortly after their marriage, she entangled herself with Kai Jijia, the grandson of the county's constable. Zhang Wei's fists clenched, but due to his punctured shoulder blade, he lacked the strength to respond forcefully. Out of respect for the old master, Zhang Wei merely distanced himself from He Fong, but she believed him to be weak, fearing the Kai family's power. In broad daylight, she brought Kai Jijia into their home for illicit encounters. Enough. Zhang Wei's eyes widened, his breath strained. When Zhang Wei's fury was ignited, Fu Gang continued, recounting how Zhang Wei had struck He Fong and wounded Kai Jijia, leading to the constable's men raiding the academy, imprisoning Zhang Wei in a dungeon, and torturing him for 10 days before throwing him into the death row camp. Now, Weiyuan Martial Arts Academy is under He Fong's control, and she is not only involved with Kai Jijia, but also with many disciples of the academy. Zhang Wei, consumed by rage, rose unsteadily, his hoarse voice erupting in a roar. Enough. Realizing Chen Wuyou was the true authority, Zhang Wei fixed his bloodthirsty gaze upon him, demanding, "What do you want from me?" Chen Wuyou bowed slightly, declaring, "I come to offer you a way out." "Then release me," Zhang Wei replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips as if he were dealing with a child. "Releasing you is simple, but what will you do afterward?" Chen Wuyou countered, aware of Zhang Wei's formidable capabilities even in his weakened state. I will first eliminate your loquacious servant and then eradicate the Kai family to quench my thirst for vengeance. Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed with madness, causing Fu Gang to cower behind Chen Wuyou in fear. What do you desire? Zhang Wei understood that Chen Wuyou was about to propose terms. With nothing left to lose, he would agree to anything Chen Wuyou demanded. My request is simple. I want the Kai family dead. Zhang Wei's tone grew urgent. Then why delay? Release me, and I shall assist you. Chen Wuyou's voice turned cold. I fear that should I release you, your life would rest in my hands, and I would be your first target before confronting the Kai family. Either you free me, or you kill me. A martial artist can die but cannot suffer humiliation. Zhang Wei's thoughts were laid bare, and he clanked the iron chains. The wound on his shoulder bleeding anew, yet he felt no pain. When I arrived, Zhang Wei, you endured torture and humiliation, showing you still wish to live and seek vengeance against the treacherous couple. Why threaten death upon a mere child? Chen Wuyou had no intention of subduing Zhang Wei today. Had he possessed the peak of his own powers, he would have released Zhang Wei without hesitation. Alas, he could not. Zhang Wei gradually nodded, the madness in his demeanor fading. Chen Wuyou inquired, who is Dong Qiji, and what is his significance? In this world, there are noble families and sects, countless powerful figures. Yet none can shake the authority of the imperial court, primarily due to its vast military capable of crushing any family or sect. The Six Doors, a direct organization of the court, plays a crucial role in maintaining its dominance. The Six Doors comprises the top 10 great captors, including the Golden Eagle Head, the Flying Eagle Head, the Silver Wolf Enforcer, and the Black Wolf Enforcer. Once one joins the Six Doors, all grievances in the martial world are instantly wiped clean. Should anyone pursue old grudges, they would face the full wrath of the Six Doors, which upholds their dignity. Dong Qiji serves as the head of the Six Doors in Taiyan County, and Shunchang's mention of his name implies. A bolt of understanding struck Chen Wuyou, illuminating the fog of confusion. He realized that Shunchangza had written Zhang Wei's name to guide him in allying with Zhang Wei against the Kai family. The Kai family's strength was beyond his own, and he could not withstand it alone. Furthermore, the information about Dong Qiji provided a potential escape route. Should the confrontation with the Kai family go awry, joining the Six Doors would be an option. Just as Chen Wuyou grasped Shunchang's intentions, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Since ancient times, the martial world has presented two paths. Option 1. Eliminate Kai Jijia and receive the reward of the Golden Bell Shield, 3 stars, along with a temporary ally, Zhang Wei. Option 2. Ally with the Six Doors organization, earning the reward of the Lightness skill, Carefree Wanderer, 3 stars. This unexpected boon prompted Chen Wuyou to make a decision, even in the absence of a task. Now, with a task and its associated rewards, his course of action became clear. A perplexing fellow indeed. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, was bewildered. He merely observed Chen Wuyou fall silent for a moment, chuckle softly, and then depart. As dusk approached, entry into the city was no longer possible. Chen Wuyou consumed a 5-flower pill, practiced his internal skills for a while, and then retired for the night. The next stage of cultivation consists of 3 realms. The Qixi realm is a process of accumulation. Given sufficient resources, one can swiftly ascend to the next realm with little difficulty. The second realm, the Meridian realm, is where martial artists distinguish themselves. The human body possesses 12 primary meridians, and opening each one significantly enhances internal energy. It can be said that each open meridian boosts one's strength by approximately 20 to 30%. Within the Meridian realm, if one can open 3 or 4 more meridians than their opponent, victory is nearly assured. One can only imagine the formidable strength Zhang Wei possesses after opening all 12 meridians. Chen Wuyou would certainly require Zhang Wei's assistance to dismantle the Kai family. Chapter 18. Murder on a snowy night. Dressed in a tattered cotton coat and thin trousers, with a dogskin cap concealing his meticulously groomed dark hair, he appeared as an ordinary laborer, lowering his gaze and shivering in the cold wind as he entered the city. He was not as cold as he seemed. Beneath his clothing lay solid muscle. After attracting too much attention upon entering the city yesterday, he now sought to remain inconspicuous as he came to commit murder. Gathering information about Kai Jijie could not be overt, for nearly 60% of Taiyan City belonged to the Kai family. An unfamiliar face inquiring about the family's heir would surely attract unwanted attention from the warriors the Kai family had in their employ. He ordered a pot of tea and a plate of dried fruits, settling into a warm tavern where prices were reasonable, while waiting for the opportunity to pass the time. After a while, conversation finally turned to the notorious Kai family heir. Chen Wuyou casually remarked, "I wonder who our dear Kai Xiao has taken a liking to this time?" A server refilling hot water glanced at the unfamiliar face and smiled knowingly, not engaging further. silently lamenting the hardships of the times, where even young lads were compelled to come to the city for a meager meal. A local ruffian named Zhangsen laughed and chimed in, "Huh, you don't know yet? A new star has arrived at Lixiang Garden, known as Chujiao. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed her from behind say she is truly enchanting. Just seeing her from the back can make one's heart race." He continued. Kai Xiao is utterly captivated, spending every night at Lixiang Garden with Chujiao. Such salacious gossip invariably piques curiosity, and in mere moments. Chen Wuyou gleaned precise details about Kai Jijie. Regrettably, the tavern owner's beautiful wife remained alone at home. A tattered scholar, clad in patched robes and clutching a white fan, mused, "Young scholar, do not harbor such thoughts. How could Madame He, with her alluring charm, possibly remain alone? She must be reveling in song and dance every night." He lamented, "If only I had the coin to enter Weiyuan Martial Hall. Sharing a bed with Madame He would be worth losing 3 years of life." The tavern proved an excellent venue for gathering intelligence. Besides learning about Kai Jijie, Chen Wuyou also discovered that the county magistrate would celebrate his 60th birthday at the year's end with great fanfare, arranging for an abundant feast and inviting notable figures from all walks of life. As the lanterns flickered to life, the night deepened, and Lixiang Garden, which had been closed during the day, once more buzzed with activity. Women clad in sheer silks greeted guests at the entrance, their alluring figures partially concealed. Wealthy patrons and martial artists received flirtatious glances, while impoverished souls like Chen Wuyou were ignored entirely. After waiting from a distance, Chen Wuyou finally spotted Kai Jijie. Adorned in white, his long blade at his waist. The welcoming women rushed to embrace him, one clinging to his arm, drawing him close amid laughter and flirtation. Chen Wuyou's heart raced with envy. This opportunity not only meant death, but also the potential for a significant windfall, confirming Kai Jijie's arrival. Chen Wuyou hastened to the rear courtyard, where 2 pink lanterns emitted a suggestive glow. With a swift kick against the wall, he scaled it and leapt inside. The courtyard also housed the kitchen, and by chance, he spotted a young servant carrying a redwood tray with a jug of wine, walking briskly and steadily forward. Seizing the moment, Chen Wuyou approached, snatched the tray, and with a swift motion, knocked the servant unconscious, dragging him into the shadows behind a tree. After a rapid change of attire, he carried the tray and entered the main hall with an air of nonchalance. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. Guests on the first floor reveled in song and dance, adorned in vibrant attire, while dancers flitted about like butterflies in a garden of flowers. A quick glance revealed that Kai Jijie was not present, so Chen Wuyou ascended to the second floor, where he nearly collided with an elderly attendant. Frowning, the attendant remarked, "You're new here, aren't you?" This inquiry could expose him if pursued further. Chen Wuyou furrowed his brow, feigning panic, and replied, "Yes, I just arrived today. This wine was ordered by young Master Kai, and I momentarily lost my way. If I delay, young Master Kai might be displeased. Room 301. The first on the left in the Longi Pavilion. What a foolish brain you have." The attendant pointed him in the right direction, muttering a few reprimands before descending the stairs. Realizing something was amiss, the attendant suddenly recognized that young Master Kai only ordered the century-old bamboo leaf green. Never such ordinary wine. Looking up, he found Chen Wuyou had already vanished, and a wave of panic surged within him as he hurried to find the hired guards. Chen Wuyou always prepared for the worst. He swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, bursting into the Longi Pavilion. Inside, Kai Jijie was engaged with the alluring Chu Jiao, her garment partially undone, enticing him further. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Kai Jijie barked, "What an unseeing fool! Don't you know I'm busy? Get out." In the midst of his tirade, as he turned to resume his dalliance, he failed to notice Chen Wuyou drawing his short sword. However, Chu Jiao saw everything and gasped, "Young Master Kai, watch out." "Watch out for what?" The oblivious Kai Jijie was slow to react, and before he could evade, the short sword pierced his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain as he instinctively hurled Chu Jiao towards Chen Wuyou. In a fight for survival, he could no longer afford to be chivalrous. The excruciating pain in his shoulder impaired his judgment. Despite being a martial artist with 4 meridians opened, he felt no courage to confront Chen Wuyou, who had only reached the Qi realm. In a frenzy, he sought his blade but could not recall where it had fallen. Phoenix rising to the sun. A cold glint flashed in Chen Wuyou's eyes. He swiftly dispatched Chu Jiao first, knowing that leaving her alive would only hinder his escape. Then, executing his most refined sword technique, he wielded the short sword with a deadly edge. A cry of the phoenix drew Kai Jijie's full attention. The sword's tip shimmered with golden light, akin to a radiant sun, while Chen Wuyou became the phoenix chasing after it. That fleeting glimmer marked the final light of Kai Jijie's life. In a futile attempt to defend himself, he extended a hand, only to be completely pierced through by Chen Wuyou's sword, the phoenix rising to the sun. In a singular stroke, Chen Wuyou achieved victory, a feat even more effortless than his previous confrontation with the constable, Shueba. Chen Wuyou had grown stronger, and his rivalry with Kai Jijia was reflective of a wasteful martial arts practitioner whose prowess relied solely on resource accumulation. He severed Kai Jijia's head, placing it in a prepared leather pouch to hang at his waist. Upon searching Kai Jijia's body, he discovered merely 5 gold notes worth 10 taels each. Initially expecting a fortune, only to realize it was mere pretense. With some injuries to his bones, Chen Wuyou lamented, "If only I had lightness skills, I wouldn't be in this predicament." He couldn't help but reminisce about the book Carefree Wanderings. He had chosen to confront the Kai family head-on, anticipating to gain a superior defense, the Golden Bell Shield. Yet he had to bid farewell to the only opportunity for lightness skills he had. As he gazed up at the sky, snow suddenly began to fall. In Lanjiga, the arriving Turtle Elder and the guards were left speechless. The Turtle Elder, overwhelmed by immense pressure, fainted on the spot. Soon after, the madam of the brothel, Mrs. Qi, upon seeing Kai Jijia's lifeless body, felt dizzy and short of breath. She pointed to the broken window and commanded the guard captain of the Tongmai realm, "Quickly pursue him. We must not let the thief escape." The captain, accepting the order, steeled himself to jump from the 3rd floor, but in the dark of night, how could he find Chen Wuyou? It was over. The sky was about to collapse. Mrs. Qi, trembling and supported by her maid, sat down, foreseeing the immense uproar that the assassination of the Kai family's direct heir would cause in Taiyan County. And she could easily imagine the calamity that would befall Lixiang Garden at the center of the storm. In the county, at the Kai residence, the grand mansion was ablaze with lights, with oil candles filling the candlesticks along the path. Hundreds of servants and guards bustled about, serving the family. Having completed his governmental duties, Kai Wenhe finally had time to deal with some matters. He asked the captain Li Nan, who knelt before the desk, "How's the issue with that little bastard being handled? An accident? Just a coddled waste. What kind of accident could there be?" Kai Wenhe dismissed it, unaware that the waste he spoke of had just killed his most cherished grandson. "This boy had secretly trained in martial arts and had killed my subordinate, Zhang Daong, on the very day he entered the death row camp. Furthermore, yesterday, the constable Shui Ba had gone missing, seemingly related to him." Li Nan reported everything in detail. Kai Wenhe had long forgotten who Zhang Daong was, but he had some recollection of Shui Ba, a promising youth whom he had high hopes for, having taught him not only the Kai family's internal arts but also the 3 blades of the wind. "This boy is very cunning, silently and without any resources. He managed to step into the realm of martial arts. He must not be allowed to live. Li Nan, you personally." Just then, the old steward, who had served the Kai family for 3 generations, rushed in, kneeling on the ground and wailing, "Master, it's terrible. The eldest son is dead." Chapter 19. The assault. It was as if a heavy hammer struck Kai Wenhe's head. He was stunned for a long while, his lips trembling as he asked, "Where did this happen?" The old steward hesitated. "Speak honestly. I know his character well enough." Kai Wenhe, a man accustomed to commanding a powerful estate, quickly adjusted his emotions to a cold steel facade. His demeanor only made the steward more terrified, as every time he saw Kai Wenhe like this, someone died. Trembling like a leaf, he stammered, "Lily Xiangyuan, Li Nan, gather all the constables, seal the city gates, and hunt down the murderer. Steward, summon Mrs. Qi." Kai Wenhe's eyes were sharp as an eagle, issuing commands that set the entire Kai residence into motion. News spread quickly, and soon after, cries erupted from the back courtyard as Kai Jijia's mother, wife, and children learned of his death. In the still of the night, only the figure of Chen Wuyou could be seen sprinting down the long street. He shivered, having entered through the south gate. He chose to exit via the north to mislead his pursuers. If only I possessed the wall-climbing gecko technique, the city gates would have been closed by now. Gazing up at the towering city walls, Chen Wuyou's yearning for lightness skills peaked. In a few steps, he reached the top of the wall. In such cold weather, the wall was deserted, but some lights still flickered in the gatehouse, and faint sounds of revelry could be heard. Chen Wuyou chuckled to himself. Knowing that these negligent guards would soon face misfortune, he lowered his grappling hook, gripping the rope to slide down. Having witnessed enough chaos, Chen Wuyou was fully prepared. At this moment, he was unaware that due to Kai Jijia's sudden demise, the Kai family had temporarily halted their schemes against him. It was predictable that once they discovered Kai Jijia had been killed by Chen Wuyou, the compounded hatred from the Kai family would become irreconcilable. Thud! A head was tossed before Zhang Wei, disheveled hair stained with dried blood sticking to it, resembling a decayed kiwi fruit. "What is this?" The acrid scent of blood jolted him awake. The head of Liang Jijia, This understated statement instantly revitalized the lethargic Zhang Wei, who seized the head with the fervor of a hungry tiger, inspecting it closely. Confirming it was indeed Kai Jijia, Zhang Wei let out a hoarse, gravelly laugh. Chen Wuyou, unperturbed, met Zhang Wei's gaze. The system's task had been completed the moment he killed Kai Jijia. Trusting the system, he believed Zhang Wei would become his ally, and so it would be. As the snowfall intensified, large flakes fell, and the two exchanged silent glances in the snowy night. Ultimately, it was Zhang Wei who could no longer contain himself. He clasped his hands and said, I, Zhang Wei, have lived for 28 years. And there is only one person I am grateful to, my master. You are the second. No need to thank me. Helping you is also helping myself. If you wish to repay me, help me kill more members of the Kai family. Chen Wuyou smirked. Zhang Wei was arranged to stay in the wooden house where Zhang Daong had lived, as the county had yet to appoint a new head after Dayong's death. How could it be that little bastard? Kai Wenhe exploded in rage. He had never anticipated that a small character he had neglected would cause such a significant uproar by killing his most valued grandson. Shame and self-reproach morphed into fury at that moment. Kai Wenhe coldly commanded, Li Nan, take all your men and go kill him now. But, master, the second madam wants us to kill him discreetly. Wouldn't using knives and guns. Fool. Kai Wenhe stepped forward and slapped Li Nan across the face. Li Nan, not daring to dodge, accepted the punishment with his head bowed in repentance. After venting, Kai Wenhe regained his composure. You go at night and eliminate everyone in the death row camp, making it appear as if a landslide has occurred. Understood. While the constables were busy investigating the case, Chen Wuyou did not remain idle. He tirelessly practiced the Golden Bell Shield day and night. As a 3-star martial art, the Golden Bell Shield was relatively simple to cultivate, allowing one to open all 365 major acupoints, enabling internal energy to circulate throughout the body, significantly enhancing physical resilience and resistance to strikes and slashes. When mastered, a Golden Bell aura would manifest outside the body, impervious to blades and flames, a formidable skill. The Golden Bell Shield was a typical case of being easy to learn but difficult to master. Chen Wuyou had managed to open one acupoint within just a few days. But as he progressed, it became increasingly challenging to unlock subsequent acupoints. Fortunately, the Golden Bell Shield had a method for accelerated cultivation. At that moment, Chen Wuyou stood bare-chested in the snow, while several death row inmates, trembling, held wooden boards, waiting for his command to strike. Zhang Wei, arms crossed, sneered. After a few days of recuperation, his strength had returned to 60%, enough to easily overpower Chen Wuyou. Yet he felt gratitude towards Chen Wuyou for avenging him by killing Kai Jijia and allowing him to escape. In name, he still regarded Chen Wuyou as the leader. However, having been the head of a martial arts school for too long, he felt uncomfortable not commenting when he saw others practicing incorrectly. With your method of practice, you'll wear your body down within 7 days. Chen Wuyou smiled wryly. There's no other way. This external technique requires the application of medicinal oil on the body. The formulation isn't difficult, but do you think I can still enter Tyne County? Zhang Wei's harsh words could only be met with silence. If he were truly capable, would he have been imprisoned in the death row camp, unable to seek life or death? Do not overestimate the Kai family. They possess no extraordinary masters. The two Yinyang warriors are merely hired guests, receiving offerings, but rarely intervening in affairs. The other is an orphan raised by the Kai family, a martial arts prodigy who was swiftly recruited by the White-Bone Flying Eagle sect, lending only a borrowed title. Had the Kai family not ensnared me with a narcotic, I would not have encountered such peril. Zhang Wei held great confidence in his martial prowess. Besides the Yinyang warriors, the Kai family boasts numerous practitioners at the Meridian Realm, including Captain Li Nan, Qi Tianqing, and the second steward, Kai Yang, all of whom have mastered over 10 genuine meridians. Chen Wuyou clenched his fists, enduring the pain of his wounds, and spoke. The Kai family may be local tyrants in Tyne County, but beyond its borders, who recognizes them? Their ancestral martial arts comprise merely 3 forms: a mutilated inner technique that barely reaches the Meridian Realm, the pursuing wind 3 blades, which is scorned by itinerant swordsmen, and the opening stone palm, which pales in comparison to my master's rolling stone fist. Zhang Wei's rolling stone fist, which Chen Wuyou had experienced 2 days prior, struck with the force of a heavy hammer, evoking the might of a collapsing mountain. Indeed remarkable. The first task requires the death of Captain Li Nan, with a reward of 3 months in the martial arts illusion realm. The second task demands the elimination of any intruding constables, granting a month's worth of internal cultivation as a reward. Chen Wuyou's eyes widened. This system not only offers a martial arts illusion realm, but also internal cultivation rewards. Is this true? If I were to receive 10 years of internal cultivation, would I not immediately ascend to the pinnacle of postnatal mastery? Yet, I understand that such a dream is unattainable. One must have aspirations, after all. Enough of the fighting. Everyone retreat, he commanded, channeling his inner energy. A faint golden hue emerged on his skin as wooden boards shattered under the force, repelling the death row inmates while he donned his outer garment. What is the matter? Zhang Wei inquired. I have an inexplicable sense of danger. Something is afoot, Chen Wuyou replied, feigning a sudden intuition to alert Zhang Wei of the impending battle. In this world, the connection between heaven and man still holds considerable weight. The martial artist's instincts are often remarkably accurate. Although Kai Jijia is deceased, Zhang Wei did not slay him. A lingering fire burns within him, yearning for release. This is troublesome. We know neither the identity of our foes nor their arrival time. Yet, we must remain resolute. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when the waters rise, we shall dam them. In the midst of conversation, a cunning plan blossomed in Chen Wuyou's mind. The death row camp is encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with a single narrow entrance. If we were to set boulders in advance, we might catch them off guard. Excellent. He summoned Fu Gang, instructing him to act accordingly, arranging for boulders to be placed at the mountain pass with the jailers. Chen Wuyou merely stated that the attackers were bandits, withholding the truth from the timid Fu Gang that they were sent by the Kai family, fearing he might betray them in fear. With everything in place, Chen Wuyou sat cross-legged at home, practicing his breathing. In moments of great significance, tranquility is vital. He had achieved this now, bolstered by Zhang Wei's presence. A master at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm. Had it not been for Zhang Wei's support, knowing that Captain Li Nan of the Kai family, a practitioner of over 10 meridians, was coming, Chen Wuyou would have fled long ago. At this moment, he also realized the system's might. It not only provided various extraordinary skills but also rewards of the martial arts illusion realm and internal cultivation, even offering timely warnings through relevant tasks whenever someone plotted against him, a rare and invaluable gift. As night descended, enveloping the bright moon, only a smattering of starlight broke through. A contingent advanced along the mountain path, led by Li Nan, who rode a chestnut stallion, gazing out over the vast mountains, their target hidden within. There was no stealth in their approach. This was a straightforward assault, cloaked in darkness, intent on exterminating every soul within the death row camp to conceal the truth. Damn it, this path is treacherous, muttered Constable Changzhang, casting envious glances at Captain Li Nan and the team leader, Feng Hao, mounted upon their fine steeds. Official ranks were divided into constables and captains, while the team leader, a position created by the Kai family, could be attained by breaking through to the Qi realm. Officially still a constable, he drew a salary from the Kai family, complete with a mount and monthly bonuses of medicinal pills. All armed forces in the county, including the 3 squads of constables, were either Kai family members or closely linked to them. Such deep-rooted connections were why the previous county magistrate could not contend with the Kai family. Ninghua, trailing at the rear of the group, felt a sense of exclusion, aware of the reason. He had no history as a servant of the Kai family, having been recruited due to the favor of his deceased uncle, the former captain, which set him apart from his colleagues. Upon hearing that they were to apprehend Chen Wuyou, the killer of Constable Xue Ba and the Kai family's eldest son, Kai Jijia, Ninghua felt as if he were in a dream, a surreal and indistinct sensation enveloping him. He still recalled his first encounter with Chen Wuyou, a frail figure clad in a brocade robe, pale and underdeveloped for his age, often evoking memories of his prematurely deceased brother. Knowing the dire fate that awaited Chen Wuyou, a sense of guilt had lingered within him to this day. He never anticipated that in just half a month, young Master Chen would achieve so much, surpassing his own advancements in martial arts. Alas, talent is often cursed by fate. This time, he would be unable to escape. As he pondered this, he fell further behind the main group, despite the bounty issued by Kai Wenha, offering 500 taels of silver and 3 bottles of 5-flower pills for the death of Chen Wuyou. He harbored no desire to harm him. Inside, Chen Wuyou stoked the charcoal basin, igniting the flames to a warm glow that did little to dispel the murderous intent etched on his face. In a one-on-one confrontation, how many of the Kai family's 3 meridian masters could Zhang Wei contend with? If I were at my peak, I would fear no one, Zhang Wei retorted. Now, my internal energy has recovered to 80%. However, my meridians have not been nourished for a long time, and I cannot recklessly summon my full power. As long as Kai Yang does not come, I am confident I can at least hold him off. Chen Wuyou nodded. I suspect the leader of this raid is a captain. You hold him back while I deal with his constables and then come to assist you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei burst into laughter. You hold them off. I will finish that captain and then come to aid you. Chen Wuyou had long experienced Zhang Wei's audacity, hoping only that he would not be easily defeated by Li Nan. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the mountain pass. Chen Wuyou rushed out the door. But Zhang Wei was even quicker. The enemy approaches. The team was startled by the thunderous noise, looking up to see massive boulders tumbling down from the mountain peaks, as if the earth were splitting apart. How could mere mortals withstand the wrath of nature? The constables were thrown into disarray. Some sought to charge forward, while others attempted to flee, caught in a state of confusion. Do not linger. Charge with me. Li Nan, still in shock, gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards the iron gate of the death row camp, unleashing a cold silver blade of energy that sliced through the air. When Chen Wuyou and Zhang Wei arrived, they witnessed the gate shatter in two, with Li Nan leading the charge on his stallion. Team leader Feng Hao and a throng of constables hastily following, their resolve unwavering as they stormed in. The few who remained at the rear were crushed into pulp by the falling boulders. With perseverance, I will find what I seek. It comes effortlessly. Li Nan, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Wei's eyes burned red, his face contorted in rage as he swung his fist towards Li Nan with a thunderous roar. It was evident from his fervor that Li Nan was the one who had poisoned and schemed against him. So it is you. I never expected you to survive. Li Nan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. His previous success in capturing Zhang Wei effortlessly had earned him favor with Kai Wana, and now encountering Zhang Wei again filled him with delight, heralding another opportunity for glory. Needless to say, Li Nan's blade clashed against Zhang Wei's, the force of their battle sending ripples through the air. Team leader Feng Hao, unwilling to confront the raw power unleashed, glanced towards Chen Wuyou, standing with his sword, and declared, "You little thief, daring to slay my family's young master. Today, you shall pay with your life." The constables, lacking Feng Hao's flair for theatrics, were driven solely by the promise of 500 taels of silver and 3 bottles of 5 flower pills. Prepare to die? In the eyes of Chang Zhong, Chen Wuyou had become a moving bounty, his eyes gleaming with a greedy light reminiscent of a famished wolf. The allure of profit clouded Chang Zhong's judgment, causing him to forget that both Shui Ba and Kai Jijia had perished before him at the hands of this seemingly innocuous youth. As Chen Wuyou executed his exquisite swordplay, his steps flowing seamlessly with the blade, Chang Zhong, who only mastered a basic knife technique, struggled to comprehend the finesse of such moves. Dazzled by the flashing sword light, he found himself at a loss on how to defend himself, and in an instant, a sharp pain in his heart drained all strength from his body. With a loyal comrade dead before him, Wei Chao's heart twisted in anguish. Brandishing his great sword, he recklessly charged forward. Yet, Chen Wuyou remained unmoved. He observed Wei Chao's numerous vulnerabilities, and with a flick of his sword, pierced a drop of crimson at Wei Chao's throat before stepping back, allowing the lifeless body to collapse before him. In that moment, as the mist cleared and the cold moonlight cascaded down, blood dripped continuously from his sword, and Chen Wuyou, draped in white, appeared both demonic and divine amidst the 2 corpses. The remaining 3 constables paled, hesitating in their advance. Observing this, Feng Hao scoffed, asserting that no matter how formidable Chen Wuyou appeared, he was merely a Qi warrior, and ordered his companions to step aside. With a push of his arms, Feng Hao leapt from his horse, his feet dancing in the air as he soared towards Chen Wuyou, his Yinling knife enveloped in powerful inner force, striking down with tremendous force. While intricate techniques were indeed vital, the essence of combat for an inner force practitioner lay in their power. Chen Wuyou could conceive no means to counter this blow aside from evasion. Retreating a step meant losing the initiative, and with Feng Hao's second strike, Chen Wuyou felt the imminent approach of the third blow like a bolt of lightning, realizing that further retreat would expose his back to the enemy. Driven by an ignited fury akin to that of a cornered rabbit, Chen Wuyou spread his arms wide, summoning a golden light at the tip of his sword. Executing his lethal technique from the Miao family swordplay, the Danfeng Chuyang. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn, Chen Wuyou was momentarily stunned, and Feng Hao seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal slash aimed at Chen Wuyou's neck. It was undeniably the most perilous moment in Chen Wuyou's life, where the difference between life and death existed in a mere breath. Suddenly, a dangerously reckless thought surged within him, compelling him to act. His arms shone with golden light, and with a fierce punch, he struck at Feng Hao like a golden meteor. Feng Hao, dismissive of Chen Wuyou's desperate counter, was confident in his extensive combat experience, believing he could sever Chen Wuyou's head before the punch landed. As his great knife neared Chen Wuyou's neck, it met a faint golden shimmer, producing a resounding clash of metal. What sorcery was this? Feng Hao was left dumbfounded, realizing too late that Chen Wuyou's golden fist struck true at his dantian, the inner force surging violently within him, obliterating his Qi. The foreign inner force rampaged through Feng Hao's body, while his own inner force, now disrupted, coursed chaotically. A portion of this force surged aimlessly into a fatal point within him. It was not Chen Wuyou's subsequent punch that felled Feng Hao, but rather the destruction of his Qi that sealed his fate. For a martial artist, to have their Qi destroyed equated to a death sentence. This battle marked Chen Wuyou's first arduous struggle since his rebirth in this strange realm. With his sword shattered, the inner force in his body resembled a toppled water barrel, leaving only a thin layer at the bottom. The depletion caused by the Golden Bell shield left Chen Wuyou alarmed. Merely defending against Feng Hao's lethal strike had drained half of his remaining inner force. In that moment, a deeper ambition towards mastering inner power ignited within him. The basic inner cultivation of the Quanzhen sect was no longer sufficient. Having slain 3, including their leader Feng Hao, the remaining 3 constables were now like frightened birds. Should Chen Wuyou display any further intent to advance, they would undoubtedly flee. The mission required the elimination of all intruders, should they escape. His dwindling inner force would not support a pursuit. Formulating a plan, Chen Wuyou feigned weakness, swaying his body and dropping to one knee, gasping for breath like a fish stranded on the shore. Did he seem exhausted? Why don't you try it? Curse it, why don't you go ahead? Brother Wang was right. We have no retreat. Retreat means death. Not to mention old Master Kai. Even Headley would not spare us. Chen Wuyou inwardly chuckled, realizing that these 3 were utterly terrified. He continued his charade until the 3 approached, with the bravest among them, Wang Gao, making the first move. At that moment, Chen Wuyou erupted, his arms radiating golden light as he raised them skyward, barehandedly seizing the knife and snapping it in two. Swiftly, he plunged the broken blade into Wang Gao's abdomen. Now within arm's reach, the 2 remaining constables found it too late to flee. Gritting their teeth, they suppressed their fears and swung their knives in a desperate strike. Chapter 21. The 18 Coppermen of Shaolin. This battle proved even more perilous than the one with Feng Hao, for Chen Wuyou's inner force had been depleted, and he relied solely on the energy drawn from his body to engage the 2 combatants. Had he not swiftly eliminated Wang Gao at the onset, facing 3 adversaries in his current state would have been undeniably futile. Even so, fighting barehanded against 2 Qi constables left Chen Wuyou with several wounds. With all enemies vanquished, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. In that state, he was truly running on empty, devoid of any remaining fighting strength. Li Nan glanced over, sneering, "It seems it's just you and me now. Soon, I will be the only one left," Zhang Wei boasted, feeling fortunate that all his subordinates had perished and that Chen Wuyou had exhausted his energy. Others only knew of his mastery of Kai's pursuing wind 3 knives, but they were unaware of his inherited technique, the hidden edge force. As he spun his long knife, the blade seemed impervious to water. Li Nan suddenly unleashed his full strength, forcing Zhang Wei to exert every ounce of his skill to defend. At that moment, Li Nan ruthlessly drew his short knife. This strike had been accumulating power from the very beginning, and at this moment, it erupted suddenly. Resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, its brilliance dazzling, fleeting like a meteor, carving a deep gash into Zhang Wei's right arm down to the bone. With his meridians severed and blood flowing profusely, Zhang Wei's entire arm was rendered useless. With only one hand remaining for defense, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of despair. It appeared that the victor was to be Li Nan, who boisterously proclaimed, "I will claim your head." Li Nan laughed heartily, believing the outcome was already decided, with Chen Wuyou utterly spent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, just moments earlier, Chen Wuyou had completed a task on his system panel that only he could see. Claiming the task rewards. Curious about how the 1-month cultivation reward would manifest, Chen Wuyou felt the essence of heaven and earth, previously trapped like air within a balloon, finally find an outlet and rush into his body, transforming into pure inner force and refilling his Qi. His inner force restored, he noticed an increase of 20%. A testament to the progress made over a month of diligent training without the aid of elixirs. Now, his Qi was filled to 80%, and within a month, he would complete his cultivation, advancing to the channeling realm. Should a congenital master have been present, they would have sensed the chaos of the heavenly energies. However, Li Nan, merely a postnatal warrior with 10 channels, was oblivious to the imminent anomaly nearby. Having lost an arm and diminished in power, Li Nan advanced step by step, while Zhang Wei, casting aside his arrogance, scanned the area with desperate eyes, searching for a potential opportunity to turn the tide, when he noticed Chen Wuyou rising, and a plan began to form in his mind. "Li Nan," Zhang Wei shouted, capturing Li Nan's attention. "Isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now?" Li Nan replied darkly. Only the valiant Zhang Wei met his end in battle. There was no Zhang Wei who surrendered. I proclaim this to remind you that it is I who lives today, not you. A glimmer of cunning suddenly flickered across Zhang Wei's rugged face, awakening a realization within Li Nan. A surge of searing heat rushed toward him from behind, prompting Li Nan to instinctively roll forward, sensing impending danger. Zhang Wei had been poised for this moment. His inner strength surged forth, shredding his sleeve into a flurry of butterflies, while his rolling stone fist descended like a landslide, compelling Li Nan to lift his blade in defense. The force reverberated through his bones, and out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Chen Wuyou, his arm ablaze, wielding a short sword enveloped in flames, akin to a fierce vermilion bird in flight. This strike was beyond Li Nan's capacity to counter. Chen Wuyou, unhurried and seeking his name, redirected the blade, the fiery edge severing Li Nan's right arm, causing blood to spurt forth, instantly vaporized by the flames. The wound was seared shut, exuding a dreadful aroma of charred flesh. "Who sent you to kill me?" Li Nan cried out in agony, kneeling as he clutched his severed limb, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Chen Wuyou, fully aware of the truth, nonetheless posed the question. This inquiry pertained to his second mission. Having accomplished the first, eliminating Zhang Daong, he understood that the third task of obliterating the Kai clan would not be achieved in haste. Yet the second mission, seemingly straightforward, eluded him, uncovering the true mastermind behind the covert attacks against him. Why did Kai Wenhe wish to eliminate me? Chen Wuyou pressed further. This scoundrel knows not, came the reply. The tone rose slightly, the scorching blade edging closer to Li Nan's throat. The intense heat caused him to shudder involuntarily, recalling the excruciating pain of his severed arm. It must be the second Mrs. Intent. She is your stepmother, and surely she fears your status as her eldest son, plotting your demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuyou's gaze fixed intently on the task panel, revealing that the mission remained incomplete. Could it be that this was not the truth? Aside from Madame Kai, who else harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him? Or was this merely Li Nan's conjecture? To unravel this matter, he needed concrete evidence. Chen Wuyou fell into contemplation. For now, the rewards of completing tasks outweighed the allure of lotteries. "My lord, you shall not kill me, will you?" Li Nan's face bore a fawning smile. His speech, rather than alleviating the tension, reminded Chen Wuyou of his presence. With a smile, Chen Wuyou plunged his sword into Li Nan's chest. "You are but another task of mine. Since you are no longer of use, why continue to draw breath?" A chill gripped Zhang Wei's heart as he witnessed this. He had encountered numerous ruthless individuals in the martial world, yet none compared to Chen Wuyou, who smiled while his heart remained as cold as a frozen lake, with only the icy winds of murderous intent sweeping across its surface. From the moment Li Nan resolved to assassinate Chen Wuyou, his fate was sealed. Chen Wuyou was no saint. He would not show mercy to those who sought his life. A killer must be met with death. Without such awareness, one should refrain from martial training. As the mission prompt completed, Chen Wuyou did not hasten to claim his rewards. With the remnants of his murderous aura, he calmly ordered, "Come forth and dispose of the bodies," emerging from their concealment in the ditches and behind the trees. The guards approached with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, obeying Chen Wuyou's command to remove the corpses. They had long remained hidden, fearful of offending either side. Merely spectators to the spectacle. "How fares your injury?" Chen Wuyou inquired, turning his gaze to Zhang Wei. "The injury has reached the bone. I fear I shall require several days of recuperation." This cursed wretch had hidden such an ability. He truly deserves his fate. Suppressing a faint tremor of fear, Zhang Wei kicked Li Nan's lifeless body with vigor. Previously, Zhang Wei had only felt gratitude towards Chen Wuyou for avenging him against the treacherous Kai Jie and for sparing his life. However, after this battle, a sense of respect had taken root within him. This young man, though not long in training, possessed formidable and unfathomable skills, with his inner strength growing at an astonishing pace, promising an immeasurable future, far surpassing his own humble status as a local martial arts master. Such is the nature of the martial world. Strength commands respect wherever one may go. Without it, even the most trustworthy and honorable relationships will not endure. Once the bodies had been cleared away, the guards, fearful of hoarding the spoils, surrendered the several dozen taels of silver they had scavenged to Chen Wuyou, who then distributed them back to the guards. The open ground by the camp was stained with blood, glistening like ink under the moonlight. Upon returning home, Chen Wuyou immediately sat cross-legged to nurture his meridians. His brow occasionally furrowed, for he was not in a comfortable state. The fiery sword strike had arisen from his eagerness to vanquish his foes, forcibly channeling his inner strength into the Han Taiyong Sanjiu meridian. Executing the complete version of the Miao family's sword art, the Danfeng Chuyang, forgetting that he had yet to fully open the Han Taiyong Sanjiu meridian. Fortunately, his inner strength was pure Taoist energy characterized by its gentleness, Thus, the aggressive force exerted upon his meridians did not inflict significant damage. However, it was time to phase out the foundational internal cultivation of the Chuanjian sect. Practicing such an internal art left his energy reservoir akin to a mere cup of water. Enduring a single attack with the Golden Bell Shield consumed half of his inner strength. At this rate, even if he mastered the Golden Bell Shield, he would still be unable to sustain it. As he embarked on his path of cultivation, Chen Wuyou's desires grew increasingly profound. Initially, he sought only to cultivate internal power, yet now he aspired to loftier ambitions. After a night of training, he had mended the damage to his meridians, and in the process, he was astonished to discover that one of the 12 primary meridians, the Han Taiyang Sanjiao meridian, had fortuitously been opened. Fortune favored the bold, yet such occurrences were not replicable. The meridians are the most fragile aspect of the human body. This time, luck was on his side. A single misstep could inflict irreparable harm, leaving him stranded at the realm of unblocked meridians. As dawn broke in the east, sunlight streamed into his room, casting a golden hue upon his face. With his eyes closed, he savored the warmth, silently claiming the task rewards. How intriguing. The system is aware of my intention to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield and has conveniently arranged for me to be here. How fortunate. As I require several laborers to assist me in unblocking my acupoints, I wonder who will lend a hand. From behind the sturdy red pillars emerged a group of monks. Their skin bearing a heavy bronze hue, each wielding a copper staff. There were precisely 18 of them. The 18 Coppermen of Shaolin? Chapter 22. I am the law. With focused breath and calibrated inner strength, Chen Wuyou swiftly opened several acupoints in rapid succession. Within the illusionary realm, he had previously breached all 365 major acupoints, amassing a wealth of experience that guided him in identifying which points were easier or more challenging to open, varying according to individual physical conditions, none of which were inscribed in any manual. The 3 months of training within the secret realm equated to a year in reality, for the realm offered no respite. Distractions were non-existent, and martial arts practice reigned supreme, especially concerning the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield. Chen Wuyou could unreservedly employ a brutal training regimen, allowing the 18 copper men to relentlessly strike his body with their staffs, stimulating the acupoints to break free. Such actions would be impossible in the real world. The illusion may have been false, yet the martial experience gained was profoundly authentic. Now, with diligent effort, he could attain the first level of the Golden Bell Shield. Despite 3 months in the secret realm, Chen Wuyou had only grasped the initial level of this technique. Every martial art possesses profound depths, honed through years of rigorous practice, particularly the Golden Bell Shield, one of the Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. Reaching its pinnacle demands over a decade of dedicated effort. The same applies to the Miao family's sword art. To date, Chen Wuyou had fully comprehended only the Danfeng Choyang technique. Other techniques could be utilized, but their true essence remained elusive. Following last night's unexpected breakthrough, Chen Wuyou now counted himself as half a practitioner of unblocked meridians, having opened the first meridian without fully filling his energy reservoir. Such occurrences have been noted throughout history. The realms of acquired strength are not distinctly defined. Some unorthodox sects even advocate for opening the Ren and Du meridians first, then cultivating the 12 primary meridians, ultimately leading to the opening of the energy reservoir and the Dantian in a reverse progression. Each opened primary meridian bestows significant benefits upon the martial artist. In the realm of Qi-Si, the Qi-Si resembles a pond that requires water to be poured in bucket by bucket. Opening a meridian is akin to establishing a waterway that draws directly from a river. The more waterways one has, the quicker the water can be drawn, consequently allowing for a more rapid expansion of the pond's capacity. Moreover, the flowing water becomes clearer, naturally filtering out impurities to prevent stagnation. It can be said that each meridian open brings comprehensive benefits. The recovery of inner strength accelerates, the output of inner strength increases, and the total amount of inner strength grows. To open one meridian is to exist in a different realm than to open 12. Should there be another 2 unexpected tasks rewarding inner strength, I could soon achieve perfection in my first meridian and be ready to open a second. While I was indulging in daydreams, Fu Gang hurriedly burst in without knocking. Lord Guaning, the clerk sent by the new county magistrate, has arrived and is currently outside in a fit of rage. You must go and see. The mine I was guarding was indeed a treasure, coveted by many. Fu Gang, lead the way. I mentally rehearsed the potential outcomes and let out a cold laugh. At the front gate of the death row camp, chaos reigned. The bodies were easy to clear, and the bloodstains could be buried. But the massive stones of the narrow mountain path and the shattered gate were not so easily concealed. The newly arrived clerk stood at the entrance, cursing heaven and earth, making the guards clench their fists and lower their heads in silence. Attempting to intimidate me, I thought. The clerk, surnamed Tang and named Chen, hailed from Xia County in Wuzhou, a typical wastrel who squandered his family fortune. He was incompetent, yet was sent to supervise the gold mine at the death row camp due to the influence of his sister, Tang Jia, who was the favorite concubine of Magistrate Liu. Although Tang Cheng was a wastrel, he was not foolish. Before arriving, he had learned that the one in charge at the death row camp was a scion of a prestigious family who was even less capable than he. Upon discovering this, Tang Cheng's ambitions stirred. The death row camp, though small, managed 100 or so individuals and was exceedingly lucrative. He could not allow a scion of a noble family to usurp the position of camp leader. Tang Cheng had already devised a plan to oust Chen Wuyou, knowing he could find fault with the camp's operations. Moreover, upon witnessing the current disarray, he seized the opportunity to unleash his fury. This is a death row camp, and you cannot even guard the gate. If a prisoner escapes, who will take responsibility? Bring forth your superior. I must teach him a lesson today. The guards, berated for a quarter of an hour, wore expressions as black as soot. Yet, could they dare to resist? Though Tang Cheng was a useless fool, he was the county magistrate's brother-in-law and was accompanied by 2 Chi-Si warriors. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with scorn hidden beneath their anger. Who was this new camp leader? On his first day, he had clashed with the head guard and, just last night, had slain the county's top expert, Captain Li Nan. All the constables had perished within the death row camp. To challenge someone capable of confronting the Kai family was a fool's errand for a mere clerk. This is unfortunate. I hear wild dogs barking this early in the morning. Chen Wuyou mused as he stepped out, fanning himself. His gaze was cold and clear. How could such an insipid individual disturb his cultivation? The system had not even deemed it worthy to issue tasks, which indicated Tang Cheng's lack of merit. Oh, so you are the camp leader here. I have a few words for you, Tang Cheng said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. As the camp leader, you bear the responsibility of safeguarding this territory. Just look at the chaos here. Your mismanagement disqualifies you from this position. However, considering you are from a prestigious family, I will not hold it against you this time. If you are wise, you will leave quickly, lest I am compelled to remove you by force. With that, Tang Chen crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Wuyou, as though he had him cornered. You will not hold it against me. I was just about to take issue with you. Chen Wuyou's voice was as cold as steel. The guards could not contain their laughter. This brat was in for trouble. I am the camp leader, the master of the death row camp. I decide who lives and who dies. Anyone who defies me will find their corpse sent to the western hills to be devoured by wild dogs. What are you, to dare speak so brazenly before me? Faced with such humiliation, Tang Cheng decided to tear off the facade. You, a wretched outcast, a mere camp leader, a minuscule official. Who do you think you are scaring? Do you think this death row camp is your family's domain? Wang Hu Zhaolu sees him. The 2 muscular Chi-Si warriors stepped forward at his command, extending their massive hands toward Chen Wuyou. With fists gleaming like gilded gold, reflecting a chilling light under the sun, Chen Wuyou met their advance with a forceful counter, swiftly capturing their throats and tearing them apart, their blood spilling forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. The enhancement of his martial prowess made slaying these untrained Chi-Si warriors as easy as slaughtering chickens. Shaking off the blood from his hands, he approached Tang Cheng with a devilish smile. Tang Cheng, who had never encountered such a scene before, felt as if he were facing the Grim Reaper. In a panic, he stumbled backward, only to find himself cornered against a wall, where the guards he had previously insulted now blocked his escape, grinning ominously. Tang clerk, why the rush to leave? And no, you cannot kill me. My brother-in-law is Magistrate Liu. Tang Cheng stammered in terror. Unmoved, Chen Wuyou continued to advance, his pace deliberate. The encroaching fear of death caused Tang Cheng to break down completely, and he wet himself, golden liquid dripping from his trousers. Do you not fear the law? Tang Cheng trembled, his body quaking with dread. I am the law. I decree your death, and no one can save you. With a pristine hand, he grasped Tang Cheng's neck, applying slight pressure, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as Tang Cheng's neck snapped, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. The matter was swiftly resolved. The guards silently attended to the body, as it had become their primary duty since my arrival. What is all this noise about? Zhang Wei emerged, his complexion pale. The wound inflicted by Li Nin the previous night had taken a toll on him. A fool came seeking death, and I sent him on his way, Chen Wuyou briefly explained. You should rest. I will have the kitchen prepare some nourishing medicinal meals for you to recuperate. Is it that serious? Chen Wuyou furrowed his brow. The system had not issued any alerts, which allowed him to cultivate with ease. Reflecting on this, Chen Wuyou pondered. Have I become too reliant on the system? While it is indeed useful, issuing tasks when someone is targeting me. What if it fails to issue a warning, and I remain oblivious, caught off guard during an attack? You are right. It is wise to leave this place. I will pack my belongings, and we shall depart today. After parting ways with Zhang Wei, Chen Wuyou instructed Fu Gang, immediately bring all the output from the mine this month. But it is not yet the end of the month. Fu Gang hesitated. Chen Wuyou glared at him. If I tell you to go, you go. No more chatter. Understood. With little to pack, Chen Wuyou tucked away his elixirs and other cultivation supplies, filling his pouch with several dozen taels of silver for contingencies. Once Fu Gang delivered the month's gold output, Chen Wuyou dismissed him and prepared to recharge his gold reserves. Chapter 23. Deng Family Village. Deng. The host has discovered unrefined gold, or 147 taels, equivalent to 113 taels of pure gold. Would you like to recharge? Silently affirming the recharge in his mind. The digit representing gold ingots on the system interface rapidly filled. At this moment, the significance of a lottery draw was minimal. Even if he won an unparalleled skill, there would be no time to cultivate before embarking on a new journey. It would be wiser to wait until he found a new place to settle before initiating the draw. The two gathered their belongings and met at the mountain pass. Now that we have left the death row camp, where shall we go next? Since his arrival in this world, Chen Wuyou's movements had been confined between the death row camp and Tian City. I have discovered a remarkable destination, Dangjiazwang, which lies not far from Tian City, facilitating our journey. Moreover, the long-standing enmity between the Deng and Kai families may provide us with some advantageous support. Zhang Wei is still consumed with thoughts of avenging himself against the Kai family, a sentiment that resonates with Chen Wuyou. I have indeed heard of Dangjiazwang. Chen Wuyou recalls that during his previous inquiries in Tian City, he stumbled upon some information regarding this place. Located to the northwest of Tian City, Dangjiazwang is a stronghold built during the chaotic years of the previous dynasty, constructed to withstand the onslaught of marauding soldiers and refugees. The Deng family, renowned for their martial prowess, is the foremost clan in Tian County. However, a century ago, an incident occurred wherein the current head of the Deng family killed the then magistrate of Tian County, leading to the eradication of the Deng family's martial practitioners by the Six Gates warriors, thereby granting the Kai family an opportunity to infiltrate. Subsequently, the Deng family discovered that the Kai family had orchestrated this betrayal, thus forging a bitter enmity. Yet, the martial lineage of the Deng family was severed, and as martial cultivation proved arduous, they could never match the strength of the Kai family. Nevertheless, ensconced within their stronghold, the Kai family could not easily overpower the Deng family. My master once served as the martial arts instructor for Dangjiazwang, and after inheriting the martial arts school, I have maintained a favorable relationship with them. Once we arrive at Dangjiazwang, we need not fear the Kai family. The two men rode the horses belonging to Li Nan and Feng Hao, leaving the prison camp without alerting anyone. After all, it is a veritable treasure trove, and Chen Wuyou could only extract a meager profit before he had to depart. Anyone would feel aggrieved by such a situation. Ding. Task activated. A fight to the death. Task requirement 1. Eliminate Captain Qi Tianqing. Reward. 1 random 2-star card. Task requirement 2. Eliminate Steward Kai Yang. Reward. 3 months of internal cultivation. Task requirement 3. Eliminate all intruders. Reward. 1 year in the martial arts illusion realm. The system's tasks have finally arrived, and this time, the system is remarkably generous, offering a direct reward of 3 months of internal cultivation, sufficient for Chen Wuyou to open another meridian. The martial arts illusion realm also grants a full year, along with the rare bonus of a surprise task card reward. Such bountiful rewards suggest that this task's difficulty will be exceptionally high. Noticing Chen Wuyou lost in thought atop his horse, Zhang Wei inquired, "What troubles you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a sudden bout of palpitations," Chen Wuyou replied. A martial artist, robust and rarely afflicted by illness, must take any sign of ailment seriously. Chuckling helplessly, Chen Wuyou and Zhang Wei continued onward. No reward is more vital than life itself. Captain Qi Tianqing and Steward Kai Yang are both formidable opponents with more than 10 open meridians each. Given that Zhang Wei has lost an arm and the unknown number of constables, they find themselves in a perilous situation. Ding. Detection of host leaving the task area. Task failed. The task transformed into a dark hue, like obscure ash, crumbling into oblivion. Shortly after the task concluded, Qi Tianqing and Kai Yang led a team to the prison camp, surrounding the entire area and leaving no escape route. After half an hour, Dangjiazwang emerged in their sight. Resembling a dark behemoth sprawled upon the earth. A small river encircled the stronghold, with deep moats and towering walls, preserving the architectural style from the years of turmoil. The townsfolk eyed the two unfamiliar visitors with cautious gazes, for the insular nature of the stronghold bred an aversion to outsiders. "Ah, aren't you Zhang Jiao?" exclaimed a robust man clad in short, fitted attire, suddenly recognizing Zhang Wei with delight. "You are Deng Sanling?" Zhang Wei hesitated, as it had been many years since they last met. "Haha, it truly is Zhang Jiao. We heard of the troubles caused by the Kai family, and everyone was quite concerned. Now that you have come here, you need not worry." Deng Sanling warmly greeted him, and the attention of those around them softened considerably. Deng Sanlang, whose real name is Deng Xiong, is the third son of the clan leader, Deng Zhen, and he currently leads the two men to meet his father. The walls of the stronghold are patrolled by guests dressed in hunting attire, armed with bows and arrows, creating a defense that, at first glance, appears even more formidable than that of the county. Upon passing through the arched corridor, Chen Wuyou beheld the scene within the stronghold. It is only through such vigilance that Deng Jiazwang can endure under the watchful eyes of the Kai family. The largest residence at the eastern end of the stronghold belongs to the clan leader, Deng Zhen. Servants and maids encountered along the way halted to pay their respects, greeting Deng Xiong as third young master. "Father, come quickly and see who has arrived," Deng Xiong announced as he strode into the main hall. "At your age, you should behave properly. How can you let others see you like this?" Deng Zhen was admonishing his son when he caught sight of Zhang Wei, and his eyes lit up with surprise. "Ah, I wondered why the magpies were singing this morning. It turns out we have a distinguished guest. Master Zhang, it has been a long time. I am no longer a master. From now on, you may simply call me Zhang Wei," Zhang Wei replied with a wry smile. "To be frank, I am left with no options and must seek refuge in Deng Jiazwang. I hope the clan leader will take me in. What are you saying? It is our honor to have you join us, Zhang Jiao. You shall reside here henceforth. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," Deng Zhen assured him, patting his chest in promise. Once a powerful family in the county, the Deng family has produced innate masters, yet they have since fallen into decline. The strongest practitioner in the clan, Deng Zhen's eldest son, Deng Long, has merely 9 open meridians. The addition of Zhang Wei, a master with full meridians, would elevate the Deng family's strength significantly, warranting Deng Zhen's earnest attention. "May I inquire about this young brother?" After arranging accommodations for Zhang Wei, Deng Zhen finally posed the question. Having scrutinized Chen Wuyou for some time, Deng Zhen noted his frail physique and youthful appearance, wondering if he might be Zhang Wei's illegitimate son. "His name is Chen Wuyou. He is my savior," Zhang Wei stated gravely. Deng Zhen responded with a long O, but did not regard Chen Wuyou with much importance. Recognizing the bond between Zhang Wei and Chen Wuyou, he assumed it was merely a case of Zhang Wei looking after a young charge, thus arranging for Chen Wuyou to reside adjacent to Zhang Wei's quarters. Chen Wuyou remained silent, pleased that the Deng family underestimated him, for he merely sought a tranquil place to enhance his cultivation. It seems that the Deng family is not so different from the Kai family. Chen Wuyou's understanding of the familial dynamics in this world deepened, prompting memories of his own lineage, the Chen family of Chujun. Upon reflection, he realized that their operational model mirrored that of the Deng family. They recruited gifted martial artists through family traditions and internal techniques, first assigning them menial tasks, then elevating them to servant roles, ultimately cultivating a loyal cadre of subordinates whose talents were systematically exhausted, ensuring they could never surpass the meticulously groomed heirs of the family. The Deng family promptly arranged 2 independent residences for Zhang Wei and Chen Wuyou. Although the furnishings were dated, they were clean and comfortable. No sooner had they settled in than Zhang Wei's quarters became lively, as former students who had trained under him arrived with gifts, some seeking to rekindle old friendships, while others expressed their desire to be accepted as his disciples. In stark contrast, Chen Wuyou's quarters were nearly deserted, save for a middle-aged maid tasked with attending to his daily needs. It appeared that Zhang Wei had been assigned 2 youthful maidens. Yet Chen Wuyou was not there to indulge in such comforts. He remarked to himself that he was somewhat displeased by this differential treatment. Opening the system panel, he initiated a new round of draws, wishing for a superior internal technique or a lightness skill, uncertain if fortune would favor him this time. With anticipation, he pressed the 10 draw button, having finally accumulated enough funds for a full draw. "Here we go," he exhaled deeply, determination in his heart. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Song Qingshu, Fragment 24. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card. Tian Buoguan, Fragment 12. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Hua Manlu, Fragment 14. Chen Wuyou was becoming desensitized to the frequent acquisition of 4-star and 3-star cards, wondering why he could not receive a complete card instead. Gazing at the mere dozen or so gems in his account, sufficient for a single draw, Chen Wuyou feebly clicked to initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired a 2-star card. Zhao Zijing. Huh. The fragments of a 2-star card, Chen Wuyou's expression, a blend of anger and mockery, froze momentarily before he exclaimed in surprise, a 2-star card. By heavens, at last, a complete card has emerged. Chapter 24. The Golden Goose skill. Chen Wuyou, brimming with excitement, paced around his room several times, only to soon realize that something felt amiss. Why Zhao Zijing? Why do I seem to have such a peculiar affinity with the third-generation rogue disciple of the Chuanjian sect? Rubbing his forehead, Chen Wuyou sensed the system's malice. Character: Zhao Zijing. Origin: the return of the Condor Heroes martial arts. Tiangang Beidou sword formation, 3 stars. Chuanjian swordsmanship, 2 stars. Golden Goose skill, 2 stars. Chuanjian basic internal skill, 1 star. Comprehensive evaluation, 2 stars. Chuanjian swordsmanship is renowned for its stability, favoring defense over offense. Should I obtain the Chuanjian swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly enrich my sword techniques. The Golden Goose skill is indeed a commendable internal skill. Acquiring these two would be a boon. Chen Wuyou contemplated. Realizing that the martial art with the highest evaluation, the Tiangang Beidou sword formation, was ironically the least practical choice, as it required 7 participants to execute. And without the ability to clone himself or summon 6 others to form the array, it was not a viable option. As for the Chuanjian basic internal skill, that was already his current level of internal practice. Extract martial arts, Chen Wuyou silently recited. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Golden Goose skill, 2 stars. Fortunately, it was not the worst option. Whether it be the Golden Goose skill or Chuanjian swordsmanship, both were acceptable to Chen Wuyou, just as he felt a moment of relief. The secrets of the Golden Goose skill flooded into his mind. After a thorough reading, the essence of the Golden Goose skill was now firmly engraved in his memory. Lightness skills are a broad category, each possessing unique attributes. The Chuanjian sect's Golden Goose skill excels in linear acceleration, akin to a golden goose soaring through the air. Miao Renfeng's wall-climbing technique is better suited for scaling walls, while the elusive wave-walking technique is employed in combat to evade attacks. The Wudong's cloud-riding technique is distinguished by its aerial prowess. What Chen Wuyou required was precisely a skill like the Golden Goose skill, one that, if unable to defeat an opponent, would allow him to outrun them. With the Golden Goose skill, Chen Wuyou would navigate both retreat and advance with greater ease. The initiation of the Golden Goose skill was straightforward. Merely attempting it indoors made him feel as light as a swallow, and with a gentle leap, he could touch the beams of the room. What remarkable lightness skill! Chen Wuyou marveled. Meanwhile, as Chen Wuyou diligently honed his internal skills, including the Golden Bell Shield and the Golden Goose skill, in Zhang Wei's residence, Deng Xiong imperiously dismissed a crowd of sycophants and entered to confer with Zhang Wei. Coach Zhang, you have witnessed the fervor with which everyone pursues martial arts. Having once been a master of the martial arts school, you surely remember the old profession of imparting knowledge to disciples. I wish to invite you back to teach martial arts. After making this request, Deng Xiong knelt on one knee, respectfully paying homage. Please, rise quickly, Zhang Wei urged, living under someone else's roof. Zhang Wei had shed his previous arrogance and stepped forward to assist Deng Xiong, saying, teaching disciples is acceptable, but you are aware of my situation. If I were to openly teach martial arts, the Kai family would, rest assured, with the fortification of the Wu Bao, the Kai family would not dare to look down upon the Deng family. The Deng family will surely protect Coach Zhang with all their might, Deng Xiong assured earnestly. Zhang Wei nodded. Given this assurance, he was willing to emerge from his retirement, for the Deng family was known for their generosity. I have one more request, Zhang Wei said. Speak freely, coach. I can teach boxing and kicking, but my brother is more adept at swordsmanship and hard techniques. I would like him to take on a coaching role as well. Having secured his benefits, Zhang Wei did not forget about Chen Wuyou and hoped to bring him along. Deng Xiong appeared somewhat troubled. What? Is that not feasible? Zhang Wei's expression grew serious. Deng Xiong hurriedly smiled and replied, since coach has made the request, how could it be impossible? Tomorrow, I will warmly welcome both coaches at the training ground. Excellent. With that, Deng Xiong clasped his hands in farewell and departed. That night, Zhang Wei, bearing this good news along with a jar of wine, sought out Chen Wuyou for a drink. Upon first hearing the news, Chen Wuyou was momentarily stunned, then chuckled lightly. I fear they will not recognize me as their coach. I am well aware of your swordsmanship. It is truly exquisite. Especially that lethal sword strike from last night that left me in awe. Zhang Wei highly regarded Chen Wuyou's abilities, believing his only shortcoming was his lower realm and insufficient internal power. Do not be misled by the Deng family's seclusion within the fortress. Their wealth, accumulated over generations, ensures their descendants live in luxury. I once took over my master's position and taught boxing at the Deng family estate for 3 months, distributing a 5-flower pill every 3 days and 30 taels of gold each month. That is no trivial sum. 30 taels of gold is inconsequential, but the allure of receiving a 5-flower pill every 3 days is quite enticing. I shall undertake this task, Chen Wuyou promptly agreed. Presently, both of them were unable to enter Tyne County, and Chen Wuyou had no means to purchase cultivation resources, making the Deng families offer a timely solution to his urgent needs. Now, both of us are undoubtedly being hunted by the Kai family. We must remain hidden this month. Next month, at Kai Wenhe's grand birthday celebration, we shall have our opportunity to act. When the guests gather in Tyne County, we need only disguise ourselves to infiltrate the county. Chen Wuyou leaned closer to Zhang Wei's ear, outlining his plan. The two conspired until midnight. And when the jar of wine was emptied and the moon hung high, Zhang Wei took his leave. Neither had forgotten their vendetta against the Kai family, as their shared hatred was the foundation of their alliance. However, it must be said that the allure of benefits weighed more heavily in Chen Wuyou's heart than mere revenge. For the fundamental reason he desired the Kai family's downfall was the reward of a 4-star card from the system. The training ground, situated on the northern edge of the estate, was enclosed by wooden fences, serving as a gathering place for the youths of the estate to practice martial arts. Whenever significant matters arose, the estate's guests would convene here. The participants expressed immense enthusiasm upon hearing that Coach Zhang would return to the Deng family estate to teach. Have you heard? Today, in addition to Coach Zhang teaching us boxing and kicking, there will also be Coach Chen teaching swordsmanship. Who is this Coach Chen? I do not recognize him. Neither do I. I've only heard from my cousin that he seems to be a novice. As the atmosphere remained lighthearted, many gathered to whisper and discuss. Deng Xiong observed from the front without intervening, harboring grievances of his own, while they welcomed Zhang Wei to teach. He felt it inappropriate to invite just anyone, especially not someone like Chen Wuyou, whom they deemed unworthy of a teaching position. They need not wait long. As Zhang Wei and Chen Wuyou approached side by side. Good day, Coach Zhang. Morning, Coach. Numerous familiar faces greeted Zhang Wei, all of whom had previously been his students. There is a distinction between disciples and students, and an even greater one between students and inheritors. Today's lesson will differ from before. I will only teach boxing. Those interested in learning swordsmanship may approach my companion, Coach Chen, Zhang Wei introduced. Several in the crowd, already wielding swords, furrowed their brows upon hearing this. This lad is about the same age as my son. Can he truly teach? Look at that delicate skin. He resembles a courtesan from a brothel. Is he even a martial artist? No. I think I shall stick with Coach Zhang for boxing. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd, and Zhang Wei's expression darkened. Chen Wuyou was his invited guest, and they were treating him with such disdain. Coach Chen, you are quite young to hold the title of coach, putting all of us Deng family lads beneath you. If you do not showcase your skills, how can we respect you? Deng Xiong, who had been standing by with his arms crossed, finally stepped forward. Oh, how would you like me to prove myself? Chen Wuyou locked eyes with Deng Xiong, narrowing his gaze slightly. Deng Xiong exchanged a glance, and someone from the crowd stepped forward, a lean figure with sharp features, a high nose and prominent cheekbones, a sword hanging from his waist. Standing there exuded an air of sharpness. I am Deng Tong. I have practiced swordsmanship for several years. If you win against me, we may discuss your qualifications as a coach. With a perfunctory bow, Deng Tong brandished his sword, directly aiming it at Chen Wuyou. The moment Deng Tong appeared, a flurry of discussions erupted among the onlookers. The unfortunate outsider was about to face calamity. After all, Deng Tong had trained for 3 years under the renowned Zhilu Jian Wang Dingfang. Indeed, they hoped he would show some restraint, for should he injure this person, it would surely reflect poorly on Master Zhang. Zhilu Jian Wang Dingfang was a celebrated master of Chu County, known for his exceptional prowess, having once defeated 2 innate experts simultaneously, a feat that earned him his moniker, the Zhilu Sword. In truth, his swordsmanship was named Luyun by Hejian, characterized by its ethereal and unpredictable moves, akin to a white crane soaring through the clouds. Upon hearing these rumors, Chen Wuyou suddenly broke into a smile. So, you spent 3 years training under the esteemed Zhilu Jian Wang Dingfang, only managing to cultivate a few meridians. I wonder if you were expelled. Chen Wuyou was acutely aware that Zhilu Jian Wang Dingfang was also the swordsmanship teacher of his 2 younger brothers, underscoring the Chun family's prominence in Chu County, where even such a master could be invited to teach children. This remark struck a nerve with Deng Tong, for it was true. His lack of talent in martial arts had led to him being cast out by Wang Dingfang. This arrogant outsider must be taught a lesson, Deng Tong. Finish him off. The crowd echoed Deng Tong's sentiments, rallying in support of him. Seeking death, Deng Tong, not one for words, bellowed in anger. His face twisted with rage as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, summoning clouds and mist that enveloped him, executing the opening stance of Luyun by Hejian, by Hechuanyun. The blade, sharp and elongated like a crane's beak, pierced through the mist, hurtling toward Chen Wuyou. The exquisite swordplay left the onlookers, mere commoners familiar only with rudimentary techniques, utterly enthralled, erupting in cheers. Deng Tong's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of triumph as he declared, "You shall regret your reckless words." Zhang Wei's expression turned grave. He knew he could easily counter this strike with sheer force, being a fully realized practitioner of the Meridian realm, capable of defeating someone with only a few meridians. However, Chen Wuyou was not in a position to match him in terms of internal strength. How would he navigate this predicament? Faced with the rapid onslaught of Bai Hechuanyun, Chen Wuyou's solution was to evade. Channeling the Jin Yin Gong, he leaped into the air, his body dancing like a wild goose in the wind, swiftly retreating several paces in midair, narrowly avoiding the attack. What remarkable agility! Zhang Wei exclaimed, realizing that Chen Wuyou had been concealing a remarkable lightness skill, befitting scions of noble families, who often possessed rare techniques. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Wuyou had practiced Jin Yin Gong for only a day. The strike that was destined to hit met only air, leaving the mediocre Deng Tong frozen in shock for a few seconds. It was only upon hearing the crowd's odd discussions of Chen Wuyou's lightness skill that he snapped back to reality. A surge of fury coursing through him as he unleashed his ultimate move, He Tian Xiang. Chapter 25. Disguise technique. Initially intending to delve deeper into the intricacies of this world's swordsmanship, Deng Tong became enraged, and the opportunity for further exploration vanished. The wind rushed beneath his arms as he embodied the ethereal crane, a haunting cry piercing the air. In the blink of an eye, Deng Tong closed the distance, his sword shimmering with a radiant glow, striking forth with unerring precision. Its form was indistinct, devoid of spirit. Indeed, he proved to be a talentless fool. Although Chen Wuyou refrained from voicing this sentiment, he employed the Shijian Huai Zhong sword technique, adopting a defensive stance that turned into an offensive maneuver. The sword traced an arc, channeling internal energy to create a small vortex in the void, drawing Deng Tong's sword blade toward him, and with a swift flick, sent Deng Tong's treasured sword, purchased for 100 taels of gold, flying. A chill raced down Deng Tong's spine as he glanced downward to find Chen Wuyou's sword lightly resting upon his shoulder. Chen Wuyou had yet to reach the swordsmanship level of Zhelu Jian Wang Ding Fong. Rather, it was Deng Tong's ineptitude that allowed for this outcome. The graceful Luyun Bai Hejian, when wielded by him, resembled a clumsy brute with a fire poker, lacking the finesse required for such a technique. If he were to employ a straightforward style like the mountain-splitting blade or the five-tiger door-cutting knife, he might find success. However, the Luyun Bai Hejian was beyond his grasp. With a lightness that belied its weightiness, Chen Wuyou effortlessly dismantled Deng Tong's swordplay. What exquisite swordsmanship! Zhang Wei praised, elevating his regard for Chen Wuyou to new heights. A silence enveloped the onlookers as Deng Tong's defeat cast a shadow on their faces. Yet, the previously disdainful Deng Xiong transformed before their eyes, smiling benignly, truly deserving of Master Zhang's high praise. Chen Wuyou. Those who belittled him need not concern themselves. The rapid shift in Deng Xiong's demeanor took Chen Wuyou by surprise, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "Those wishing to learn swordsmanship may follow me, but I must clarify that I will only teach the fundamentals." Chen Wuyou was rather possessive. He wished for his martial arts knowledge to remain exclusive to himself, making it exceedingly difficult for him to willingly impart his skills. The crowd exchanged glances, no one stepping forward. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward until Deng Xiong, eager to win Chen Wuyou over, declared, "I wish to learn swordsmanship from Master Chen." With Deng Xiong leading the charge, several others, previously interested in learning, followed suit, joining Chen Wuyou at the training grounds. The onlookers were pragmatic. Despite their usual camaraderie with Deng Tong, they would not resist the opportunity to learn skills that could secure their livelihoods. In truth, other than the Miao family swordsmanship, Chen Wuyou possessed only basic techniques. Yet, as he executed simple thrusts and slashes, they flowed seamlessly from his hands, captivating the audience. Two more individuals, previously focused on boxing, approached, expressing their desire to learn swordsmanship. Deng Tong, observing from the sidelines, felt a tumult of emotions, his face shifting between shades of green and white. Each cheer for Chen Wuyou pierced his heart like 1,000 needles, and with a cold snort, he picked up his sword and departed. Reality was not limited to the spectators. The Deng family, too, was affected. After discovering Chen Wuyou's remarkable swordplay and lightness skills, they awoke the following day to find their middle-aged maid replaced by two shy young maidens, receiving the same treatment as Zhang Wei. This was far more indulgent than anything experienced in modern times. Previously, even with considerable wealth, Chen Wuyou had only managed to hire two aging maids. The luxury of having young maidens attend to his every need, even warming his bed at night, enveloped him in a blissful stupor for days. Such occurrences seemed more credible than questionable. Moreover, Chen Wuyou had encountered numerous young women in his past life. It was improbable that two village maidens, lacking any advantages beyond their age, could captivate him to the point of immobility. With the consumption of a 5-flower pill every 2 days by mid-month, Chen Wuyou fully replenished his energy reserves, officially becoming a first-tier martial artist. The Jinzhong Zhao had also opened over 200 meridians. By the end of the month, he would achieve completion of the first tier. The greatest progress was seen in the Jin Yin Gong. Even without the aid of the martial arts illusion, Chen Wuyou thoroughly comprehended this relatively simple lightness skill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Chen Wuyou arrived at the Deng family estate. A month characterized by accumulation. During this time, only one incident occurred. The Kai family dispatched spies to infiltrate the Deng estate in search of information about Chen Wuyou and his companion, only to be captured on the spot. As the year-end approached, preparations for the 60th birthday of Old Master Kai were in full swing. One could often see martial artists on splendid steeds and dignitaries in luxurious attire making their way to Tyne County. At this juncture, the Kai family had little time for Chen Wuyou and his companion, merely posting 2 portraits of them on the city walls, instructing the guards to keep an eye out. After a month of restraint, Chen Wuyou could no longer contain himself. Old Master Kai's 60th birthday presented the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Chen Wuyou was entranced by a diagram on the wall filled with names, illustrating the complex web of relationships. At the top of this chart was Kai Wenha, beneath whom were his 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son Kai Xianyong, the second son Kai Xinda, the eldest daughter Kai Yuan, and the second daughter, Chen Wuyou's stepmother, Kai Xian. Below them were Kai Wenha's grandchildren, forming a dense network of connections. If the annihilation of the Kai family refers to the eradication of Kai Wenha's direct descendants, it is indeed a task of some ease. However, completely extinguishing all individuals bearing the Kai bloodline presents an insurmountable challenge. I lack the capacity to harm Madame Kai and my 2 adorable younger brothers. And locating the formidable Kai Yuan, who is now married far away, is no simple feat. Thus, Chen Wuyou chooses to focus solely on the first scenario, which necessitates the demise of merely 5 individuals. The family head Kai Wenha, his 2 sons, and his granddaughter Kai Ning, along with his grandson Kai Zhijia. The eldest grandson, Kai Zhijia, has already been dispatched by Chen Wuyou. The birthday celebration presents an opportune moment, as the Kai family gathers in one place, making it ideal for a decisive strike. Yet, infiltrating the Kai residence remains a conundrum. The hearty laughter and heavy footsteps of Zhang Wei disrupt Chen Wuyou's contemplation. Xiao Chen, why are you stuck at home during the New Year? Come, let's go drink. New Year? Chen Wuyou blinks, realizing he had lost track of time and the New Year had indeed arrived. In a hazy dream, he suddenly hears the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving to the New Year. A new year brings new prospects. We hope you continue to strive. Who would have thought you could utter such flattering words? Chen Wuyou hiccups slightly, his vision blurred. But your words sound rather peculiar. Surviving to the New Year? You would rather see me dead, wouldn't you? The system disregards Chen Wuyou's complaints. Ding. Please collect your New Year gift. Ding. Every New Year, the system randomly bestows upon the host a small gift. This year's New Year gift is a randomly selected 1-star card. A 1-star card? Well, it's better than nothing. Chen Wuyou considers it a pleasant surprise and does not wish for more, proceeding to claim the gift and select to draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star card, a Zhu. Character, a Zhu origin, demigods and semi-devil skills. Disguise technique, 3 stars. Mimicry, 2.5 stars. Culinary arts, 3 stars. Overall evaluation, 1 star. Chen Wuyou's hands tremble slightly with excitement as he examines the 1-star card. He would not exchange a Zhu's card for a 3-star card, solely due to her extraordinary disguise skills. Perhaps unrelated to martial prowess, a Zhu's card holds little value overall. Yet her disguise technique is undoubtedly the most practical. The mimicry skill complements the disguise technique, allowing one not only to alter their appearance, but also to imitate others' voices seamlessly. As for culinary skills, Chen Wuyou finds it puzzling. Is a traveler without martial arts not a good cook? I must draw the disguise technique. I must draw the disguise technique. Chen Wuyou fervently prays, clasping his hands together. He chooses to draw once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the disguise technique, 3 stars. Mastery of disguise requires practice. Once learned, it is a skill for life. The essence of disguise lies in crafting masks. An exceedingly difficult art where perfection yields a mask indistinguishable from real skin, while failure results in immediate detection. Lacking materials, Chen Wuyou suppresses his excitement. The following morning, he heads straight to the market, purchasing a plethora of assorted items, including rendered lard, soft sheep hide, and natural pigments from yellow grass. Who shall I disguise myself as? An idea sparks in Chen Wuyou's mind. Someone water. I'm parched. Zhang Wei bellows, having just awoken his throat dry. Creaking open the door, a figure enters the room, illuminated by the light. Noticing the stature is not that of a maid, Zhang Wei squints, frowning. What brings you here? What has become of the death row camp? The newcomer is Fu Gang, Chen Wuyou's subordinate in the death row camp, a person Zhang Wei holds in disdain. The death row camp has been seized by the Kai family. I had nowhere else to turn, so I came to seek refuge with you, Fu Gang timidly explains. Humph. I am not your lord. Your lord is next door. Go find him, Zhang Wei retorts. Chapter 26. An unexpected turn after a brief exchange. Fu Gang remains rooted in place. Zhang Wei's expression darkens. Why do you linger? Do I need to ask you to leave? Zhang brother, take a closer look. Fu Gang's face carries an enigmatic smile. As Zhang Wei prepares to scold him, he suddenly realizes the voice is too familiar. Why does it sound like Chen Wuyou's voice coming from Fu Gang? After circling around Chen Wuyou, he finally notices something amiss, despite being draped in oversized robes. The height reveals it is indeed Chen Wuyou, who is wearing a human skin mask. Even Zhang Wei, who has spent a month with him, fails to recognize him. A Zhu's disguise technique truly reaches the pinnacle of artistry. Chen Wuyou peels off the mask, revealing his handsome face, smiling. How does my disguise skill fare? Not just fare. It's astonishingly good. How is it you can even disguise yourself? Is there anything you cannot do? Zhang Wei exclaims, feeling as if he has aged in vain. Having many skills is never a burden. With a chuckle to deflect the subject, Chen Wuyou proposes, let us don disguises and infiltrate the city. Gather intel on the guests attending the birthday celebration, then transform into them to wreak havoc at the banquet. What say you? If you deem it feasible, then let us proceed. I trust you, Zhang Wei responds, his words laced with gratitude. Without you, I would not know when I might exact my revenge for this blood-soaked grudge. Brother Zhang, you should now contemplate what you will do after your vengeance is fulfilled. Chen Wuyou smiles gently. I have long considered it. Once this endeavor concludes, I shall depart from Taiyan County to Chujun. The master of the Feipu Martial Arts School in the county is an acquaintance of mine. I intend to become an instructor there. The county is vast, offering numerous opportunities. I wish to see if I might touch upon the innate realm in this lifetime. Zhang Wei articulates, satisfaction evident in his words. To the county, you say? That does seem a promising path, though it is ill-suited for me. Chen Wuyou muses, fingers tracing the rim of his teacup, his thoughts whirling. After finalizing their plans, the duo bids farewell to the estate owner. The owner, Deng Zhan, laments his fate, sighing that the small temple cannot accommodate a true deity. He settles the accounts for the month spent as an instructor, generously presenting the two with some elixirs and hosting a farewell banquet. After a hearty meal, the owner accompanies his family, including his second son Deng Kai and third son Deng Xiong, to see them off for 10 miles. The old owner is quite considerate. Should I truly find no opportunity to break through to the innate realm, becoming a guest elder at Deng's estate to spend my remaining days would not be too bad. Zhang Wei remarks, gazing at the departing figures with a hint of reluctance. The tender embrace is a hero's grave. It seems you are loath to part with those two exquisite maidens, Chen Wuyou jests. Enough of your nonsense. As they share laughter along the way, both feel a lightness of heart, each possessing unique talents. Even if their plans falter, escape will not pose a challenge. Approaching the city, they take a moment to adjust their disguises. Chen Wuyou dons a garish, traditional overcoat adorned with copper coin patterns, while his human skin mask transforms into that of a debauched nobleman. Zhang Wei, requiring no change of attire, merely wears a mask, posing as Chen Wuyou's bodyguard. The city guards merely glance at their faces before allowing them entry. Chen Wuyou, observing the wanted posters of them on the city wall, cannot help but chuckle. Let us head to the inn. Chen Wuyou maintains his true voice, as few would recognize it. They ride to the Donglai Inn, the most reputable establishment in the county. Just as a commotion unfolds at the entrance. No vacant rooms. Do you know who my master is? We have come to celebrate Master Kai's 60th birthday. How dare you refuse us entry? A wealthy scoundrel clad in finery bellows at the door, while the master inside the palanquin meditates with his eyes closed. Who air enough? Let us seek another establishment. The man in the palanquin finally speaks, his tone leisurely. Humph, you ignorant fool. You do not even understand how to appreciate the honor bestowed upon you. The scoundrel casts a disdainful glance at the innkeeper, barking for the palanquin to be lifted. Striking a grand pose. In the crowd of onlookers, Chen Wuyou and Zhang Wei exchange glances. This is the group they have been searching for. They follow this party to the San Quan Inn, which, while smaller than the Donglai Inn, is situated in a secluded area, making it an ideal location for Chen Wuyou to take action. The two individuals promptly secured a room at the San Quan Inn, where Chen Wuyou diligently commenced the creation of masks for the master and the servant. Zhang Wei ventured out to gather intelligence. Within the span of an hour, Zhang Wei returned with purposeful strides and reported that they were to impersonate Lu Mingfang, the second manager of the Lu family pharmacy in Wuwei County, who maintained business ties with the Kai family. The accompanying guards were all servants of the Lu family. Our identities pose no issue. I bear a resemblance to Lu Mingfang, and I will disguise myself as him. However, you are notably taller and more robust than Hua, so you must take on the role of a guard. Chen Wuyou stated. Is it the White Bone Flying Eagle sect? This was the second time Chen Wuyou had heard mention of this sect. It was said that a servant from the Kai family had become a highly regarded disciple of the White Bone Flying Eagle sect, holding significant status. The mere mention of the sect made martial artists like Zhang Wei, who had gained fame in their county, feel a sense of trepidation, underscoring its formidable reputation. Chen Wuyou chuckled lightly. Do not be anxious. Our target is the Kai family, not the White Bone Flying Eagle sect. As long as we seize the right opportunity to eliminate the Kai family's direct bloodline and quell our grievances, we shall don our masks and leave with ease. Who could possibly trace us? Having mastered the art of disguise, Chen Wuyou felt a newfound confidence, significantly enhancing his ability to preserve his life. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, his hesitation dissipating. Overpowering the second manager, who possessed only rudimentary skills, would be a trivial task for Chen Wuyou, especially with Zhang Wei's assistance. Under the cover of darkness, while Hua went to the kitchen to fetch dishes for Lu Mingfang, Chen Wuyou swiftly subdued him, donned his clothing, and had already affixed his disguise. He admired his reflection in the mirror, a smile of satisfaction creeping across his face. My skills in disguise are impeccable. Zhang Wei carried Lu Mingfang's lifeless body to the western sewage ditch, hastily burying it after sprinkling corpse-dissolving powder, taking advantage of the pungent odor before it could disperse. From the moment he was targeted by Chen Wuyou and his companion, his fate was sealed. Disguise, while effective against outsiders, could quickly be discerned by those close to the individual. Hua scratched his head, feeling that the second manager's voice sounded somewhat peculiar. Prepared, Chen Wuyou coughed twice and deliberately deepened his voice. Ahem, I caught a chill on my way here. My throat is quite constricted. Hua, fetch me a bowl of rock candy and silver fungus to soothe my throat. His authoritative demeanor mirrored that of the second manager, and upon hearing his words, Hua's doubts vanished, prompting him to smile and comply. It was Chen Wuyou's first experience masquerading as another, and he gleaned valuable insights. The foremost lesson was to observe the individual being imitated closely to gain a thorough understanding of their mannerisms. Secondly, one must prepare justifications for any deviations in behavior. Merely possessing the skill of disguise without a corresponding vocal mimicry rendered it imperfect. Chen Wuyou lamented internally, wishing he could have mastered both arts simultaneously, as that would constitute a flawless ruse. As Hua leisurely sipped his soup, he found that the second master appeared even more elegant and aristocratic than before. The first day of his impersonation as Lu Mingfang passed without incident. The following day marked Kai Wen's 60th birthday, and Chen Wuyou had initially planned to concoct an excuse of illness to avoid attendance. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Why does the Kai family summon me? Chen Wuyou was genuinely perplexed, unaware of the close relationship between Lu Mingfang and the Kai family, and he regretted his choice of target. It must be regarding the shipment that was robbed. The Kai family owes us an explanation, Hua remarked with indignation. From his fragmented statements, Chen Wuyou could deduce little, save for the fact that the Lu family pharmacy had dealings with the Kai family, and a shipment had recently been intercepted. However, regret was futile at this juncture. Chen Wuyou donned a flowing robe and, before stepping out, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Wei, ascending the sedan chair as it swayed along. The closer they approached the Kai residence, the more boisterous the atmosphere became, filled with animated chatter. Passing by, Chen Wuyou observed a Kai family servant tossing copper coins to children for good fortune. The grand entrance, freshly painted in red, gleamed vibrantly, and a white-haired calligrapher adorned it with the character for longevity written in gold dust. The servants moved about with cheerful expressions, creating an atmosphere more jubilant than that of the new year. Although the grand feast would occur the following day, guests were already streaming in. All familiar relatives and friends of the Kai family. Lord Liu, please follow me. Our esteemed master awaits you in the side hall, a maidservant beckoned. Chen Wuyou nodded silently. Choosing to remain reticent in such a moment, it was prudent to speak less and listen more. As they passed through the main hall, Chen Wuyou's gaze swept over Kai Wenha, dressed in a grand red longevity robe, engaged in conversation with two youths clad in gray and white warrior attire. His demeanor exuding a tone of servility as he uttered flattering words. The humility displayed by Kai Wenha likely indicated the presence of disciples from the white-boned Flying Eagle sect, though Chen Wuyou wondered about their martial prowess. Eager to test his skills, he noted that he had yet to spar with disciples from reputable sects, despite the white-boned Flying Eagle sect's reputation being somewhat dubious. As they approached, Kai Xianyong, the eldest son of Kai Wenha, came forth to greet them, illustrating that Chen Wuyou's assumed identity as Lu Mingfang held considerable weight. It has been a while, Manager Lu. You still exude the same charm, he remarked. Nonsense, how could I compare to Lord Kai's radiant countenance? Chen Wuyou effortlessly exchanged pleasantries. His confidence unwavering. With the task at hand now palpable, Chen Wuyou observed Kai Xianyong's unguarded demeanor, his mind stirred with a hint of murderous intent. While eliminating Kai Xianyong would be a straightforward endeavor, finding subsequent opportunities to strike would prove more challenging. To eradicate the Kai family's direct lineage, a decisive and comprehensive assault would be necessary, and today was not the opportune moment. Accompanying Chen Wuyou was only his loyal servant, Hua Xia, as the guards had been assigned to rest in the northern courtyard. Tomorrow marks my father's 60th birthday. I, too, feel invigorated by the festivities, and I hope Manager Lu will grace us with your presence. Kai Xianyong continued in polite discourse. Chen Wuyou intended to take the initiative. Aware that his understanding of the relationship between the two families was limited, and any probing questions from Kai Xianyong could expose him. That is only natural, he replied, then boldly inquired, concerning that shipment, Lord Kai, I require an explanation. The atmosphere immediately tensed, and Kai Xianyong's expression soured as he forced a dry smile. The Wuyun bandit clan has proven untrustworthy. They accepted our toll, yet still seized our goods, which is beyond our control. The goods were taken by the Wuyun bandit clan? What precisely was in that shipment? What transactions exist between the Kai family and the Lu family pharmacy, and why did the Wuyun bandit clan interject? The more he pondered, the more tangled the situation appeared, leaving Chen Wuyou with only a cold snort to express his feigned anger, unwilling to speak carelessly. Regardless, this time it is our Kai family that has lost credibility. Manager Lu, please rest assured that once this tumult passes, I will personally oversee the next shipment to ensure no errors occur, Kai Xianyong affirmed decisively. Chen Wuyou found himself even more bewildered. What could the Kai family possibly possess that warranted the Lu family pharmacy's concern? Wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, he adopted a more composed demeanor and nodded, with Lord Kai's assurance, I feel at ease. However, I have caught a slight chill and am feeling unwell, so I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Once seated in the sedan chair, Chen Wuyou quickly dismissed the matter from his mind, recognizing its irrelevance to his plans. Tomorrow, he intended to take decisive action and flee, leaving any potential dealings between the Lu family pharmacy and the Kai family behind. While the Kai family prepared for the festive banquet with great fervor, a stark contrast unfolded in another corner of Tian City, where a coffin shop lay in bleak desolation. Two white lanterns hung on either side of the entrance, casting a faint, eerie glow that illuminated the deserted street. Upon entering, one would find an array of 7 or 8 coffins neatly arranged in the courtyard, varying in size and material. The proprietor, Dong Qi, who had been mentioned in the last letter left by Shen Changza, regarded the middle-aged man before him, who wore official boots and bore a silver token at his waist, with a solemn expression. On the reverse side of the token is inscribed the character for river, while the obverse features a finely crafted wolf's head, neither fierce nor menacing. Against the backdrop of the silver token, one cannot help but envision the majestic northern wolf, standing resolutely atop a snow-capped peak, howling defiantly into the biting winds, a symbol of indomitable spirit. I have encountered the Silver Wolf Constable. May I inquire what brings you to Tian County, my lord? Dong Qiji asked, puzzled. The Silver Wolf Constable holds the 3rd rank among the 4 tiers of the 6 doors, with the lowest rank being the Black Wolf Constable, whose token is forged from black iron, likewise adorned with a wolf's head. The Silver Wolf Constable's token, however, is crafted from silver. The Eagle Constable features an eagle upon their silver token, and the highest rank, the Golden Eagle Constable, is naturally adorned with a golden token. The six doors are tasked with monitoring unlawful activities, specifically targeting bandits that local authorities cannot manage. Generally, those from the martial world fear the presence of six doors constables, often derisively referring to the common black wolf and silver wolf tokens as dog tags. Collectively, the four ranks of constables are scorned as the emperor's hounds by the martial community, a designation that elicits disdain. The rigorous selection process for the six doors constables, which is loathed by the martial community, is something that ordinary sex cannot hope to match. Jiang Cheng, a silver wolf constable who has already reached peak prowess, stated indifferently, "I am here under orders to eradicate the Black Cloud stronghold. Divulge whatever information you possess." Many, like Dong Qiji, have sought refuge with the six doors, either pressed by enemies or aspiring to rise further, yet few are promoted to constable. Where do the others go? Numerous individuals end up, like Dong Qiji, aligning themselves with the six doors, but lacking sufficient strength, relegated to local positions as informants. These individuals are duly registered within the six doors, and the primary duty of a constable on assignment is to first locate local informants to gather intelligence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened, surprising Dong Qiji. The constables of the six doors, renowned for their combat prowess, should surely have no trouble with a mere Black Cloud stronghold. Pray tell, is there some underlying matter to this, Jiang Cheng? Dong Qiji inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng replied candidly, "This matter is of great significance. As an elder of the six doors, I shall not conceal the truth from you. What I say must remain between us, with no third party privy to it. The beloved daughter of Golden Eagle Constable Lin Enong, Lin Jiao Jiao, has been abducted by human traffickers. It was only after we identified this group of traffickers that we learned she has now been taken by the bandits of Black Cloud Stronghold. My mission is not solely to eliminate the stronghold. I shall also ensure the traffickers face justice. Eliminating the Black Cloud Stronghold is not a difficult task. I would dare to confront even the direct disciples of the Five Prisons Thunder sect, but this mission is mine alone, and I fear that I may not be able to protect Lin Darren's daughter adequately." Dong Qiji gasped in shock, realizing the complexity of the situation. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "There is a powerful family, the Kai clan. Perhaps they could assist us." "Haha, they're the very traffickers," Jiang Cheng replied with a cold smile. "We must first rescue Miss Lin before we act." Fortunately, the bandits remain unaware of her true identity. Otherwise, they would have already come to the county demanding a ransom. However, Dong Qiji expressed concern for Miss Lin's virtue, knowing the dire consequences should a pure young girl fall into the hands of bandits. "Miss Lin is only 10 years old," Jiang Cheng noted with a smile, "which is precisely what allows me to remain composed. My only worry is that among the bandits, there may be those with twisted desires for young girls." Upon uttering this, Jiang Cheng's expression darkened ominously. The truth that puzzled Chen Wuyou was thus revealed. The Kai family thrived on the nefarious human trafficking business, secretly abducting and selling people. However, being astute, the Kai clan refrained from operating locally, ensuring that Taiyan County remained peaceful. They discreetly provided funds to those in dire straits, purchasing their children. The Liu family's apothecary, vast in scale, required a significant workforce, and many rare medicinal herbs could only be found in the mountains, where wild beasts posed constant dangers, often resulting in the deaths of herb gatherers. Consequently, the Liu family frequently procured people from the Kai family, training them as expendable laborers. As events began to unfold, Chen Wuyou chose not to stir any discord, instead immersing himself in his internal cultivation, allowing time to pass. This only astonished Hua Xia, for their second manager had never been one known for diligence, with his sole dedication seemingly directed towards indulgence. 2 brief days of contact would not raise Hua Xia's suspicions. However, should Chen Wuyou persist in his contrasting behavior to Lu Mingfang for an extended period, it would inevitably arouse Hua Xia's doubts. The process of cultivating one's meridians is one of accumulation, and haste will yield no results. One must tread with caution. Tomorrow will mark your birthday, or rather, a day of mourning. As the appointed time approached, Chen Wuyou extinguished the lamp, awaiting the morrow. Chapter 28. The day of annihilation, the resounding sounds of gongs and drums heralded the dawn, as the morning glow illuminated the mist, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. The 60th birthday of Lord Kai is a momentous occasion for Taiyan County. Early in the morning, Dong Qiji had closed the coffin shop and accompanied Silver Wolf Constable Jiang Cheng to extend birthday greetings to Kai Wenha. Jiang Cheng's previous night's words lingered in Dong Qiji's memory to transform the Kai family's joyous occasion into a somber affair. Unsure who would take the reins after this upheaval, Dong Qiji sighed softly. Jiang Cheng moved with remarkable speed, compelling Dong Qiji to summon his inner strength merely to keep pace. Upon arriving at the Kai residence, they heard the steward announcing names. The second manager of the Liu family apothecary from Wuwei County presents a tribute of 100 taels of gold, 50 restorative pills, and a pair of century-old ginseng. The resounding voice made it clear to all present that the Liu family of Wuwei was exceedingly wealthy. The hulking servant Hua Xia strode in proudly alongside Chen Wuyou. Who would have thought he possessed such wealth? Alas, this identity can only serve a singular purpose. Otherwise, infiltrating the Liu family could yield significant gains. Chen Wuyou mused to himself in astonishment. Dong Qiji, do you recognize that person? Jiang Cheng inquired, pointing at Chen Wuyou, who was disguised as Liu Mingfang. The second manager of the Liu family apothecary is a notable figure in Wuwei County. The Liu family controls several medicinal gardens across a span of 400 li in Lianyun Mountain, thriving in prosperity. Dong Qiji remarked with a hint of envy. Is that so? How intriguing. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a smile, having discerned something amiss. Noticing Jiang Cheng's unusual tone, Dong Qiji asked, is there something wrong? With a slight smile, Jiang Cheng explained, had I not spent years tracking the notorious flower thief, the faceless gentleman, I might not have detected the anomaly. In my pursuit of the faceless gentleman, I delved deeply into the art of disguise. That individual posing as Liu Mingfang is an impostor. What? I had no inkling at all. Could it be the infamous faceless gentleman? Dong Qiji exclaimed in surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation. The faceless gentleman is no trivial adversary, undefeated beneath the heavens. If it truly were the faceless gentleman, he would not have been so easily detected. Thus, I find it fascinating that another master of disguise has emerged in Wuzhou. Initially, I had intended to eliminate the Kai family directly. But now I see no need to rush. His elaborate disguise suggests he harbors intentions towards the Kai family. I shall observe his next move. Having pondered overnight, Jiang Cheng concluded that Lin Jiao had been abducted for nearly 10 days. If something were to transpire, it would have already occurred. His urgency was futile. It would be wiser to strategize carefully, eliminate the Kai family as the main culprits, and then seek reinforcements from above. Upon encountering Chen Wuyou, Jiang Cheng was suddenly inspired with a new plan. Today was even more bustling than yesterday, with guests flowing in and out. Aside from Kai Wenha, who remained seated in front, awaiting congratulations, his eldest son Kai Xianyong, second son Kai Xianda, and grandchildren gathered together, engaging in laughter and conversation, allowing Chen Wuyou to recognize them all. The tables for the birthday banquet were arranged in a long line, extending from the inner hall to the entrance, with the seats closest to the inner hall filled with dignitaries, any one of whom would be of notable standing. Individuals like Chen Wuyou, who possessed both connections and status, and had generously contributed to the celebration, occupied the front row, seated at the same table as Kai Wenha, surveying the other guests at the table. There was the newly appointed magistrate Liu, 2 inner disciples from the white-bone flying eagle sect, each possessing a cultivation level of at least 6 meridians. Wealthy merchants like Liu Mingfang, who had business dealings with the Kai family, were also present, as well as a representative from the Chun family of Chu County, Ningyan, sent to celebrate the occasion. The esteemed families held a higher status than local tyrants, and the seemingly unremarkable representative surprisingly possessed peak postnatal cultivation. Chen Wuyou recalled this individual from his memories. He held a low rank among the Chen family's offerings and was rather inconspicuous. Jiang Cheng occupied the last seat, and even the old steward did not call his name. He had not contributed a single coin and had barged in uninvited. Had it not been for Dong Qi's slight reputation in Taiyan, he would have likely been denied entry even after offering 100 taels as a gift. Naturally, had he brandished the Silver Wolf Patrol's token, he would have secured a seat without question, and others would have hastened to curry favor with him. Discounting the irreconcilable enmity between them, Kai Wenha was a congenial elder, easy to approach, and his affable nature made the atmosphere feel like a gentle spring breeze. Even the typically haughty disciples from the white-bone flying eagle sect wore smiles while conversing with him. Master Liu, today we shall speak of poetry and romance rather than business. Kai Wenha smiled meaningfully and raised his wine cup. As the guest of honor, we shall heed your wishes. Chen Wuyou replied, raising his cup in unison, his smile equally profound. Chen Wuyou did not initiate conversation with Kai Wenha, who assumed that Liu Mingfang's dissatisfaction stemmed from a previous business mishap. After a few concerned inquiries, he returned to jovial discussions with other guests. Exquisite delicacies were served, yet few touched their chopsticks. They were not there merely to dine. With repeated toasts directed at the Kai family, they engaged in various social maneuvers to forge connections. Only Chen Wuyou savored his meal with delight, eating swiftly yet gracefully, his manner refined rather than ravenous. His elegant consumption drew the admiration of many, who noted his distinguished origins as a representative of the powerful Liu family. monopolizing the medicinal trade across multiple counties. Chen Wuyou felt no particular weight from his status. In truth, Lu Mingfang was a significant figure himself, and many sought his company. Chen Wuyou merely exchanged pleasantries, his gaze occasionally drifting toward a corner of the Kai residence. The prospect of violence during a banquet felt audacious, especially with so many skilled individuals present. Chen Wuyou could not guarantee his escape. He had already conspired with Zhang Wei. Once the festivities reached a peak and guests began to intoxicate themselves, the departure of Kai family members would signal the commencement of their plan. As the wine flowed and the dishes circulated, the first to leave was the jubilant Kai Zhijia, whose happiness stemmed not merely from his grandfather's birthday, but also from the death of his elder brother, Kai Zhijia, at a brothel. This left him as the sole male heir of the Kai family, destined to assume leadership. Such joyous tidings warranted revelry, and he drank to excess, tumbling from his chair in a drunken stupor, drawing Kai Wenhe's disdainful attention as he waved for servants to escort him away. The opportunity had arisen. With his head bowed, a glimmer of determination flickered in Chen Wuyou's eyes as he rose. I am feeling unwell. I shall take my leave. Kai Wenhe stood and summoned a youthful maiden of 18. Go, escort Master Lu to rest. Yes, Master, she replied sweetly, delicately taking Chen Wuyou's arm as she led him toward the guest quarters, her body trembling slightly. Trained for such an occasion, she was unaware of the tempest of fury raging within the man beside her. Upon reaching the guest room, Chen Wuyou swiftly incapacitated the maiden, binding her to a pillar and silencing her cries. With chaos imminent, he would not needlessly spill innocent blood. He whistled, and Zhang Wei scaled the wall with agility. Approaching Chen Wuyou, I have verified. Kai Zhijia is resting in the rear courtyard, while Kai Yang and Qi Tianqing are still at the banquet, their guard exceedingly lax. The word lax struck a chord. The Kai family had dominated Taiyan for a century, and the only challengers, the Deng family, had retreated into their fortress. Incapable of significant action, a century of peace had rendered the Kai family's martial readiness dangerously weak, particularly on this festive occasion for Kai Wenhe's 60th birthday. No one would suspect that two desperate assassins had infiltrated, intent on shedding blood. A maid, astonished, inquired, Who are you? How dare you intrude? Before she could finish, Chen Wuyou closed the distance with swift precision, stifling her screams with a single strike. Kai Zhijia, deeply asleep and oblivious, resembled a slumbering pig as the butcher raised his knife. With a casual yet lethal gesture, Chen Wuyou crushed Kai Zhijia's throat, his expression unwavering as he observed the grotesque finality of his death. He concealed both the corpse and the unconscious maid beneath the bed, patiently lying in wait. Half an hour passed. The noise outside diminished slightly as the sun climbed high in the sky. Kai Xianda, the second master of the Kai family, approached Kai Zhijia's room, grumbling, You little wretch, you've shamed me. Do you truly believe that because your elder brother is dead, the position of family head is yours? I shall teach you a lesson today. As he flung open the door, he was met with a glimmering fist. This little wretch dares to strike at me? No. This isn't even our Kai family's technique. Drunken and slow to react, Kai Xiandao realized the peril too late. The force of the punch struck his forehead, deforming his skull, resulting in a death more tragic than that of his son. Second uncle, grandfather is calling for you. A melodious voice approached, growing nearer. It was Kai Ning. Another lamb to the slaughter. Chen Wuyou grinned, revealing his sharp canines glinting with cold light. Unlikely to have partaken in any wine, Kai Ning was far more astute than her deceased uncle. Calling out, she received no response from within, her instincts alerting her as she retreated cautiously. Second uncle, are you in there? Brother, are you there? As she continued to step back, Chen Wuyou narrowed his eyes and shattered the wooden door with a punch, sending the intricately carved panels crashing toward Kai Ning. Ah, she gasped, maintaining her composure as she swiftly drew a short blade from her boot, executing 3 precise strikes, an embodiment of the Kai family's signature technique, the 3 blades of the pursuing wind. However, as Chen Wuyou, employing the golden goose technique, closed in, he showed no mercy in this life-and-death struggle. His opening move was the most confident of his repertoire, the phoenix spreading its wings. The blade emitted a blinding golden light, and with grace, Chen Wuyou extended his arms, reminiscent of a phoenix unfurling its wings, advancing as if a blazing sun were rolling forth. The calamity had arrived. Kai Ning's pupils constricted in terror, akin to a startled cat. With a surge of internal energy, she unleashed 2 swift strikes. But the third came with a ferocity that combined their energies, generating a deafening screech as the blade and sword clashed in a tumultuous display. The direct descendants of the Kai family fell like dead dogs at Chen Wuyou's hand, while Kai Ning, in her panic, showcased that the prowess of women could rival that of men. just as she managed to deflect the lethal strike. A sudden sensation akin to a mountain collapsing surged from behind her. Chapter 29. The Offering. With the force of a landslide, Zhang Wei launched an unrelenting punch, shattering Kai Ning's heart meridian, following it with another blow. Her delicate form flew like a butterfly, suspended against the wall momentarily before sliding down lifelessly. Her insides obliterated. No celestial being could save her now. The guests in attendance were beyond his control. The family servants, Kai Yang and Qi Tianqing, dared not delay, hastening to the rear courtyard with their guards. My fellow disciples have come on orders, and we have been graciously hosted by the Kai family. Now that they are in peril, we cannot stand idly by. We shall apprehend the perpetrators. The brothers of the White-Bone Flying Eagle sect eagerly volunteered for battle, their eyes radiating excitement. They had been stifled within their sect for far too long. How could they resist the allure of such chaos? With the bodies left unattended, the sound of hurried footsteps from the front courtyard approached rapidly, signaling that their cover had been blown, and they had to proceed with Plan B. Exchanging a glance with Zhang Wei, Chen Wuyou nodded. According to their prearranged strategy, Chen Wuyou headed towards the stable while Zhang Wei made his way to the library. The stable was stocked with hay, and the library was filled with countless books, both excellent kindling. Historically, the phrases murder and arson have been inextricably linked. Once the flames ignited, the ensuing chaos would provide them with greater opportunities to seize the moment. The head of the guards, Qi Tianqing, followed the footprints of Chen Wuyou to the stable, encountering several servants with slit throats along the way. Upon arriving at the stable, he witnessed a group of startled horses freed from their restraints and flames raging atop the haystacks. The stable was already charred to a crisp, with supporting wooden pillars collapsing and igniting the adjacent quarters where the horse attendant resided. Hurry and douse the flames, he urged, knowing the culprit had vanished without a trace. And if the fire spread, the Kai family mansion would be reduced to ashes. A sense of unease gripped Qi Tianqing. This band of thieves had clearly plotted their attack. He had already glimpsed several bodies of the Kai family, their killings executed with ruthless efficiency, and the fire set with deadly swiftness, leaving no trace. The Kai family was in dire straits. The fall of their great tree seemed imminent, sowing seeds of dissent within Qi Tianqing. The flames were not confined to the stable. Simultaneously, the library in the south erupted in fire, thick smoke billowing into the air. Soon, fires ignited in various places, and the guests, witnessing the billowing black smoke, began to rise and depart. Kai Wenhe readily acquiesced, secretly relishing the chance to expel all guests. The Kai family had revealed a vulnerable side, attracting the predatory gaze of greedy wolves. What had initially been a tedious gathering of hypocrites had transformed into a spectacle of murder and arson, igniting Jiang Cheng's interest. He filled his cup, the flames raging and smoke thickening, while the Sixth Door Patrol, with their keen sense of smell, detected the thrilling scent of blood, relishing the chaos as they savored their drinks. How delightful! How truly delightful! Let the turmoil escalate. I wish to see how far you can go, thought Jiang Cheng, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Quickly, swiftly, Chen Wuyou urged, clutching the remaining half-barrel of oil as he rushed toward Kai Wenhe's study. When suddenly he heard a familiar voice. What a stroke of fortune! His prey, Kai Xianyong, was right there, commanding a group of servants rushing towards the fire with buckets of water. If it were not for this calamity, extinguishing such flames would be easy, however. With Chen Wuyou and Zhang Wei, two individuals eager to plunge the world into chaos, how could the fire be quelled? Dousing the contents of the half-barrel of oil into Kai Wenhe's study, he ignited a fire starter and tossed it in. With a deafening roar, the flames erupted, coiling into a dragon-like form, consuming everything flammable in their path. The inferno raged, scorching the roof and creating gaping holes as flames burst forth, fiercely illuminating the surroundings. Nearby wells worked tirelessly, buckets of water being drawn up to douse the flames. Kai Xianyong, frantic, jumped in agitation, his once dark hair now singed and curling under the heat. Suddenly, a thought struck him with dread. The fire had ignited just as he arrived. There were no other sources nearby. Did this mean the arsonist was close at hand? A chill ran down Kai Xianyong's spine as he realized the looming threat. Sensing the hidden assailant lurking in the shadows, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike, he quickly summoned a maid, instructing, "Go fetch Kai Zhongguan or head guard Qi. Be swift." "Yes, yes," replied the maid, visibly intimidated by the master's stern demeanor. The Kai family, trained in martial arts, had little talent in the craft, spanning 3 generations from Kai Wenhe to Kai Zhijia. The only one with promise was Kai Zhijia, who had broken through to the Meridian realm in his 20s. A source of great hope for Kai Wenhe. As for granddaughter Kai Ning, despite her potential, she would eventually marry, and Kai Wenhe was reluctant to invest heavily in her training. Kai Xianyong had consumed numerous elixirs to enhance his cultivation over the years and through sporadic practice. He had reached the third meridian. However, years of commanding others had dulled his martial spirit. As he sensed the imminent danger, his moment of panic betrayed him. Despite efforts to maintain a facade of calm, revealing his inner turmoil, concealed behind a wall, Chen Wuyou scoffed at his feebleness. With a flourish of his robes, Chen Wuyou leaped over the wall, channeling his energy into his legs, descending upon Kai Xianyong like a celestial being. Prepare to meet your end, Chen Wuyou bellowed, his sword moving with deadly intent. In that moment of confusion, Kai Xianyong was utterly bewildered. Chen Wuyou, disdainful of conversing with a dying man, recognized this as his golden opportunity to strike while reinforcements were en route. As his inner energy surged, he channeled it into his sword arm, revealing his youthful, pale arm as the robe caught fire, contrasting starkly with his complexion. Utilizing the Danfeng Chuyang technique, he summoned 2 fiery serpents from the flames in the study, directing them towards Kai Xianyong with lethal precision. Kai Xianyong, paralyzed by fear, could only howl in desperation as the blade neared. Elder, save me. Let us see who can rescue you, Chen Wuyou retorted, quickening his assault. A sudden lament interrupted Chen Wuyou's momentum, causing his energy to falter. An elderly man, sprightly in demeanor, approached him, his hair white, but his face remarkably smooth and rosy. I have long since withdrawn from the world and reside within the Kai family, wishing to remain uninvolved, yet your reckless actions compel me to intervene. The old man's lofty tone nauseated Chen Wuyou. Pressing his lips together, he realized that today's endeavor might be futile. The elder possessed a wellspring of internal energy, a peak practitioner of the Yin-Yang realm, and the disparity in power was insurmountable. A flicker of despair ignited within him. I shall send you on your way, the elder proclaimed, striking with a palm that unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to crashing waves, aimed to dispatch Chen Wuyou to the afterlife. Chen Wuyou was not an unyielding rock amidst the storm, but merely a fragile vessel. His modestly developed golden bell shield crumbled effortlessly, like a soap bubble bursting, as he was propelled backward, crashing into a jujube tree, falling heavily to the ground. His disguise was torn, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the snow crimson. So it is you, little wretch, Kai Xianyong exclaimed, emboldened by Chen Wuyou's incapacitation. He advanced, tearing off Chen Wuyou's mask, fury etched upon his face as he rained punches upon him. The flame of life flickered in the wind. As Chen Wuyou lay amidst the snow, half of his body freezing, half engulfed in heat, 1 foot already in the depths of hell. Am I to perish here? Alas, my martial dreams remain unfulfilled. His consciousness began to wane, the pain in his body fading into oblivion. In a daze, he recalled the phrase, cunning schemes can lead to one's own demise. No matter how intricate the plan, it was inconsequential in the face of overwhelming strength. I have done all that I could, yet did not foresee this unexpected turn. Death may come, but before I depart from this world, I must complete the unfinished tasks at hand. Surrender is not a concept nestled within my lexicon. In a moment of fleeting clarity, Chen Wuyou drew the folding fan from his waist, aiming it at Kai Xianyong's heart before pulling the trigger. Click, whoosh. Be careful. The sound of the mechanism and the piercing whistle of the arrow harmonized almost simultaneously, as the bolt pierced through the unsuspecting Kai Xianyong's chest. In shock and terror, he gazed at Chen Wuyou, questioning why, at such a moment, Chen Wuyou's thoughts were still consumed with the desire to kill him. What deep-seated enmity could compel such an act? Why? Kai Xianyong's words were drowned by the surge of blood as he crumpled to the ground, having fallen before Chen Wuyou. Ding. Task completed. A random reward of a 4-star card has been granted. Chapter 30. Qin Shuang. The task is complete? Wasn't Kai Wenhe still alive? Or had Zhang Wei eliminated him? Observing the furious old man rushing towards him, Chen Wuyou chuckled lightly. At the end of life, I finally received some good news. The Kai family has met its demise. The road to the underworld shall not be lonely. The highest character card Chen Wuyou had managed to acquire was merely a 3-star. The invincible Miao Rufeng from the Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain had proven beneficial enough to carry him through countless challenges. One could only imagine the delight a 4-star character card would bring him. Regrettably, he was on the brink of death. Even a 5-star card would be of no use now. It was not that Chen Wuyou did not resist. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. His internal energy had been shattered, and several bones lay broken. Observing from the shadows, Jiang Qing finally made his appearance as Chen Wuyou faced imminent death. A formidable sword aura sliced through the air, severing the distance between them and preventing the elder from approaching Chen Wuyou. Chen Wuyou's eyes widened in realization. There was a twist in fate. Mu Lianshan, known as the Iron Palm Immortal, had roamed Wuzhou for decades. Who would have thought that after failing to break through to the innate level, he would align himself with a small county family as a guest official? This was indeed unexpected. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly, each word dripping with undeniable authority. I failed to break through to the innate level? Humph, I have never given up. The sudden emergence of Jiang Cheng heightened Mu Lianxing's vigilance, realizing this young man possessed internal strength on par with his own. Still pondering Jiang Cheng's identity, he produced a silver wolf medallion. Ah, you are a silver wolf constable of the Six Doors. Mu Lianxing's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he instinctively stepped back. Few rogue wanderers feared the imperial enforcers. The sight of that medallion would send chills down their spines. I am Jiang Cheng. This matter of the Kai family's demise has nothing to do with you. Retreat at once. Jiang Cheng's tone was cold, offering no quarter. Mu Lianxing, undeterred, retreated to the courtyard wall. Just as he was about to leave, he inquired, "What is your relation to Jiang Qiao?" "She is my father," Jiang Cheng replied. Such a powerful name sent the old rogue into a hasty retreat, struggling to stand while leaning against the wall. Chen Wuyou attempted to express his gratitude to Jiang Cheng for saving his life but was halted by a sharp pain from his injuries. Even the most illustrious of names belonged to a previous generation. If the mere mention of his name could send the old ghost fleeing, that was true power. Jiang Cheng chuckled, applying a healing balm to Chen Wuyou's fractured bones, a sensation of coolness penetrating through his skin and into the crevices of his pain, alleviating it substantially. The Qifeng bone healing ointment from the Six Doors is quite effective. Isn't it? Chen Wuyou nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it is a fine product. Thank you, senior. Senior? I am but a few years your elder. Call me Brother Jiang, Jiang Cheng replied. From Mu Lianxing's words, it was clear Jiang Cheng hailed from a prominent family. Yet he exhibited no arrogance, presenting an amiable demeanor that was refreshing. Very well, Brother Jiang, why did you save me, and why seek the Kai family's destruction? These questions lingered uncomfortably in Chen Wuyou's throat. He believed in the adage that no one offers kindness without ulterior motives, having never met Jiang Cheng. Why would he risk himself to save Chen Wuyou? Gazing at the raging inferno, Jiang Cheng replied with a hearty laugh, "Because I find you rather likable." Jiang Cheng did not hold back, divulging the Kai family's covert involvement in human trafficking. The Kai family deserves extermination. Your actions have brought me great satisfaction. I initially wished to remain uninvolved until I sensed that old fool Mu Lianxing had taken action. I swiftly eliminated Kai Wenhe, lest he escape, and hurried here just in time. Wait, you killed Kai Wenhe? Chen Wuyou blinked in surprise. Indeed. Oh no, Zhang Wei is in trouble. Chen Wuyou's heart raced. He had previously suspected Zhang Wei might have been responsible for Kai Wenhe's assassination, yet the truth was otherwise. Kai Wenhe had remained at the forefront, slain by Jiang Cheng, while Zhang Wei had not made an appearance. What was he up to? Chen Wuyou found it hard to believe Zhang Wei would flee out of fear of the Kai family's influence. He must be entangled in some predicament. Oh, I believe I saw those two from the White Bone Flying Eagle sect attacking someone on my way here. I wonder if that person is your companion? Jiang Cheng recalled, though his focus had been primarily on the adept Chen Wuyou rather than Zhang Wei. Pointing the way, they hurried over to find three individuals still locked in combat. Chen Wuyou breathed a sigh of relief. The White Bone Flying Eagle sect had been established 3 centuries prior by a traitor from the demonic sect, who had stolen a fragment of their sacred text, the White Bone Demon Sutra, to combine with his own Eagle Claw technique, thus founding the sect. Their signature techniques, the White Bone Demon Art and the Eagle Claw technique, were formidable, but the two opponents had not mastered the former, resulting in a significant reduction in their power. Otherwise, Chen Wuyou's brother would have already succumbed. In reality, Zhang Wei was on the defensive, showing signs of severe injuries. The violent clashes had reduced his attire to tatters, and blood flowed from multiple gashes across his body, with 5 puncture wounds from the eagle claw embedded in his right chest, making survival exceedingly precarious. Kai Wenhe is dead. Do you two still wish to resist? Jiang Cheng's imposing presence surged, revealing his peak postnatal cultivation. In terms of strength, these two were no match for Mu Lianxing. And even Jiang Cheng, who remained indifferent towards Mu Lianxing, was able to intimidate the disciples of the White Bone Flying Eagle sect merely through rhetoric. Chen Wuyou reflected on the stark advantages of having backing and being a rogue, realizing the odds were not in their favor. The two disciples briefly conferred before bowing to Jiang Cheng and choosing to withdraw. Zhang Wei, though severely injured, bore only superficial wounds. He tore his already tattered clothing into strips to bind his injuries and approached. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Now that the Kai family has been vanquished, what are your plans? Chen Wuyou finally broached the question that had lingered for days. I shall head to Chugu, for this place harbors memories of sorrow. Lingering here serves no purpose. Once I have avenged myself upon that scoundrel, I will set forth. Zhang Wei had long harbored intentions, but had restrained himself from confronting the woman who had betrayed him, knowing he could not act until the Kai family had been dealt with. He had his plans firmly in place and turned to Chen Wuyou with concern. And what of you? Thanks to Brother Zhang's care, I wish to ask him to guide me into the 6 doors. Chen Wuyou bowed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He knew he possessed little of value that Jiang Cheng would covet. Having saved his life, Jiang Cheng's kindness was evident. And Chen Wuyou recognized this. Instead of feigning ignorance, he opted for sincerity. Excellent. The 6 doors would indeed benefit from someone of your caliber, Jiang Cheng responded. And their intentions aligned perfectly. As it happens, I have a task that requires assistance. If you successfully complete it, a position as a Black Wolf constable awaits you. Jiang Cheng assured him. What task could be so significant that even Jiang Cheng could not handle it alone? Chen Wuyou was a person of principles. This time, he would not discuss profit. As long as the task did not clearly lead to his demise, he would strive to repay Jiang Cheng's life-saving grace. The two engaged in lively conversation, while Zhang Wei felt increasingly out of place. Scratching his head, he excused himself. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again another day. Very well, once matters here are settled, I shall wait for you at our usual place. Chen Wuyou nodded. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Jiang Cheng led Chen Wuyou away from the Kai residence and arrived at Dong Qiji's coffin shop, where he laid bare the details of his current mission. He recounted how the Kai family engaged in human trafficking, the plight of Jin Ying's daughter Lin Jiaojiao, who was spirited away due to her reckless behavior and subsequently ended up in Wuyun village, and his current hesitation to act for fear of the enemy harming Miss Lin due to his own caution. The twists and turns of the tale rivaled that of a dramatic novel. After listening to Jiang Cheng's account, Chen Wuyou understood his intentions and candidly remarked, You wish to leverage my disguise skills to infiltrate Wuyun village, allowing us to work in tandem to dismantle it? There is no need for such complications. Simply rescue Miss Lin, and I shall handle the rest. Jiang Cheng displayed confidence in his own martial prowess. That makes it all the more straightforward. Once my injuries are healed, we shall take action. Chen Wuyou laughed heartily. I have ample medicinal supplies here. If you need anything, I can procure it from Danxiang Pavilion. No need, just some bone injuries. 2 more doses of Qingfeng Su Gu ointment will suffice. One should not bite off more than one can chew. I have already received the finest reward. Opening the mission panel, Chen Wuyou selected to complete the task. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a 4-star card. Qin Shuang. Character, Qin Shuang Origin. Fengyun Martial Art. Tian Shuang Fist. 4 stars. Overall evaluation. 4 stars. It's Qin Shuang. Excellent. Chen Wuyou beamed with joy. Qin Shuang's story is somewhat tragic, as the elder brother of Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun. Among the trio of disciples under the banner of the formidable hegemon, his qualifications appeared rather ordinary compared to the other 2, particularly in the television adaptation. His wedding day with Kong Ci tragically turned into a day of mourning, which is truly heartbreaking. When Chen Wuyou beheld Qin Shuang's card, he truly felt a sense of relief, as Qin Shuang specializes in the martial art Tian Shuang Fist, eliminating the uncertainty of drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 4-star martial art, Tian Shuang Fist. Chapter 31, The Heavenly Net and Earthly Web. The Tian Shuang Fist consists of 10 techniques, each progressing in layers. Frosty winds, cold rivers of frost, frosty traces, and proud snow overcoming frost, among others, emphasizing intent over form. The techniques are tangible, yet their essence is intangible, unleashing a frosty aura that envelopes a radius of several dozen feet, freezing everything in its path. This is the manifestation of mastery. Chen Wuyou practiced it indoors, and after executing a complete set of punches, a fine layer of white frost coated the furniture, making the room even colder than the outside. Indeed, it is a 4-star ultimate skill. Its power surpassed that of the Luohan Fist from the very onset. The more powerful the technique, the greater the demand for internal energy. While the Luohan Fist could still be executed with mere physical strength in the absence of internal energy, the Tian Shuang Fist is merely a FAAD without it. Now, with both the Golden Bell Shield and Tian Shuang Fist consuming vast amounts of internal energy, Chen Wuyou found his current level of internal energy insufficient. The medicinal supplies from the 6 doors were reliable. By the next day, Chen Wuyou's bone injuries had mostly healed, allowing him to walk, sit, and even practice martial arts without hindrance. This morning, Zhang Wei came to bid farewell to Chen Wuyou, revealing his intended destination and promising to reunite in Chujun when the opportunity arose before galloping away on horseback. Last night, he had slain He Feng and dispatched several disciples from martial arts schools who had been involved with Madame He before departing in triumph. The entire Tian city had descended into chaos. The Kai family had been annihilated, their residence reduced to ruins by a great fire, and the authorities worked tirelessly to control the situation and prevent the flames from spreading. Unscrupulous thugs took advantage of the turmoil. engaging in despicable acts such as breaking and entering, yet everyone's attention was fixated on the Kai family, leaving them unchecked. With the Kai family's downfall, all responsible parties had been killed, and a faction of the Kai clan had emerged from the shadows to stake claims on the inheritance. However, the true wealth of the Kai family had long been evacuated by Captain Qi Tianqing in collusion with the newly appointed county magistrate Liu, who, despite having the means to extinguish the flames, allowed the fire to consume the Kai estate to obliterate evidence. It was akin to birds exhausting their food and returning to the forest, leaving behind a vast and desolate expanse, detached from the mundane world outside. The coffin shop nestled in a corner of the town was a sanctuary unto itself. Before any actions were taken, Jiang Cheng sincerely presented the promised reward. Upon returning from bidding farewell to Zhang Wei, Chen Wuyou saw Jiang Cheng practicing in the courtyard, channeling his internal energy, strands of it intertwining. The officers of the Six Doors were often skilled practitioners, regardless of their prior martial arts knowledge. There were two techniques they must learn: the heavenly listening technique and the heavenly net and earthly web. These two techniques were unique to the Six Doors and served as a hallmark of its officers. Whenever Jiang Cheng mentioned the Six Doors, an involuntary pride would illuminate his expressions, a sentiment tied to his family's legacy as officers of the Six Doors. The heavenly listening technique required special medicinal pills and liquids for training. Once you became a Black Wolf officer, these materials would naturally be provided. However, I can teach you the heavenly net and earthly web right now. Pay close attention. Before his words had fully faded, Jiang Cheng, like a seasoned fisherman, cast a net woven from internal energy towards Chen Wuyou. Though he attempted to evade, he was ensnared, and Jiang Cheng forcefully pulled him forward, immobilizing his limbs. The heavenly listening technique is for pursuing enemies, while the heavenly net and earthly web is for ensnaring foes. These are skills every public officer must master. This is a copy of the training manual for the heavenly net and earthly web that I transcribed overnight. After you have reviewed it, be sure to burn it. Remember, the secrets of the Six Doors must not be disclosed. Trust in the intelligence capabilities of the Six Doors. Should you leak any information, it will inevitably come to light. And not only will you suffer the consequences, but those who have learned the techniques of the Six Doors will also face dire repercussions. Handing a thin booklet to Chen Wuyou, Jiang Cheng grasped his hand earnestly. I understand, Chen Wuyou replied. Jiang Cheng expressed satisfaction with a nod and added, it is challenging for beginners to manipulate internal energy into a net. You might consider purchasing a few fishing nets to practice feeling with your internal energy, which will expedite your mastery of the heavenly net and earthly web. With promises of the Black Wolf officer's identity and the early instruction of the heavenly net and earthly web, Jiang Cheng's generosity towards Chen Wuyou was evident. Having received such kindness, Chen Wuyou was determined to fulfill his mission with excellence. The techniques were engraved in his mind. He was not in a rush to practice. Informing Jiang Cheng of his intentions, Chen Wuyou mounted his horse and rode straight to the death row camp. The death row camp lay abandoned, with a few wild wolves lingering, and upon spotting Chen Wuyou, their eyes glowed with hunger as they lunged at him, exuding a foul stench, as if they had gorged themselves on human flesh, oblivious to their imminent demise. Channeling his strength, Chen Wuyou's fists surged with power, surrounded by frost. His punches flew, sending several frost-covered wolves crashing to the ground with a clatter, their bodies stiff and clearly frozen, the blood within them having turned to ice. Following the scent of blood, Chen Wuyou discovered the corpses of jailers and death row inmates in the trench, their abdomens ravaged by the wolves, and among the familiar faces, he could vaguely discern their previous identities. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Wolf Howl and Wuzhou. Objective 1. Rescue Lin Jiaojiao, daughter of Jin Ing, Officer Lin Anong. Reward: 1 month of internal energy cultivation. Objective 2. Eliminate the third in command, Sun Bai. Reward: 2 months in the martial arts secret realm. Objective 3. Annihilate Wuyun village. Reward: 3 months of internal energy cultivation, 5 months in the martial arts illusion realm. At last, a reward for internal energy cultivation had been offered. When do you plan to head to Wuyun village? Tomorrow. After half a day spent crafting a mask of Wu Guangyuan and the remaining half practicing the heavenly net and earthly web, he meditated overnight to cultivate his energy. Thus, the day passed productively. Jiang Cheng pointed out some minor flaws in Chen Wuyou's disguise technique, prompting a sudden realization in Chen Wuyou about the existence of experts beyond experts in this world. Though most people could not discern the flaws in his disguise, those who were well-versed would see through it in an instant, and Chen Wuyou silently cautioned himself. Wuyun village was nestled at the mouth of the Mudong Mountain. To the east lay Taiyan County, to the west was Wuwei County, directly north faced Chujun, and to the south stretched the Mudong mountain range for hundreds of miles. The authorities had repeatedly sent troops to besiege Wuyun village, yet the bandits always evaded capture by retreating into the Mudong mountain range. Withered vines, ancient trees, and crows. The ancient path is graced by the western wind and a lean horse. Setting off at dawn, Chen Wuyou traversed for an entire day towards the ominous Wuyunjai, passing through two dilapidated villages that had long been ravaged by the stronghold. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he finally arrived at the entrance of Muinter Mountain. The site of Wuyunjai loomed ahead, with gruesome sculptures lining the path, crafted from sharpened wooden stakes piercing through the mouths of the living, evoking a shiver in one's heart. The grotesque expressions of the deceased still lingered on their faces, and the pervasive stench of blood hinted at recent events. Despite maintaining an impassive demeanor, Chen Wuyou suddenly felt a snare trip him. The bell attached to the other end of the snare jingled loudly, drawing the attention of two patrolling ruffians from Wuyunjai, who approached with rusted blades in hand. "Friend, you seem to be having a stroke of bad luck. Do you know where you are?" Wang Shunkai, noticing the man's heavy, tattered winter attire and the sword at his waist, hesitated to act aggressively, preferring to gauge the situation first. "Humph, have I been gone for just 2 years that the new recruits of the stronghold no longer recognize me?" Chen Wuyou boldly proclaimed, his voice ringing out, noting the youthful faces of the two ruffians who seemed newly assigned to patrol the mountains. This statement left them momentarily stunned. For Wang Shunkai had indeed been on the mountain for a year, while his companion Lu Jian had been there for less than 3 months. "Wait here. I'll fetch the leader." Wang Shunkai signaled to Lu Jian to keep an eye on him before hastening back to the stronghold, confident in his disguise. Chen Wuyou remained calm and composed as he waited. After a short while, Wang Shunkai returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face, known as Yin Ming, one of the leaders of the stronghold. Upon hearing Wang Xuancai's mention of a former comrade from 2 years prior, Yin Ming's suspicions were piqued. Indeed, 2 years ago, a government crackdown had occurred, resulting in the capture or death of several brothers. Upon arrival, he recognized a familiar face. "Wu Guanyuan, huh? You old fox. You survived against all odds," Yin Ming exclaimed, slapping Chen Wuyou's shoulder heartily. "Alas, I barely escaped. Tragically, my brothers Lu Qing and Tang Xiong lost their lives while trying to protect me from the officials. Damn those officials. I'll take revenge on every last one." Chen Wuyou expressed his sorrow with perfect theatricality, leaving Yin Ming with no doubts. Offering words of consolation, Yin Ming led him directly into the stronghold, arriving at the Shahu Hall to meet the 3 heads of the stronghold. The name may sound formidable, but it was merely a spacious shed. 2 braziers stood outside, and as they parted the curtain to reveal the interior, they saw 3 chairs arranged within. The largest chair was occupied by a man with a muscular chest adorned with scars, known as Zheng Yuanji, the chief of the stronghold, with a tiger skin draped behind him, hence the name of the hall. The second in command, Hu Yanlai, sat to his left, while the third, Sun Bai, occupied the right. Hu Yanlai bore distinct features of a foreign lineage, his serious demeanor suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. In contrast, Sun Bai exhibited the elegance of a scholar, impeccably dressed in a long robe, though a hefty spear was planted beside him, its tip glinting ominously. "Wu Guanyuan, tell me how you managed to escape?" Sun Bai inquired, rising to confront him. The overwhelming pressure of his aura made Chen Wuyou involuntarily take a step back. "You alone speak here, and I suspect you have aligned yourself with the officials, acting as a spy infiltrating our ranks to gather intelligence." Sun Bai's words dripped with venom, as if he intended to condemn Chen Wuyou to death. Had Wu Guanyuan offended him previously, prompting this relentless pursuit? With a calm expression, Chen Wuyou pondered whether impersonating Wu Guanyuan had been a wise choice. Yin Ming, bowing slightly, interjected on behalf of his old friend, "Our leader. The ruffians returning from the road yesterday mentioned a massacre at the Kai family estate. Wu Guanyuan's words may not be false." "Humph, Yin Ming. Are you vouching for him? If anything goes wrong, I fear your head will be on the line." Sun Bai's piercing gaze shifted onto Yin Ming, causing him to tremble slightly and cast a pleading look towards Chen Wuyou, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and icy. Zheng Yuanji, who had been dozing, cast a glance towards Chen Wuyou, causing a jolt of apprehension to run through him. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. "Second, is he one of yours? What do you propose we do?" Zheng Yuanji spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and older than his years. Chen Wuyou felt a sense of relief, realizing that he was caught in the crossfire, with Sun Bai's ire not directed at him, but rather at Hu Yanlai. "There's no need for anger. I was merely speculating," Sun Bai replied with a sinister smile. "Humph, your dissatisfaction is evident," Hu Yanlai retorted, his shoulders tensing as he summoned his inner strength, preparing for a confrontation. As the two leaders seemed poised for a showdown, Zheng Yuanji slammed his hand on the table. Enough. We are brothers sharing the same fate. Do you wish to engage in infighting before the officials even arrive? His words rendered both men speechless, temporarily dousing their flames of anger. What are your regulations? Where are we going? Chen Wuyou questioned, bewildered, as he followed Yin Meng out. When did I offend the third in command to invoke such hatred? Chen Wuyou chuckled heartily, appearing entirely unperturbed. Do not dwell on this. Conflicts among the gods do not concern us. We must focus on our own lives, Yin Meng assured him. The two moved towards the back of the mountain. Along the way, Chen Wuyou inquired. I didn't quite grasp the leader's meaning earlier. What's wrong? Have you forgotten the leader's rules? Yin Meng chuckled lightly, then explained. We came to this mountain to be bandits, engaging in perilous endeavors for what? The thrill. Hence, our stronghold has few rules. There is but one. Those who betray their brothers or the stronghold will face 3 blades and 6 holes. Displayed as a warning to all passers-by about the fate of traitors. It's been so long, I almost forgot about that, Chen Wuyou admitted with a simple smile. Secretly clenching his fist, Zheng Yuanji had likely sensed his internal strength and was reminding him that as long as he remained loyal to the stronghold, he would be tolerated. In that case, he had room to maneuver. Turning a corner, a row of wooden houses came into view, constructed from timber and clay mixed with straw. There were only 2 toilets, and urination was generally done outside, with a foul odor lingering even in the winter chill. Inside, a large communal bed held 7 or 8 tattered and filthy quilts, causing Chen Wuyou to pause in disbelief. It appeared even more dismal than during his time in the death row camp. After offering a few comforting words, Yin Meng departed. Inside, there were already 7 or 8 bandits, their eyes wide as they stared at him. What are you looking at? Never seen your father before. Chen Wuyou boldly played the part of a bandit, ignoring the grim surroundings and boldly claiming the cleanest bed to sit down. Unfazed, he began to tidy up his bedding. I heard there's a newcomer. As Zhou Dabong pushed the door open, a gust of cold wind swept in, causing him to turn around and see Chen Wuyou sitting at his stall. This kid is in for some trouble. Indeed. One wondered if he would seek help from Yin Meng. Let us not forget that Zhou Dabong also has influential connections. If it comes to a confrontation, he has nothing to fear. Zhou Dabang's face flushed crimson with anger as he charged forward and embraced Chen Wuyou. Not only were the onlooking henchmen dumbfounded, but Chen Wuyou himself was equally perplexed by the brute's intentions. Chen Wuyou awkwardly chuckled, unsure of how to respond. What the hell, are you blind? Can't you recognize me, your brother Wu? Zhou Dabong raised his hand and gave each of the gawking henchmen a slap on the head, causing a few to wince in pain. How could we possibly recognize you? It's not like we've met before, one of the henchmen lamented, looking pitiful. Well, if you didn't recognize me before, make sure you keep your eyes peeled from now on. When you see me, treat me like your brother. After scolding the henchman, Zhou Dabong turned to Chen Wuyou with enthusiasm. Brother Wu, you stay with me tonight. Let us have a good chat. That might not be necessary. It feels a bit cramped, Chen Wuyou blinked, his face full of reluctance. Unfortunately, Zhou Dabong was oblivious to his discomfort and laughed heartily. No problem. If it's too crowded, we can just kick these little rascals out. Brother Zhou, please don't. The henchman cried out in a chorus of panic, only daring to plead for mercy without resisting. In this group, Zhou Dabong's word was law. Don't make it difficult for them. Let us just manage for one night. Chen Wuyou finally conceded, feeling helpless. That night, Chen Wuyou and Zhou Dabong shared a bed, and it had been far too long since they had seen each other, leaving them with a multitude of topics to discuss. However, it was mostly Zhou Dabong who spoke, while Chen Wuyou found it challenging to interject. Brother, if it weren't for you pulling me out from under the soldiers' spears that day, I would have been dead by now. Brother, I've become quite formidable with my wolf-tooth club. Everyone calls me Zhou Dabong now. Isn't that a prestigious nickname? Brother, son by his athlete's foot, Zhou Dabong, the chatterbox, continued his monologue until he finally dozed off, and the room's henchmen breathed a sigh of relief. One by one falling asleep, Chen Wuyou donned his outer garment and stepped outside, gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky, rendered momentarily speechless. He realized that being a henchman was no longer viable. He needed to rise in status swiftly. Thanks to Zhou Dabong's incessant chatter, Chen Wuyou gained a deeper understanding of the daily activities of the henchmen in Wuyun village. They had meals at 6 o'clock, followed by 2 rounds of practicing the 6 harmonies thunder palm. Afterward, some henchmen would patrol the mountains while others went to clear paths. There was always work to be done. Even when idle, the henchmen were not free, and Chen Wuyou, as a henchman himself, felt like he was delivering incriminating evidence to Sun Bai. It was evident that he was gathering intelligence on the village, and he felt as if he were acting as a spy for the authorities. reflecting on the earlier conflict between the second-in-command, Hu Yanlai, and the third-in-command, Sun Bai. Chen Wuyou suddenly formed a plan. Chapter 33. Ascending the ranks. Wuyun village had a steadfast routine, more punctual than mealtime, which was the morning drills. From his vantage point atop the small earthen building, Zheng Yuanji surveyed the lethargic henchman practicing the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm, his expression inscrutable. Chen Wuyou believed Zheng Yuanji harbored ambitions. He taught the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm to all the bandits and mandated daily practice to enhance their martial prowess. He must have envisioned transforming the village into a martial arts force, but unfortunately, his efforts were misdirected. Who were the people coming to Wuyun village? They were either local ruffians unable to survive in the countryside, impoverished individuals forced by circumstance, or a small number of bandits drawn by reputation. All these individuals shared a common trait, a carefree disposition. They were indolent, yet yearned for easy gains and overnight riches, which led them to the mountains to become bandits, relying on robbery for survival. Such individuals could not be expected to invest effort in honing their martial skills. Moreover, Zheng Yuanji was not entirely altruistic. He withheld certain internal martial arts techniques from his followers. Zheng Yuanji had his reasons. With hundreds of people in the village, if they all practiced internal martial arts, the consumption of meat and resources would be unsustainable. The spoils of their plundering could only support the three leaders at the top of the hierarchy. Hence, no one would teach internal martial arts. Each additional practitioner would mean a smaller share of the bounty. Of course, the village did not prohibit the cultivation of internal martial arts, as a lack of mid-level martial strength would severely impede their ability to confront the authorities. They could not rely solely on the three leaders for every confrontation. Just like the village leaders such as Yin Ming, each had cultivated internal martial arts, either through family heritage or being favored by a leader who passed on the techniques to trusted subordinates. However, perhaps due to age or insufficient resources, apart from the three leaders, none of the other leaders had surpassed the sixth meridian in their martial cultivation. Initially, Zheng Yuanji enforced strict discipline, even personally correcting the henchman's mistakes. However, as time passed and he recognized the true nature of the bandits, he became indifferent. The morning drills turned into mere symbolism. What began as a full morning of practice dwindled to merely 2 sets of the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm before dispersing. All right, that'll be all for today, Zheng Yuanji declared as he stepped down from the earthen building. Boss, I want to challenge Leader Tang Sheng. As the henchmen scattered, Chen Wuyou suddenly shouted, startling the entire crowd. Zhou Dabong, who had been whispering about hunting doves on the back mountain, stood frozen in disbelief. Did I mishear? Or has Brother Wu lost his mind? Yin Ming, standing at the front, rushed over, grabbing Chen Wuyou's arm in anger. Do you even know what you're saying? Such words cannot be spoken lightly. No, he was just hit on the head while practicing. He's not thinking straight, Yin Ming replied, his face full of humility, genuinely regarding Wu Guanyuan as a brother and trying to defend him. Of course I'm serious. With the leaders present, how could I dare speak recklessly? Chen Wuyou's words rendered Yin Ming's previous attempts at an explanation moot. Sun Bai, known for his fiery temper, lashed out. This little brat is rebelling against you. If you let him stay in the village for a few more days, he might not even regard me with respect. After berating Chen Wuyou, Sun Bai turned his ire towards Hu Yanlai, who was secretly amused. Did you orchestrate this? You know full well that Tang Xing is my man. The two already had a strained relationship, and with Sun Bai instigating trouble, the henchmen present were watching closely. If Hu Yanlai did not respond, they might think the hierarchy of the village had shifted, with the third-in-command becoming the second-in-command. Intervene? I'm just afraid that if I strike this little brat. You want to take responsibility, Hu Yanlai replied. Tang Sheng, take him down. With Sun Bai's command, Leader Tang Sheng strode forward, his large ringed knife clanging as he walked, his appearance rugged and imposing. Wu Guangyuan, you've been in the village for a while, after surviving near death. Why do you seek your demise today? Tang Sheng licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile, already contemplating how to dispose of Chen Wuyou's body. Brother, be careful. Tang Sheng plays dirty. Shut up. Zhou Dabong retorted, you have no say here. Find somewhere else to gloat. He spat, glaring fiercely at him. Zhou Dabong, panting like a bellows, dared not voice his anger and swallowed his fury. Patting Zhou Dabong on the shoulder, Chen Wuyou chuckled lightly. Don't be angry. Watch how I deal with him. Without engaging in further verbal sparring, Chen Wuyou enveloped himself in a frost mist, executing the frost fist, a tempest of icy winds. This kid has some skill. Even before making contact, a chill emanated from him, palpable from several dozen meters away, signaling that his martial prowess was extraordinary. Zheng Yuanji, tapping his fingers against the earthen wall, seemed lost in thought. Seize him immediately. As the wind picked up, Chen Wuyou seized the moment. the frost thickening and cloaking his figure, his fists advancing with an inexorable force akin to a mountainous descent. With a resounding clang, the great ring knife reverberated. Tang Sheng, aware that he was facing a formidable adversary, did not dare to be complacent. With one arm, he dragged the massive weapon along the ground, sending sparks flying as he approached. In the heat of battle, he gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands and, like a tempest unleashed, he thrust it upward with tremendous force. If you dare to meet this blade head-on, I shall cleave you in twain. Armed with such unwavering confidence, Tang Sheng plunged into the frost-laden mist. However, upon entry, a jolt of realization struck him. He had underestimated his opponent. The frigid air of the mist clung to him, swiftly siphoning away his warmth and strength. This is dire. If I continue to tremble, the cold will seep into my very core, and within the span of a mere incense stick, I shall be defeated. While Tang Sheng pondered the future, he discovered he had no future left. Chen Wuyou, propelled by momentum, halted his advance, evidently hesitant to confront the blade directly. Yet, the subsequent actions of Chen Wuyou were entirely unexpected for Tang Sheng. Maintaining his speed, Chen Wuyou spread his arms wide like a great rock taking flight, deftly sidestepping half a step to appear behind Tang Sheng. This swift maneuver, coupled with his rapid change of tactics, caught Tang Sheng off guard. It was clear that Chen Wuyou's earlier frosty punch had merely been a feint, a ploy to provoke Tang Sheng into striking, allowing him to exploit the opening with his swift and powerful golden goose technique. With his left fist and right palm poised, Chen Wuyou smiled wickedly as he saw Tang Sheng attempting to turn with the great knife. Too late. The Heaven Frost fist struck without reservation, flesh meeting flesh as the icy cold seeped into Tang Sheng's back, freezing his flowing blood and internal energy. The ground trembled with the sound of thunder as Chen Wuyou unleashed 3 consecutive palm strikes, each echoing the force of the 6 harmonies thunder palm. The palm struck with the ferocity of thunder, and sparks of electricity flickered from his fingertips. Chen Wuyou's mastery of the 6 harmonies thunder palm surpassed that of many seasoned leaders. With the impact of the first Heaven Frost fist, Tang Sheng was rendered incapacitated. The successive 3 palm strikes utterly extinguished any flicker of life left in him. His back, scorched by the 6 harmonies thunder palm, sent his body flying several meters, crashing to the ground as he coughed up blood mixed with ice shards, his eyes wide in a final, tragic expression. I demand your life. Sun Bai, surveying the scene, suddenly remembered he had left his spear behind. Overwhelmed with fury, he leapt from the earthen tower, executing an aerial kick. Sun Bai's technique was succinct and decisive, a manifestation of military martial arts devoid of unnecessary flourishes, aiming directly for the kill. With this kick, even a titan would be cleaved in two. Sun Bai's rapid approach from behind caught Chen Wuyou unawares. Having expended little internal energy in defeating Tang Sheng, Chen Wuyou steeled himself, channeling energy from his dantian throughout his body, fortifying himself with a translucent golden shield. The crisp sound of a bell resonated across the battlefield as the golden shield trembled, finally beginning to shatter. When faced with the peak of postnatal mastery, the iron palm immortal Mu Lianqing, the shield was obliterated instantaneously. Yet, Sun Bai's powerful strike, propelled by 8 open meridians, was just enough to be repelled by the golden shield. Observing the depletion of his internal energy, Chen Wuyou gained a clear understanding of the shield's limitations. Recalling his earlier punch, the Heaven Frost fist collided with Sun Bai's fist in midair. Chen Wuyou was forced to retreat 3 steps, while Sun Bai remained steadfast, subtly concealing his right fist behind him. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Chen Wuyou had lost, yet in reality, he had successfully dissipated the energy of Sun Bai's punch. Sun Bai, unwilling to relinquish his pride, endured the blow, resulting in his right hand being frostbitten. You dare to strike back? Sun Bai's face turned ashen with indignation, unsure whether it was from the cold. Am I to simply allow you to strike without retaliation? Who do you think you are? Chen Wuyou glared at Sun Bai, retorting fiercely. This sharp comeback left Sun Bai momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that a mere mountain bandit would dare to disregard him. Following his astonishment came a surge of rage, his jaw twitching as he trembled ever so slightly, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. Humph, if even Wu Guangyuan cannot subdue him, I suggest you step aside and let someone more capable take charge, Hu Yanlai interjected sarcastically. His words bore no intention of defending Chen Wuyou. Initially, Hu Yanlai had held a favorable view of Chen Wuyou after he had slain Tang Sheng. But witnessing Sun Bai's inability to dominate him ignited a primal sense of crisis within him, prompting him to instinctively suppress Chen Wuyou. Naturally, Hu Yanlai relished in Sun Bai's embarrassment, yet he was loath to witness the rise of a promising newcomer with formidable martial skills. His gaze shifted, contemplating how to undermine Sun Bai while simultaneously eliminating Chen Wuyou. his deep-set eyes concealing a web of intrigue. The surrounding mountain bandits felt their worldview shatter. Chen Wuyou's dazzling victory over Tang Sheng had captivated them, yet now he was evenly matched with Sun Bai, a figure who had vanished for 2 years returning to challenge the third chief. This was indeed the spectacle of the year. Without uttering a word, Chen Wuyou, viewed by the bandits as an equal to Sun Bai, bore an unfathomable expression. Sun Bai's breach of etiquette, launching a surprise attack after his victory, had completely disrupted Chen Wuyou's meticulously laid plans. Chapter 34, The Clue. Moreover, from Sun Bai's perspective, Chen Wuyou's actions were undoubtedly instigated by Hu Yanlai, further intensifying the conflict between the two. Now, instead of spectating the tiger fight, I have unwittingly drawn the tiger to me. However, the tiger seemed less fearsome than he had imagined. Casting a glance around, he found some solace in witnessing the bandit's mixture of fear and awe. At least he had gained something. Sun Bai glared at Chen Wuyou, refusing to demean himself with threats, opting instead for confrontation. This clash saw Chen Wuyou narrowly emerge victorious. Should he allow this to foster underestimation of Sun Bai, it would spell disaster. Chen Wuyou recalled their first encounter, marked by Sun Bai's formidable iron spear. Sun Bai, steeped in military martial arts, was in a wholly different state with a weapon in hand. Of course, Chen Wuyou had also kept his sword techniques concealed. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Zheng Yuanji knew it was time to intervene and restore order. Channeling his inner energy, he leapt several paces. Positioning himself between the two and characterizing the tumultuous scene, the third chief acted out of concern for his subordinate, a moment of desperation. Wu Guangyuan has fortuitously honed his skills. Do not forget the 6 harmonies Thunder Palm. Tireless practice has led to today's mastery. Chen Wuyou's attitude towards the 6 harmonies Thunder Palm greatly pleased Zheng Yuanji, an expert in the technique who could immediately discern that Chen Wuyou's prowess was not the result of superficial training. Sun Bai departed first, while the second chief, Hu Yanlai, cast a lingering gaze at Chen Wuyou before also taking his leave. With the 3 chiefs gone, the mountain bandits became animated. A multitude of familiar and unfamiliar faces converging to offer their congratulations. Zhou Dabong, brandishing his wolf-toothed club, trailed behind Chen Wuyou, grinning broadly, his face aglow with pride. In a single day, the name Wu Guangyuan echoed throughout the Wuyun stronghold. After dealing with the scheming bandits, Chen Wuyou asked Zhou Dabong to lead him to Tang Sheng's dwelling. With Tang Sheng deceased, all his status and wealth were now inherited by Chen Wuyou, a stark representation of the ruthless law of the jungle, laying bare the brutal reality of the underworld. The act of killing an innocent for selfish desires left Chen Wuyou grappling with guilt over his own harsh transformation, a sentiment that evaporated upon encountering the sight of a woman, scarred and chained to a bed, her pale, naked form a testament to suffering. Observing this, Zhou Dabong quietly excused himself, thoughtfully closing the door behind Chen Wuyou. You have suffered, my dear. Unsure of what to say, Chen Wuyou fell silent for half a minute before managing to utter those words. Long hair obscured her face, concealing her expression, and she responded with a disdainful laugh, defiantly thrusting her chest forward. Come on, stop pretending. You're all the same, aren't you? Chen Wuyou opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He yearned to offer this unfortunate girl, so cruelly toyed with by fate, a promise of salvation, to rescue her from this hellish existence. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a similar abyss, unable to guarantee his own safety, leaving him with no right to save another. He rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving a clean set of clothes to place beside her. Offering his apologies, he hastily exited, not even pausing to tally Tang Sheng's possessions. Why is it over so quickly? Zhou Dabong stifled a laugh. What are you thinking? How dare you engage in such acts in broad daylight without a shred of shame? After delivering a slap to the back of Zhou Dabang's head, I intended to put an end to his sordid thoughts. What of it? I simply enjoy the daylight. During my leisure time, I often seek out women in the south courtyard to relieve my pent-up desires. This is how my reputation as Zhou Dabong came to be, known for my prowess with the Wolf Fawn Club and my brazen nature. Just as Zhou Dabong was about to boast of his exploits once more, Chen Wuyou interrupted him, inquiring about the significant information he had just let slip. What exactly is the south courtyard? Brother, it seems you've truly lost your wits. You were the one who first took me to the south courtyard. The captives we captured were all confined there, were they not? Zhou Dabong regarded Chen Wuyou with a perplexed expression. Take me to the south courtyard, Chen Wuyou said, barely concealing his excitement. Finally, a lead. But I still have to patrol the mountains. Patrol? Nonsense. From now on, you're sticking with me. You'll do as I say. Lead the way. With a kick to Zhou Dabang's backside, he remained unfazed, interpreting it as a gesture of camaraderie, and he merrily trotted ahead. As they made their way to the south courtyard, Chen Wuyou gained a comprehensive understanding of the geography of the stronghold. The Wuyun stronghold could be divided into 3 sections. The Mountain Pass, which is the only entrance and heavily fortified year-round. The Inner Sanctum, which included the Tiger Killing Hall. The residences of the 3 leaders, the quarters of 10 commanders, and the barracks for the foot soldiers. And lastly, the South Courtyard. Located at the southernmost part of the stronghold, flanked by the mountains and enclosed by wooden fences, with watchtowers on either side where archers stood ready, and bandits guarding the entrance, creating a secluded little world within. Typically, the inhabitants of the South Courtyard were not permitted to leave. Only summoned when repairs were needed or when the stronghold required skilled craftsmen and strong men. Additionally, they provided entertainment for the lowly foot soldiers. Zhou Dabong chuckled lasciviously. Entertainment? Chen Wuyou's forehead creased with tension. Surely, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings about him, as the stronghold was small and news spread rapidly. Please, Leader Wu. The guard bandit politely ushered Chen Wuyou inside, with Zhou Dabong following closely behind. This was precisely what Zhou Dabong had awaited. Individuals of his standing could not simply wander into the South Courtyard at will, and he eagerly sought out his old flame. Previously, Chen Wuyou had thought the barracks in the Wuyun stronghold were already quite crude, but upon arriving at the South Courtyard, his perspective shifted. The South Courtyard lacked even a single complete structure, only a series of dilapidated walls occupied by a few burly men, and what he saw were merely thin tents. It was tolerable in summer, but how could the residents endure such cold in winter? As he pondered this, a bandit emerged from a tent, still fastening his belt. And through the tent's gap, Chen Wuyou caught sight of a naked woman cleaning herself. Ah, Leader Wu, are you here for some fun as well? The bandit, spotting Chen Wuyou, rubbed his hands together and approached eagerly. Chen Wuyou, feeling a surge of irritation, shot back. Get lost. The man, cowed, retreated in silence. Not paying heed to his internal turmoil, Chen Wuyou noticed a small child sitting on a stone. He hurried over, but to his disappointment, it was a boy with a messy hairstyle, dirt on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Upon seeing Chen Wuyou approach, he shyly clutched his clothing. Little one, don't be afraid. Uncle is not a bad person. Chen Wuyou adopted a gentle demeanor, crouching to ruffle the boy's hair. What is your name? Little flower dog. My mother said the worthless live long. The boy replied timidly. Chen Wuyou smiled and asked, who do you usually play with here? I don't play with others. You're killing the conversation, Chen Wuyou responded, momentarily at a loss. Changing tactics, he asked, do you know how many children are here? Are there any little girls? There are. The boy nodded, suddenly more animated. A few boys, a few girls. Where are they? Just me. The others either died from illness or were killed by the bandits for angering them. There was a girl, but she was taken away. Taken by whom? Chen Wuyou pressed urgently. At that moment, Zhou Dabong returned, a hint of disdain in his tone. So, Leader Wu, you have a taste for this? Too bad. That little girl was already taken by Leader Huang. Leader Huang has a taste for this too? Chen Wuyou's heart sank. He recalled the woman confined in Tang Sheng's chamber. Fearing that Miss Lin had been tortured beyond recognition, or perhaps even worse, she might no longer be alive. Zhou Dabang's subsequent remarks only deepened Chen Wuyou's anxiety. Chapter 35. Women. A shroud of despondency enveloped Chen Wuyou. Just as he had found a lead, it pointed him toward a dead end, signifying the potential failure of his mission's first phase. To date, he had completed numerous tasks, failing only once when he strayed beyond the mission's parameters. Fortunately, his extraordinary martial arts system remained reliable. Failure did not result in extreme penalties like amputation or death, merely the absence of rewards for unfulfilled tasks. Take me to see Leader Huang. Chen Wuyou squinted, his expression impassive. Hiss, you don't mean to confront him, do you? Zhou Dabong was taken aback, unable to gauge Chen Wuyou's intentions. Is that not permissible? If he refuses to comply, then it serves him right if I take matters into my own hands. Chen Wuyou was filled with murderous intent. Since stepping into the South Courtyard, a simmering rage had brewed within him. The men and women living like soulless husks, meekly enduring their torment, alongside the bandits who reveled in cruelty. What was even more chilling was the absence of the elderly and the fact that he had only spotted one child. It was likely that the elderly, lacking any skills to survive like the strong-bodied men and women, had been slaughtered by the bandits from the outset. If this were a supernatural realm, the innocent souls that had perished would have long since wreaked havoc upon the stronghold. The scenes before him ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Chen Wuyou. He questioned his own morality. He was no saint, having ruthlessly acted against innocent strangers merely for the sake of infiltrating the Kai clan. Though he later learned they were not guiltless, at that moment, he had been oblivious. Yet, witnessing even the slightest glimpse of the bandits' malice made him realize he differed from these thoroughly wicked individuals. Chen Wuyou adhered to a principle of non-aggression. While they thrived on inflicting pain, relishing in bloodshed and humiliation, such beings were unworthy of the title of human. Without the compulsion of a mission, Chen Wuyou would still seek to dismantle this breeding ground of vice. In the midst of his tumultuous thoughts, he failed to notice the child who had been conversing with him, now gazing at his back with bright, fervent eyes. Far from the timid country boy he had appeared to be, compared to the foot soldiers, the leaders enjoyed a more leisurely existence. When not engaged in plundering, they indulged in whatever pleased them, like Hua Xia, who spent most of his time in his little bamboo house, indulging in pleasures of the flesh. The sounds of pleasure mingled with pain emanated from near Hua Xia's bamboo abode, growing clearer to their ears. Zhou Dabong adjusted himself, feeling a surge of excitement. "Hey Huang, my leader wishes to see you." Knowing Chen Wuyou's intentions were likely hostile, Zhou Dabong wasted no time, grabbing his wolf fang club and pounding on the door. The moans turned to shrieks, revealing the true nature of the girl within. Chen Wuyou wished she were not Lin Jiaojiao, yet secretly hoped she was. Her complex emotions were too intricate to share with outsiders. After venting her frustrations inside, she opened the door, and Hua Xia greeted her with a smile. He had witnessed the events of the morning and was a formidable character, one who dared to confront the third master, making him someone not to be trifled with. "What brings you here, Leader Wu?" Hua Xia, in his 40s with wrinkles etched on his face, smiled, causing his features to gather like the petals of a radiant chrysanthemum. "Nothing in particular. I've heard that the girl in that room is your beloved. I desire her," Chen Wuyou declared, her aloof demeanor clearly provoking him. The enmity born from the murder of a father and the usurpation of a wife was a profound hatred that could not be overlooked. Chen Wuyou demanded Hua Xia's woman, and any man of valor would find it intolerable. Instinctively, Hua Xia clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but the chill in the air made him hesitate. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Chen Wuyou's fists emanating an undeniable frostiness. The brutal death of Tang Sheng still fresh in his mind, he cursed inwardly. This person is indeed ruthless. Killing Tang Sheng to establish her dominance is one thing, but now she seeks to strike at me as well. Thankfully, he realized the danger in time. Taking a cautious step back, he mused that humiliation pales in comparison to death. Hua Xia swallowed his indignation and replied with forced courtesy. "If Leader Wu wishes to gift her to you, who am I to object? I shall ensure she is cleaned and delivered to your home." "No need," Chen Wuyou retorted, pushing past Hua Xia and entering the room. "What a farcical leader, they are all spineless." Zhou Dabong snickered, brandishing a wolf fang club, standing guard at the door. The insult directed at him was insulting enough, but a nameless character daring to rise above him sent Hua Xia into a fit of rage. He gazed at the firmly shut door, imagining the woman who had looked down upon him just a minute ago, now possibly submitting to another. This thought brought tears to his eyes, and he stormed off to the tiger-killing hall to seek counsel from several leaders. Hua Xia surprisingly restrained himself, which caught Chen Wuyou off guard. His initial intent had been to kill, yet this old man displayed remarkable restraint, allowing him a chance at survival. Nervously, he pushed open the door, and the first sight that greeted him was a pale figure. A young girl, around 13 or 14, her thighs delicately pressed together, was applying makeup before the mirror, already resembling an adult. She was aware of Hua Xia being coerced by the newly appointed leader to give her up and was eager to present her best self to her new master. "My lord, please show mercy upon me." The girl softly turned, her modesty concealed by the slight swell of her bosom as she tilted her head shyly, stealing glances at Chen Wuyou. "Is your surname Lin?" Chen Wuyou inquired, slapping his forehead at her adeptness in seducing men, a skill many barmaids lacked. Could she be Lin Jiaojiao, daughter of the esteemed Lin Anong? "Ha ha, my lord is quite the joker. My surname is Liu," she replied with a charming smile, leaving Zhou Dabong, who was eavesdropping outside, utterly captivated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wuyou turned to leave. In the tiger-killing hall, Hua Xia wept like a child. "Wu Guangyuan is so domineering. Soon, he may not even regard you with respect. I implore the chief to take action." Hua Xuan's cries only served to irritate Zheng Yuanji further. Could there not be a moment of peace? Why was this man always stirring up trouble? Killing Tang Sheng was not enough. Now he seeks to target Hua Xia, Sun Baiwe proclaimed with increasing fervor, concocting countless baseless stories to tarnish Chen Wuyou's name. "I've known all along that you two are in cahoots. You must be a government spy," Sun Bai accused, his iron spear clanging in his anger, emboldening him further. "Enough. Without evidence, I will not harm my own." Despite Chen Wuyou's proficiency in the Six Harmonies Thunder Palm, he had gained considerable goodwill from Zheng Yuanji, nullifying Sun Bai's efforts. "Hua Xia, take heed. The chief will not support you." Depart, Sunbai sneered. His pitying gaze then shifted to Hu Yanlai, who turned away, choosing to protect Chen Wuyou for the time being until he could confront Sunbai. While the scheming continued, Chen Wuyou focused on his internal cultivation in the courtyard. Regaining his composure, he could not yet ascertain Lin Zhaojiao's fate. It was also possible that her identity had been discovered by Zheng Yuanji, leading to her being hidden away as a bargaining chip with the government. To be honest, this was Chen Wuyou's greatest fear. If that were the case, the difficulty of his mission would escalate tremendously. Extracting her from Zheng Yuanji, who was at his pinnacle, and successfully escorting her out of the stronghold would be akin to Zhao Zilong rescuing the child Ado amidst a million soldiers. As the leader, he need not dine with a group of bandits reeking of foulness. In the kitchen, a small portion was prepared for him, and after eating a bit, he placed the wooden plate in front of the imprisoned woman. Has your conscience been stirred? She taunted. I previously thought you quite despondent, viewing others too negatively. Yet now, it seems you possess vitality. At least you still speak, unlike the women in the southern courtyard, who do not utter a word and merely submit. Chen Wuyou sat on the ground. I was right about you. Unable to have me, you ran to the southern courtyard to vent your frustrations? Do not think too highly of yourself. A young lord like you is not even worth my attention, she retorted, her sarcasm wearing thin on him. Is that so? The woman smirked, brushing back her hair to reveal her breathtaking visage. Her brows arched like crescent moons, her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, and her delicate features, unadorned, glowed like warm jade under the gentle sunlight. In that moment, Chen Wuyou felt his heart race. Ahem, miss, please maintain your decorum. He averted his gaze, only to be met with her unclothed form, awkwardly suggesting, perhaps you should put on some clothes. I am not like those other men, bound in a hellish existence with no escape. She had initially fantasized about a heroic savior rescuing her, but after enduring harsh realities, all she desired now was to encounter a man who was not entirely loathsome, someone who could shield her from the storm. Perhaps this man before her was her only refuge. His eyes lacked any menacing intent. Following his suggestion, she donned the oversized clothing of Tang Sheng. As she nibbled delicately at her food, she retained her grace despite her misfortunes, standing apart from ordinary women. What is your name? Chen Wuyou inquired. Chiyu. She replied after swallowing her morsel. How long have you been captured by Wuyun stronghold? With a self-deprecating smile, she answered, half a month. If it were any longer, I do not know if I could survive. Half a month. This timeline aligned perfectly. Chen Wuyou's mind raced as he realized she might have been abducted alongside Lin Zhaojiao. Were you first kidnapped by human traffickers and then intercepted by bandits? He pressed urgently. How do you know? Chiyu blinked, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. That is not your concern. I have another question for you. Was there a young girl among those abducted with you? Chen Wuyou clenched his fists, the importance of this question weighing heavily upon him. There was no girl, but there was a boy, Chiyu answered truthfully. How could there be no girl? Is the information from the 6 doors erroneous? No, that cannot be. During the day, the young boy, if indeed a rural child of 12 or 13, would have already been laboring in the fields alongside his parents. Yet, his palms bore only stains and not a hint of calluses. His bright eyes exhibited a timidity that was not genuine fear, but rather a keen scrutiny of his surroundings. How did it not occur to me sooner? No wonder he was trained by the Golden Eagle Patrol. He nearly deceived me. I can assert with a high degree of certainty that the child from the southern courtyard is Lin Zhaojiao. Chen Wuyou murmured a few words and stepped outside, only to realize that the night sky was already adorned with twinkling stars. It was late, and any action at this hour would arouse suspicion. It would be best to wait until tomorrow. Now that he had found Chen Wuyou, there was no need to rush. He sat at the edge of the bed, a faint smile gracing his face. Why do you ask these questions? Chiyu inquired softly, picking up a handkerchief to dab at the corner of her mouth. Obediently sitting beside Chen Wuyou. You will soon learn the answer, he replied, refraining from revealing his identity in his moment of triumph. He had already devised the next steps in his mind. First, he would extract Lin Zhaojiao, then seize an opportunity during a patrol to take her to the rendezvous with Jiang Qing, and finally await Jiang Qing's move to jointly obliterate the Wuyun stronghold. Let us sleep, Chen Wuyou said, extinguishing the candle. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chiyu's anxious face. She clutched the blanket tightly, her bashful demeanor stirring a desire within Chen Wuyou to hold her close. Yet, the self-discipline of a martial artist kept his impulses in check, and he settled into a meditative position on the bed, cultivating his inner strength until late into the night. By the time he lay down, Chiyu had already succumbed to slumber. A peaceful night unfolded without incident. After enduring fear for so long, Chiyu enjoyed her first restful sleep in half a month. Unaware of how much longer she might have slept had not the sound of Chen Wuyou leaving startled her awake. The steamed buns on the table still emitted warmth. And Yu suddenly smiled, feeling a long-lost warmth on this cold winter morning. When Chen Wuyou arrived at the southern courtyard, the bandits guarding it were still deep in slumber, and the main gate was tightly shut. Ignoring it, he climbed over the wall and found the young boy in the same spot as yesterday. He bore dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a sleepless night, and sat on a stone, drenched in heavy dew. I was right. You are from the 6 doors, the boy declared confidently, hands clasped behind his back and head held high. All the explanations Chen Wuyou had prepared for revealing his identity became unnecessary. Seeing the boy's unwavering confidence sparked a mischievous inclination in Chen Wuyou, who grinned wickedly. You are mistaken, little one. I have come to capture you on orders. A flicker of panic crossed the boy's bright eyes. Being just a child, he faltered under Chen Wuyu's feigned threat, though he attempted to maintain bravado. Don't think you can fool me. This is not the time for games, Chen Wuyou said, his smile fading as he glanced around. At this hour, no one was awake. Speaking quickly and softly, he continued, I am here to take you away. Just maintain your current disguise and do not be nervous. Wait by the gate. I will find an opportunity to exit the stronghold this afternoon and will take you with me. Do you understand? Lin Jiao, lacking the depth of cunning, leaped up in excitement upon hearing of the impending rescue. All right, just wait for me, Chen Wuyou said, patting the girl on the head as he prepared to leave. Lin Jiao nodded vigorously, finally revealing the sweet voice of a young girl. Finding Lin Jiao meant that the task was already half accomplished. Now it was merely a matter of proceeding step by step. Upon returning home, Chen Wuyou practiced his punches for a while until Zhou de Bang came to summon him for morning exercises, and the two set off together. The exercises were uneventful. But afterward, Zheng Yuanji called everyone to a halt, announcing, last night, scouts reported that the Zhua family stronghold is poorly defended. Wu Tuling, take a team down the mountain to raid the Zhua family stronghold. Sandang Jia will accompany you for protection. Upon hearing this order, Chen Wuyou sensed an underlying tension. Zhang Yuanji had personally chosen him for the raid and had sent Sandang Jia Sunbai, his rival, to supervise him. The seeds of trouble sown by yesterday's bold actions were finally bearing fruit. Zhang Yuanji intended for him to submit to a blood oath. On the earthen tower, Sunbai chuckled darkly. He had paid a hefty price to secure this command from the chief, but it was worth it to uphold his authority. Any challenger would face severe consequences. Brother, what should we do? Zhou de Bang sensed something amiss. Let them come. We shall confront them, Chen Wuyou replied. Gazing up at Sunbai, their eyes met across the distance, each looking ready to ignite a spark. In an unexpected turn of events, Chen Wuyou instructed Zhou de Bang to remain behind and gather the ruffians, while he approached the south courtyard entrance, under the watchful eyes of the guarding bandits. He maintained an expression of indifference, calling out, Kid, come with me. The bandits were fully assembled, and Sunbai donned a suit of scales, his 2 trusted aides holding his enormous spear. Why bring a child? Sunbai scoffed. He was eager to provoke conflict, especially since Chen Wuyou had unwittingly given him the opportunity. I believe the boy is quite clever. Let him masquerade as a little beggar to infiltrate the Zhua family stronghold and assess their defenses, Chen Wuyou suggested. This reasoning seemed plausible to Sunbai, who furrowed his brow but said nothing further as he mounted his horse. Chen Wuyou followed closely behind, leading 100 or so ruffians out of the stronghold. 10 miles from the mountain's exit, upon leaving the territory of the Wuyun stronghold, Chen Wuyou suddenly reined in his horse, declaring, Brothers, listen closely. The chief has appointed me to lead the assault on the Zhua family stronghold, and we must execute this mission flawlessly, to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from causing trouble. Let me make this clear. Once we reach the Zhua family stronghold, everyone must obey my commands. Anyone who dares to dissent will be met with my wrath. My fists do not recognize faces. Do you understand? A scattered chorus of responses affirmed their understanding, but it was evident that Chen Wuyu's authority among the bandits was not yet firmly established. I see. What is it, Wu Tuling? Do you have something to say? Sunbai licked his lips, smirking arrogantly. You guessed it. I do have something to say. What of it? Chen Wuyou did not mince words, directing his sharp remarks towards Sunbai, who represented the greatest obstacle in his path. Chen Wuyou harbored suspicions that Sunbai was not merely there to supervise. In the heat of battle, this man might very well stab him in the back. Thus began a confrontation of wills between Wu Tuling and Sandang Jia, neither yielding ground, inciting a stir among the bandits, who were animated by the challenge. Sunbai, who was not favored by the men, surrounded himself with brutish followers, and upon witnessing someone stand up to challenge his authority, the bandits erupted in excitement, with only a few of Sunbai's loyalists glaring daggers at Chen Wuyou. What do you mean by this, Wu? Sunbai hissed. signaling his two aides to present their iron spears. With a spear in hand, Sun Bai's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a cunning scholar to a battle-hardened general. An aura of bloodlust radiating from him. The Iron Blood Battle Chi was the most widely practiced internal martial art of the day, one that any soldier would learn. And it was unrestricted in its transmission, making it a popular choice among many common martial artists, not only in the Deqian dynasty but throughout history. The Iron Blood Battle Chi had endured for this very reason. It was designed for the battlefield. The greater the scale of conflict, the more potent its power became, even surpassing many unique schools of internal martial arts. However, in smaller skirmishes among martial artists, its efficacy waned significantly. You know exactly what I mean. You have been targeting me relentlessly these past few days. Are you afraid I might usurp your position as Sandangjia? The battle was on the verge of eruption, as Chen Wuyou's restless steed pawed at the ground. Chapter 37, The Murderous Siege. The atmosphere was charged with tension, yet hostilities failed to ignite. Thanks to a single remark from Zhao Laosan. Are you already turning against each other before the enemy has even laid eyes on you? Zhao Laosan, not the leader but a venerable elder in his 50s, lacked the strength and martial prowess of his youth. Yet, his words silenced the bandits, causing Sun Bai to lower his weapon and Chen Wuyou to temper his fury. Zhao Laosan, a founding figure of the stronghold and a close ally of the chief Zheng Yuanji, carried significant weight. His presence represented Zhang, whose authority among the bandits was unmatched by the other two leaders combined. Thus, Zhao Laosan's voice held sway, capable of directing the bandits' weapons towards Chen Wuyou with mere utterance. The group continued on, and Lin Jiaojiao, who had been closely following Chen Wuyou, began to ponder the current situation. With limited knowledge, her recent observations led her to form a few conclusions. Initially, the young constable had arranged to meet in the afternoon. Yet he unexpectedly led a band of mountain bandits to attack the Zhou family stronghold in the morning, accompanied by a rival third leader and an experienced bandit representing the chief, indicating a lack of trust from the chief. Was he anxious about a potential conflict with the third leader concerning an upcoming matter? Had Chen Wuyou been privy to Lin Jiaojiao's thoughts, he would have been astonished by her astuteness, for she had deduced the truth from scan information, a cleverness rare in a child. Chen Wuyou's eagerness to confront Sun Bai stemmed from an impending critical decision, knowing Sun Bai's temperament would oppose him. Upon reaching a fork in the road, one leading left through the woods and the other right along the official path, Chen Wuyou urged his horse onward, assessing the options. We shall take the woodland path. Though it is arduous, it offers greater safety and brings us closer to the Zhou family stronghold. As anticipated, Sun Bai promptly interjected with a rebuttal. Nonsense. The territory within 100 miles belongs to our Wuyun stronghold. The official path is ours, isn't that right, brothers? This time, Sun Bai had learned to rally the support of the crowd. Chen Wuyou's lips twitched in a sardonic smile, while Lin Jiaojiao focused intently on him, marveled at Sun Bai's cleverness, realizing he was feigning a desire to take the official path, knowing full well that any suggestion he made would be met with refusal. Chen Wuyou decided to conceal his true intentions, deliberately presenting a false objective to mislead Sun Bai into unwittingly aiding him. The play must continue. With a stern countenance, Chen Wuyou declared, "No. The official path is too conspicuous. If the Zhou family discovers us, we might find the place deserted by the time we arrive. Are you suggesting the government has set an ambush in the woods waiting for us to walk into their trap?" Sun Bai, employing the same tactic, attempted to use the government's presence to undermine Chen Wuyou once more. What nonsense. You act more like a government official than anyone else here. Chen Wuyou, frustrated, retorted. Fine, if you wish to take the official path, do so. But do not blame me if trouble arises. With a swift crack of his whip, he rode ahead towards the official path, concealing a smile that no one could see. Foolish and inept, Sun Bai had fallen into his trap with such ease. The next matter at hand was ensuring Lin Jiaojiao's safety. As long as she was secure, he could unleash his full potential. She was akin to a ticking time bomb beside him. Without resolving her safety, Chen Wuyou could not fully commit to his plans. After a quarter of an hour's travel, a land deity temple came into view. As the group approached, Chen Wuyou suddenly emitted a pained groan, clutching his abdomen. Curse it. That wretched cook served me spoiled pickles this morning. It's killing me. I need to relieve myself. Chen Wuyou's silence was met with Sun Bai's inevitable provocation. Everyone else has eaten the pickles just fine. Is your stomach that delicate? This remark struck a nerve with Chen Wuyou, and he erupted, Zhou Dabong. Hand over your wolf-toothed club. Today, I shall engage in a bloody battle with this scoundrel. You think you can criticize me even when I'm incapacitated? Are you going to stand there and question the strength of my manhood while I'm indisposed? Such crude banter resonated with the bandits, leading Zhou Dabong to chuckle heartily, prompting a wave of laughter among them. Lin Jiaojiao stifled a giggle. You're courting death. Sun Bai, both humiliated and enraged, reached for his iron spear once more. Enough. Lao San, you should know that nature calls cannot be ignored. Coincidentally, I too need to relieve myself. Let's go together. Zhao Laosan intervened to defuse the situation. His need to relieve himself a mere pretext to monitor their movements. Excellent, I welcome the company. Chen Wuyou, unfazed, scanned his surroundings for a suitable spot. And upon seeing the temple, exclaimed, right behind the temple will do. Very well. Zhao Laosan squinted his eyes and followed Chen Wuyou. The latter appeared genuinely distressed as he hurried to the back of the temple, hastily brushing aside 3 stones arranged in a triangular formation. Just as Lin Zhaojiao was nearing her limit from fatigue, they finally arrived at the Zhua family stronghold. Several brick and tile houses belonged to the affluent families, with dozens of thatched cottages. It was midday, and smoke rose from every household. Come here, kid. Chen Wuyou called Lin Zhaojiao over, his voice menacing as he threatened. Once we enter the village, keep a close eye on how many people are around. Do not even think about escaping. Your family is locked in the southern courtyard. If you flee, I will see to it that your entire family meets their demise. Do you understand? Chen Wuyou emphasized the word escape, and Lin Zhaojiao, comprehending his intent, blinked rapidly before proceeding towards the village. Having survived in the bandit den for so long, she felt confident in her ability to navigate her way out amidst the chaos of raiding the Zhua family stronghold. Sun Bai offered no objections. Having tacitly approved of this course, though he was unrelenting in his criticisms towards Chen Wuyou, rather than squabbling over trivial matters, they waited several miles outside the Zhua family stronghold. After half an hour of waiting, Sun Bai vented his frustrations, and the bandits voiced their grievances until Chen Wuyou finally received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The first phase of the mission was accomplished, and he could claim a month's worth of internal energy cultivation at any time. Suppressing his elation, Chen Wuyou remarked coldly, "It seems the ungrateful little wretch has fled. Let us descend upon the mountain." No one cared about a mere child, not even Sun Bai, who refrained from targeting Chen Wuyou over this matter. After resting for half an hour, the mountain bandits, invigorated, galloped alongside the two, swiftly breaching the Zhua family stronghold. As the bandits charged in, the alarm bells of the Zhua family rang out, and many had already taken flight, yet countless others were caught off guard, trapped within the stronghold by the onslaught of bandits. The bandits laughed maniacally, wielding their swords as they pursued the fleeing townsfolk like prey. "I will fight you to the death." The son of the estate, in his early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor and courage, charged at the bandits, wielding his martial prowess to slay several with mere fists and kicks. Zhao Laosan turned his gaze to Chen Wuyou, who understood that it was time to present his token of allegiance. Dismounting, he leaped towards the young man, executing a frost-laden strike that infused his punch with a chilling intensity. The country lad, unaccustomed to such sophisticated martial arts, foolishly attempted to engage Chen Wuyou in combat. His arm, encased in frost, shattered upon impact, leaving him lifeless on the ground, devoid of blood, frozen solid. Having lost an arm, he was in a state of utter confusion, as if a sudden kick had struck at his heart, sending him flying several meters to the ground, where he floundered like a fish out of water, ultimately succumbing to death. Enduring the grief of losing a son, the aged landlord wiped his tears and stumbled forward, kneeling to plead, "Please spare him, Your Majesty. Just stop. We shall give you whatever you desire." Although he knew that such acts would have occurred at the Wuyun stronghold regardless, Chen Wuyou still felt a deep sense of distress. The slaughter of unarmed individuals represented an insurmountable moral boundary for him. "Cease this at once. These people will be the property of our stronghold in the future," he shouted. Having dispatched 2 bloodthirsty henchmen, Chen Wuyou found no joy in these actions, feeling only revulsion. The innocent villagers were herded like soulless beings, their eyes void of hope. Riding ahead, Chen Wuyou's emotions were inscrutable. The joy of their bounty had made them forget a small child was missing, and even if they remembered, no one would care about a mere child. The single stone before the mountain god's temple signified that tonight, they would act. Chapter 38. The first watch, dressed in a black uniform adorned with crimson trimmings, Jiang Cheng traversed the snowy ground, his eyes gleaming with an eerie brightness. Pupils dilated like a feline's in the night. His ears twitched at the slightest sound, attuned to every whisper of the wind, embodying the secretive skills of the 6 doors. After taking several paces, Jiang Cheng suddenly chuckled. He had discerned a heartbeat beneath the snow. A small head poked out from the snow, tilting curiously as it asked, "I heard that the Golden Eagle Constable, Jiang Qiao, has 3 sons. Which one are you? I envy Miss Lin for being the only daughter. Your disappearance must have caused Lord Lin great distress, mobilizing countless resources to find you. If you weren't so strict." I wouldn't have sneaked out and been captured by traffickers, the child huffed, her nose slightly wrinkled and face smudged with dirt, eliciting a laugh from Jiang Cheng. In the snow, two offspring of the six doors engaged in light conversation. Lin Jiaojiao had not forgotten the perils faced by Chen Wuyou in enemy territory and inquired, "Who was that uncle who rescued me? His mannerisms do not seem typical of our six doors." "Uncle?" Jiang Cheng burst into laughter. "If Chen Wuyou knew you called him that, he would surely be infuriated. He is scarcely older than you." The name Chen Wuyou rang a bell. "Ah, I remember now. The eldest son of the Chen family in Chujun is named Chen Wuyou, and he should be 18 this year." Lin Jiaojiao, renowned for her intelligence, had all the prominent families and sects of Wuzhou etched in her memory. How come I never heard of this? I only know of two young masters from the Chen family, Chen Wu and Chen Wuhuan. The former studies swordsmanship with the Sword King, Ji Fang, and the latter is under the Five Prison Thunder sect. How is there an eldest son? Lin Jiaojiao shook her head. I cannot say. This eldest son is reclusive, seldom seen by outsiders. Unless you mention his name, I wouldn't have guessed. Looks like he has his secrets, Jiang Cheng mused. This masterful disguise technique speaks to a hidden past. Reclusive, or rather, under house arrest. I have heard whispers of the sordid affairs of the wealthy. He too is a victim. Jiang Cheng's preconceived notions colored his perception, leading him to regard Chen Wuyou as a remarkable individual. His absence of renown in Wuzhou was undoubtedly due to family suppression. Not wishing to dwell further on that matter, Lin Jiaojiao asked, "What are your plans now? You've waited for half a month. Does it not matter if a day passes? Do you require my assistance?" Her eyes sparkled with yearning. She craved excitement, a trait that had led her to run away from home, only to encounter misfortune with traffickers. "Your mere presence is already a help," Jiang Cheng replied with a chuckle. Patting her head, Lin Jiaojiao, still untrained in combat, was no match for a robust adult, and he would not permit her to act recklessly. Crossing her arms, Lin Jiaojiao puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "Tonight, we celebrate Chief Wu." After hearing from my confidant, Zhao Laosan, who praised Chen Wuyou's performance upon descending the mountain, Zhang Yuanji dismissed his doubts and warmly welcomed Chen Wuyou, unaware that the very man he sought to ally with was plotting their demise. "Thank you, Chief," Chen Wuyou humbly expressed as he returned home, finally in a secure environment. He eagerly awaited his task rewards, as if becoming the center of a vortex. Pure and concentrated spiritual energy surged through his body, filling his dantian and meridians through 30,000 pores. What would have taken a month of cultivation to open the second meridian was now bestowed upon him in an instant. Under careful control, the overwhelming internal force smoothly opened the second meridian, elevating Chen Wuyou to a practitioner of the second level. The system's reward was notably pure, derived from the essence of heaven and earth, surpassing even the quality of medicinal pills. "Is anything the matter?" Chen Wuyou asked with a broad smile, eliciting surprise from Qiyu, who had never seen him so joyous. "Is there good news?" "Indeed, you shall find out tonight. I will grant you your heart's desire," he said, raising an eyebrow, exuding vitality. His words, however, led to a misunderstanding for Qiyu, who could not comprehend that he meant to offer her freedom, a concept that had become a luxury for her, as she merely wished to find safety under Chen Wuyou's wing. Her face flushed, eyes glistening with emotion, she said softly, "I will serve you well tonight." Realizing Qiyu's misinterpretation, Chen Wuyou chuckled, but chose not to clarify. He was a cautious individual, intent on removing any potential complications before the impending confrontation, planning to reveal the truth to Qiyu only at the last moment. The stronghold buzzed with excitement that night. Red lanterns hung anew to celebrate, and large oil lamps illuminated the square as brightly as day. Tables and chairs filled the open space, and though the dishes had yet to be served, the wine flowed freely. The aroma of spirits wafted through the stronghold as Chen Wuyou raised a massive bowl in toast with the mountain bandits, who were taken aback by the honor. The mountain dwellers were rough and unrefined. They cared little for delicacies, relishing in abundant meat and fish. Worthless fellows who cannot even handle their drink. Sunbai seized every opportunity to mock. The night was tranquil, the ruckus left behind. Observing the rosy-cheeked Zhou Debang's blissful smile, Chen Wuyou shook his head with a smile. "Silly brother, don't blame me. I'm only looking out for your well-being. Get some rest. I would prefer not to meet you in battle." "No need. I have matters to attend to tonight." Chen Wuyou grasped Qiyu's delicate hands, feeling the potency of the liquor. After just 2 bowls, he found himself slightly overwhelmed. "Then we must shed our clothes," Qiyu shyly suggested, lowering her head. With a light laugh, Chen Wuyou suddenly drew his sword. "What is this for?" she gasped. Stepping back in alarm, her eyes filled with fear. The look pierced Chen Wuyou's heart. Had she truly never trusted him? It was understandable, a man like him, veiled in pretense, could hardly inspire genuine affection, much like the girls who had once approached him for money. His voice turned cold, devoid of emotion. There is no need to be alarmed. I will not harm you. He tore a white cloth shirt into strips, wrapping his hands and sword tightly before tying a final knot. I have heard that killing too many will make one's grip slippery with blood. This way, I need not worry about losing my sword. Speaking to himself, Chen Wuyou moved a chair to the door, sitting down resolutely, waiting quietly for the night to deepen. Qiyu sat silently on the bed, realizing she had never understood this man who had so abruptly entered her life. Who was he? What did he intend to do? And how would he treat her? Qiyu remained blissfully unaware, placing all her hopes upon him with unwavering devotion. She chose to hide, disregarding any sounds or intrusions, focusing solely on safeguarding herself, awaiting the dawn when clarity would emerge. As she pursued, she realized Chen Wuyou had vanished, her concerned words and a soft sigh dissipating into the wind. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Cheng had similarly cautioned Lin Jiao before leaping up the mountain. Chapter 39. The past Kong Yong was in a rather dismal mood today, for it was his turn to stand watch that night, preventing him from indulging in festivities like the other brothers. As the banquet concluded and revelers succumbed to inebriation, he thought to retrieve a jar of wine from the kitchen, believing no one would notice. Kong Yong was neither greedy for wealth nor lustful. His sole passion lay in the contents of his cup. Just as he turned to head to the back kitchen, he caught sight of a shadow silently poised behind him, wielding a sharp blade. His heart momentarily halted. The words "enemy attack" lodged in his throat, ready to be shouted. It was not surprising, for he had just witnessed Ma Hu drunkenly disrobing against a tree. The newly appointed leader Wu was a ruthless character, having ascended after the death of the former leader Tangxing, and despite offending the third master, he acted with impunity. Rumors swirled that Wu might be the fourth leader of the bandits, and Kong Yong found this notion quite plausible. With an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Wu, Kong Yong seized the chance to assist him, only to be met with a piercing, icy glare from Wu's eyes. He was not intoxicated. He intended to kill. With a swift stroke, Chen Wuyou wiped the blood from his blade and discarded Kong Yong's lifeless body aside. The patrolling minions outside had been efficiently eliminated by Chen Wuyou, and now the path to the bandit stronghold lay clear. Standing at the mountain's entrance, he noticed a figure hurtling towards him, clad in black. Shimmering under the moonlight, it was Jiang Cheng. I have received word from Miss Lin. Your performance has been commendable, Jiang Cheng remarked as they met. But the matter is not yet concluded. We shall converse further after we eradicate this band of ruffians, Chen Wuyou replied, a fierce determination igniting within him. Very well. I shall seek out the chief, Zheng Yuanji. I have a score to settle with Sunbai as well, Chen Wuyou grinned, his teeth glinting with cold resolve. They parted ways, with Jiang Cheng heading straight for the tiger-killing hall. Chen Wuyou felt assured. If Jiang Cheng could not handle Zheng Yuanji, he might as well end his own life. Sunbai's residence was nearly unguarded, two of his trusted sentinels already intoxicated at the entrance. With two swift strikes, Chen Wuyou silently dispatched them and pushed open the door. The moment he stepped inside, Sunbai, having consumed 4 jars of wine, stirred awake, not due to the creaking door but rather the sudden, pungent scent of blood thickening in the air. This was the essence of iron-blooded combat, acutely sensitive to the aroma of blood. After slaying several men, the rich scent from the 2 fallen sentinels jolted Sunbai from his stupor. Chen Wuyou's lack of information led him to miscalculate the situation that could have been easily resolved but was now devolving into a fierce struggle. Instinctively gripping his spear, Sunbai shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to awaken. He gazed at Chen Wuyou, who stood before him with a bloodied sword and seethed, Wu Guangyuan. Do you intend to rebel? Ah, that line should be directed at you. You are the bandit, and I am the soldier, Chen Wuyou retorted angrily. You are correct. You have always been right. I am from the 6 doors, and my infiltration was to gather intelligence on your band and coordinate with the authorities. Sunbai, infuriated by this revelation, let out a furious roar and swung his spear in a wide arc. The wardrobe, tables, and looted jade screens were all shattered into splinters, the force of the wind shaking the room as if it might collapse at any moment. In a space so vast, Sunbai wielding a spear had the advantage. However, Chen Wuyou maintained clarity of thought. The time was on his side, and he would seize the advantage of the confined space. Undaunted, Chen Wuyou advanced towards the spear, his sword radiating a chilling aura as he struck against the incoming weapon. This encounter echoed their previous brief clash in the training grounds. Sunbai remained steadfast, while Chen Wuyou staggered back 3 steps. This time, however, it was Chen Wuyou who bore the brunt of Sunbai's might, his entire arm numbed from the impact. Had he not clung to his sword, he might have been sent flying. What immense strength! He had to penetrate swiftly, A tingling sensation coursed through his left flank, the very spot where the spear was poised to pierce him. Suddenly light as a feather, Chen Wuyou soared within the cramped room, executing a flawless somersault to evade the spear, countering with a thrust from his sword, a technique from the Miao family's swordsmanship known as winged virtue, storms the tent, crashing mercilessly into Sun Bai. As he lunged, a layer of golden energy enveloped Chen Wuyou, heedless of the consequences, his sword piercing Sun Bai's shoulder. With a step towards the clouds, I seized the moon. With this successful strike, Chen Wuyou unleashed the subsequent techniques of the Miao family swordplay. Spinning to deliver a lethal cut aimed at Sun Bai's throat, the sword's intent perilous and uncanny. The calamity loomed, and Sun Bai's mind raced, performing a backward flip. He realized that one misstep could lead to death for either of them. The blade failed to find its mark, merely grazing Sun Bai's neck, yet it exacted a heavy toll. In retaliation, Chen Wuyou unleashed a devastating punch, his left fist glowing with golden light, striking down with the force of the rarely used Luohan fist since mastering the Heavenly Frost fist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly as the blow shattered one of Sun Bai's legs. The spear, propped against the ground, sent Sun Bai crashing through the wall, his head struck by falling debris, blood streaming down as he confronted Chen Wuyou, who emerged from the wreckage. I should have killed you long ago. Sun Bai's lips pressed tightly together, loathing Chen Wuyou to the core. You still have a chance now. Come. Chen Wuyou roared, flames raging around him. As if a divine phoenix commanding the southern fire swept towards Sun Bai, unleashing his most powerful strike, Phoenix rising at dawn. This was the sole martial technique Sun Bai had mastered, a formidable military skill. If deployed on the battlefield, it could yield 100 deaths in an instant, achieving 100 foe slaughter. His father, a staunch traditionalist, possessed exceptional martial skills yet remained a mere instructor in his village, earning a meager salary insufficient even to afford medicinal pills. If not for your poverty, unable to pay for Xiaofang's dowry, perhaps we would have had a brood of children by now, and I would not have been driven to this fate. Once revering his father as a hero, a scarred veteran, all respect had turned to contempt following a fateful day. Sun Bai held no regrets for killing the man who married Xiaofang. His only regret lay in brutally possessing her when she refused to join him as a bandit and subsequently taking her life. Xiaofang, father, have you come to fetch me? In his final moments, a smile graced Sun Bai's lips. Unbeknownst to him, the layers of his story unfolded, revealing a loathed figure with a tragic past. After absorbing Sun Bai's incoherent murmurs in his dying moments, the system finally signaled the completion of the task. Peering towards the tiger-killing hall, he noted the bright flames and the clamor of combat. Is Jiangcheng still not finished? Chen Wuyou pondered, a hint of curiosity creeping in. The sharpening of the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. I shall first claim my reward for the task, regardless of how long I linger in the training illusion. Reality is but a fleeting moment. I will refine my martial skills before aiding him. Upon clicking to complete the task, Chen Wuyou's surroundings blurred, and he found himself in another realm. The familiar Buddhist temple awaited him, with 18 golden-headed figures present. The environment of the training illusion automatically transformed to best suit his martial training. Before entering, Chen Wuyou had already determined his focus. This time, he would cultivate the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield is distinct. It is the sole defensive technique of Chen Wuyou. As one of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, it boasts a prestigious 3-star rating, indicating its immense potential for development. The completion of the first part of the training merely involves opening the 365 major acupoints. I hope this time it brings me a pleasant surprise. With a directive given to the 18 bronze men, Chen Wuyou activated the Golden Bell Shield as they raised their 18 bronze rods to strike it. Chapter 40. Plunder and Distribution in People's Minds. The Golden Bell Shield is a purely defensive technique, a notion that Chen Wuyou also shared. Perhaps due to the disparities in martial arts between two worlds, the version he received emphasizes internal strength over external martial prowess. After 2 months of relentless development, the thickness and solidity of the Golden Bell had significantly improved, with ancient carvings subtly visible on its surface. Regardless of how long the illusion persisted, Chen Wuyou never felt detached from reality, for within the illusion, he was entirely focused, free of distracting thoughts. When the illusion concluded, the martial experience was directly ingrained in his mind, avoiding the absurdity of forgetting his real-world actions after emerging from the dream. The commotion from the clash between Chen Wuyou and Sun Bai was substantial, but the uproar from Jiangcheng and Zheng Yuanji was even greater. The ruckus awakened the henchmen, who flocked to that side. Otherwise, Chen Wuyou would have encountered some trouble here. Upon arriving at the scene, Chen Wuyou did not hasten to intervene, but instead lightly leaped onto the rooftop to observe from above. Scattered around him were dozens of lifeless bodies. About 30% of the mountain bandits who managed to arrive here were still conscious. Some had perished, while others formed a human wall to shield the injured leader Zhang Yuanji. More bandits brandished torches and weapons, encircling Jiangcheng, yet they dared not advance. The second-in-command, Hu Yanlai, had been killed by the formidable Six Doors officer with a single strike, and Zhang Yuanji had sustained internal injuries during the skirmish, continuously spitting blood. Who would have thought that after breaking into the left family village by day, they would now face such calamity? Some astute bandits had already seized the chaos to escape down the mountain, even abandoning their torches as they stumbled away from the Wuyun stronghold. It seemed the tide had turned, and there was no need for me to intervene. I could simply watch Jiangcheng's performance. Chen Wuyou crouched on the rooftop, enjoying the spectacle. One last warning, step aside, or you shall perish, Jiangcheng declared coldly, facing the barricade of men. I, Su Gang, am deeply indebted to the chief. I shall not budge an inch unless I die. The bandit leader Su Gang retorted. He ranked among the top 10 leaders and was grateful for the internal martial arts techniques bestowed upon him by Zhang Yuanji, having loyally followed him for many years. The guards around Zhang Yuanji were all his trusted confidants, and Chen Wuyou noticed the grizzled Zhao Laosan among them. Even a bandit chief has close friends and subordinates willing to die for him. Zhang Yuanji was not without merit. Alas, he had provoked someone formidable. Chen Wuyou shook his head slightly, sighing. Since you have made up your minds, then let all perish. Jiangcheng shouted, unleashing his inner strength to weave a grand net that surged forward. Heavenly net style, blade chi net. This move was a variant of the heavenly net style, with each thread of the inner power net as sharp as a blade. Under the vast net, the individuals trapped within were sliced into countless small cubes, transforming the human barricade into a gruesome slaughterhouse in an instant. To achieve such power, Chen Wuyou marveled, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. For the first time, he witnessed the might of a postnatal peak master. The heavenly net style in Jiangcheng's hands had become a deadly reaper. No. Familiar faces perished before Zhang Yuanji, their bodies leaving no trace. Tears streamed from his eyes as he bellowed in despair, his voice reverberating through the air. He was exhausting his life force to confront Jiangcheng. Sensing Zhang Yuanji's overwhelming internal strength, Chen Wuyou was secretly alarmed. Fortunately, he had not been foolish enough to challenge Zhang Yuanji. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Wuyou had fixed his sights solely on Sun Bai, not even provoking Hu Yanlai, demonstrating a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Jiangcheng did not blink, perceiving Zhang Yuanji's every action as mere death throes. 6 harmonies thunderclap. Regardless of the technique being the same, the might it bore differed dramatically when executed by different individuals. A thunderous dragon surged forth, coiling around him, enveloping his body in electric brilliance. With a single palm strike, the thunder dragon surged, and the area before him erupted in flickering lightning. How would Jiangcheng respond? Chen Wuyou knew that if he were in Jiangcheng's position, his chances of survival would be negligible, for Zhang Yuanji's all-out assault was terrifying. Just as Chen Wuyou wondered how Jiangcheng would evade this lethal strike, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the heavens, curving like a crescent moon. This brilliance eclipsed all other lights, rendering everything else dim and inconsequential. Jiangcheng drew the geese-feathered knife he always carried. With a single stroke, the thunderous light was extinguished. Before the dazzling blade, the vast thunderous shadow was cleaved in two. With a second stroke, a head fell to the ground. The gleaming blade remained unstained by a single drop of blood, and with calm composure, it returned to its sheath. Zhang Yuanji, facing him, collapsed. His head severed from his body, blood gushing forth moments later, as if he had only then realized his demise. Still not enough. I wonder when I shall reach the realm of the Sword Saint, cleaving a chasm with a single stroke, leaving sword energy lingering for a century, claiming the lives of all who dare enter. Jiangcheng spoke towards the direction of Chen Wuyou, already aware of his presence. I have already dealt with Sun Bai. Now only they remain. Chen Wuyou surveyed the scene, noting that both leaders had perished. The renowned Wu leader was a spy from the Six Doors, and the third in command had also been slain. The morale of the bandits wavered, with many discarding their weapons and fleeing. Jiangcheng struck again, the blade's light slicing across dozens of meters, instantly cleaving the heads of those who had fled first, causing the remaining bandits to halt in terror. None of you shall move. Whoever dares to will die, Jiangcheng commanded, pointing to an open space before him. Come here, squat down, and obediently submit yourselves to the authorities. Otherwise, you shall die now. Jiangcheng had shattered the bandits' courage. His words were law, and they abandoned any thoughts of resistance. The worst fate in the hands of the authorities was not being sent to the death row to be exploited. At least it meant they would not perish. They had witnessed the fate of those who defied this harbinger of death. Who among them would willingly embrace death to resist? Wu leader, I once assisted you. During the assault on the left family village, I killed the most. For the sake of our past, please show mercy and spare me. A familiar bandit knelt before Chen Wuyou, begging for mercy. Jiang Cheng remained silent, observing how Chen Wuyou would handle the situation. The incident at the left family village was a stain on Chen Wuyou's life he wished to forget, yet this rogue had brought it up. Even boasting of his kills, was this not akin to the old man consuming arsenic? Without uttering a word, Chen Wuyou drew his sword, and a head rolled, blood pooling on the ground. Though lacking the exaggerated blade aura of Jiang Cheng, Chen Wuyou's strike was swift as lightning. There was no time to defend before decapitation. To these bandits, Chen Wuyou was no different from Jiang Cheng. None could withstand them, and encountering either meant instant death. With living examples before them, no one dared to invoke their connections to Chen Wuyou in hopes of absolution. All bowed their heads, silently praying not to be recognized. This cursed mask, it suffocates me. Removing the mask of Wu Guangyuan revealed Chen Wuyou's true appearance, pale from lack of sunlight. Do not feel remorse for the events of the day. You too were powerless. Such situations occur to everyone. Do not let it become your inner demon. Moreover, you saved them. Without you, the people of the left family village would have truly perished. Jiang Cheng said, valuing Chen Wuyou, perhaps sensing his internal struggle and offering words of comfort. I understand. This small matter will not become my inner demon. It merely stirs some unresolved frustration. Before taking action, I had already notified the local authorities, and soldiers will arrive tomorrow morning to take over this place. By then, our mission will be complete. Remember, the 6 doors represent the authority of the government. When necessary, we can mobilize the officials and constables to act on our behalf. Such is the power of the 6 doors, and you must utilize it judiciously. Jiang Cheng imparted this knowledge about the 6 doors. Chen Wuyou nodded repeatedly. Grinning, one last question, how shall we divide the spoils? To his surprise, Jiang Cheng responded, you seem quite avaricious. This time, all the loot is yours. Rescuing the daughter of Captain Lin is a significant achievement. What is a little wealth compared to that? True to his status as a second-generation official, Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not partake in the distribution of the spoils, which would all belong to Chen Wuyou. It's not my greed. It's the system's. He chuckled inwardly, realizing he couldn't voice that sentiment aloud. He gazed at Chen Wuyou of the tiger-slaying hall, whose eyes gleamed with the fervor of a famished wolf spotting fresh meat. Then I shall not hold back. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Wuyou had already activated his golden goose skill and dashed away. Ordinary mountain bandits had little of value. Any money they possessed was quickly squandered, either on visiting brothels or indulging in drink. Those in such a line of work lived recklessly, with their lives hanging by a thread, reveling in the moment without a thought for the morrow, which could very well bring death and leave their wealth to others. The truly valuable targets were the 3 leaders at the top of the food chain in the Cloudy Mountain village. With the Sun by family destroyed, Chen Wuyou had no intention of digging for gold in the dirt. Instead, he decided to search the homes of Zheng Yuanji and Huyan Lai. Chapter 41. On the road in this world, people often regard internal martial arts, combat techniques, and mystical practices as more precious than life itself, rendering gold and silver less significant. Chen Wuyou scoured the tiger-slaying hall, discovering a chest filled with gold and silver, as well as a stack of silver notes hidden in a wardrobe. He decided to carry the easily transportable silver notes, as martial artists needed to purchase resources for their training. Lacking such resources would sharply decrease their cultivation speed. Without pausing to admire his findings, Chen Wuyou continued to search the room for hidden compartments suitable for concealing wealth. The hiding places of the affluent had not changed much from past to present. After a thorough inspection, he found a section of relatively new flooring. Upon lifting it, he uncovered a small black box containing a notebook and some exquisite jewelry. The jewelry, carefully hidden away by Zheng Yuanji, was of exceptional quality, yet the system's lack of compassion reared its head, despite being more valuable than mere gold and silver. The system refused to acknowledge them as currency. Resigned, Chen Wuyou selected a beautifully crafted agate bracelet and 2 jade pendants to carry with him, discarding the rest. The notebook contained insights on Zheng Yuanji's practice of the 6 harmonies thunder palm. Chen Wuyou was certain that Zheng Yuanji had learned more than just that technique from the 5 prisons thunder sect. There must be additional methods. At least one that involved a life-draining, explosive technique. However, Chen Wuyou did not wish to continue searching. What he desired most was money, for wealth would enable him to draw cards, and the martial skills of this world served primarily to broaden his horizons, while his main focus remained on the techniques acquired from the system. After plundering Huyin Li's residence, the numerical figures on the system panel approached 4 digits, 866 gold. This was an unprecedented windfall for Chen Wuyou. By my grandmother's claws, I refuse to believe I cannot draw a 4-star card this time. Excitedly, he punched his fist in triumph, realizing that raiding homes was indeed a swift way to amass wealth. Upon returning to the central area, his demeanor had returned to normal. While he was busy with his search, Jiang Cheng had already roused the remaining sleeping bandits and brought them to the square. Along the way, there were several more corpses. Those who dared to resist only served to enhance Jiang Cheng's authority. As for the southern courtyard, he had sent a few obedient bandits to maintain order, feigning nonchalance. Jiang Cheng was aware that those captured were innocent villagers, but he was disinclined to complicate matters. He planned to hand them over to the authorities the following day and extricate himself from the situation. A bonfire was ignited in the training ground. Lin Jiaojiao had stealthily climbed the mountain at some point, sharing a chair with Jiang Cheng, leaving another empty for him. "Oh, without the mask, you're quite handsome," Lin Jiaojiao quipped with a whistle. "Young ladies should refrain from such frivolity," Chen Wuyou admonished, tapping her on the head. He did not care about her identity. Discipline must be enforced, and with the weight of a life saved hanging over her, her quirks could not shield her from reproach. Lin Jiaojiao pouted, displeased by Chen Wuyou's patronizing behavior. "You've had quite the haul, haven't you?" Jiang Cheng teased, grinning. "Not bad. But the children of the poor must prepare everything themselves, unlike you two," Chen Wuyou replied, his expression unchanged. "You are no poor child. You are the eldest son of the Chun family in Chujun," Jiang Cheng countered, lightly tapping Lin Jiaojiao's head. Chen Wuyou had never disclosed his identity, which must have its reasons, and Lin Jiaojiao's revelation was quite embarrassing. Subjected to such treatment, Lin Jiaojiao fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, her eyes misty. Despite her father Lin Anong's stern reprimands, he could not resist her sorrowful expression. Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. He was not her father and was unperturbed by such tactics. The little girl ground her teeth in frustration, wishing to transform Jiang Cheng into a chew toy to vent her ire. "Regardless of your past, from now on, you are a constable of the 6 doors, one of our own. If you wish to forget your past, do so. If not, that is acceptable too. When you become the Falcon Head Constable, you can seek your vengeance then," Jiang Cheng declared. As night gave way to dawn, Chen Wuyou met with Qiyu, informing her that she would be safe once the soldiers arrived the following morning before turning to leave. Qiyu did not immediately recognize Chen Wuyou until she noticed his familiar silhouette. Realizing that the person she had interacted with over the past few days was not the grim middle-aged man, but a handsome youth. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her, overshadowing her joy at being rescued. It was reminiscent of a cinematic tale. The police always arrived last, and the same applied to the authorities. By the time they arrived, everything had already been resolved, yet they dawdled until the next morning. The leading officer was met with a scathing reprimand from Jiang Cheng, after which they borrowed 3 horses and set off toward Qiushui County. Wu Prefecture comprises 7 counties. With nearly 100 towns, Luojun is undoubtedly the premier county in Wu Prefecture, thriving in commerce, and serving as the headquarters of the 6 doors, where masters abound. The journey from near Taiyin in Chujun to Luojun by horse along the official road would take 5 days, while traveling by water could shorten it by a day. However, the young girl suffered from seasickness and had to forego that option. Ahead lay Baiqing, established during the reign of Emperor Xuanwu of the Great Zhou, the hometown of General Su Tong, who was honored for his military prowess. Due to Baiqing's formidable fortifications, it withstood countless sieges during the dynastic transitions, and after its fall, the city was ravaged for 3 days in a fit of rage. The current residents of Baiqing are migrants from other counties. The young girl spoke fluently about the history of various places, and Chen Wuyou had learned much from her over the past days. Lin Jiaojiao possessed an exceptional memory and had long memorized the geographical knowledge of Wu Prefecture. The 6 doors undercover agent in this area was known as Feng Laosher, who owned a tailor shop. As the cherished daughter of Chief Constable Lin Anong, she was well versed in the affairs of the 6 doors. Enough with the showboating. That is quite enough. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. As dusk approached, the trio settled in Baiqing for their final night, with plans to reach Luojun by the following day. Thanks to Jiang Cheng's Silver Wolf Constable token, they encountered little trouble along the way, even when they came across a gang conflict. The combatants ceased their hostilities and cleared a path for the 3 to pass. Chen Wuyou had witnessed the formidable reputation of the 6 doors firsthand. Chapter 42. The Grand Lottery. As night fell, the 3 took lodging at an inn, naturally opting for 3 separate rooms given their financial means. The corners of the rooms were sprinkled with insect-repelling powder, Silver needles were used to test the tea and snacks brought by the innkeeper. And a refreshing incense sachet was placed beneath the pillows as a precaution against any sleep-inducing smoke. In the world of martial arts, one must adopt a stance of vigilance against all potential threats, maintaining a sense of reverence in all matters. These matters were all taught to him by Jiang Cheng. How could Chen Wuyou, who had traversed from a peaceful era, ever conceive of them? Naturally, Chen Wuyou would heed the countless experiences painstakingly accrued through the lives of his predecessors at the Six Doors. Tidying the bed, he checked for any concealed poisonous needles within the bedding. Just then, he heard a faint creaking sound. Someone was stealthily opening the door and entering. Their steps light as if they had practiced lightness skills, and their figure petite. By the flickering candlelight, Chen Wuyou lowered his head and saw a slender silhouette. He initially thought it was some unobservant thief, but to his surprise, it was Miss Lin. What business did she have here at such a late hour? Once discovered, she ceased to conceal her presence and casually plopped down on Chen Wuyou's bed, her innocent smile brightening the dim room. Can't sleep? Tell me a story. The grime on her face had long been washed away, and her short hair could not grow back instantly, giving her the appearance of a spirited tomboy. Though her features had yet to fully develop, her beauty was already evident. Chen Wuyou was not one to be easily fooled. This clever girl had ulterior motives for her sudden visit. Adopting a stern expression, he replied, I will not indulge in storytelling. Go find Brother Jiang. I wish to sleep. Are you going to suggest I ask you to teach me your disguise techniques? Chen Wuyou said with a half-smile. The first time Lin Jiao had expressed her desire to learn Chen Wuyou's disguise skills was on the day they departed from Wuyun's stronghold, and he had unhesitatingly refused. Many possess the art of disguise in this world, but few could match the finesse of Chen Wuyou's techniques. The most renowned among them was a rogue known as the Thousand-Faced Gentleman, who Jiang Cheng had pursued multiple times, but always escaped effortlessly by altering his appearance. The rarity of such skills was one reason for their guarded secrecy, but more importantly, Chen Wuyou was unwilling to be implicated by Lin Jiao, who, at 12 or 13, had yet to fully harness her potential, yet dared to run away from home. If she were to learn the art of disguise and subsequently flee, Chen Wuyou would surely be blamed by Lin Anong. In recent days, Lin Jiao had been presenting various enticing conditions to lure Chen Wuyou, but he remained impervious, keeping his disguise tools closely guarded and denying her the chance to steal his teachings. A couple of days ago, after receiving a task reward, Chen Wuyou had acquired the most substantial reward thus far. Within 3 months, he had cultivated his internal power and, after 5 months in the martial arts illusion realm, he successfully opened another meridian. He had also practiced the Tian Shuang fist for 5 months within the illusion realm. It had now become instinctual, and every movement was infused with the formidable essence of the Tian Shuang fist. However, in less than a week, with the system's assistance, Chen Wuyou had rapidly broken through 2 minor realms, a pace too swift for him to fully assimilate. Today, he felt that during lunch practice, the sensation of uncontrollable internal power had vanished. This lack of control was not due to a surge of internal energy, but rather an inability to precisely gauge the output of his internal power. It was time to adopt a new internal cultivation method. Chen Wuyou silently resolved to set this as his goal for the night. As he mastered increasingly intricate techniques, he found his internal power insufficient for his growing capabilities. The foundational internal power cultivated through the Chuanjin sect was indeed pure Taoist energy. Yet its roots were ultimately too shallow, leading to rapid depletion. A few instances of employing the Golden Bell Shield would leave him drained, becoming his most critical vulnerability during arduous battles. What Chen Wuyou truly desired was the internal power from the system compared to the unknown methods. He understood the strengths and weaknesses of the martial arts system's internal techniques intimately. Initiating a round of 10 consecutive draws, he was greeted with the following results. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, Jin Buhuan, 13 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, Song Qingshu, 34 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, Ghost Foot 7, 12 fragments. Congratulations, host. Once again, this round of 10 consecutive draws yielded little of value, save for the nearly complete Song Qingshu fragments. It seemed he was indeed fated to encounter villains, Yin Zhiping, Zhao Zhijing, and now Song Qingshu. Chen Wuyou rubbed his hands together, excitement etched across his face. Previously, he had drawn a fragment of Song Qingshu's father, Song Yuanxiao, who, despite mastering most of the Wudong techniques, was rated only 3 stars. The reason Song Qingshu received a 4-star rating was largely due to his possession of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Zhou Zhuo learned the ultimate secrets of the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber from her master, the ruthless Master Miju. After stealing the Heavenly Sword and the dragon-slaying saber from Ice and Fire Island, she destroyed the divine weapons. Obtaining the 19 manual and the dragon subduing 18 palms from the Heavenly Sword, self-studying the 19 manual, and, out of love, turned to hatred for Zhang Wuji. Passed the dragon subduing 18 palms to Song Qingshu. If he were to gather all the fragments of Song Qingshu and draw the dragon subduing 18 palms, would that not be a tremendous leap? As the pinnacle of the gold-based martial arts techniques, the dragon subduing 18 palms was undoubtedly a 5-star ultimate skill. Perhaps even one of the finest among 5-star techniques. Observing that only one fragment remained, Chen Wuyou eagerly commenced a new series of 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, a Fei, 23 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, by Zhantong, 12 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star card. Shimin Shui 15 fragments. Congratulations, host. This round, he again received no complete cards, yet the caliber of this draw was commendable, yielding a second A-Fei card. Chen Wuyou vaguely remembered drawing an A-Fei fragment in a previous lottery, though he had not paid attention to it, but now that a second card had appeared, it warranted attention. The most valuable 5-star card fragment was the second Chen Wuyou had drawn thus far. The first was Xiao Feng, and Shimin Shui was the second. A 5-star card truly lived up to its name, as those receiving a 5-star evaluation from the system were unparalleled top-tier warriors within their respective realms. For Chen Wuyou, acquiring even a single 5-star card would signify a qualitative transformation, yet the drop rate for 5-star cards and their fragments remained dismally low. Chapter 43, Sunflower, Swift Sword. Nanyang. The third round yielded no results, and the fourth round was similarly barren, leaving Chen Wuyou's expression somewhat grim. System, do not forsake me, at least provide something. Even a 2-star card would suffice. He lamented as he initiated the 5th round of 10 consecutive draws. It seemed the system had heard Chen Wuyou's despondent cries, as this time it delivered. This 5th set of 10 consecutive draws yielded another by Zhantong card fragment, which, being a 2-star card, was surprisingly completed. To his astonishment, characters from the Legend of the Wulin had made their way into this game. This money-grabbing mobile game truly spared no effort. Silently grumbling, Chen Wuyou examined by Zhantong's character card. Character, by Zhantong Origin, The Legend of the Wulin Martial Arts, Sunflower Pointing Technique, 2 stars, Lightness Skill, 2 stars, Flute Playing, 3 stars. Overall evaluation, 2 stars. The Bai Zhantong from The Legend of the Wulin was undoubtedly a well-known character in Chen Wuyou's past life, with his most iconic line being the effortlessly suave sunflower pointing technique. For Chen Wuyou, as long as he did not draw the useless flute skill, he could accept the outcome. Chen Wuyou acknowledged that playing the flute on a rooftop at night, while dressed in black, was indeed quite cool. But it was not martial arts. If one has a passion for the flute, they could learn it without wasting an opportunity to learn martial skills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sunflower pointing technique. The outcome of the draw did not disappoint Chen Wuyou. A wealth of knowledge regarding acupoints and the art of acupoint sealing flooded his mind. While the finger techniques required practice, the knowledge about acupoints was what Chen Wuyou valued most, as the locations of the body's major acupoints became vividly imprinted in his mind. Looking down at his body, he suddenly felt as if he were transparent, with every acupoint and meridian clearly discernible. This round was not in vain. System, let us have a 3-star card next. Chen Wuyou regarded the system as a wish-granting spirit, making his wish before beginning another round of draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-star card, a Fei, 33 fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 2-star card, Ding Minjun, 12 fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4-star card, Yao Yu, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. The system was indeed obliging today, delivering a 3-star card with the first draw of the 6th round being a Fei's fragment, completing the card. Character, a Fei source, the romantic swordsman and the heartless sword martial arts, Swift Sword, 3 stars. Overall evaluation, 3 stars. The revelation that a Fei's Swift Sword technique is rated only 3 stars confounded Chen Wuyou. The initial thought that the rating system might not be entirely reliable arose as a Fei, a co-protagonist alongside the 5-star hero, Xiao Li Fei Dao, Li Xuanhuan, received a significantly lower evaluation. The intricately honed murderously swift sword was deemed inferior by 2 whole levels compared to the Xiao Li Fei Dao, leaving Chen Wuyou in disbelief. He was determined to discover the rationale behind this disparity. If the Miao family sword technique triumphed through exquisite maneuvers, a Fei's swordsmanship could be encapsulated in one word: speed. It was speed ingrained in his very bones. After 2 consecutive draws, Chen Wuyou's ambition swelled as he silently wished for the final fragment of Song Qi. Commencing the 7th round of draws. As with the previous rounds, fortune eluded him once again. I knew I wouldn't be so lucky, he mused. Let us initiate the final round of 10 consecutive draws. The Hua Xia pointing hand enriched Chen Wuyou's knowledge of physical techniques, while the swift sword offered new avenues for advancing his swordplay. Nonetheless, exchanging 800 taels of gold for these results seemed like a safe investment. His mindset shifted to one of tranquility, and he embarked on the last round of 10 consecutive draws, yet again acquiring nothing substantial. However, he did obtain another fragment of a 4-star character card, Yang Xuyan. This individual hailed from the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, a disciple of the nefarious Wang Shizixuan, inheriting the Undying Seal technique and the Illusory Body technique, ultimately creating the Phantom Sword technique, earning him the moniker Shadow Swordsman. Each skill he possessed was of exceptional caliber in the realm of martial arts. Obtaining any one of them would not have been a loss, but alas, Chen Wuyou had only secured a single fragment. Having exhausted most of his gold over 8 rounds of 10 draws, he was left with just 66 taels, insufficient for another 10 draws. Exiting the system interface, he resolved to save his remaining gold for another occasion. Yet, tossing and turning in bed, sleep eluded him. The thought of holding onto 60 taels of gold without spending them itched at his mind. What if luck favored him and he drew a complete 5-star card? Unable to rest without emptying his pockets, Chen Wuyou re-entered the system interface, opting for a single draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, Wei Xiaobao, Fragment 12. This was arguably the weakest protagonist in all martial arts novels. He pressed on with another draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, the Bag Monk. Shua Buddha, Fragment 13. Chen Wuyou was at a loss for words. Damn it, continue drawing. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. 3 consecutive 2-star cards appeared. Names lost to memory, likely nameless minor villains who met their demise upon debut. As he gazed at the paltry 16 taels of gold, enough for one last draw, he clicked for the final time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, Ding Minjun, Fragment 22. To his astonishment, he had drawn a complete card. Chen Wuyou rejoiced, having relinquished any expectations, only to be pleasantly surprised by the system. Character, Ding Minjun's source, the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber martial arts. A main 9 Yang skill, 3.5 stars. Golden Summit Cotton Palm, 2 stars. A Mei Swordplay, 2 stars. Annihilation Sword, 3 stars. Had Ding Minjun mastered the Amei 9 Yang skill? Indeed, she was the esteemed senior sister of the contemporary Amei disciples, held in far higher regard than Zhou Zhira. The ultimate skill of the Abolish Master, the Annihilation Sword, had also been imparted to her, reflecting the considerable esteem in which she was held. Chen Wuyou, now focused on swordplay, recognized that while the Amei swordplay was only rated 2 stars, it excelled remarkably in defense, sufficient to elevate his current swordsmanship to a new echelon. The Annihilation Sword, a hallmark of the Abolish Master, combined both the Annihilation and Absolute sword techniques, undeniably rated 4 stars. It surpassed the Swift sword in evaluation. However, Chen Wuyou's gaze was fixated solely on the Amei 9 Yang skill, disregarding all other techniques. The Amei 9 Yang skill possesses a storied origin. Before his passing, the Shaolin monk Zhu Yuan recited the 9 Yang divine skill, not wishing for the ultimate technique to be lost. The founding matriarch of Amei, Guoxiang, Zhang Sanfeng from Wudong, and a host of Shaolin monks were present. Guoxiang gleaned some crucial insights and crafted the Amei 9 Yang skill, while Zhang Sanfeng derived the Wudong 9 Yang skill, and the Shaolin monks perpetuated the Shaolin 9 Yang skill through generations. Each of these 3 9 Yang skills possesses certain characteristics of the 9 Yang divine skill, allowing for a seamless transition to the latter without any detriment. One must always have dreams. What if he were to draw the 9 Yang divine skill in the future? Chen Wuyou understood that this was a distant aspiration. To draw the 9 Yang divine skill, one would need at least 8,000 taels of gold. For now, the Amei 9 Yang skill, embodying some of the 9 Yang divine skill's prowess, became his optimal choice. He earnestly repeated in his mind, I must draw the Amei 9 Yang skill. With closed eyes, he initiated the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Amei 9 Yang skill, 3.5 stars. Chapter 44. Evaluation at last, it did not disappoint. Chen Wuyou exhaled deeply, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate the Amei 9 Yang skill, instantly elevating his rating by 2.5 stars, especially since it was a superior technique endowed with certain characteristics of the 9 Yang divine skill. In that moment, Chen Wuyou felt immense gratitude for the pure Taoist internal skill he had initially acquired, characterized by its equilibrium and harmony. Even with the transition, it would not harm his internal meridians. However, the process of transformation inevitably incurred some depletion of internal energy. As he repeatedly recited the core tenets of the Amane Nine Yang skill, the flow of true energy within him began to shift. The orthodox Taoist true energy gradually transforming into streams of Yang true energy. His dantian felt as though it had ignited a small furnace, warm and invigorating. Under this fiery crucible, the Chuanjin true energy underwent a metamorphosis into Nine Yang true energy. Despite a sleepless night, Chen Wuyou radiated vitality. The martial arts he practiced had completely transformed into the Amane Nine Yang skill. Though he had only just begun, he had already grasped its intricacies. The foremost characteristic of the Nine Yang divine skill is that once mastered, one can effortlessly employ all divine skills and arts. Zhang Wuji, during his brief stay in the Ming cult's forbidden grounds, managed to master the Qian Kun de Nua Yi, a technique that had eluded Yang Xiao for many years. Showcasing not only his remarkable understanding but also the Nine Yang divine skill's unique property of universal applicability. The second notable feature, exemplified again by Zhang Wuji, who, after sustaining a critical injury from the heaven-reliant sword, remarkably recovered within days. The Nine Yang divine skill is second only to the supreme healing techniques of the Jin martial arts world, such as the divine illumination scripture. Moreover, there are tales of individuals who survived falls from great heights, illustrating the profound marvels of the Nine Yang divine skill. The benefits of the Nine Yang divine skill are manifold: robust internal energy, overwhelming Yang energy that counters all yin and cold internal forces, rapid regeneration of internal energy, a strong physique, automatic defense, and immunity to toxins. For Chen Wuyou, the Amane Nine Yang skill stands as a diluted version of the ultimate Nine Yang divine skill. The notion of universal applicability is far-fetched. However, Chen Wuyou's understanding of his martial arts has indeed expanded, proving beneficial. While the healing properties are somewhat diminished, they are still superior to ordinary internal energy techniques. Although he has yet to experience immunity to toxins, the abundant internal energy, enhanced physique, and rapid regeneration of internal energy are qualities he has genuinely felt. Previously, activating the Golden Bell Shield consumed 30% of his Chuanjin internal energy, but now only 10% of Nine Yang internal energy suffices to withstand an attack. Moreover, the expended internal energy rapidly replenishes within moments during combat. While it cannot rival the inexhaustible might of the Nine Yang divine skill, it has thoroughly compensated for Chen Wuyou's prior weakness in protracted battles. With every gain comes a loss. Does the Amane Nine Yang skill, as a diluted version of the Nine Yang divine skill, possess no drawbacks? Not quite. As one continues to cultivate, the Amane Nine Yang skill's characteristics will plateau, reaching a limit, while the Taoist internal energy attributes will continually strengthen. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, this also alleviates a significant crisis associated with the Nine Yang divine skill. To achieve its full potential, the Nine Yang divine skill necessitates the opening of the great heavenly aperture. Otherwise, the continuously augmenting Yang attribute internal energy could incinerate a practitioner alive. By a stroke of fortune, as the protagonist, Zhang Wuji inadvertently fulfilled this condition within the bag of the monk Shuo Buddha, leading to the completion of the Nine Yang divine skill and his ascendance to an invincible path. However, that is a tale for another time. Presently, there exists a rather frustrating flaw for Chen Wuyou. The power of his Heavenly Frost Fist has been significantly diminished. The Heavenly Frost Fist is inherently a yin attribute technique, and when propelled by the neutral Taoist internal energy, its potency remains unchanged. However, when converted into the Yang attribute internal energy, its strength is inexplicably reduced by a considerable margin. Currently, the Heavenly Frost Fist stands as Chen Wuyou's most formidable technique, yet due to the transition in his cultivation, its efficacy has plummeted, rendering it temporarily set aside. A regrettable circumstance indeed. Nevertheless, on a brighter note, at least my Danfeng Chuyang and Golden Bell Shield have been fortified. Chen Wuyou maintains a positive outlook. He has long comprehended that as he accumulates various cultivation techniques, some will inevitably lag behind and be forsaken. Overall, practicing the Amane Nine Yang skill yields greater benefits than drawbacks. A fanciful notion sprouts within Chen Wuyou. If I were to gather the Shaolin and Wudong versions of the Nine Yang skill, along with the derivative, weakened techniques of all three, might I not be able to recreate a complete Nine Yang divine skill? Have you already shifted your cultivation? One morning, as Jiang Sheng opened the window on the second floor, he beheld Chen Wuyou practicing beneath the morning sun, inhaling the delicate essence of the sun and exhaling a fervent, heated breath. Merely by observing, he felt a surge of masculinity emanating from him, a stark contrast to the previously serene and composed aura Chen Wuyou exuded. Now brimming with vitality, Jiang Cheng struggled to find a more fitting description. The best course of action seemed to be to engage in a spar. Leaping down from the second floor, he initiated with the celestial net technique. Chen Wuyou retaliated with his own celestial net, and after several days of Jiang Cheng's guidance, Chen Wuyou's rendition of the technique had become quite proficient. Once easily defeated, Jiang Cheng's celestial net now found itself entangled with Chen Wuyou's, resulting in a stalemate. Furthermore, it appeared that Chen Wuyou's strength had notably increased. He was unable to overpower him. Jiang Cheng marveled, realizing why Chen Wuyou had not chosen the Six Gates techniques. Evidently, he had a superior alternative. Continuing the bout would require Jiang Cheng to employ internal energy exceeding Chen Wuyou's current capabilities, rendering such a victory meaningless. He therefore withdrew, remarking, "Given time, you shall undoubtedly rise to become a martial artist of the innate realm, witnessing vistas beyond the ordinary." Jiang Cheng's high praise for Chen Wuyou was a first, as he believed he would surely attain the innate realm, effortlessly surpassing the formidable threshold that stymied 9/10 of martial artists. Yet, there remains much work to be done. Possessing an unparalleled martial arts system, the innate realm is far from Chen Wuyou's ultimate destination. He was not swayed by Jiang Cheng's flattery, understanding that even the most prodigious talent requires time to manifest. Presently, he is merely an ordinary martial artist with 3 open meridians, unable to meet the threshold of the 6 Gates Black Wolf Patrol. The disparity in their identities and cultivation levels is vast, but Jiang Cheng harbors faith that Chen Wuyou will soon catch up. It would be foolish to let pride hinder the opportunity to befriend such a promising warrior. Let us depart. The little girl mounted her horse, casting a fierce glare at Chen Wuyou while biting into a bun, imagining it as an opportunity to bite him back. This girl has been spoiled by Captain Lin. Jiang Cheng mused, shaking his head. He promptly ordered breakfast at the inn, paid with 2 large silver ingots, and, with no time for a proper meal, rode alongside Chen Wuyou to catch up with Lin Jiao, braving the cold wind. Chapter 45. The Pinnacle of Power. Upon entering the territory of Luo County, the thoroughfares became busier with the passage of carriages, bodyguards, merchant caravans, and martial artists traveling in groups, enveloping them in a rich atmosphere of martial chivalry. Luo County serves as the heart of Wuzhou, with Luo City standing as its nucleus, a majestic stronghold rising prominently from the earth. The outskirts of Luo City are lined with residential homes, and the long-absent prosperity dazzled Chen Wuyou's eyes. Returning to her hometown, the little girl was elated, eagerly exploring her surroundings, frequently requesting money from Jiang Cheng to buy snacks and toys, reminding everyone that she was still but a child, her mind not yet fully matured. "You must never run away from home again," Jiang Cheng admonished as they entered the city. Lin Jiao merely huffed in response, turning to admire her delicate features in a newly purchased mirror, lost in self-admiration. "Uncle Zhong," she exclaimed upon seeing him, her eyes glistening with tears, finally releasing the pent-up grievances of recent days. In her heart, this chubby gentleman was someone she could trust completely. Jiang Cheng dismounted, and Chen Wuyou, emulating him, dared not lag behind. Listening respectfully as Jiang Cheng addressed Uncle Zhong, "I did not expect the senior to personally welcome Miss Lin. I apologize for my rudeness. What have you done to those who dared to threaten the young lady?" Uncle Zhong's demeanor belied a formidable presence, his aura sweeping away the falling snowflakes in the street. Despite being shorter than Chen Wuyou, he now loomed like a giant, compelling Chen Wuyou to hold his breath and gaze up in awe. "They are all dead," Jiang Cheng replied candidly. "Well done." Their exchange was brief, yet Uncle Zhong's affectionate demeanor towards Lin Jiao and his merciless approach to adversaries, coupled with Jiang Cheng's respectful attitude, revealed to Chen Wuyou that this seemingly ordinary Uncle Zhong was far from simple. Who is he? Chen Wuyou could not suppress his curiosity. He shook his head. Observing the myriad sects and families in the world, they could be categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of gangs and martial arts halls, such as the Kai family we vanquished, renowned locally, where the strongest in their ranks possess reasonable recognition even at the acquired realm, qualifying them as a third-rate power. The next tier includes sects like the Bone-Flying Eagle sect, which possesses lineage, territory, and a solid foundation, including multiple innate experts within, thus classifying them as a second-rate power. The pinnacle of power requires only one criterion: a martial master above the innate realm to preside over it. Even a schoolchild's organization can be deemed a first-rate power if it comprises a martial master. This classification was something Chen Wuyou had casually heard Lin Jiao mention, but he only grasped a fragment. Could it be that Uncle Zhong is affiliated with a first-rate power? Close enough. He was once a favored candidate for succession in a top-tier power. A top-tier power? The existence of a level above first-rate powers intrigued Chen Wuyou, and he was eager to learn what it takes to ascend to such a status. A name that resonates beyond a single locale, where uttering it elicits recognition everywhere. Embodies the essence of a top-tier power. In Wuzhou, countless second- and third-rate sects exist, yet only one first-rate sect, Wuyulei sect, and one top-tier sect, the White Elephant sect. The third brother of this body, Chen Wuyou, had reached the age for martial training. The Chen family had invested countless favors and costs to enroll him in the White Elephant sect, but the White Elephant sect had outright declined, citing that they only cultivate 9 disciples in each generation, and Chen Wuyu's aptitude did not qualify. Consequently, he settled for the Wuyulei sect. And on the very day of his enrollment, an elder of the Wuyulei sect accepted him as a direct disciple. Such aptitude was deemed insufficient by the White Elephant sect, highlighting the staggering barriers to entry for a top-tier power. So, Uncle Zhong is from the White Elephant sect. Yet why does he refer to Lin Jiao as Miss? That title should be reserved for a servant. With his curiosity assuaged, Chen Wuyou remarked, "I see." Then fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Qing, anticipating the fulfillment of his promise. "First, let us visit my home to pay respects to my father. Thereafter, your appointment as a Black Wolf Patrol officer will come to fruition effortlessly." Jiang Qing led Chen Wuyou to his residence. "My father may appear stern, but he is not difficult to converse with. When you meet him, do not be overly formal. Speak freely. There is no need for fear." Of course, Chen Wuyou, accustomed to the grandeur of the world in his past life, was not one to falter under pressure, nor would he be reduced to a timid shadow, afraid to breathe. As for the Lin family, he was uncertain. Nevertheless, the Zhang family had certainly opened his eyes. The intricately designed pavilions and towers resembled a labyrinth, with rare stones and peculiar trees scattered throughout. The artificial hills and clear springs adorned the courtyard, rendering it akin to a genuine natural environment. "How has my father been lately?" During their conversation, Chen Wuyou discreetly observed Jiang Qiao. It was evident that they were father and son, both chiseled from the same mold. Jiang Qiao was merely a middle-aged version of Jiang Qing. The only distinction was that Jiang Qiao's eyebrows were snow white, lending him a somewhat sinister aura. "Father, allow me to introduce you. This is my good friend Chen Wuyou, whom I met during this mission. I owe much of my success to his assistance." Jiang Qing was still enthusiastically introducing him when Jiang Qiao abruptly interjected, his familiarity with his father's temperament igniting a sense of foreboding within Jiang Qing. "As far as I know, you ruthlessly exterminated your stepmother's clan. Am I correct?" Jiang Qiao's gaze was sharp as a knife, slicing through Chen Wuyou's skin. "The Kai family deserves death. Even without him, I would have eradicated them," Jiang Qing declared resolutely. Jiang Qiao turned, his brows arched like blades, his eyes radiating a chilling light. "I am conversing with him. Did I ask you?" "Indeed, I was the one who took action. There is no denying it." Chen Wuyou responded bluntly, his demeanor unflinching. Jiang Qiao was the chief of the Golden Eagles, a formidable figure in the Six Doors. Yet Chen Wuyou would not stoop to be a sycophant, enduring humiliation. The disgrace he suffered today would be etched in his memory. Regardless of Jiang Qiao's motives for obstructing his path, he would remember this grudge. After a brief silence, Chen Wuyou clasped his hands in salute to Jiang Qing and smiled gracefully. "I am grateful for your hospitality, Jiang brother. I shall take my leave now. May our paths cross again." He turned and departed, the opulence of the Jiang residence and the promising future before him not causing him to hesitate even for a moment. "Father, why did you do that?" Jiang Qing gasped, questioning his father. "Do not speak to me in that tone," Jiang Qiao retorted, glaring at Jiang Qing. "I have known Chen Wuyou, the head of the Chun family from Chujun, for many years and am well acquainted with their clan. The martial arts this boy employs are not of the Chen family. They originate from elsewhere. Furthermore, I recall Chen Wuyou mentioning that he has another son, who, due to his violent nature, was confined to study and forbidden from practicing martial arts to temper his aggression. Where, then, did this boy acquire his skills? He is treacherous and violent. You should have little to do with him in the future. You have only heeded Chen Wuyu's perspective without truly understanding him." Jiang Qing scoffed. "And what of it? Do I need to familiarize myself with a character who has yet to reach innate mastery?" Jiang Qiao smirked, his smile mirroring that of his son. "In due time, you will regret your words today," Jiang Qing retorted before hastily pursuing Chen Wuyou. Upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Qing paused for a moment, then quickened his pace. The Six Doors headquarters was nearby, frequented by officers clad in dark uniforms, who regarded Chen Wuyou with cold, piercing eyes as they followed his every move. "Chen Wuyou, wait," Jiang Qing called out, employing his lightness skill to catch up. "Brother Jiang, you need not persuade me further. There are paths to success beyond the 6 doors, Chen Wuyou replied. Maintaining his composure despite Jiang Chao's humiliation, he clenched his fists, a hint of ferocity emerging on his fair visage. I have merely escaped a cage, yet you relentlessly pursue me without offering a chance. What have I done to offend you? Familiar faces from the Chen family flickered through his memory, ultimately settling on that of his father, Chen Wuyou. Perhaps my investigative direction was flawed from the beginning. Those who wish to kill me are not Madame Kai, but rather my biological father. Initially, Chen Wuyou had merely speculated. But now he was nearly certain it was indeed Chen Wuyou, as only the family head had the authority to mobilize the clan's resources. Lost in thought, he had momentarily forgotten Jiang Qing. I apologize for spacing out. It is of no consequence. Such trivial matters do not weigh on my mind. Jiang Qing waved dismissively. Have you devised any plans? Whatever comes, I shall face it. If worst comes to worst, I can still escape. Chen Wuyou was unperturbed, confident in his enhanced strength and eager to find opponents to test his abilities. He had no fear of challenges. Indeed, Jiang Qing chuckled. Then I wish you a prosperous future. Thank you for your kind words. The two exchanged smiles before parting ways. Every gathering must eventually disperse. With Jiang Qiao blocking his path in the 6 doors, Chen Wuyou had to seek alternative avenues, whether it be sects or noble families. He must now align himself with a faction for his development, as his current prowess was still insufficient. Just as he was about to look for an inn to take temporary refuge, Uncle Zhong, a plump figure, approached him. Are you looking for me? Uncle Zhong stopped before Chen Wuyou. Young man, come with me. The master wishes to meet you. Self-proclaimed as a loyal servant. Uncle Zhong would only refer to one person as the master, Lin Anong, also a chief of the Golden Eagles. After countless twists and turns, is it possible that Lin Anong wishes to recruit me into the 6 doors? Chen Wuyou mused. He was indeed interested in joining the 6 doors, which, with its backing from the court, stood as a formidable force in the righteous realm. Aligning with the 6 doors would provide him with a solid foundation against the Chen family. Moreover, the 6 doors wielded significant influence across the 9 provinces, abundant in resources, greatly benefiting his endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wuyou recognized that there is no such thing as unconditional favor. If Lin Anong had aided him, it would undoubtedly place him in opposition to Jiang Qiao, who had expressly stated that the 6 doors could not accommodate Chen Wuyou. Although Lin Anong, as a fellow chief of the Golden Eagles, would not fear Jiang Qiao, it seemed illogical for him to risk offending Jiang Qiao over a mere character like Chen Wuyou, who was only at the initial stage of cultivation. May I inquire as to why Chief Lin wishes to see me? Chen Wuyou timidly asked as he followed Uncle Zhang toward the Lin residence. You will know once you meet him, Uncle Zhang replied, maintaining a tight-lipped demeanor. Entering through the back door without alarming anyone, Uncle Zhang led Chen Wuyou directly to Lin Andong's study. Setting aside his documents, Lin Anong got straight to the point. I heard you were expelled by that old ghost Jiang Qiao. Fortuitously, I have a matter that requires your assistance. You are quite well informed. Chen Wuyou chuckled awkwardly. Let us cut to the chase. I have an old friend whose son is currently the magistrate of Yichuan County, soon to be promoted. However, a significant incident has occurred in Yichuan County. The leader of the Baihe gang has died suddenly, and the 3 sons are embroiled in a fierce struggle for leadership. This issue must be resolved, or his promotion order will not be issued. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Anong was a straightforward man, revealing everything in a few brief statements. Lin wished to put an end to this farce, regardless of the means. Chen Wuyou, with keen insight, quickly grasped the crux of the matter, but he still had some questions. With so many experts in the 6 doors, why do you want me to handle this? Because you are not a member of the 6 doors, you can take on this task. Huh. Chen Wuyou's mouth fell slightly open in confusion. Just then, a melodic voice rang out as Lin Jiao Jiao entered the room. The Baihe gang is not large, and apart from the late leader, there are no other innate experts. However, the Baihe gang is a member of the Sanjiang Alliance. Upon hearing the Sanjiang Alliance, Chen Wuyou understood. Even someone like him, who had once been confined to a small courtyard and seen little of the world, had heard of the Sanjiang Alliance's reputation. The Sanjiang Alliance was formed by 3 first-rate powers, the Jiwei Gang, the Huanghe Gang, and the Longwang Gang, uniting all river gangs across the 9 provinces. They controlled the transportation of goods in the 9 provinces, and even the government had to acknowledge the Sanjiang Alliance's formidable strength, granting it official recognition. Engaged in illicit activities, the alliance nonetheless enjoyed the endorsement of the righteous realm. Even the 6 doors dared not provoke them lightly. I understand. As I am not yet a member of the 6 doors, I will undertake this matter solely in my personal capacity, which will not draw the attention of the Sanjiang Alliance. If the 6 doors intervenes, it may hinder the resolution of this issue. Lin Ondong's expression brightened considerably as he said, "If you succeed in this task, I will personally usher you into the 6 doors, and no one will be able to stop it. Furthermore, I will also grant you 3 major merits." "What are major merits?" Chen Wuyou quietly inquired of the young girl. "This refers to the merit system of the 6 doors. 5 minor merits can be converted into 1 major merit, and 5 major merits can equate to 1 heavenly merit. These merits can be exchanged for inner strength techniques, martial skills, or cultivation resources. For instance, Jiang Cheng received a major merit as a reward for rescuing me. The elixir required to enhance the probability of advancing to the innate realm demands a heavenly merit. Now you understand what 3 major merits signify, right?" Lin Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, feeling that explaining such common knowledge to Chen Wuyou would diminish her own intelligence. "I see, I accept this task. This is not merely a task. You have never encountered it. Remember this, you are not a member of the 6 doors." Lin Anong reminded him one last time before letting Uncle Zhang escort him away. Upon closing the study door, Chen Wuyou overheard a heated argument between the father and daughter inside. Chapter 47. The change in the cabin after departing from the Lin family. The task notification appeared. New task from the 6 doors, suppress the White River Gang's rebellion, with a time limit of 1 month. Rewards vary from 1 to 3 months of inner strength cultivation, with swifter completion yielding higher rewards. The time-limited task was a novel type of assignment that had never been seen before, and Chen Wuyou quickly deduced why the system would issue such a task. Suppressing the White River Gang's rebellion was not the primary requirement. Rather, his true objective was to maintain the peace in Yichuan County and ensure that Gao Tong, the son of Lin Ondong's old friend, could smoothly ascend from Yichuan County. The quicker the rebellion was quelled, the more securely Gao Tong could rise. If the time exceeded a month, the endeavor might fail. Thus, the system imposed a time limit, rewarding prompt and effective completion generously. While contemplating how to approach this matter, the system issued another task. Elimination. Target 1. Kill the Blood Claw Scythe, Xiaoyin. Reward. A random 2-star card. Target 2. Kill the Thousand Calamities Hand, Hu Yi. Reward. 1 month of inner strength cultivation. Target 3. Kill the Flower Arm Arhut, Huang Muyang. Reward. 3 months of inner strength cultivation, 5 months of martial illusion, and a random 3-star card. Upon receiving this task, Chen Wuyou realized he had been marked. These 3 individuals were all guest elders of the Chen family, each possessing a modest level of renown, particularly Huang Muyang, who had reached the peak of the acquired realm. He was once recognized among the 10 heroes of Wuzhou, with every one of them expected to advance to the innate realm, as they were deemed the successors of Wuzhou's martial arts, who would ally with aristocratic families. Undoubtedly, it would be wandering martial artists. Unlike sects, which tend to trust disciples nurtured from a young age to be loyal to the sect and are wary of wandering practitioners who might steal their unique skills, aristocratic families do not share such concerns. Many aristocratic families cultivate beautiful and considerate young girls as adopted daughters, not for any other reason than to marry them off to talented wandering martial artists to forge alliances. The Chen family also partook in such maneuvers. Chen Wuyou, in particular, made a bold move by marrying off the branch family's prized daughter, Chen Rong, to Huang Muyang, which caused quite a stir at the time. However, years later, Huang Muyang had yet to ascend to the innate realm, and Chen Wuyou faced ridicule for his bold decision. As a mere peak-acquired martial artist hardly warranted such an investment. It was evident that Huang Muyang had not fared well within the Chen family. Otherwise, he would not have willingly acted as Chen Wuyu's pawn in pursuing Chen Wuyou. Among the task targets, the Blood Claw Scythe, Xiaoyin, had the lowest cultivation level, with less than 6 meridians opened. However, he was adept with the peculiar weapon, the Blood Claw Scythe, making him quite formidable, with combat power equivalent to someone with 8 meridians. The Thousand Calamities Hand, Hu Yi, possessed 9 open meridians, placing him among the ranks of those at the meridian realm. Only Huang Muyang, with his peak-acquired cultivation, would stoop to pursue someone as weak as Chen Wuyou, showing no regard for face. It was no wonder he had not advanced to the innate realm, Chen Wuyou thought. He had come to understand the system. The tasks with lavish rewards were typically those that Chen Wuyou could not hope to complete at his current level, such as annihilating the Black Cloud Stronghold, which offered 3 months of inner strength cultivation and 5 months of martial illusion. Without Jiang Cheng's assistance, accomplishing such a task would be impossible. This time, the reward for killing Huang Muyang exceeded that of the previous task to eliminate the Black Cloud Stronghold, with an additional random 3-star card, indicating that the difficulty would be exceedingly high. This suggested that Huang Muyang alone possessed strength surpassing that of the Black Cloud Stronghold. as he was once a renowned expert in Wuzhou, easily capable of crushing a small stronghold established by an abandoned disciple of the Five Prisons Thunder sect. The issuance of the elimination task sounded an alarm for Chen Wuyou. His current situation was perilous, with 3 skilled individuals approaching him with murderous intent. His previously calm demeanor vanished, and he hastily procured medicinal pills for his cultivation at the Danxiang Pavilion before boarding a boat bound for Yichuan County. Coincidentally, the boat Chen Wuyou boarded bore a flag embroidered with a depiction of a white river, signifying its protection by the White River Gang. The majority of the factions within the Sanjiang Alliance were river gangs, reliant on river transport for their livelihood. The White River Gang was not large, but with the backing of the Sanjiang Alliance, it could still assert its influence in Yichuan County. Inside the cabin, 3 individuals were already present, a stout man and a couple, the husband dressed in the standard attire of a scholar, while the wife wore a simple green skirt that accentuated her fair skin and natural beauty. Upon seeing Chen Wuyou, who was dressed in martial attire with a sword at his waist, the wife inched closer to her husband. The stout man smiled upon noticing this. There's no need to fear, Han family's wife. This boat is protected by the White River Gang, and no one dares to cause trouble here. I am not one to instigate trouble, Chen Wuyou replied calmly, taking a seat in a corner of the cabin. He retrieved a Huang Yudan and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to silently cultivate. Is it my countenance that seems too fierce? If I had my original appearance, I certainly wouldn't make women shy away. Chen Wuyou pondered to himself, confident in his looks. With the guest elders of the Chen family potentially in pursuit, there was no way Chen Wuyou could simply show his face as he journeyed to Yichuan County. He had crafted a human skin mask before embarking on his journey. Chen Wuyou wished to avoid trouble. The time-limited task demanded urgency, and traveling by water would be faster, allowing him to reach Yichuan County in a day. As they traveled, 2 more passengers boarded, and the journey continued without incident. However, as dusk fell, trouble arose upon their arrival at the Yichuan County dock. How many people are on the boat? 2 members of the White River Gang, clad in their uniforms, approached as the boat docked. 6 people, replied the boatman, a dark-skinned, honest man, with his head bowed. You've made quite a profit this trip. That's 1 tael of silver per person. Pay up, the gang members grinned, their smiles reminiscent of bloodthirsty sharks. Gentlemen, I have already paid the protection fee for this month. 5 taels of silver, and not a single penny less, the boatman exclaimed in shock, realizing that he had already paid and was being asked for more. I don't care. The previous protection fee was collected by the eldest young master, but now this dock is under the jurisdiction of the second young master. This is the new rule established by the second young master. Every person must pay 1 tael of silver. Hand over the silver, and you can continue your business unbothered. If you refuse, I will burn your rickety boat. The 2 gang members threatened. The sudden turn of events elicited a gasp from the scholar's wife, her soft voice causing one's bones to soften upon hearing it. The couple exchanged glances and pulled aside the curtain, and upon seeing the woman's beauty, they were momentarily rendered speechless, leering as they said, "Oh, it seems there's a young lady aboard. Let us forego the payment. If you accompany us for the night, we'll consider the matter settled." Husband. A look of terror instantly manifested on her face. If those 2 truly abducted her, her life would be irrevocably ruined. The scholar's gaze was vacant, caught off guard by the unforeseen trouble arising from what was supposed to be a simple visit to a friend. Forcing himself to appear composed, he trembled as he fumbled out a silver ingot worth 10 taels, pleading, "I will cover the boat fare this time. And I have an additional 4 taels to treat you both to a drink. Please do not make things difficult for us." Observing his cowardly demeanor, the thug spat disdainfully, snatching the ingot from his grasp. With a powerful shove, they sent the scholar crashing aside, dazed and disoriented, as one of them reached for his wife. "Stop!" The soft cry, laced with desperation, ignited a surge of protective instinct within those present. Yet, the individuals in the cabin were merely ordinary people, too afraid to confront the White River Gang, opting instead to remain silent, willing to sacrifice the innocence of an unfamiliar woman for their own safety. Witnessing this scene, Chen Wuyou felt a surge of indignation. He had trained in martial arts for a purpose, to avoid becoming prey to others, to possess the strength to rectify injustices when they arose before him. "Cease this at once," Chen Wuyou bellowed, his sword gleaming like a river of light, slicing through the air to sever the thug's hand, blood spraying forth and splattering the young woman. She stood frozen in shock, her ability to think paralyzed as if she had been struck dumb. Chapter 48. Eradicating evil. Not satisfied with merely stopping the assault, Chen Wuyou seized the thug. His fingers splayed wide as he delivered a series of resounding slaps, each connecting with force. Loose teeth mingled with blood, and bits of tongue erupted from the thug's mouth. Feeling repulsed, Chen Wuyou kicked him away, blood pouring from the wounds on his arm, his complexion resembling a white lantern outside a coffin, clearly on the brink of death. The thug's companion stood there, stunned, until Chen Wuyou's predatory gaze fell upon him, awakening him from his stupor. He drew a short dagger, attempting to feign bravado. I am a trusted aide of the White River Gang's Feiyu Hall leader, Ji Kong. If you dare touch me, I will ensure your entire family meets their demise. Huh. I would welcome the extinction of your entire clan, Chen Wuyou replied coldly, a derisive smile gracing his lips. The thug's grandiloquent threats would be of little consequence if they could materialize. Noticing Chen Wuyou's inaction, the thug regained some courage. The White River Gang boasts thousands of members, each hall leader a master in their own right. If you offend us, none aboard this vessel will escape unscathed. Chen Wuyou felt confident enough to disregard his threats. The other passengers, mere common folk, immediately grew anxious, a stout man tugging at Chen Wuyou's sleeve, chuckling nervously. Hero, if you kill him and leave, we still have to live here. The farmers, who had spoken little since boarding, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend the White River Gang. What do you think, scholar? Ignoring the others, Chen Wuyou turned his attention to the scholar, who had collided with the cabin wall, his forehead swollen and bruised. Perhaps we should let this go, the scholar muttered, swayed by the opinions surrounding him, his garments obscuring his face. The thug erupted in raucous laughter. So you all truly fear me. Just as he finished his taunt, Chen Wuyou's iron grip seized his throat, panic flooding his features as he croaked, "You dare touch me." Without uttering a word, Chen Wuyou's expression conveyed his disdain as he exerted pressure, the sound of snapping bones echoing throughout the cabin. What kind of world is this? You endure humiliation while villains trample upon you, and when I rise to defend you, you dare side with the wicked against me. Is there any sense in such a reality? Chen Wuyou's furious glare swept the room, none daring to meet his eyes. Sighing, he felt his enthusiasm wane. Cowardice had seeped into their very bones, beyond remedy. Sheathing his sword and shouldering his pack, Chen Wuyou proceeded toward the county town. The sun still hung in the sky. Not a single guard was stationed at the city gate, which remained shut, save for a narrow side entrance for passage. Once inside, Chen Wuyou quickly grasped the extent of the White River Gang's terror. The streets were desolate, devoid of life, save for scattered leaves swirling in the wind. Shops had closed, and the few pedestrians that dared to traverse the streets hurried past, eager to avoid lingering in the open. The only lively scene was a tavern, where 8 thugs clad in White River Gang uniforms occupied 2 tables, drinking heartily and devouring meat. 2 disheveled women were being jostled and toyed with, their faces flushed with shame and tears streaming down. 10 years sharpening a sword, yet to taste its edge. Today, I shall demonstrate who has grievances to air. Striding boldly into the establishment, laughter ceased abruptly. Who among them had the audacity to ignore the presence of the White River Gang? Thud. Chen Wuyou slammed his sword onto the table, his voice resounding, "Innkeeper, bring forth the finest wine and meat." The young innkeeper, barely of age, hurried over, his cap hiding his greasy hair, and whispered, "Sir, please leave. We are not open today." "Where is this fool coming from? Can't you see we are drinking here?" "Get lost," shouted one of the thugs, slamming the table. Chen Wuyou remained unfazed, gently patting the boy's shoulder, grinning widely. The innkeeper, quick-witted, noticed a trail of bloodied footprints left by Chen Wuyou. Alarmed, he dared not speak further and retreated in panic. Pulling out a stool, Chen Wuyou took a seat at the table of 4 thugs without hesitation, remarking, "This innkeeper deceives me, claiming there is no food or drink. Yet look at this table laden with provisions. The wine is exquisite," Chen Wuyou continued, sipping leisurely, "though the accompanying meat is raw." "How can meat be raw?" The innkeeper, initially hesitant to interject, found Chen Wuyou's words pointedly critical of the establishment. "Look, these 4 live pigs have yet to be slaughtered. So how can they not be considered raw?" The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. This madman dared to equate the 4 living thugs to livestock. Was he courting death? "How dare you, you toad? I'll make you pay for your insolence," roared the lead thug, raising a fist as large as a sandbag, veins bulging like grotesque centipedes across his arms. The innkeeper shut his eyes, unable to bear the impending violence. Just as his eyelids threatened to seal shut, a blinding light erupted, startling him. After a prolonged silence in the tavern, the innkeeper opened his eyes to find the strange patron still drinking, and scathed. Looking again at the thugs who had threatened him, he gasped and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, a wet spot forming beneath him. 4 headless corpses lay sprawled on the floor, their heads still wearing the grimaces of their former selves, positioned before bowls of wine and dishes of poultry, resembling a macabre offering. As spring approached, the chill of winter lingered, a gust of cold wind sweeping through the tavern, sending shivers down the spines of the 4 remaining thugs. They dared not move, the frigid air penetrating their bones, yet they were inexplicably sweating. Whose subordinates are you? Chen Wuyou had transformed. The sight of blood and corpses no longer affected him. He drank leisurely, his presence exuding an ethereal quality. Akin to a demon descended from the heavens. Only the two women he had rescued dared to approach him, adjusting their garments, their eyes averted, unable to confront the gruesome scene surrounding them. It's you again. I take it you are affiliated with the second young master, Chen Wuyou mused, playing with his wine cup, lost in thought. You know our second young master? The eyes of the women sparkled with hope. If this man knew the White River Gang's second young master, perhaps they could escape their plight. Ignoring their eagerness, Chen Wuyou muttered to himself. People often say a tiger's son is not a dog. However, that is not entirely true. The old gang leader, Bai Jingfei, is a notorious figure in the underworld. Yet his 3 sons are all mediocre. The eldest, Bai Qiu, despite being the most qualified to inherit his father's position, lost in the struggle for power and has since been usurped by his younger brother. The second son, Bai Jing, possesses remarkable talent and attracts followers. Yet his nature is greedy, cruel, and tyrannical, as evidenced by the character of those around him. Only the third son, Bai Tianwen, has displayed exceptional intelligence and extraordinary demeanor since childhood, making him a potential heir to the leader's position. Suddenly, Chen Wuyou rose, seizing a bloodied sword. This action sent chills down the spines of the 4, who instantly became alert. However, they had barely begun their training in internal martial arts and only practiced some external techniques, which were effective against ordinary people but rendered them mere playthings in the presence of true martial artists. Chen Wuyou's swift swordsmanship had benefited from the teachings of Ah Fei, and he had developed considerable skill. Mastery of the swift sword required relentless practice, day in and day out, embedding speed into one's instinctive responses. Young ladies, you may leave now. The thieves have been dealt with. Be cautious not to fall prey to them again. When not taking lives, Chen Wuyou exhibited a gentle demeanor that evoked warmth and closeness. Thank you, young master. The 2 maidens bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, resembling well-trained attendants from the same household. My mistress sent me to procure almond pastries from this establishment, and fearing to come alone, I invited Tao Hua along. Not realizing it would nearly cost her purity, one maid explained. Your mistress seems rather foolish, sending a young lady into such peril without understanding the current situation. Chen Wuyou remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. The maid Tao Hong, with wide eyes, retorted, You must not speak ill of my mistress. She has just been rescued from a bandit lair. We did not inform her of the dangers, or she would never have allowed us to take such risks. Your loyalty is commendable. You would brave danger just to ensure your master enjoys her beloved almond pastries. Chen Wuyou laughed, suddenly sensing something amiss. What is the name of your mistress? How could you not know? In this city, who does not know my mistress's name? She is Qiyu, the matron of the Jinling Trading Company. Upon hearing disparaging remarks about her mistress, Tao Hong transformed into a fierce little hedgehog, defending her honor. Qiyu, I find myself here once again. Is this fate? Chen Wuyou murmured, lost in thought. Chapter 49. Killing and saving with an unnatural touch to his nose. Chen Wuyou contemplated the uncanny coincidence of reuniting in such circumstances after only a few days apart, as if orchestrated by the heavens. He did not believe in fate or divine will, and with his mask on, even if they met, she would not recognize him. It is best for someone like me, who dwells amidst blades and shadows, to keep my distance from her, allowing her to live an untroubled life. The memory of Qiyu's fearful gaze haunted him, still causing a sting in his heart. Is there a vacant room? He inquired, slapping a silver note on the wooden counter. You jest, sir. There are plenty of empty rooms. In fact, the entire inn is vacant. Those who could leave have done so, and we have nowhere else to go, the innkeeper replied, his face etched with bitterness and deepening wrinkles. He urged Chen Wuyou, I do not recommend you stay here. You have slain so many members of the Baya gang. They will not let you go. You should leave quickly while it is still dark and the gates are open. You old fox. I suspect that as soon as I leave, you will inform the Baiha gang to send someone after me. Chen Wuyou discerned the innkeeper's scheme with keen insight. The innkeeper, undeterred by being seen through, remained calm. This is merely the survival strategy of us common folk. Even if we do not report to the Baiha gang, those living nearby will fear retribution and have already gone to warn them. So, I implore you to depart swiftly. Once the Baiha gang arrives, it will be too late. The innkeeper's words were transparent. He bore goodwill towards Chen Wuyou. Yet it was clear he harbored deep resentment for the Baiha gang members who dined at his establishment without payment. Perfect timing. I intend to serve them a feast. I only hope they come. Chen Wuyou replied confidently, gesturing to the leftover food. Prepare a bowl of noodles, and have the kitchen slice a pound of braised beef. preferably with bones. As for wine, I shall pass. What a bold man, unafraid of the Baihe gang. The innkeeper sensed the underlying tension. He could not afford to offend either party, so he obediently complied, bowing as he watched Chen Wuyou ascend to the second floor with his belongings. What fortified his confidence was the information prepared for him by the six gates. Lin Anong was a cautious individual. He had sent Chen Wuyou, a mere novice with 3 meridians opened, to Baihe County to assist his younger relative precisely because the Baihe gang lacked formidable experts. During Bai Jingfei's lifetime, the six gates had refrained from provoking the Baihe gang, but with his demise, the gang was left without a capable leader. The highest-ranking individual was the Blood Fong Hall master, Tang Songhua, who had opened 12 meridians, yet even he had not mastered the second and third meridians. Moreover, the Baihe gang was now fragmented. Tang Songhua had retreated to a corner after supporting the eldest son, Bai Chou, in defeat, and was subsequently expelled from Baihe County. The remaining Baihe gang members were few and weak, and Chen Wuyou felt no fear. The task assigned to him promised rewards for completing it in the most efficient manner, suggesting it was not overly challenging. His remarks about the Bai family's 3 sons were intended to reach Bai Tianwen's ears, hoping to convey a favorable impression from a passing expert, which would prompt Bai Tianwen to seek him out, a far more effective approach than self-recommendation. Dust had settled on the table, and a light touch left fingerprints. The potted plants appeared wilted, indicating the room had been neglected for some time. Your beef has arrived. The noodles are still being rolled out, the waiter announced, skillfully balancing a tray, his nimble movement suggesting he had spent years in this trade. Are you familiar with the Jinling Trading Company? Chen Wuyou inquired, the memory stirring within him. You truly are uninformed. The Jinling Trading Company was once a major player in trade, founded by the enterprising Wu, who built it from the ground up and met the criteria to join the Grand Commerce Association. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand. Master Wu was murdered by bandits while negotiating for membership in the capital, and the vast enterprise fell to his newlywed wife. This Madame Qi is related to an elder from the 5 Prisons Thunder sect, but despite the loss of the business, she retained considerable wealth. The waiter spoke with fervor, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he leaned closer to Chen Wuyou. Having wealth is not always a blessing. It is said that this Madame Qi was betrayed by her husband's family and captured by bandits, enduring unspeakable horrors until the stronghold was destroyed by the authorities, allowing her to escape. Furrowing his brows, Chen Wuyou realized that this scandal had become common knowledge. He wondered if she could withstand such slander. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, he waved the waiter away, losing his appetite after just a few bites of the beef. He called down to inform him not to send the noodles up, then stood resolutely in the room, his gaze sharp as he practiced his sword strikes against an imaginary foe. Training was akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one fell back. Despite the support of a system, Chen Wuyou never wasted time. If he had applied this level of diligence to his studies in his past life, he would have excelled in any school. People are curious creatures. They can summon boundless energy from matters of interest, yet become weary even at the mere thought of things that do not engage them. As night quietly descended, the moon, veiled in thin clouds, peeked shyly from behind its shroud, casting a tender gaze upon the world, a realm of ceaseless warmth and vice. A gray mist rose, and Ji Kong, leading over 100 men, hurried down the long street, his expression grim. His fair, beardless face resembled an unyielding glacier, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The Baihe gang was now in a tumultuous transition between old and new leadership, and even the authorities remained silent, allowing the gang to act with increasing audacity. However, the street patrol brought him no good news, but rather grim tidings. 2 minor leaders, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, had gone to the Fuxing Inn for drinks and met their demise, for were beheaded, while the others were pierced through the heart by a single sword strike, all meeting their end in a swift and decisive manner. It seemed trouble had come knocking at his door. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Ji Kang's eyes as he led a contingent towards the inn. On the way, he received further news. The troublemaker spoke highly of the 3rd young master, Bai Tianwen, while describing the 2nd young master as greedy and cruel. This was the primary reason for his deteriorating mood. The 2nd young master's absurd commands to amass wealth had already tarnished Ji Kang's reputation in the martial world. Should the 2nd young master ascend to the position of leader, the White River gang's standing in the pugilistic realm would inevitably decline. With a tumultuous heart, Ji Kong yearned to slay a few individuals to alleviate his frustration. On the road, he encountered a beggar huddled under a tattered blanket, trying to shield himself from the biting cold, and while he felt somewhat unsatisfied after killing him, he hurried to the Fuxing Inn, intent on taking Chen Wuyou's life to ease his agitation. Finally arriving, he did not have to wait long. Amidst the clamor of footsteps, Chen Wuyou heard the White River gang had arrived and descended the stairs slowly. The ground floor was already deserted, the innkeeper and servers having vanished. The deceased members of the White River Gang had been wrapped in straw mats. Just as Chen Wuyou reached the bottom of the stairs, Ji Kong pushed the door open and entered. "Good thief, you are the one who killed my brothers in the gang. Today, you shall pay with your life." Ji Kong brandished his sword, a 3-foot blade gleaming with a cold light, slashing downwards. "Let us not waste words with the dead," Chen Wuyou replied, drawing his sword. With a swift motion, he pierced Ji Kang's shoulder first, skillfully twisting and lifting, shearing away a large chunk of flesh. Having struck true, Chen Wuyou assessed Ji Kang's prowess, estimating it to be above 7 channels of meridians. Ji Kong, realizing the gravity of the situation, summoned his internal energy to shield his shoulder just in time. Otherwise, that strike would have severed his arm instead of merely taking a piece of flesh. Such speed, Ji Kong thought. He had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Any hint of underestimation vanished in an instant, as Chen Wuyou's swordplay was both rapid and fierce. Such swiftness could only be honed through a decade of relentless training. Ji Kong, unwilling to show any sign of complacency, engaged in a dance of offense and defense, the ethereal sword shadows flickering in and out of existence, mesmerizing the onlookers behind him, who had forgotten that Ji Kong had once bested Chen Wuyou. The 13 paths of illusory swordplay was Ji Kang's ultimate technique, characterized by its deceptive nature, alternating between reality and illusion. Suddenly, the temperature in the room surged, and Ji Kang's pupils contracted. Heavens, what is this? Chen Wuyou charged headlong into the illusory swordplay, and in an instant, flames erupted as his sword pierced through the spectral shadows, transforming into a blazing firebird that seared itself into Ji Kang's vision. Chapter 50. Disbelief. You may flame my skin, but I shall treat you as mere melon rinds. As Ji Kong unleashed his illusory swordplay, Chen Wuyou nearly burst into laughter. This technique, while seemingly flawless in its transformations, had a critical flaw. Both offense and defense were severely lacking. It was sufficient to bully mediocre swordsmen, but to attempt it against Chen Wuyou was akin to flaunting one's inadequacies before a master. In the face of the flamboyant, illusory swordplay, Chen Wuyou deployed his strongest technique, the Miao family swordplay, the phoenix rising at dawn. Like the dawn breaking through the mists, Chen Wuyou's sword moved with unwavering precision, igniting the fiery blade to cleave through the illusory shadows, piercing Ji Kang's chest amidst his astonished expression. Retracting his sword, the gleaming blade bore no trace of blood. Instead, a charred wound manifested on Ji Kang's chest, the searing flames incinerating his internal organs, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood spilling forth like molten lava, scorching the floor with dark stains. "Still not leaving? Do you wish to die?" Chen Wuyou uttered indifferently, prompting a panic-stricken crowd to scatter like birds. One unfortunate soul, in a frenzy, collided with a pillar, nursing a swollen forehead as he hurriedly followed the throng, fearful of sharing Ji Kang's fate. Ji Kang's strength was not merely superficial. He had lost due to his sheltered life in Yishui County, living in comfort without facing life-or-death battles. In contrast, Chen Wuyou had traversed the treacherous path between life and death repeatedly, even with a disparity in realms. His indomitable will and unparalleled swordsmanship allowed him to dispatch Ji Kong effortlessly, with little expenditure of his internal energy. With the head of the snake severed, what could the remaining rabble say? Their only recourse was flight. "Do not hide. Everyone has departed." Chen Wuyou called towards the direction of the cellar. A comical little felt hat peeked out first. The inn's server, having quickly surveyed the area, jumped out in surprise. "You actually drove off the White River Gang." Ji Kong was a formidable figure in Yishui County, one of the leaders of the White River Gang, more imposing than the local constable. To see such a person, usually revered, die quietly in the inn felt surreal. The inn was tranquil, but turmoil brewed elsewhere in White River City. Bai Jing had long been aware of Ji Kang's death. Whispers among the gang members suggested that Ji Kong had been slain in a single strike by a mysterious master, likely of pinnacle innate talent. Uncertain of the situation, Bai Jing dared not act rashly, even upon learning of Chen Wuyou's disparaging remarks about him. "Though Tang Songbai is willing to aid me, I still lack a powerful ally to bolster my standing," Bai Jing mused. Ji Kong had been one of his top men. The Hall Master Li Gaoyang was of comparable strength, while elder Yu Taiping, despite having 11 channels, was aged and seldom took action. Until he understood the situation, Bai Jing needed to bide his time and endure. 20 miles from the county seat, Bai Tianwen learned of Ji Kang's death only that morning. He excitedly approached his ally, the rogue Wang Hu, who possessed 7 channels of meridians, exclaiming, "We have hope. A supreme master visited the county yesterday and vanquished Ji Kong with a single strike, scattering 100 men." Wang Hu, somewhat puzzled, replied, "That is good news, but he is merely a passerby. Relying on him to help us eliminate Bai Jing's influence seems unrealistic. Bai Jing is no fool and will not act recklessly without clarity. I have received word that this master spoke highly of me. I shall personally invite him to assist us, Bai Tianwen declared, raising his fist. Chen Wuyou was his last hope. Bai Tianwen was so elated that he completely overlooked the unease brewing among his subordinates. However, the forces in Yishui County are under Bai Jing's command. If you go, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, Wang Hu warned, forcing a smile. Thus, I wish for you to escort me. With Ji Kong dead and Yu Taiping incapacitated, only Li Gaoyang remains as your rival. With your protection, I am certain I shall remain unharmed. So you had it all planned when you sought me out. Wang Hu's eyes flickered, having come this far. Rejecting Bai Tianwen would be tantamount to denying his own ambitions. Wang Hu had pinned his hopes for a prosperous future on Bai Tianwen, and with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Bai Tianwen, you truly know how to seize opportunities. Zhao San, has there been any movement at the inn? Dressed in ragged clothing. The spy Zhao San replied respectfully, no, that person has yet to leave the inn. Good, we must not allow him to come into contact with that individual. Bring me Hall Masterly and Elder Yu. Bai Jing resolved fiercely, determined to eliminate his brother Bai Tianwen, whom he had long regarded as a thorn in his side. Bai Tianwen, wise as he was, had anticipated that his information would leak, and that Bai Jing would surely dispatch men to block his path into the city. Preventing him from meeting Chen Wuyou, he intentionally took a longer route, hastening through another city gate to enter with ease. My brother is likely waiting for me at the south gate, Bai Tianwen thought smugly. Everything is under control. Let us go meet that master, he proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Chen Wuyou did nothing but wait for Bai Tianwen to seek him out. The self-proclaimed astute Bai Tianwen was merely a pawn in his grand design. Gentlemen, this establishment is closed for business today. Bored and idly wiping the table, the innkeeper suddenly noticed two individuals entering the establishment. Skillfully draping the cloth over his shoulder, he approached them, saying, we are not here to dine. We seek someone. Please, kind innkeeper, inform your master that we wish to see Bai Tianwen. Bai Tianwen smiled warmly in response. Upon hearing the name Bai Tianwen, the innkeeper immediately straightened his back. He was the third son of the Bai River gang, a potential future leader, and hurried upstairs to find Chen Wuyou. No need for an announcement. I have arrived. Chen Wuyou came down the stairs, fully aware of the commotion outside. Are you the one who killed Ji Kong? Bai Tianwen's brows unknowingly furrowed. Sensing that this expert was on par with his own cultivation, Wang Hu's perception was sharper. He estimated that this person had just recently broken through to the third meridian. If there is no other Ji Kong in Yishui County, then you are the one I seek. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Chen Wuyou was in a good mood and even made a jest. Bai Tianwen glanced at Wang Hu, who subtly shook his head, indicating he could not discern any depth. Since they were already here, Bai Tianwen would not abandon his recruitment just because Chen Wuyou's cultivation did not match his expectations. After all, it was still a source of support. I wish to invite you to assist me in quelling the rebels of the Bai River gang. Upon success, I shall grant you the position of Hall Master. I have but one question. If I were to kill Bai Jing and his skilled subordinates, how long would it take for you to stabilize the chaos in Yishui County? Do not be vague. Give me a specific time frame. Chen Wuyou naturally desired to secure the highest reward of 3 months of internal strength cultivation. Hence he chose Bai Tianwen over the brutal Bai Jing. Bai Tianwen pondered for a moment and, with a determined gaze, replied, if you can accomplish this, I assure you that Yishui County will return to normal within 3 days. That's unnecessary. I can handle it alone. Chen Wuyou was no longer the person he was yesterday. Now, he possessed the Amain 9-Yang technique, with boundless internal strength, and was in need of a fierce battle to validate his capabilities. This was not arrogance, but confidence. Wang Hu rolled his eyes, unable to tolerate the brashness of a junior with merely the third meridian speaking so boldly before him. Do you not believe me? Chen Wuyou narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, I do not believe you. I even doubt that you were the one who killed Ji Kong. Wang Hu had long held a grudge against Chen Wuyou. Had he been of a higher cultivation level, he might have refrained from being so insolent. But Chen Wuyou was only at the third meridian. Such a minor character could not withstand even 3 of his moves. What right did he have to be so arrogant? Chapter 51. Defeated until you submit. You will not submit until you are defeated. Consider it a warm-up before the real fight began. His fists, enveloped in a chilling current, surged forward like an unstoppable locomotive, the biting frost making Wang Hu feel as if he had instantaneously traversed from the warmth of the inn to a frigid, icy wasteland. The initial stance of the frosty fist unleashed a blast of icy wind. This technique was not particularly lethal, but aimed to accumulate cold energy. This was the essence of the frosty fist, gradually wearing down the opponent's energy and will with coldness. Each strike would gather a substantial amount of frosty energy. And when the final blow, the snowfall strike, unleashed all that accumulated cold, its power would be terrifying. However, at present, Chen Wuyou had yet to find an opponent worthy of completing an entire sequence of the Frosty Fist. Either they were too weak and fell after a few blows, or too strong, not allowing Chen Wuyou any opportunity to strike. Wang Hu had not anticipated Chen Wuyou's decisiveness. Without a word of warning, he attacked, hastily raising his arm to block a punch. The impact was shocking. The astonishing coldness instantly rendered his thick, heavy clothing brittle, like glass shattered by the force of a collision. The cold surged through, numbing his entire arm, leaving him devoid of sensation. Frosty marks covered him, with both fists unleashed. Chen Wuyou struck out rapidly, launching a flurry of blows, dense frost mist erupting forth, coating the surrounding area in a layer of fine frost. In his youth, Wang Hu had once saved a Taoist who had been bitten by a venomous snake while gathering herbs. In gratitude for his timely aid, the Taoist taught him a technique known as the withered wood reviving spring. This fortuitous encounter had endowed Wang Hu with his current abilities. The withered wood reviving spring was a commendable internal skill, distinct from more common techniques due to its properties of promoting longevity and resisting external forces. Channeling internal strength into his left arm, he expelled the invading cold energy, causing a mist of frost to erupt from his pores. Just as he managed to mitigate the effects of that punch, Chen Wuyou's rapid strikes followed. Wang Hu had felt the consequences of blocking Chen Wuyou's punches before and did not wish to be frozen alive. He kicked a stool towards Chen Wuyou, retreating a couple of steps, but before he could catch his breath, Chen Wuyou shattered the stool and charged after him. Relentlessly pursued, Wang Hu realized he was cornered. This insolent fellow was pressing him without mercy, taking advantage of the momentary upper hand to deny him any escape. Bai Tianwen was watching from the side. He could not run indefinitely without losing face. Ultimately, he could not endure long enough to withstand a full sequence of the Frosty Fist. Victory and defeat had already been determined. Chen Wuyou's expression remained unchanged as he relentlessly drove his clenched fist toward Wang Hu's chest. "You impudent thief! Do you think I truly fear to kill you?" Wang Hu bellowed, his face contorting in rage as he unleashed a dual strike aimed at Chen Wuyou's heart and throat, intending to tear him apart as if he were a water buffalo weighing hundreds of pounds. His intentions, however, were thwarted. Just as his claws were about to make contact with Chen Wuyou, a faint golden bell appeared around his body. With the arrow drawn, he was compelled to release it. Wang Hu's claws struck down fiercely but met with a sharp clang. The illusory golden bell merely dimmed in hue, leaving his hands numb from the impact. A tremendous force surged forth, and Wang Hu's heavy body flew through the air like a feather, crashing into a bare willow tree before colliding against the courtyard wall, sending bricks and dust cascading down, leaving him disheveled. Injured internally, it was at this moment that Bai Tianwen rushed out, witnessing Wang Hu's miserable state, filled with resentment. Wang Hu spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chen Wuyou felt unfulfilled. How could he gauge his true abilities against such an opponent? He had decided to act under the cover of night, swiftly eliminating the leaders to avoid being overwhelmed, as martial artists could indeed perish amidst a sea of enemies. Chen Wuyou was cautious. While he would accept death in a duel against a martial artist, being exhausted and buried by mere cannon fodder was unacceptable. In Chen Wuyou's calculations, he had approximately an 80% chance of directly killing Bai Jing under the cover of night. Once the leader was dead, the remaining foes would be much easier to handle. After all, he had not revealed any intent to kill Bai Jing. So even if the Bai River gang was on guard, it would not escalate to having several skilled fighters closely protect him. Throughout the day, Chen Wuyou remained hidden in the inn, and the spies of the Bai River gang relaxed their vigilance, thinking him too reclusive. They had placed 2 sentinels outside the inn, ready to report any movement. However, at that moment, both sentinels had become corpses, discarded in the inn's storeroom. As the night deepened, Chen Wuyou, clad in black, made his way toward the Six-Horn Whale Tower. The Six-Horn Whale Tower served as the headquarters of the Bai River gang in Yishui County. Its hexagonal structure rose 6 stories high, resembling a pagoda, crowned with a silver sculpture of a whale, which gave the tower its name. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the season, there would be several burly members of the Bai River gang patrolling outside. However, after the death of the old leader, with his 3 sons vying for control and discipline in disarray, the patrolling members had gathered inside the tower to play cards and drink, seeking to dispel the chill. Life in a gang was far more comfortable than that of mountain bandits. Chen Wuyou glanced at the drunken ruffians, then carefully opened a door, only to close it swiftly. In the dim light, he moved like a specter, swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor. I really want to run over there like a fool. slurred one of the inebriated thugs. "Stop talking nonsense. Who would be out at this time of night?" The chief slapped his forehead, raised his wine bowl, and cursed. "Damn it. We've been guarding outside the city all day. If I catch that Chen Wuyou, he won't be able to escape." Chen Wuyou, not a trained assassin, had no intention of easily reaching the 6th floor undetected. However, as soon as he reached the 3rd floor, a keen-eyed elite gang member spotted him. "Who goes there?" The shout startled everyone in the building, and the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed throughout. "You shouldn't have spoken." Chen Wuyou shook his head. Just then, the man heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed, and his vision plunged into endless darkness as a blade pierced his brain, leaving a gaping wound in his skull. The pale brain matter, mingled with blood, slowly oozed out. In the chaos of battle, techniques became irrelevant. It was a race of speed and ferocity. The sword in Chen Wuyou's hand danced like a silver dragon soaring through the air, each strike accompanied by the splatter of blood, and with every thrust, a life was extinguished. The brutal efficiency of the slaughter sent chills through the gang members. In the room on the 6th floor where the gang leader resided, the concubine Wenji rubbed her eyes, awakened by the commotion below. She nudged the sleeping Bai Jing beside her and said, "My lord, is there a flood downstairs? It's so noisy." "There's no flood in this freezing weather. Just go back to sleep." Bai Jing waved her off. However, unexpectedly, his expression changed dramatically. He pushed Wenji aside, donned his cloak, and hastily grabbed the sword hanging on the wall before rushing out the door. As he opened the door, the cacophony of battle intensified, occasionally punctuated by screams. Peering over the staircase, he saw a grim-faced swordsman clad in black, rapidly ascending. "Oh no, it's him." Bai Jing panicked, recognizing the assassin who had killed Ji Kong. "What do I do now?" His despair deepened as the sounds of battle outside ceased, and candlelight clearly illuminated a figure standing outside the door. "My lord, you're hurting me." Tears welled in Wenji's eyes as she was pulled in front of him. Creak. The door swung open. Chen Wuyou's blood-soaked boots left a stark red imprint on the ground, the viscous blood stringing out as he lifted his foot. "Shall I try jumping from the window? Perhaps there's a slim chance of survival." Chen Wuyou mocked, looking at the open window. "I have no enmity with you. Why must you kill me?" Bai Jing clearly aimed to buy time. Chen Wuyou, unwilling to be a verbose villain, smiled ominously, shifting his sword's trajectory to bypass the woman and target Bai Jing directly. "Don't harm the young master." A booming voice cried out, and a fierce wind rushed at Chen Wuyou's back, an ambush. Determined to eliminate Bai Jing, he knew he would also be heavily injured by the hidden weapon. In a flash, Chen Wuyou rolled aside, retracting his lethal sword light, just in time to see a silver dart strike Wenji's face, instantly transforming her beautiful countenance into a grotesque visage. The warning "careful" was lodged in Chen Wuyou's throat as he turned to see an elderly, white-haired man standing at the door, his expression stern, having just used one of the 2 iron darts he had been toying with. "You typing?" Chen Wuyou's demeanor shifted. This elder was a veteran of the Baihe gang, having fought alongside Bai Jing's father to establish their power. Now, he served as an elder of the gang. Yu Taiping, unfazed by the accidental death of Bai Jing's concubine, was a survivor of countless battles, the last man standing among many fallen comrades. While he was formidable in his youth, time had diminished his physical prowess. Chapter 52. The Golden Bell Shield. Striking the golden bell. The saying "a chaotic fist can kill the master" is not mere folly. With age, one's physical capabilities wane, and old injuries resurface. The 6 doors records indicated that Yu Taiping was adept with 2 golden hammers and a fierce leg technique. However, those hammers had long been gathering dust in a warehouse. As he raced up to the 6th floor, his muscles twitched from exertion. Despite his inner strength surpassing Chen Wuyou's by several levels, his aging body could not endure a prolonged battle. Snapping off a button, Chen Wuyou swiftly sealed Bai Jing's acupoints with a technique to prevent interference in the ensuing fight, then thrust his sword forward. In the world of martial artists, there is no reverence for the elderly or compassion for the young. Only the victor reigns supreme. As Yu Taiping unleashed a mighty palm strike, his formidable inner strength surged forth, each wave like a continuous tide. Chen Wuyou's sword was affected, altering its trajectory. What profound inner strength! This old devil's cultivation is extraordinary. Chen Wuyou thought, his mind racing. Changing tactics, he unleashed a powerful downward strike reminiscent of a lumbering axe, hacking through Yu Taiping's palm force with raw aggression, aiming to slice at his throat. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward him. Realizing the danger, Chen Wuyou activated the Golden Bell Shield with utmost seriousness. The shield, thick and intricately engraved, resonated with a deafening clang as it absorbed the overwhelming force, pushing him back several meters. His feet skidded, splintering the sturdy floor beneath him. The once robust Golden Bell Shield began to thin, nearly shattering under the onslaught. Fierce wind leg. Chen Wuyou finally discerned Yu Taiping's movements. The elder's palm technique had been a ruse. The real danger lay in the leg technique that followed. Had it not been for the golden bell shield, Chen Wuyou would have been gravely injured. Surprised by his failure, Yu Taiping's expression turned icy. He stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, one leg raised high like a guillotine, the wind from his descent shaking the very foundation of the golden bell shield. Chen Wuyou could hear the taut muscles of Yu Taiping straining, sounding like a bowstring ready to snap. With his sword planted in the ground, Chen Wuyou positioned his left palm against his right fist, preparing to unleash a powerful counterstrike against the golden bell. Clang! A resonating hum filled the air, clear and resonant. Clang! The second strike followed, echoing like a monk striking a bell, resonating deeply within one's soul. Clang! The third strike sent invisible ripples emanating from the golden bell. In a daze, Yu Taiping beheld a vision of a grand golden hall where an old monk was shaving his head. Upon recognizing his own face, he was struck with astonishment. After 3 resonant strikes, Yu Taiping spat out a mouthful of hot blood, plummeting like a wounded eagle, his internal energy wreaking havoc, causing cracks to form in his frail, aged meridians. This was the culmination of Chen Wuyou's months of arduous training in the martial arts illusion, a transformative move of the golden bell shield. A rare and precious technique capable of disrupting both spirit and inner strength. It was a trump card that Chen Wuyou unveiled in the face of Yu Taiping. Seizing the moment of weakness, Chen Wuyou drew his sword, resembling a golden goose soaring through the air, rapidly closing in on Yu Taiping. With the chilling intent of death, he approached with deadly precision. As Yu Taiping unleashed the fierce wind leg once more, Chen Wuyou found himself forced back. The unnatural crimson hue creeping onto Yu Taiping's face as he struggled to suppress the blood rising in his throat. The once-tamed inner energy now felt like 1,000 blades scraping against his veins. Seeing that Yu Taiping was in a dire state, Chen Wuyou chuckled sinisterly and abruptly turned back, racing towards Bai Jing. You dare! In an instant, Yu Taiping comprehended Chen Wuyou's malicious intent. With a forceful clap of his palms on the ground, he sprang to his feet, gathering all his strength to pursue Chen Wuyou. Suddenly, Chen Wuyou spun around, his sword lunging directly at Yu Taiping. After uttering this final remark, Yu Taiping cast a reluctant glance at Bai Jing, who was paralyzed in terror, his meridians sealed. He lowered his head, white hair still proud despite its age. Forgive me, venerable elder, may you journey well. After a moment of silent mourning, Chen Wuyou stepped forward and severed Bai Jing's head. Thus, the battle concluded. Until Chen Wuyou departed from the 6-pointed whale tower, the leader of the Black Crocodile Hall, Li Gaoyang, did not make an appearance. The following morning, those awakening nearby discovered that the doors of the 6-pointed whale tower stood wide open. With a head impaled atop the tower, the brave dared to venture within, only to find the premises littered with corpses. And atop the roof hung the head of Bai Jing, the second son of the Bai River gang. At that moment, in the inn, Chen Wuyou finally encountered Li Gaoyang. What? You wish to ally with me? Chen Wuyou couldn't help but laugh. It turned out Li Gaoyang had been waiting beneath the 6-pointed whale tower the previous night. Arriving too late, as Chen Wuyou emerged with his bloodied sword, it was Li Gaoyang who first discovered the crime scene. After a night of contemplation, Li Gaoyang resolved that aligning with Chen Wuyou was the only viable path. Otherwise, they would either have to abandon their homes and flee Chuan County or inevitably face a grim fate. Oh, so the elder was summoned by the third son. I understand now. Li Gaoyang bowed deeply, dawn breaking in his mind, leading his followers energetically to welcome their new leader. The victory of the previous night had been hard-won. Ultimately, the chasm in cultivation was immense. Upon enduring Yu Taiping's gale leg strike, Chen Wuyou concluded that continuing to battle Yu Taiping would lead to certain defeat. He could not withstand Yu Taiping's gale leg. Although the golden bell shield could offer some protection, it would not sustain him indefinitely. Combat is perpetually fraught with uncertainty. Being unable to overcome does not imply Chen Wuyou cannot secure victory. Yu Taiping's glaring weakness was Bai Jing. Even at the worst, Chen Wuyou could eliminate Bai Jing and make a calm exit. Would Yu Taiping truly seek vengeance for Bai Jing against Chen Wuyou? They were both sons of Bai Jing. Who among them would not inherit the gang's leadership? Upon welcoming Li Gaoyang at the city gates and officially appointing him as the acting leader of the Bai River gang, Bai Tianwen issued his first command to restore order in Yichuan County as swiftly as possible, ensuring it resembled the state of affairs during his father's lifetime. This was his pact with Chen Wuyou, which he dared not violate. With this promise, Bai Tianwen felt considerably reassured. If Chen Wuyou could slay Bai Jing, he could just as easily eliminate him. After bidding farewell to Bai Tianwen, the county magistrate of Gaotong dispatched a scribe to invite Chen Wuyou. presumably having guessed that Chen Wuyou was the 6 doors reinforcements he had summoned. However, Chen Wuyou declined, for he still needed to cultivate. No one can expect to gain without effort. Even with the system's assistance, Chen Wuyou had never relaxed his diligence, practicing daily without pause. He had already fallen behind the starting line of martial artists. Was it not time to strive to catch up? Yichuan County was visibly regaining its former prosperity, with vendors setting up stalls and pedestrians bustling about. Grain prices returned to normal, and the once brazen members of the Bai River Gang retreated into the 6-pointed whale tower, no longer daring to act with impunity. The river port of Yichuan was vibrant once more, with merchant ships arriving and departing in a continuous flow. Just 3 days after Chen Wuyou had slain the root of all evil, Bai Jing, the task was marked as complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 3 months of internal cultivation. This was the highest reward for a task. 3 months of cultivation. Chen Wuyou clapped his thigh in delight. After a day's journey, on the 5th day of his arrival in Yichuan County, he had completed the task in just 5 days. Such speed warranted the highest reward. And Chen Wuyou had no complaints. The essence of heaven and earth converged into a funnel-shaped vortex atop the humble inn, with Chen Wuyou at its base. The surging energy flooded into his body, bursting through the 4th meridian, and the rushing essence began to impact the 5th meridian. At that moment, the vortex dissipated, and the reward of 3 months of internal cultivation was complete. The purest essence transformed into a docile internal force, resting steadily within Chen Wuyou's dantian. The 4th meridian had been perfected. Ultimately, he fell short of breaking through to the 5th meridian, but he was not far from it. I have grown stronger. Chen Wuyou clenched his fists, intoxicated by this sensation. Downstairs, Li Gaoyong had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Wuyou descend, he immediately rose and respectfully stated, "The leader has commanded me to wait here. A banquet has been prepared in the 6-pointed whale tower to welcome you. Please honor us with your presence. As the leader knows you will depart today and has specially arranged this feast to wish you a smooth journey." Although Chen Wuyou was initially disinclined to attend, Li Gaoyong's earnestness persuaded him. Not wanting to waste a day, he replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Prepare the boat. After the banquet, I will set sail for Luo County." Li Gaoyong grinned. "Rest assured, our Bai River Gang controls the river trade. We will provide you with the most stable and splendid vessel. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Chen Wuyou responded coolly as he and Li Gaoyong made their way to the 6-pointed whale tower. The streets had long shed their previous desolation. Li Gaoyong strode confidently ahead, and passers-by parted to make way for him. The Bai River Gang's reputation in Yichuan County undiminished. Upon reaching the 4th floor of the 6-pointed whale tower, Chen Wuyou beheld a group already seated at the banquet table, and he suddenly understood why Bai Tianwen had insisted on his presence. It was because among them sat a man with a prominent red birthmark, Tang Songbai, a staunch supporter of the eldest son. Bai Tianwen had concerns about him. Hence the invitation for Chen Wuyou to bolster his presence. Finding an empty seat, Chen Wuyou sensed Tang Songbai's piercing gaze fixed upon him. He was not the elderly Yu Taiping, but a genuine powerhouse at the 12th level of meridian cultivation. The pressure emanating from him was palpable, felt by everyone at the table. However, Chen Wuyou was not the same as before, with his cultivation on the verge of breaking through to the 5th meridian. He felt emboldened. Chapter 53. The banquet. Li Gaoyong took a seat next to Chen Wuyou and leaned in to whisper, "Yesterday, the 3rd son met with the eldest son. The 3rd son is reluctant to eradicate everything and agreed to transfer all the assets left by the old leader to the eldest son, except for the gang's inheritance rights." The eldest son readily accepted, but Tang Songbai had some objections. Speaking of the eldest son, Li Gaoyong's tone turned dismissive. "He is talentless and cowardly. I have no respect for him." "Humph. If you have something to say, speak openly. Do not be furtive." Tang Songbai slammed the table, causing the dishes and cups to clatter like a disastrous symphony. His demeanor suggested that the world owed him a fortune, reflecting his discontent with the failure of his investments. Li Gaoyong chuckled awkwardly, reluctant to continue. As a hall master, there were hierarchies to respect. Who would dare disrespect Tang Songbai, a figure of the 12th meridian? Except for the leader himself? Who is this buffoon? Chen Wuyou feigned ignorance, fully aware that Bai Tianwen wanted him to intervene. Given that he had previously assisted due to a task, this time, if he were to act at Bai Tianwen's request, he would demand a substantial reward in return. The farewell banquet was merely a pretext. If one believed it to be genuine, they were indeed youthful and naive. "Young man, hasn't your elder told you not to act so recklessly while out on business? Do you not fear the Sanjiang Alliance seeking retribution for the death of our Bai River Gang's young master?" Tang Songbai rose in anger, his towering figure unmistakable. His muscular frame filling his garb like a tightly fitted suit, resembling a bronze statue standing in the hall. It was merely the young master, not the leader. If the Sanjiang Alliance were to concern themselves with such trivial matters, they would lose face. Chen Wuyou disregarded Tang Songbai's threats, standing up to meet his gaze. Their eyes clashed like swords, each yearning to carve a piece from the other. The atmosphere grew awkward as the two formidable figures confronted each other, rendering the others speechless. Bai Tianwen merely exchanged glances with Li Gaoyong, who lowered his head and feigned ignorance. Wang Hu, still bandaged from his previous encounter with Chen Wuyou, felt even less inclined to move, haunted by the oppressive force of Chen's relentless attacks, which left him breathless. It was best to avoid a confrontation. Even if he defeated Tang Songbei, there would be no reward. While losing was out of the question, one simply could not win against him, but one could escape. Though Chen Wuyou preferred to avoid violence, he was unafraid to engage if necessary. He stood tall, his demeanor stern, the mask of human skin stretched taut across his face. Tang Songbei, meeting his gaze, refused to yield, their eyes clashing like swords in an invisible battlefield, each waiting for the other to falter. Chen's expression darkened, his inner energy manifesting as a chilling aura that permeated the room, causing a stark drop in temperature and condensation to form on the empty wine glasses. This was escalating. Bai Tianwen braced himself, ready to make a hasty exit if things took a turn for the worse. Li Gaoyong and Wang Hu were equally tense. Did he truly not fear me? Tang Songbei had initially underestimated Chen Wuyou upon sensing his cultivation level. But the latter's swift defeat of Ji Kong and his effortless victory over Elder Yu Taiping served as a stark reminder of his true power, which surpassed his apparent realm. Akin to a scion from a prestigious sect, the underlings had already been thoroughly won over by the third young master, even if he triumphed. The larger situation would remain unchanged, and he was about to depart. Why bother engaging him? Ultimately, Tang Songbei succumbed to his fears, crafting an excuse in his mind. Scoffing softly as he turned away, refusing to meet Chen Wuyou's gaze. With one side conceding, Li Gaoyong exhaled in relief, offering Tang Songbei a graceful exit. Today, we gather for two main reasons. First, to congratulate the third young master on his successful ascension to the position of leader, and second, to wish you a safe and pleasant journey. Li Gaoyong intended to mention Chen Wuyou by name, but suddenly realized he did not know it. Referring to him instead as Your Excellency. Not wishing to escalate the situation further, Chen Wuyou accepted the gesture and sat down. As the food and drink were served, the group of martial artists showed little regard for dining etiquette, many opting to eat with their hands rather than chopsticks. As the feast commenced, aided by the influence of alcohol, Tang Songbai's tone softened, and he began to engage in drinking games with Wang Hu, both of them flushed with excitement. Third young master, you owe me a favor, Chen Wuyou remarked, lifting his cup and swirling the golden liquid within, seemingly speaking with intent. Bai Tianwen, understanding the implication, smiled knowingly. That you can leave to me. I have already made arrangements. With that, Bai Tianwen clapped his hands, and a woman, veiled and exquisitely shaped, glided forward. Upon seeing her, Chen Wuyou's gaze sharpened. Not even the most beautiful woman could dazzle a traveler accustomed to the wonders of the information age. He recognized her instantly, even with her veil. He could identify her as Qiyu. What does this mean? Chen Wuyou narrowed his eyes. Allow me to introduce you, Bai Tianwen said, pulling Qiyu closer, treating her like a marionette. She is the jewel of Yichuan, a beauty so exquisite that even I would not dare to lay a finger on her. Moreover, she is the current mistress of the Jinling Trading Company, with a vast fortune. If you find her lacking in virtue, you may dispose of her as you wish. And the entire company will be yours. How does that gift sound? Very well, very well. Chen Wuyou smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, his rage simmering beneath the surface. His expression had transformed into one devoid of anger. It was as if she were conveying to him, I am sorry for the harm I caused you. Can you forgive me? As the banquet progressed, Tang Songbei and Wang Hu became increasingly animated, their faces flushed as they drank heartily. Li Gaoyong awaited his turn to toast with the leaders, and Bai Tianwen wore a smug expression. Having made a pivotal choice to retain the enigmatic master of their sect through the allure of beauty and wealth, the atmosphere was lively and harmonious, but amidst the revelry, Chen Wuyou suddenly drew his sword, the blade, infused with his profound rage, pierced Bai Tianwen's body. The sword slipped from his grasp, and with a tremendous force, Bai Tianwen's lifeless form was pinned against the wall. Not a word was uttered, until his last breath. Bai Tianwen remained oblivious to his fate. How could it be that Chen Wuyou, who had been conversing amicably, would suddenly turn to murder? The room fell silent in shock. None could comprehend the abrupt shift from laughter to horror. After a brief moment, Wang Hu, Bai Tianwen's loyal confidant, sprang to his feet, his face flushed with anger, demanding, What do you intend to do? From this day forth, The position of leader belongs to the eldest young master. What was his name? It matters not. Tang Songbai. You handle it as you see fit. With that, Chen Wuyou turned and strode away. Once hesitating whether to remain loyal and confront Chen Wuyou, Tang Songbai now felt elated. With the third young master deceased, the only viable successor to the leadership was his own eldest young master. He could hardly believe his good fortune and wasted no time in rushing to share the news with him. Li Gaoyong blinked in disbelief, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. He was aware that Bai Tianwen had prepared a gift for Chen Wuyou, but had never anticipated that it would provoke the wrath of this harbinger of death, resulting in the third young master's demise. He felt utterly incapable of intervening. He had witnessed the corpses of countless fallen comrades and had seen the head of Elder Yu displayed atop the six-pointed whale pavilion, yet he dared not retrieve it. Fearing Chen Wuyou's ire, everyone remained entrapped in shock over the third young master's murder and the implications of the eldest young master's ascendance. None daring to obstruct Chen Wuyou, except for Qiyu. She watched the retreating figure of Chen Wuyou, her eyes brimming with tears, as recognition dawned upon her. He was the same youth who had rescued her from the flames, and this was the second time their paths had crossed. Wait, Qiyu called, her hands clutching her skirt as she chased after him, disregarding the distance between them, not daring to approach too closely. She shouted the words she had longed to express. I am sorry for the hurt I caused. Can you forgive me? You need not say such things. You have done nothing wrong. It is I who has been overly sentimental, Chen Wuyou replied, expressionless, though his tone bore a hint of emotion. Why are you crying? Chen Wuyou smiled faintly. Thank you. You have saved me once again, Qiyu replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Will you resent me? The laughter faded, and Qiyu posed a poignant question, one that had weighed heavily on her mind. Then, do you wish for me? Her voice was a mere whisper. After a lengthy silence, Chen Wuyou spoke. I am sorry. My life belongs to the martial world. Gently extricating himself from her grasp, Chen Wuyou gazed ahead, resolutely continuing on his path. Ultimately, you still find me unworthy, Qiyu offered a sorrowful smile. If I found you unworthy, I would not speak these words. Nor would I have saved you. I simply wish not to be bound by emotions, nor do I want my troubles to implicate you. Chen Wuyou's analytical demeanor belied a deep emotional undercurrent. His expression shifted to one of calm detachment as he took a few steps forward, then turned back towards her, revealing a gentle smile. If one day I tire of the martial world and you remain unmarried, I will surely take you as my wife, regardless of how old you may be. If you cannot wait that long, then find a good man to marry. With those words, Chen Wuyou felt no regret and left the six-pointed whale pavilion with steady steps, leaving Qiyu standing in contemplation for a long time. I am sorry. I cannot wait that long. Qiyu had gently caressed the thin booklet in her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked. Since you have no desire to leave the martial world, I shall venture into it to find you. Next time, I shall ensure you do not rescue me. Chapter 54. The Escape and Assassination in the Courtyard of a Civilian Residence in Luojun. Three men of strikingly different appearances sat beneath a willow tree. One of them, relatively short in stature, wore a heavy, dark iron chain around his neck, one end of which was attached to a claw-like weapon soaked in a deep crimson hue, while the other end was a gleaming scythe. Such a peculiar weapon would be unfamiliar to most martial artists. Only those within the assassin's circle would recognize it as the bloodclaw flying scythe. There was but one individual in Wuzhou skilled in this arcane weapon, a man named Xiaoyin, who had been active in the underworld since his teenage years, known for his high success rate in assassination tasks and his ruthless methods. As he grew older, he made many enemies and suffered injuries that hindered his progress in martial arts. After a failed assassination attempt, he chose to align himself with the prestigious Chen family in Chujun, becoming a guest elder. Standing solemnly under the blazing sun was a man with a shiny bald head, faint traces of a faded tattoo on his scalp suggesting he was once a monk. However, he was clearly no longer a monk, for both his arms were adorned with intricate tattoos, one of which depicted a skull with a maggot crawling from its hollow eye socket, a design steeped in mystery. He was known among martial artists as the Flowered Arm Monk. His most notable achievement was being recognized as one of Wuzhou's 10 heroes alongside figures like Little Taisui Zhou Ping and the Fairy Hu Zhan, each praised for their potential to ascend to the innate level of martial prowess. While some of his peers had indeed become renowned innate martial artists, the Flowered Arm Monk, Huang Muyang, had yet to break through this formidable barrier, which had thwarted the advancement of 90% of martial artists. Once a figure of great acclaim, he now found himself relegated to the status of a mere pawn for the Chen family, trading his freedom for resources to continue his pursuit of that elusive breakthrough. The only one among them maintaining a semblance of normalcy was the Qianjia hand, who, clad in gray, his gaunt face was focused on a portrait of Chen Wuyou. Examining it closely. Look at this, it's useless. The irritable flowered arm monk, Hua Xia, snatched the portrait, tearing it to shreds in a fit of rage. This little brat can change his appearance. If we rely on this face, we'll never catch him. The trio was well informed, aware that Chen Wuyou could disguise himself. I have issued a bounty in the Luojun underworld, 1,000 gold pieces for anyone who can provide his whereabouts. No one can wear a mask forever. Once he shows himself, we will seize him. Shaoyin idly swung the iron chain, the scythe gleaming as it whirled through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Indeed, we only need a single opportunity to ensure his utter demise. Hui's smile was cold, recalling the parting words of Lord Chen Wuyou, who had specifically instructed him to leave Chen Wuyou alive, should the occasion arise. Footsteps approached the small courtyard. The three masters, of course, heard them. One of them burst through the door, whispering urgently in Shaoyin's ear. Shaoyin sprang to his feet, his diminutive frame exuding a fierce energy as he produced 10 100-tael silver notes, handing them over to the informant with glee. Chen Wuyou has appeared. He is currently at the dock. The boatman seemed peculiar. Chen Wuyou scratched his chin as he disembarked. The boatman, who had been steering the vessel, abruptly claimed to have urgent business and transferred control to his nephew. The nephew's reaction was even stranger, his gaze fixed on Chen Wuyou with a fervent intensity, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Unusual behavior often signals trouble, Chen Wuyou thought as he made his way towards the city, knowing that once he entered, he would be safe. A warning sounded. The target is approaching the host. After a prolonged silence, the system emitted a piercing alert, reminiscent of an air raid siren. The target? Chen Wuyou opened the task panel to find he had but one mission: to escape and eliminate the 3 guest elders of the Chen family pursuing him. The waterways were likely compromised by these 3, and he realized he should not reveal his true identity. With all doubts resolved, now was not the time for regret. Chen Wuyou needed to prepare himself. Just as Shaoyin had said, no one could live perpetually behind a mask. Once the mission was complete, he would shed the guise. He had thought he would face no trouble, yet calamity had befallen him instead. How careless I have been, he mused. Still, it is fortunate to have discovered this earlier. The immediate concern was to eliminate the tail following him. With a sudden pivot, Chen Wuyou swiftly approached a fish stall, seizing the boatman's nephew who had been lurking in the shadows. What are you doing? The youth panicked, greed rendering him reckless. He could not afford to let Chen Wuyou escape and lose the promised bounty. Realizing his predicament, he regretted his actions too late. Since you are so accustomed to stalking others, you can continue in the river. Chen Wuyou pushed him into the water. The adept boatman's nephew sank like a stone. Before pushing him in, Chen Wuyou had already sealed his acupoints. To the fisherman, such an act would merely seem like a scuffle and not murder. A nearby fish stall owner jumped into the water to rescue the boy, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Seizing this chaotic moment, Chen Wuyou donned a mask. Transforming from a delicate youth into a weathered middle-aged man, his expression serene as he made his way towards the city. Just as he stepped onto the official road, 3 swift horses thundered towards him, one rider clad in the blood-claw flying scythe, leading the charge with a bald head. It was them. The task panel now glowed crimson, indicating that the mission targets were perilously close. There were countless travelers who bore a resemblance to Chen Wuyou, and the trio paid him no heed as they barreled past towards the dock. Noticing this, Chen Wuyou quickened his pace, darting into the nearby woods. The trees were sparse, stretching far and wide. Chen Wuyou followed the forest path, observing the towering trees that made human traces increasingly rare. The dense foliage was enough to conceal his figure, and he paused to catch his breath. One must possess self-awareness, despite having roamed freely in Ishui County. It was only due to the lack of formidable opponents from the Baihe gang. The guest elders of the Chen family, however, were no trifling foes. The least skilled among them, Shaoyin with the blood-claw flying scythe, was a seasoned assassin with countless battles under his belt. Xinjia Hand Hui and flowered arm monk Huang Muyang were also renowned martial artists. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have welcomed them. Lesser-known martial artists from small places like Tangsongbo would likely be turned away before even entering. In a one-on-one match, Chen Wuyou felt he could hold his own against anyone but the flowered arm monk. Yet facing 3 opponents, he had no option but to flee. It would be foolish to charge into battle knowing he was outmatched. Upon reaching the dock, they found the boatman's nephew being fished out of the river. Shaoyin dismounted and approached, quickly realizing they had been deceived by Chen Wuyou. He now understood that their quarry had escaped after causing a commotion. Shaoyin scanned the unfamiliar faces in the crowd, searching for Chen Wuyou. Hui approached the boy, channeling some energy into him, and asked, "What did the person you were following wear?" Chen Wuyou's appearance could change at will, but his clothing was less easily altered. He wore a white winter coat and black boots. Yes, he had a sword. This little brat must have slipped into the woods, How cunning! Hui cursed. Into the woods. Huang Muyang commanded darkly. They tethered their horses to a tree and entered the forest one after another. Chen Wuyou's light footfalls had left nearly invisible traces. Yet one walking in the woods always leaves some signs behind. They followed the faint traces emerging from the dense forest. How far have we come? Huang Muyang looked up at the westward slanting sun. Damn it, the tracks have vanished. Xiao Yin led the way, navigating the treacherous path until he reached the precipice, where all traces suddenly vanished, leaving him to ponder how a living person could simply disappear. The possibility proposed by Huang Muyang lingered in the minds of the three, growing increasingly plausible, as Chen Wuyou's cunning had already etched a profound impression upon them. What shall we do? Xiao Yin inquired. It was clear to all that splitting into three paths would offer Chen Wuyou the chance to dismantle them one by one. Yet none seemed to take this to heart. After all, could they truly be outmatched by a mere young master who had only trained for a few months? As Xiao Yin and Huang Muyang diverged into two separate routes, Hui ventured alone towards the right, skirting the bare mountain wall. After several hundred steps without any success, Hui had nearly concluded that Chen Wuyou had not taken the right path. Just then, a faint footprint appeared ahead of him. Recently left, ha. You are mine now. A grin spread across Hui's face as he discovered Chen Wuyou's trail. But he kept his discovery to himself. The mission had been agreed upon by all three, yet this did not imply they would share the spoils equally. Capturing Chen Wuyou would undoubtedly yield additional rewards, allowing one to shine before their peers. How else could Huang Muyang justify such divergent paths? Taking the most likely route that Chen Wuyou would choose to retreat? Footprints appeared every few dozen meters, seemingly placed to lure him in, yet Hui remained undeterred. As the sound of rushing water grew louder, he approached a waterfall, emerging from the last grove of trees. He found himself in a clearing where a deep pool lay beneath the cascade. There, clad in black, stood Chen Wuyou, sword at the ready, waiting for him. Qian Jieshou, Chen Wuyou called out his moniker, for renowned martial artists often bore titles. Those with titles were never ordinary. Chen Wuyou smiled. I have never feared you. My concern lies with the three of you together. I did not expect you to dare pursue me separately. Upon hearing this, Hui burst into laughter, slapping his thigh as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Young master, I concede that you have encountered some fortuitous events and possess a bit of skill, yet your training time barely surpasses 6 months. While I have trained for a full decade. Chapter 55, Frost of Death. Chen Wuyou remained silent, not rising to the bait. In a narrow encounter, the bravest prevails. Martial artists inevitably face moments when wits and strategy prove futile, and it becomes a contest of raw martial prowess. Chen Wuyou was already prepared, never lacking the courage for a desperate fight. He slowly drew his treasured sword, casting aside the scabbard, and an atmosphere of fierce determination enveloped him. It seems you are resolute, young master. Very well, I shall dissuade you from this path. Hui, lacking any lightness of foot, had nonetheless gleaned some vital techniques from years spent wandering the martial world. As he approached, his movements began to resemble that of a dragon or serpent. And just as he surged forward, he abruptly accelerated, his palm contorting into the shape of a spatula, akin to a striking serpent's head. His attack was the Qian Jieshou, Hui's unique technique, a treacherous and lethal strike aimed directly at the waist. Chen Wuyou remained unflustered, executing his swordplay with the grace of flowing clouds and falling snow, a cascade of brilliant blade light slicing through the air. This was his customary approach, never shying away from a direct confrontation. If you dare, let us exchange injuries, he thought. For those reckless enough to meet him head-on often found themselves in dire straits. A shimmering layer of golden light enveloped him, leaving Hui momentarily astounded. However, Hui was no novice. He was not easily ensnared. Recognizing Chen Wuyou's confidence as a sign of hidden strength, he evaded, slipping away like a fish in water, deftly countering each of Chen Wuyou's intricate strikes. This unexpected adaptability caught Chen Wuyou off guard. His opponent's ability to dismantle his techniques was formidable, marking him as a challenging adversary. The more Hui countered, the more invigorated Chen Wuyou became. As he unleashed several strikes, each met with a counter, Chen Wuyou speed surged. Suddenly abandoning his Miao-style swordplay, he opted for rapid thrusts aimed at Hui's throat, employing an unexpected change that caught Hui unprepared. The gleaming blade filled his field of vision. In a critical moment, Hui's extensive combat experience allowed him to make the right choice. He struck his left palm against his right shoulder, propelling himself sideways to narrowly evade the blade, leaving only a small cut upon his cheek. Chen Wuyou had no habit of poisoning his weapon, and thus the wound was of little consequence. Yet Hui felt the impact of his own technique. The Qian Jieshou had indeed delivered a significant blow. Fueled by a surge of determination, Hui soared upwards. Using his palm like a sword to cut through the air, a gray aura swirling at his fingertips. Chen Wuyou, sword in hand, was unperturbed by Hua Xia's bare hands, charging forward with unyielding ferocity. In an instant, the gray energy coalesced at his fingertips, his 5 nails darkened, reflecting a faint metallic sheen. The clang of their weapons echoed as Hua Xia, unarmed, held his ground. Failing to land a blow, Hua Xia crouched low, unleashing a treacherous maneuver that any man would find infuriating, a move akin to a monkey stealing peaches. While Chen Wuyou possessed formidable hand-to-hand skills, he lacked proficiency in leg techniques, and without the aid of lightness of foot, he found himself momentarily at a loss for defense against Hua Xia's onslaught targeting his lower body. Knowing the Qian Jieshou's potency, he refrained from revealing his golden bell defense. In that moment, he activated the Jin Yin Gong to retreat. Yet Hua Xia would not yield an inch. Propelled by his inner strength, he pursued Chen Wuyou relentlessly, his claws striking in rapid succession, focusing on his opponent's lower body. As the distance between them closed, Chen Wuyou began to feel encumbered by his sword. In a decisive moment, he discarded it, his fist glowing with golden light as he executed the Luohan touching the ground, effectively sealing off Hua Xia's relentless barrage. The Qian Jieshou collided with the martial arts technique from another realm, the iron-hard fist causing Hua Xia considerable discomfort, but Chen Wuyou too felt the strain. While the Qian Jieshou was insidious, its force was undeniably fierce. Facing such raw power, even Chen Wuyou, with his exceptional Amei Nine-Yang skill, found himself at a significant disadvantage in terms of experience. With a wealth of techniques at his disposal, Hua Xia relied solely on the Qian Jieshou, unable to adapt against an opponent who countered him effectively. In the next heartbeat, the golden light on Chen Wuyou's fist faded, replaced by a chilling aura that enveloped him as he prepared to unleash the Tian Shuang fist. The wind and frost surged forth. He initiated a straightforward attack, a direct punch that struck with such force that the humid mist of the waterfall area began to condense into fog. "This is splendid," Hua Xia exclaimed excitedly, never fearing the exchange of blows. Yet, inwardly, he marveled at Chen Wuyou's impressive repertoire of skills, particularly the chilling fist techniques, which he found utterly inscrutable. Capturing him would allow for thorough interrogation. Perhaps he could uncover a new martial art. The Tian Shuang fist emphasized intent over technique, its essence surpassing mere form. After acquiring the Amei Nine-Yang skill, Chen Wuyou had practiced the Tian Shuang fist less rigorously, and while he may not have noticed its shortcomings against mediocre opponents, the true masters of martial arts would easily expose them. As Hua Xia seized Chen Wuyou's frost-laden punch with his palm, the Qian Jieshou struck like a viper aiming for Chen Wuyou's heart. Observing Chen Wuyou's defensive motion, Hua Xia's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly altered his approach, seizing Chen Wuyou's arm and twisting it with force akin to unscrewing a bottle cap. A sickening crack echoed as Chen Wuyou's right arm broke, the pale bone exposed, streaks of crimson flesh hanging in the air. The transformation occurred in an instant, leaving no time for the golden bell to manifest. Stifling a groan of agony, Chen Wuyou felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow as the searing pain coursed through him. "Had you heeded my advice sooner, you could have avoided this predicament. Young master, it would be wise to surrender. I hold no desire to harm you." Hua Xia, having gained the upper hand, adopted a smug demeanor. Yet Chen Wuyou dismissed his words entirely, gritting his teeth and uttering through clenched jaws, "I want you dead." The notion of leaving a hand behind to deal with the remaining adversaries was swiftly cast aside by him. The frosty fist unleashed its relentless barrage of rapid punches, each strike accumulating heavier chilling energy. Unfortunately, Chen Wuyou had suffered the loss of one arm, reducing his efficiency in executing the frosty fist by half. Hua Xia, adept at countering attacks, found it effortless to handle Chen Wuyou's swift punches. However, the chilling energy silently infiltrated his meridians, impeding the flow of his blood. Initially oblivious to this, Hua Xia was soon alarmed upon realizing it, abandoning his playful taunts and resorting to a powerful technique known as the Great Annihilation Palm. Emitting a billowing gray mist akin to an old steam locomotive exhaling thick smoke as it advanced. Though Chen Wuyou had just faced a significant setback, he seemed blinded by rage, launching a counterattack with the Frosty River move. Seeking his own demise, Hua Xia, aware of the potential consequences, tempered his strength, fearing that a single blow might eliminate Chen Wuyou, for Chen Wuyou desired him alive. Chen Wuyou, silently invoking the golden bell shield, manifested a faint golden aura around him. "What kind of sorcery is this?" Hua Xia exclaimed, his great annihilation palm colliding with the protective barrier. The two internal energies clashing and the gray mist corroding the golden shield with a hissing sound. Indeed, a protective technique. I must possess it. Hua Xia's eyes gleamed with greed, for such martial arts were rare and precious. As the tumultuous frost surged forth like a river in flood, Hui was fortunate to have retreated just in time, escaping the full brunt of the Frosty Fist's reach. Though he fled swiftly, he could not outrun the frigid air. The force of Chen Wuyou's punches had waned, yet the frost was unstoppable, crashing into Hui's chest with an unrelenting will. He felt no immediate pain. It was only when he tore open his shirt that he discovered his flesh was frozen and necrotic, shimmering with an icy hue, revealing his ribcage beneath. Such terrifying coldness? Hui had severely underestimated the Frosty Fist, lacking comprehension of what a 4-star martial art entailed. Though appearing unscathed, Hui's life hung by a thread. The frost now assailing his heart, slowing his blood flow to a crawl, leaving him weak and feeble. One misstep leads to total defeat. Chen Wuyou, now with the upper hand, would not afford Hui a chance to turn the tide. With a light exhale, he declared, pride of snow, defiance of frost. The final blow of the Frosty Fist erupted, unleashing a tempest of frosty mist that coalesced into a dragon of ice, roaring forth, as Hui, still struggling to manage the chilling assault, recognized his impending doom. Have I truly lost? Impossible. The most impartial death had arrived, and regardless of status or age, no amount of anger or resentment could halt its approach. Under the onslaught of the ice dragon, Hui was instantly encased in ice, shattering upon impact, leaving behind scattered chunks of frozen remains wrapped in fragments of flesh. In his final moments, Hui managed to emit a sharp whistle that startled the birds in the forest. Meanwhile, Shaoyin and Huang Muyang, searching from different directions, turned towards the sound and hastened towards it. Even in death, he won't let us rest, Chen Wuyou cursed, promptly opting to claim the reward for Hui's demise. The reward for a month of internal cultivation propelled Chen Wuyou to break through the 5th meridian, marking him as a martial artist with 5 open meridians. Now just one step away from the 6 required by the Black Wolf Patrol. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Wuyou might have celebrated this minor breakthrough with a drink. But in his current predicament, such an achievement felt insignificant. He hastily tended to the exposed bone of his right arm, clutching it as he ran in a determined direction. Now unable to discern his bearings, with pain gnawing at his nerves and devouring his sanity, propelled only by an instinctual desire to survive. The more skilled Huang Muyang was slower to arrive than Shaoyin, who was closer, and both soon reached the waterfall, confronted by the frozen remains of Hui. So formidable, even old Hu was no match for him, Shaoyin thought uneasily, aware that his combat prowess was akin to Hui's. If Hui could not best that young man, how could he? Though the task was vital, life was paramount. Shaoyin valued his life, otherwise, he would not have distanced himself from the underworld to join the Chen family as a mere guest. Blood stained the ground, and the fact that Hui's body was frozen solid indicated that Chen Wuyou had suffered significant injuries as well. Let's pursue him without splitting up, he suggested. As Hui's demise served as a warning, Chen Wuyou was not as simple as they had assumed, concealing many secrets. Shaoyin readily accepted this advice. And as they followed the trail, they found sporadic bloodstains, confirming that Chen Wuyou was indeed injured. This revelation emboldened Shaoyin, who doubted that an injured Chen Wuyou could still pose a threat. I'll take the lead, he declared. I'll claim the reward for this task first. Huang Muyang clenched his fists, letting out a cold snort without further comment. After all, his training was in hard martial arts, not light agility. And he could not blame others for that. The true benefit of this task was not merely another breakthrough in cultivation, but rather replenishing the significant depletion of Chen Wuyou's internal energy, allowing him to sustain the consumption of the Golden Goose technique. Despite Chen Wuyou exerting every ounce of his strength to escape, Shaoyin still caught up. The loss of his arm had slowed Chen Wuyou's speed, and with Shaoyin also skilled in lightness techniques, he soon blocked Chen Wuyou's path. You can really run, can't you? My legs are about to give out. How do you plan to compensate me? Shaoyin licked his lips, a mischievous grin on his face. Chen Wuyou, in a dire state, had his right arm severed at the elbow, using fresh, pliable bark as a bandage to secure his arm against his chest. His left hand trembled slightly, exhausted from the long run, and his unfamiliarity with wielding a sword left it nearly useless. Silently, he resolved to fight to the death. Needing no further words, dragging his weary body forward, Chen Wuyou charged at Shaoyin. As they clashed, Shaoyin took on a serious demeanor, the sound of iron chains rattling as he swung them, crimson claws soaring through the air towards Chen Wuyou. The trajectory was easy to predict. Chen Wuyou attempted to parry with his sword, only to find the claws sharper than anticipated, snapping his blade as if it were mere tofu. Shaoyin chuckled, everything unfolding as he had planned. His enchanted weapon, the blood claw scythe, was a treasure capable of slicing through ordinary steel with ease, with agility no longer an option. And the claws closing in, Chen Wuyou rolled on the ground, performing a move known as the lazy donkey roll, an ungraceful yet practical maneuver. As he rose, Chen Wuyou froze at the sight before him. Cold sweat broke out. Should the claws ensnare him, would he not share the fate of the great trees? With no weapon in hand, Chen Wuyou had no desire to test the golden bell shield against such a bizarre weapon that could sever his sword with a single strike. As he attempted to evade, the chain flicked, redirecting the claws to pursue him relentlessly. Am I wearing a magnet? Chen Wuyou thought, exasperated by the relentless pursuit of the claws, which seemed to shadow him regardless of his attempts to escape. The true horror lay not with the claws themselves, but with the imminent arrival of the scythe that followed. The frosty river surged forth as the frosty fist was unleashed. Chilling winds flowing freely. Yet, against the iron chain, the lethal frosty energy appeared trivial, leaving only a thin layer of frost that was scattered by the chain's movement. Such formidable coldness, was it this technique that felled Hui? Truly terrifying. As Xiaoyin grasped the iron chain, a chilling cold radiated from one end, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He resolved not to engage Chen Wuyou in close combat. This peculiar weapon could easily injure an ordinary person, yet in Xiaoyin's hands, it seemed to come alive with a soul of its own. Merely relying on the blood claw would not suffice against Chen Wuyou. Thus, Xiaoyin simultaneously manipulated the flying sickle, its icy blade flashing intermittently. Chen Wuyou, caught between the relentless assaults of both the blood claw and the flying sickle, felt as though he were besieged by two opponents, and after a few exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The ground trembled as another figure raced towards them. Clearly, it was the heavily tattooed monk, Hua Xia. Continuing this way would lead to certain death. He needed to devise a plan. Just as he pondered, the blood claw flew towards him. Instinctively wanting to evade, Chen Wuyou made a sudden decision, allowing the blood claw to pierce his shoulder blade, while simultaneously crouching to evade the imminent flying sickle attack, advancing step by step with the iron chain towards Xiaoyin. Though he had lost an arm and could not match Xiaoyin's strength, Chen Wuyou did not intend to engage in a tug-of-war for the blood claw and flying sickle. Instead, he aimed to close the distance using the iron chain, knowing that unless Xiaoyin relinquished his grip, he would lose his threat without the blood claw and flying sickle. Think you've got me figured out? Xiaoyin retreated 2 steps. But upon seeing Chen Wuyou's strained grasp on the iron chain, he felt his own retreat was a sign of weakness. Grasping the sickle at the other end of the chain, he swung it towards Chen Wuyou's neck like a harvester reaping wheat. Power surged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians to his limbs, pouring out from the 360 acupoints in his body, forming a golden bell-shaped chi shield. The sharp tip of the sickle easily pierced the golden bell, validating Chen Wuyou's earlier caution, although it penetrated. Xiaoyin felt as if the sickle were thrusting into a viscous glue, each centimeter requiring immense effort. The golden bell exhibited a metallic texture, evoking an ancient and solemn atmosphere. A gap appeared in one section of the bell's defense, while the contours of the remaining areas thinned, with all internal energy converging on the breach, rendering that section eerily realistic, complete with cracks that appeared genuine. Initially planning to approach and deliver a lethal blow with the heavenly frost fist, Chen Wuyou soon realized that this seasoned underworld master was far more formidable than he had anticipated, forcing him into a perilous situation where he could only fight for his life. The bell rang thrice, and Xiaoyin's expression turned bewildered, his gaze unfocused. Chen Wuyou seized the sickle, preparing to strike, when a stone flew from the woods, striking his hand with tremendous force. The energy expended on the golden bell left him utterly drained, and the impact caused the sickle to slip from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Emerging from the thicket was a bald-headed man. The golden bell shield? Hua Xia gasped in shock upon seeing the almost invisible outline of the golden bell around Chen Wuyou. Why did he recognize it? Could it be that this world possessed Shaolin's ultimate techniques? His utterance of the words golden bell shield stirred a tempest of emotions within Chen Wuyou. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Survival was paramount. Seizing the moment while both men were momentarily stunned, Chen Wuyou bolted towards the nearby official road. The only glimmer of hope lay in that direction. Seeing Chen Wuyou attempt to flee, Hua Xia's resolve solidified. He had to apprehend Chen Wuyou to demand the origins of his golden bell shield. He swiftly slapped Xiaoyin, who was still dazed from the bell's resonance, rousing him, and both pursued Chen Wuyou. Xiaoyin activated his shadowy steps, gradually distancing himself from Hua Xia. Unlike Hua Xia, he harbored no such thoughts. His singular goal was to eliminate Chen Wuyou. This was the closest he had been to death since his entrance into the underworld, and the scent of mortality ignited his murderous intent. In mere breaths, Chen Wuyou, fleeing for his life, reached the official road and was about to ascertain his direction when he spotted a figure approaching. Initially merely a distant black, it quickly closed the gap, and by the time Xiaoyin and Hua Xia emerged, The figure stood before Chen Wuyou. Upon seeing the familiar face, Chen Wuyou was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The figure, slightly shorter yet robust, bore a kind smile on his fair, beardless face. "Uncle Zhong," he called, his voice trembling. His savior had arrived. This man was an authentic innate master. Uncle Zhong chuckled gently, pulling Chen Wuyou behind him, a gesture that brought Chen Wuyou a profound sense of security. "Do you know the crime of pursuing a six-doors constable in broad daylight?" Uncle Zhong smiled. Hiding behind the stout figure of Uncle Zhong, Chen Wuyou felt an unparalleled sense of safety. Exhaustion from blood loss and exertion washed over him, causing his vision to blur. He barely managed to stand, resembling a wilting willow on the verge of collapse. "Senior, he hasn't joined six doors yet. He can't be considered one of them," Huang Muyang remarked, now exceedingly cautious upon recognizing Uncle Zhong's identity. Xiaoyin, accustomed to the underworld's dynamics, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He merely saw an unremarkable, oblivious fat man, coldly retorting, "Those who wish to live should get far away from me. Speak another word, and I'll kill you both." At this declaration, Huang Muyang trembled in fear and fled without a word, distancing himself from Xiaoyin. Uncle Zhong was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Shaking his head with a silent chuckle, he bent his knee and raised one foot, slowly descending. The moment his toes touched the ground, the earth quaked, and an incomprehensible force of nature condensed into an enormous, divine foot that descended from the sky, crushing Xiaoyin into a pulp. Huang Muyang, drenched in sweat, had foreseen this outcome the moment Xiaoyin uttered those words. He had never heard of a member of the White Elephant sect known for their good temperament, and he could only hope that Uncle Zhong, having retired from the martial world, would not take out his anger on him due to Xiaoyin's foolishness. Chen Wuyou stood in stunned silence. This was his first encounter with an innate master in action, akin to witnessing a deity descend. Was this the power of an innate master? He vowed to reach that realm in his lifetime, to witness the vistas from such heights. The flames of ambition burned fiercely within him as he gasped for breath. "Senior, this has nothing to do with me. You can ask him. I have never laid a finger on him. Please discern." Huang Muyang, thoroughly panicked, sought Chen Wuyou's assistance in desperation. At that moment, Chen Wuyou lacked the strength to respond, only managing a cold smile. "Convey a message to your master. Chen Wuyou is now a member of Six Doors. All past grievances are resolved. He may perish on a mission or be killed in combat, but he cannot die at the hands of the Chen family. Many experts who have incurred enmity have joined Six Doors to escape, and anyone who dares to kill a Six Doors constable over past grudges will face dire consequences. Your Chen family cannot bear such repercussions." Clarifying the stakes, Uncle Zhong waved his hand. "You may leave. Take my words to Chen Wuyun." "Understood," Huang Muyang replied respectfully, retreating step by step, not daring to turn around, until he vanished into the woods, fleeing into the distance. It was truly no loss for Huang Muyang to face this fate. His cowardice had cost him the courage to challenge the barriers before him. Unbeknownst to him, in his retreat, he had permanently forfeited his qualifications. With a tone of disdain mixed with pity, he commented on Huang Muyang, as if to enlighten Chen Wuyou. Uncle Zhong's words fell on deaf ears for Chen Wuyou. His mind was a muddled mess. With Xiaoyin crushed and Huang Muyang fled, the tension within him dissipated, and his head grew heavy as he collapsed backward. Uncle Zhong swiftly caught Chen Wuyou, sealing several acupoints in his arms with flickering fingers, realigning the bones that had been broken. Chen Wuyou, utterly exhausted, felt nothing of the pain, sinking into a deep, lifeless slumber. Severely injured indeed, Uncle Zhong sighed, lifting Chen Wuyou and heading swiftly into the distance. The bed was soft and the satin smooth. This was the first sensation that Chen Wuyou experienced upon awakening. The air was fragrant with incense, reminiscent of flowers, yet not overpowering. A gentle whiff seemed to invigorate the energy within him. The creak of the door, albeit soft, did not escape Chen Wuyou's keen ears, and he sensed a light footstep approaching him, belonging either to someone skilled in lightness of step or perhaps a very small child. It appeared he truly was in the Lin residence, Chen Wuyou mused with a smile. Chapter 57. The Black Wolf Patrol. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Jiao cautiously approaching with a fluffy cat teaser in hand. "Ah, you're awake," she exclaimed, delighting in her little prank. Noticing his voice was hoarse, he cleared his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Am I not in the Lin residence?" Chen Wuyou focused on the pivotal point of the conversation. Sensing the fluctuations of energy, he quickly deduced that he had received the reward of celestial energy, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then I should truly thank you. How do you think I should express my gratitude? Teach me the art of disguise." The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Wuyou realized that his teasing had hooked her. She was quite obsessed with the art of disguise. Anything but the art of disguise, he replied. Lin Jiao Jiao was clever and mischievous. Once she mastered the art of disguise, she would become uncontrollable. Chen Wuyou feared that she might cause trouble and attract the ire of Uncle Zhong and Lin Anong, both of whom were formidable figures. And he felt he could not withstand their wrath. Humph, who cares for your pitiful martial arts? Lin Jiao Jiao pouted, turning her head away in indignation. All right. The martial arts of the Lin family are the best. How could my wild fox sin compare? Children were indeed fickle. Their tempers flared quickly and subsided just as swiftly. And with a few kind words, he had her smiling again. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Huang Muyang, astonished, had exclaimed the words Golden Bell Shield while gazing at him. This left a lingering prick in Chen Wuyou's heart. Jiao Jiao, you are quite learned. There is something I am certain you must know. The mischievous Uncle Chen Wuyou was once again attempting to extract information from the little girl. Do tell, she said, tilting her head with pride, the graceful curve of her fair neck on display. Have you ever heard of the Golden Bell Shield? Chen Wuyou clenched his fist, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Oh, I know. The Golden Bell Shield is a legendary technique of the Shaolin Temple. It is said that the temple possesses 72 extraordinary skills, and the Golden Bell Shield is among them. Is there a Shaolin Temple in this world? Chen Wuyou's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This revelation left his mouth agape in astonishment. The little girl continued, unfortunately, the Shaolin Temple has been eradicated. The 72 skills have scattered throughout the martial world. The 6 doors once attempted to collect these skills, and ordinary versions of the 72 techniques exist within the 6 doors, available for exchange if you have sufficient merit. The Shaolin Temple has been destroyed? Chen Wuyou's eyes flickered, his emotions difficult to discern. That was a millennium ago. The Shaolin Temple had angered the ruling powers of the Great Zhou dynasty and was annihilated by their armies. The temple's profound heritage left the martial arts world in disarray for decades following that battle. So, the history of this world indeed featured the Shaolin Temple. No wonder Huang Muyang recognized the origins of his Golden Bell Shield. He had once been a monk, which explained everything. On second thought, this could be a fortunate development. At least he had a source for his martial arts, claiming it as a legacy inherited from the Shaolin monks. After a while, Chen Wuyou grew weary, yawning repeatedly. The little girl noticed his lack of enthusiasm and, sensing his disinterest, decided to leave. He slept soundly until dawn, awakening to the pungent smell of medicinal herbs. His arm had been bandaged without his awareness. He had slept too soundly. After washing his face, Chen Wuyou stepped outside to stretch his muscles. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a large lake, its surface smooth as a mirror, with a wooden bridge extending to a pavilion at its center. Standing at the shore, he gazed into the distance, where a woman played with a girl in the pavilion, attended by several maids, while the stout Uncle Zhong stood nearby with a kind smile, hands clasped behind his back. Not a single glance went unnoticed by Uncle Zhong's keen senses. He turned to Chen Wuyou and glided across the lake with remarkable grace. His lightness of step created an illusion of traversing great distances effortlessly, and in just a few strides, he had reached the shore. You're awake. Uncle Zhong's voice was gentle, bearing a resemblance to his own demeanor. Had Chen Wuyou not witnessed the man's calmness while taking lives, he would have thought him harmless. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, Chen Wuyou expressed with a deep bow, feeling that no amount of gratitude could suffice. Your fate was not meant to end. Had I not sensed the surge of energy, I would not have come to investigate, Uncle Zhong replied. Chen Wuyou committed Uncle Zhong's wise words to memory and continued to recuperate at the Mirror Lake residence for another 2 days. Meals were delivered by maids, and he seldom left his room, mindful of the female residents. Once his injuries healed sufficiently, he took leave of Uncle Zhong. First, he intended to report to Lin Anong at his residence. Then he would present a letter of recommendation to the 6 Doors headquarters. The entrance to the 6 Doors was unassuming, but once inside, it revealed an entirely different world. The floor was laid with square tiles, and the architecture echoed the same austere lines, imparting a sense of solemnity. An elderly man reclined lazily in a chair, basking in the sun. Chen Wuyou, puzzled, approached him and asked, Sir, I am new here. Where should I go to begin my employment? The old man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. A mere child with no understanding of the pathways, be gone at once. Sir, I was recommended by Captain Lin Anong, Chen Wuyou quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, the old man adjusted his posture and asked, What is your name? Chen Wuyou. Chen Wuyou? I have not heard of Captain Lin having a junior nephew by that name. The old man stroked his goat beard. Hand me the letter of recommendation. Proceed inside and find the logistics manager, Jin Wei, to register your name. After receiving your token and official attire, You shall be a Black Wolf Patrol of the Six Doors. Is it really that simple? Chen Wuyou found it hard to believe. With a letter of recommendation, it was indeed simple. Ordinary martial artists would face extensive background checks just to join the Six Doors, let alone the subsequent assessments. The old man cast Chen Wuyou a disdainful glance, as if to say the boy was oblivious to his good fortune. Oh, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. Just call me Old Fong. Now off you go. After bidding farewell to Old Fong, Chen Wuyou walked along the corridor, encountering a Black Wolf Patrol who inquired about the way to find Jin Wei. After disclosing his background to Jin Wei and seeing his name recorded in the Six Doors register, the matter was settled. The uniform of the Black Wolf Patrol was issued on the spot. The black and red robe exuded an imposing aura, while the token required crafting, instructing Chen Wuyou to return the next day for collection. Jin Wei then explained the rules of the Six Doors. Tasks in the Six Doors are categorized into 3 ranks: Celestial, Earth, and Human. A Black Wolf Patrol must complete 1 human-level task each month and 1 Earth-level task each year to enjoy the benefits of being a patrol member. Rewards for human-level tasks were minor merits, for Earth-level tasks, significant merits, and for Celestial-level tasks, celestial merits. Under normal circumstances, some particularly challenging tasks might even yield additional merit rewards. 5 minor merits could be exchanged for 1 major merit, and 5 major merits for 1 celestial merit. This is the merit system of the Six Doors. With merit, one could exchange for anything desired on the rewards list. For instance, the coveted breakthrough pills, essential for increasing the chances of transcending to the innate level, required 1 celestial merit. Do you understand? Chen Wuyou nodded. He currently possessed 3 major merits. Rewards from Lin Anong for completing a task in Yishui County. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, but now understanding the merit system, he realized the true value of a major merit, acknowledging that Lin Andong's generosity was a considerate gesture towards him. Otherwise, the task in Yishui County is merely a mundane task, valued at a small merit. Where's the exchange list? I would like to see it first, Chen Wuyou inquired. Over here, Jin Wei gestured towards a nearby room. Upon entering, Chen Wuyou found himself in a state of astonishment. The room was adorned with 3 large banners, each representing the 3 main options: martial arts, elixirs, and rare items. The fine print was densely filled with characters. A cursory glance revealed that there were approximately 1,000 types of martial arts and a few hundred varieties of elixirs. Among the martial arts, the Southern Brightly Fire Red Flame Divine skill required 100 merits, while the Heavenly Extermination Divine Hand demanded 98, and the called for 60. After examining a few entries at the top of the martial arts list, Chen Wuyou felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Such a plethora of divine skills openly displayed attracted countless wandering martial artists, eager to pursue these extraordinary techniques with a fervor akin to moths drawn to a flame. Jin Wei chuckled behind him. He relished witnessing the awe of newcomers and took pride in being part of the Six Gates. Young man, strive hard. Nearly all the patrolmen of the Six Gates complete their tasks far exceeding the monthly minimum. Often, they finish a year's tasks within a month, continuing to accrue merits for the remaining 11 months, Jin Wei said, his patient demeanor being key to his role as the logistics manager of the Six Gates. Manager Jin, I wish to exchange for some elixirs. Lin Anong had already recorded the 3 significant merits Chen Wuyou possessed. Aren't you saving your merits to exchange for a breakthrough elixir? Jin Wei asked, somewhat surprised. Better to have a bird in hand than 10 in the bush. My cultivation is far from breaking through to the innate stage, isn't it? Chen Wuyou replied with a smile. While your reasoning is sound, you are rather impulsive. Do not underestimate the difficulty in acquiring significant merits. A terrestrial-level task only yields a single merit, and such tasks are manageable only by the Silver Wolf Patrolman. The Black Wolf Patrolmen often struggle to select suitable tasks for themselves, and many do not complete a terrestrial-level task in an entire year, Jin Wei advised. Genuinely concerned that Chen Wuyou, unaccustomed to the value of merits, might regret his hasty decision. Manager Jin, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. I will exchange 1 merit for half a year's worth of Shuanqi powder, and the remaining 2 merits for dear fetus nourishing chi pills. Chen Wuyou had made his choice. Jin Wei sighed, turning to gather the resources for Chen Wuyou. As the logistics manager, it was his duty to offer suitable advice to every patrolman of the Six Gates. Whether they heeded his counsel was not his prerogative, for everyone had their own choices. Even if some choices appeared foolish in his eyes, Jin Wei could not fathom Chen Wuyou's intentions. For Chen Wuyou, martial arts were not a viable option for him. His system provided him with countless martial arts, rendering reliance on those offered by the Six Gates unnecessary. Martial arts were a perilous matter. A single miswritten character could transform a divine skill into a deadly technique. Only those produced by his system commanded his absolute trust. Moreover, the internal cultivation rewards from system tasks could somewhat alleviate Chen Wuyou's demand for resources. However, he felt dissatisfied, believing his cultivation level was still too low. Elevating his cultivation was paramount. What he truly needed were rare items, for the list of rare items contained numerous essential materials for crafting divine weapons. The lesson learned from the broken sword made Chen Wuyou acutely aware of the importance of having a good sword for a swordsman. Ultimately, Chen Wuyou was not a pure swordsman. With a sword, his prowess could be fully realized, yet without one, he would not be rendered helpless like an ordinary swordsman. His mastery of fist and palm techniques was equally commendable. Swordsmanship, to him, was merely a means to expedite the act of killing. He held no faith in the sword. Upon receiving 2 packages, both of considerable weight, one containing half a pound of Shuanqi powder and the other, the more precious deer fetus nourishing qi pills, held merely a few dozen pills in 2 vials, sufficient for just over a month's supply. The market price of a pound of Shuanqi powder was around 100 taels of gold, making half a pound valued at over 500 taels. This implied that a significant merit could roughly purchase 500 taels of gold, while a minor merit equated to 100 taels, with celestial merit amounting to 2,500 taels. The martial arts on the exchange list, often requiring hundreds of celestial merits, were valued in the tens of thousands of taels of gold. If one could infuse tens of thousands of taels into the system, one could draw an abundance of 5-star cards, rendering the martial arts on the exchange list utterly unattainable for Chen Wuyou. In this world, the most precious possession was invariably martial arts. Small sects cherished their meager resources, while grand sects kept their martial arts under lock and key, preferring to let them gather dust rather than share with others. Manager Jean produced a scroll from his robes and said, "This contains the cultivation methods for the heavenly net and the heavenly sight techniques. After reading, you must destroy it immediately. Should the secrets of the 6 gates leak, those who practice will perish, and those who teach will meet the same fate. Do not be foolish." "I understand," Chen Wuyou acknowledged, clutching the 2 packages of training supplies as he bid farewell to Manager Jean. His choices regarding these auxiliary cultivation resources were well considered. Firstly, Shuanqi powder, despite its costly price, was not superior to elixirs and might even be inferior. However, it commanded a high price because it could be applied externally and taken alongside elixirs, significantly accelerating the pace of cultivation. The deer fetus nourishing qi pill, on the other hand, was the most prestigious elixir in the postnatal realm, available only to a select few powerful factions. Was the deer fetus nourishing qi pill the best elixir in the postnatal realm? Certainly not. Though the Medicine King sect was formidable, there were several ancient factions surpassing it across the 9 provinces and 4 domains. The most expensive postnatal elixir on the exchange list was the 8 treasures mysterious treasure pill produced by the Baiwa Palace in the capital, with a single pill costing enough to purchase a vial of deer fetus nourishing qi pills, yet its efficacy exceeded that of the latter by less than 30%, making its cost-effectiveness rather poor. There would always be wealthy individuals in this world who cared for cost-effectiveness. They had never heard of such a concept. If they were to buy, it had to be the most expensive, the best. They constituted the main clientele of the Baiwa Palace, a situation that was quite enviable. With this skin of authority, Chen Wuyou sought out a broker and purchased a modest residential property for less than 100 taels of gold. The entrance was unassuming, merely a common household, and the peeling walls indicated it was an old residence. What compelled Chen Wuyou to finalize the purchase was the spacious training ground within the courtyard. As the previous owner had also been a martial artist, the flowers and plants, long neglected, had withered away. Chen Wuyou, disinterested in such things, swiftly uprooted them all. However, the grapevines on the porch had begun to sprout, prompting him to halt his destructive hands. After placing his belongings in the house, Chen Wuyou purchased a small, thoughtfully crafted gift of little value to visit Lin Anong's residence. The steward received it with a smile, showing no discontent, and led Chen Wuyou to meet Lin Anong. After several interactions, a certain rapport had developed between them, and with Chen Wuyou being quite agreeable in Lin Anong's eyes, he welcomed the visit of Chen Wuyou seeking support. Observing Chen Wuyou's potential through their encounters, Lin Anong was willing to offer assistance in a reasonable manner to cultivate a good relationship, even if the notion of nurturing him as a trusted aide seemed exaggerated. "Do you know how many Black Wolf patrolmen there are in the 6 gates?" Lin Anong inquired as they took their seats. "I do not know," Chen Wuyou shook his head. "Just over 200. That represents 200 warriors with a cultivation level exceeding the 6th meridian. While one could argue that this number is not small, it is indeed substantial. No sect in Wuzhou boasts as many skilled experts as the 6 gates. However, One could also argue that this number is not great, considering the vast expanse of life across the hundreds of thousands of miles of Wuzhou. Thus, possessing an identity within the six gates can instill fear in your enemies. Yet you must also remain vigilant, for many will disregard this identity. Uncle Zhang had previously conveyed similar sentiments to Lin and Ong, and now Lin and Ong reiterated them. Did this carry a hidden implication? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wuyou expressed his astonishment, inquiring whether Lin Butu believed that his family would relinquish their holdings so readily. Lin Anong lifted his teacup and took a sip, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. His demeanor alone spoke volumes. The world is exceedingly intricate, and human hearts even more so. At times, the methods of murder do not rely solely on blades. Lin Anong spoke in ambiguous terms, hinting that Lin Butu was undoubtedly aware of certain matters, but was constrained by unspoken reasons. Ah, my dear father truly values me. He does not intend to yield so easily. After exchanging a few more words, Lin and Ong abruptly shifted the conversation to tales from the world of martial arts. Realizing that he could glean no truths from him. Noticing Lin Andong's growing fatigue, he promptly took his leave. The arduous process of cultivation pales in comparison to the direct infusion of celestial energy into the body, the customary rewards from the system, which offer months' worth of cultivation in mere days, render traditional methods excruciating. This is particularly true even with top-tier resources at hand. Relying solely on personal effort for gradual progress is utterly soul-crushing. Healing from injuries takes 100 days. Until the bones have fully mended, exertion must be limited. Currently unable to undertake any missions, Chen Wuyou could only remain at home, accumulating experience while gradually cultivating. Over the course of a month, aside from purchasing groceries, Chen Wuyou rarely ventured outside, dedicating himself entirely to his training. His month of relentless practice consumed resources worth 1,500 taels across 3 major achievements, leading to significant advancements in his cultivation. The 5th meridian had been fully infused with energy, and even without system assistance, he felt confident he could open the 6th meridian within the following month. Achieving the 6 channels is a crucial milestone, as it allows one to sense the existence of the Ren and Du meridians, clarifying the direction for subsequent cultivation. This is also why the 6 gates have set the threshold for entry at the 6 channels. As for the unique techniques of the 6 gates, such as the heavenly net and the art of heavenly sight and earthly hearing, Chen Wuyou had already studied the former and found it easy to practice again. The latter, however, took him by surprise. With careful manipulation of his inner strength to his eyes, he could discern the hairs on a fly from several dozen meters away. Such vision was indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. His hearing also increased dramatically. Even amidst the cacophony of a bustling marketplace, he could discern each person's distinct footsteps and comprehend every spoken word. Training in the art of heavenly sight and earthly hearing was simpler than the heavenly net technique, predominantly reliant on resource accumulation. Without the elusive sap of the Lingxi tree to enhance vision or the brew from the ear monkey to amplify hearing, mastering the art of heavenly sight and earthly hearing would be impossible. Chen Wuyou had never heard of these 2 items in his life. They were sourced from various corners of the world, and only the 6 gates, with their extensive reach across the realm, could collect them. Dressed in the official garb of the Black Wolf Patrol, with a black wolf head token hanging from his waist, engraved with his name, and a sharp sword at his side, Chen Wuyou prepared to fulfill his duties. This sword, a gift from Lin Anong during a visit to the Lin residence in the middle of the month, was not a divine weapon but undoubtedly of superior quality, shimmering like finely scaled satin, casting sword light like a waterfall, an object of his great affection. Having enjoyed the privileges of resources and cultivation secrets, it was now time for him to execute his responsibilities as a member of the 6 gates. Skillfully traversing the corridor, he made his way directly to the task hall, where 3 boards hung prominently, the heaven, earth, and human boards. The tasks on the heaven board were few, with only a handful listed, while the human board was nearly filled to capacity. Whether one calls it ambition or simply human nature, each newcomer instinctively focused their gaze on the heaven board. Capture the faceless gentleman, reward, 1 day of merit. Capture the heavenly finger, Shen Fufeng, reward, 3 days of merit. Defeat the 18 great thieves of Luyun Mountain, reward, 10 days of merit. Assist the Hanfeng County in locating the primary material for crafting divine weapons, the Tianxingwen steel. Reward, 1 day of merit. Tasks displayed on the heaven board had remained unfulfilled for years. These were nearly impossible to complete. The faceless gentleman remained elusive, with no one even knowing his true identity. Shen Fufeng, a consummate practitioner, would not be easily subdued, even by the most formidable of captains. Each of the 18 great thieves of Luyun Mountain was a formidable opponent, and without mobilizing a significant force, the six gates could hardly contend with them. Simpler tasks involved locating the Taiyangxingwen stele, but this task had also lingered on the board for quite some time, indicating its inherent complexity. The human board, on the other hand, was filled with a variety of assignments. Local officials often encountered troubles beyond their means, whether it be dealing with bandits or martial artists who committed murder and fled. Chen Wuyou even spotted a task seeking assistance for a local magistrate's mistress in finding her lost cat. In pursuit of a nearby human-level task, Chen Wuyou was pressed for time as the end of the month approached. The task administrator glanced at him before handing over a commission slip. Investigate the Daju restaurant in Weiyangji. Upon reading the title, Chen Wuyou carefully perused the details. The task was straightforward. Recently, numerous merchants traveling from Weiyangji to Luojun had gone missing. According to intelligence gathered by the Six Gates local outpost, many merchants had vanished after visiting the Daju restaurant, situated beneath a centuries-old banyan tree, leading to suspicions of foul play. Is it merely an investigation? Chen Wuyou inquired. Indeed, if you ascertain the truth, the task is complete. Should the Daju restaurant be culpable, you are to eliminate them, and the reward will be increased to 2 small merits, replied the task administrator. Accepting the task, Chen Wuyou mounted his horse and set off for Weiyangji. After nearly half a year in this world, and having met the young girl Lin Jiao, his understanding of the realm had expanded significantly. The land was divided into 9 provinces and 4 territories. The so-called 9 provinces constituted the domain of the Great Qin dynasty, with Wu province located at the southernmost edge, bordering one of the 4 territories, the southern frontier. Each of these territories housed its own ancient civilizations, replete with powerful martial factions that had resisted conquest by successive dynasties. Weiyangji was strategically positioned along the essential route from the southern frontier to Luojun. Chapter 59. Feeding the pigs. Upon reaching the main road, Chen Wuyou occasionally encountered the distinctly dressed inhabitants of the southern frontier. The climate there was humid and hot, with only 2 seasons, dry and rainy. Consequently, both men and women tended to wear scant clothing. Chen Wuyou had already encountered several southern frontier women clad in revealing crop tops, exposing much of their rounded figures. However, the skin tone of southern women tended to be darker than those from the central plains. The healthier ones sported a sun-kissed wheat complexion, while others leaned towards a brownish hue, which Chen Wuyou found less appealing. Less than 20 miles from the city, he caught sight of a colossal banyan tree, sprawling like a giant umbrella and over 1,000 years old, under which lay the Daju restaurant. The task administrator had not deceived him. He had indeed received the nearest task, one easily manageable within a day's journey, likely a newly posted assignment, as it would have been claimed by other Black Wolf Patrol members otherwise. Dressed in the official attire of the Black Wolf Patrol, with his token prominently displayed, Chen Wuyou boldly signaled to the Daju restaurant that they were under investigation by the Six Gates. Tethering his horse to the stable, he stepped inside, placing his sword on the table with a thud that silenced the raucous patrons, whose revelries diminished in the presence of his imposing black leather garb. This was precisely the impression he sought to convey. A handsome young waiter, visibly apprehensive, approached him and asked, "What can I get for you, my lord?" "I require nothing. Call your owner forth. I have inquiries for him." As soon as the words left his mouth, the diners, who had barely touched their meals, immediately rose from the table, leaving behind a silver ingot without waiting for change, hastily departing. The astute among them sensed impending trouble, while ordinary merchants wished to avoid conflict, departing as swiftly as they could. Only a table of bold, sword-bearing heroes remained, resolutely watching the unfolding scene. "Oh, what brings the young men of the 6 doors to inquire here?" A woman, clad in delicate white and pale green gauze, gracefully descended the aged wooden staircase. Her beauty rivaled the most exquisite flowers, surpassing the vibrancy of 1,000 blooms. With a subtle touch of makeup, she exuded an unparalleled allure. Her attire, cooler than that of the southern women, revealed a hint of her bosom, her porcelain skin gleaming with a jade-like luster beneath the light fabric. Such a bold display made the 2 novice heroes flush with heat, swallowing hard as they gawked. Their female companion, incensed, glared at them, dismayed by her own appearance compared to the woman's, feeling indignant as if the woman had usurped her unique position. "Are you the owner?" Chen Wuyou remained unfazed. "Indeed. I am the owner, though I must add a little suffix," the woman replied with a charming smile, sitting closely beside Chen Wuyou, a fragrant breeze wafting towards him, causing him to frown. "Where has your man gone?" Chen Wuyou continued his inquiries, his demeanor as cold as ever, unperturbed by the woman's alluring proximity. At this moment, without his mask, his handsome features, sculpted like a work of art, contrasted with his youthful skin, which appeared as fresh as newly harvested tofu. The youthful aura of the Six Doors Black Wolf Patrol only added to his allure, captivating the innocent gazes of the girls around him, who found him irresistibly cool, overshadowing their fellow disciples. He has gone to tend the pigs. If you have questions for the gentleman, I am the one to answer, the woman whispered, her vibrant lips brushing against Chen Wuyou's ear, exhaling warm, sultry breath, filling the tavern with an air of intimacy. The waiter, bowing his head, entered the counter to settle accounts with the accountant, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Interesting, Chen Wuyou smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Long before he accepted the task, the system had simultaneously issued a mission to investigate the circumstances surrounding the assassination of merchants at the Great Tree Tavern, offering a reward of 2 months in a martial arts illusion realm. Chen Wuyou, skeptical of the Six Doors' intelligence, trusted the system's declaration that the Great Tree Tavern had indeed committed heinous acts. Thus, he arrived with a commanding presence, eager to pressure the establishment into revealing its secrets. However, his assumptions misfired. The waiter and the accountant appeared untrained in martial arts and genuinely unaware of the situation. Yet, the intriguing woman beside him possessed some inner strength, likely at the Qi realm, indicating she had only recently begun her martial journey. Despite her flamboyant appearance, it was evident that the woman was over 25 years old, an age at which, truth be told, martial prowess often eludes one. How then had she acquired her inner strength, and how had she cultivated her Qi? This mystery would soon reveal itself. With a composed smile fading from his face, Chen Wuyou suddenly thrust his hand forward, pushing the woman aside, and, in an instant, struck 3 pressure points on her body with deft precision. He regarded the onlookers with a gaze that seemed to ignite their fury as they lunged toward him with swords drawn, their movements appearing sluggish to him. Do not act impulsively. The young woman's warning came too late. Chen Wuyou sidestepped gracefully, his expression unchanged. If you wish to speak of the law, allow me to enlighten you. Assaulting a patrol of the Six Doors warrants the death penalty. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a net of inner force, ensnaring the two like fish caught in a trap, rendering them powerless. The technique, crucial for the patrol, emphasized investigation and the capturing of criminals rather than indiscriminate killing, thus justifying its necessity for the Six Doors officers. With the 2 brash youths subdued, Chen Wuyou turned to the woman with a smile. Now, will you speak the truth? Her face turned pale, veins protruding on her forehead and hands, her hair disheveled, her once flourishing beauty now twisted in anguish. Excruciating pain gnawed at her sanity, yet she remained immobile, gritting her teeth against the torment. Sometimes, pressure points prove useful. Though Chen Wuyou felt a twinge of embarrassment for executing the technique without uttering the name of the infamous sunflower pressure point technique, recalling his youthful days of play with friends. I do not comprehend your meaning. The woman glared at Chen Wuyou, her eyes blazing with fury. Release our mistress. The cook bellowed, a towering figure with a chest covered in hair. Justice demands action. His companions rushed forward, casting him in the role of the villain. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Wuyou sent the unarmed cook crashing to the ground, a mocking smile on his lips. You are merely a fool. Ensnared in this net, he taunted, as the young man bound within the net stubbornly clung to his defiance. Enough. Do not provoke him. The stern voice of the young woman quelled their outrage, compelling them to turn away, sulking in silence. At that moment, the owner of the tavern finally emerged, a middle-aged man. Honest and unassuming, his early 30s etched with the wear of life. Perhaps his indulgences had caused him to age prematurely, Chen Wuyou mused with a hint of malice. Notably, the tavern owner possessed inner strength, albeit unstable, suggesting a recent breakthrough. This added a layer of intrigue. This couple must harbor secrets tied to the missing merchants. Upon witnessing the chaos and his wife sprawled on the floor, hair disheveled, panic washed over him, utterly uncharacteristic of a martial artist. You must confess. There remains a sliver of hope for your survival. Resist, and death is your only fate, Chen Wuyou declared with righteous indignation. The tavern owner, intimidated, knelt, banging his head on the ground. Sir, we are innocent. This is not our doing. Silence. He knows nothing. The woman, gritting her teeth against her agony, interjected fiercely. I may not have known before, but now I do. Hurry and confess. Do you think I hesitate to kill? Chen Wuyou slowly drew his sword, the blade scraping against the sheath, echoing the sound of impending death, prompting the terrified tavern owner to divulge his secrets. We are merely ordinary innkeepers, relying on our reputation and my wife's beauty to attract customers. About a month ago, a martial artist stayed with us, imparting a wicked technique that allowed one to accumulate inner strength through murder. To be honest, I once dreamed of being a martial artist. Who wouldn't want that? But I am 31 now. Pursuing martial arts seems futile. Yet he threatened us. If we did not practice, he would kill us. We had no choice. Surrounding witnesses stood in shock, realizing the tavern was indeed a den of iniquity, the recent spate of merchant disappearances linked to their deeds. The waiter and accountant were equally astonished, the kind-hearted owners they thought they knew revealed as bloodthirsty murderers. A chilling realization coursed down their spines, leaving them cold. The two young warriors, once enchanted by the tavern owner's beauty, fell silent, heads bowed in shame. Only the young woman gazed at Chen Wuyou with admiration, her restless heart captured by his presence. Huh, you had no choice? Have you considered the innocent merchants you've slain? You were coerced, yet does that justify their deaths? Even if you possess myriad justifications, I adhere to a singular axiom. A murderer shall invariably be met with death. The unwavering and resolute declaration from Chen Wuyou left the innkeeper acutely aware that he had been cornered into a dire predicament. Retreat signified demise, whereas advancing offered a faint glimmer of hope. His facial muscles twitched, and with a steely resolve, he suddenly lunged at Chen Wuyou with a guttural cry, imploring to be a good man in his next life. This was merely the desperate struggle of a cornered beast, Chen Wuyou muttered softly, flicking his finger to send a stone infused with pure internal energy, piercing through the innkeeper's vital point. He collapsed before he could even approach Chen Wuyou, his eyes glazing over as life ebbed away. Speak, where have you hidden the corpses of those merchants? Chen Wuyou demanded. Fed to the pigs. The innkeeper's wife replied with a tone of resignation, her heart already extinguished, fully aware that escape was impossible. The stark indifference in her words revealed a cruel truth. A surge of murderous intent ignited within Chen Wuyou, and without further ado, he struck her down with a single palm. After a few rapid breaths, his chest settled, and he pulled the trembling attendant from behind the counter, instructing, "You must immediately report to the authorities and summon the constables to retrieve the remains of the innocent merchants and return them to their families." This was the standard procedure of the Six Gates. Local authorities handled such matters, as the Six Gates constables were not tasked with post-incident management. Once everything was arranged, Chen Wuyou ascended to the second floor, for he needed to collect the spoils. The couple had undoubtedly amassed ill-gotten wealth from their heinous deeds, and having avenged the deceased, Chen Wuyou deemed himself entitled to claim his share. After walking a few steps, a soft voice called from behind, "Big brother, could you please untie them?" They realized their mistakes. Turning around, he saw the intelligent girl from the trio of novices, her tone slightly softened. In half an hour, their internal energy will dissipate, and they will be able to emerge, or perhaps you could attempt to resolve it yourself. Without waiting for a response, she ascended the stairs. On the second floor, after a cursory search, Chen Wuyou found the hall satisfactory. The gold was directly transferred into his system, while the easily transportable silver and gold notes were concealed on his person. Having spent a month in Luojun with no income, his finances were beginning to strain. His satisfaction with the bounty was evident. The couple truly deserved their fate. He uncovered dozens of gold bars hidden beneath the bed, totaling nearly 500 taels, a sum that would take a lifetime of operating an inn to earn, clearly derived from their murderous plundering. As he exited the Great Tree Inn, he spotted the attendant leading a squad of constables. The head constable slightly inclined his body, inquiring about the situation. The attendant, flustered, struggled to provide clarity. Upon returning to headquarters around noon, Chen Wuyou noted a significant presence. Several Dark Wolf constables traversed the area, and a swift Eagle constable hurried past. "Is there a problem?" Chen Wuyou inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "This bears the mark of the demonic path," Wu Zheng muttered. Every constable of the Six Gates present was astute and perceptive. Upon hearing Wu Zheng's words, they exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. A Silver Wolf constable, swift as the wind, approached with clenched fists, his voice tense. "Is it truly the demonic path? Have they extended their reach to Wuzhou?" Uncertainty loomed over whether it was a fleeing disciple of the demonic path or a full-scale invasion. The latter would spell trouble, Wu Zheng stated. The two exchanged solemn looks, and Chen Wuyou, bewildered, interjected, "What is the demonic path?" The Silver Wolf constable shot him a disapproving glance, reprimanding him for his interjection at such a critical moment. In the martial world, there exists the righteous path and the wicked path. We at the Six Gates, along with certain esteemed sects, represent the righteous path. Conversely, some flamboyant and lawless factions embody the wicked path. Regardless of righteousness or wickedness, the approach to the demonic path is singular. Eradicate it swiftly. They are a true scourge, the epitome of evil, bringing massacre and plague wherever they tread, the root of all malevolence in this world. Wu Zheng spoke with a venomous disdain, as if recalling a deep-seated grievance. A century ago, a leader of the demonic path, the Red Lotus sect, sacrificed an entire city to master a dark art. claiming the lives of over 1,000,000. Even 10 Grandmasters could not capture him during a siege. Fortunately, he was gravely injured and soon perished. Or else the bloodshed would have been unimaginable, the Silver Wolf Constable lamented. Thus, discovering a practitioner of the demonic path necessitated immediate extermination if one lacked the capability. They must report to the Six Gates or notify any nearby righteous sect who would dispatch agents to eliminate the demon. It was imperative to prevent practitioners of the demonic path from growing unchecked, lest they become a dire threat. Having expressed their disdain for the demonic path, Wu Zheng stood, stating, "This matter is of utmost importance and must be reported to the Chief Constable, Lin Changjiu. You, take this newcomer to meet him." Understood. The Silver Wolf Constable Lin Changjiu nodded, leading Chen Wuyou to meet the Chief Constable. If the Six Gates were likened to a corporate entity, the Dark Wolf Constables would represent the ordinary blue-collar workers, colloquially known as laborers. The Silver Wolf Constables were the elite white-collar professionals, enjoying higher status and better treatment, yet still confined to their tier. Achieving the rank of Eagle Constable marked a transformative leap into management, while the Golden Eagle Constables were akin to major stakeholders. Without a doubt, the Chief Constable of Wuzhou's Six Gates was the chairman and general manager, the foremost authority in the organization. However, this chief was not as opulent as several of his Golden Eagle Constables, residing in a modest courtyard built behind the Six Gates, surrounded by a low fence that served merely to deter weasels. The 3 brick houses appeared somewhat shabby, and a hired elderly man was seen tilling the small garden. Chen Wuyou squinted, recognizing the elder as the gatekeeper he encountered upon first joining the Six Gates. Upon seeing Lin Changjiu salute the old man, Chen Wuyou's realization dawned. This elder was none other than the Chief Constable Fong Ming. "Shaolin, what brings you to me?" the old man inquired, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. A chief constable of his caliber, a master-level expert, should not be sweating from a bit of labor. There have been sightings of practitioners of the demonic path within Wuzhou, discovered by this lad. "Let him explain." Lin Changjiu gestured for Chen Wuyou to step forward. "Old Fong remembers you," the elder smiled. "It appears you have already made a contribution shortly after joining the Six Gates. No wonder Lin Anong holds you in such esteem. Please, tell me how you made this discovery." Chen Wuyou offered a respectful bow and recounted his observations in detail, without embellishment or personal opinion. Fong listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, and after a moment's silence, he clapped his hands, declaring, "I understand now. That practitioner of the demonic path seeks to concoct the 100-corpse evil vein pill." "What is the 100-corpse evil vein pill?" Neither Chen Wuyou nor the well-informed Silver Wolf Constable Lin Changjiu had heard of such a name. The 100-corpse evil vein pill is a secret technique of the demonic path's body lineage. To clarify for the bewildered Chen Wuyou, the elder elaborated, the demonic path has various sects, some focusing on killing to hone their swords, while others emphasize dual cultivation of yin and yang. The century-old demonic path overlord, the Red Lotus sect leader, hailed from the blood magic lineage. The body lineage, which I speak of, specializes in body refinement, and the 100-corpse evil vein pill is a unique secret of this lineage. It requires the sacrifice of 100 individuals, harnessing their lingering resentment and negative energy to forge a grand pill. The body lineage excels at physical cultivation but is weaker in internal skills. Thus, they require the 100-corpse evil vein pill to break through to the innate level. For practitioners of the demonic path, its efficacy surpasses that of the barrier-breaking pill. With just a few words, the elder elucidated the entire situation. A disciple of the body lineage sought to concoct the 100-corpse evil vein pill for a breakthrough, choosing Wuzhou, a place where the demonic path was not dominant, to conduct his alchemy. Little did he expect that the Six Gates would detect his presence so swiftly. "Please excuse me," Lin Changjiu said with a gleam of excitement, hastily departing to gather his team. After bidding farewell to Fong Lao, Chen Wuyou hastily followed suit. Confronting the imminent threat posed by the practitioners of the demonic path was undoubtedly perilous, yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. More importantly, a new mission had been issued by the system. Ding. Host has triggered the mission. The demonic path must die. Collaborate to eliminate the formidable Wang Zhua, who has infiltrated Wuzhou. Reward: 1 month of internal skill cultivation. The mission's reward was modest, as it did not necessitate Chen Wuyou to single-handedly slay Wang Zhua. Any member of the Six Doors could accomplish this task. Furthermore, this mission was not meant for solitary efforts, but rather for a coordinated assault. Surely, with a numerical advantage, the task would be easily manageable. Lin Changjiu, eager to seize this opportunity, summoned his niece, Mu, who had recently joined the Six Doors with her 6 meridians unblocked, and then asked her to call upon another promising junior to join in the mission. During this time, Lin Changjiu took the opportunity to assert, Once the mission commences, you will heed my commands. There is no need for you to overthink. Simply follow my lead. Should your recklessness jeopardize our efforts, I will not spare you. Even if you are related to Captain Lin Anong, Chen Wuyou, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, that suits me perfectly, as I am not one for overthinking. Humph. I am glad you understand. As they conversed, another companion arrived, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger, with darkly painted lips and a complexion reminiscent of the southern tribes. His partially tattooed face bore a scorpion motif, indicating a rather difficult personality to engage with. Uncle, I have brought Scorpion 13, Mumu announced. Her voice sweet and her appearance equally enchanting, radiating youthful exuberance. While Chen Wuyou assessed the newcomers, Mumu covertly observed him, her cheeks flushing slightly. She was unaccustomed to encountering handsome young men, as her companions were either the stern Lin Changjiu or the peculiar Scorpion 13. Finally seeing someone who piqued her interest, she whispered to Lin Changjiu, Uncle, who is this young man? He's someone participating in the mission, named Chen something. I forget, Lin Changjiu replied, suddenly realizing the impropriety of his response. He frowned and asked Mumu, why are you so curious? Just a casual inquiry, he, she giggled, evading her uncle's scrutiny, and approached Chen Wuyou, extending her delicate hand. I am Mumu, and you are? Watching his niece flirt with Chen Wuyou made Lin Changjiu quite displeased. Clearing his throat, he said, all right, everyone is here, we must depart immediately. Can you help me? I don't know how to ride, the girl confessed, her courage waning as she buried her face in her chest. Cannot ride? Very well, you can share a horse with Scorpion 13. Uncle, you are so mean, she huffed, stomping her foot before heading towards the stables. Scorpion 13 maintained a stoic expression, indifferent to Mumu's irritation, treating it as a matter of course. Chapter 61. Money. The journey was brief, and with 4 of them riding, they quickly reached the Big Tree Tavern. Any findings? Lin Changjiu inquired as he rode closer to the constables. As soon as her uncle left, Mumu perked up, lightly shaking the reins and riding alongside Chen Wuyou. How long have you been with the 6 doors? I've only been here for less than half a year. Chen Wuyou saw through her intention to make small talk, but he chose not to expose it, preferring to avoid an endless cycle of awkward conversation. Instead, he initiated, I recently joined as well. While it seems Scorpion 13 here is quite an experienced member of the 6 doors, Chen Wuyou's interest in Scorpion 13 surpassed that of Mumu. From his appearance and attire, it was evident that he hailed from the southern regions, and Chen Wuyou was keen to engage with someone from a foreign martial lineage. Where are you from, Scorpion 13? Chen Wuyou inquired. I am from the Grass Snake Mountains in the southern region. You can call me Scorpion 13. That is what everyone calls me. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Scorpion 13 revealed a surprisingly gentle nature during their conversation, appearing somewhat taken aback by Chen Wuyou's willingness to engage. If it's not too intrusive, may I ask about the scorpion tattoo on your face? What does it represent? After just a brief exchange, Chen Wuyou found himself increasingly fond of Scorpion 13's composed yet warm personality. I am a member of the 5 Poisons sect. You wouldn't know since you are new to the 6 doors. It's already common knowledge, Scorpion 13 explained with a smile that appeared slightly stiff. Possibly due to his infrequent expressions of joy, the 5 Poisons sect is divided into 5 divisions: snake, scorpion, spider, centipede, and toad. Each division has its unique cultivation methods. I belong to the Scorpion division. The sect has strict rules. Unless one becomes a saint child or saint maiden, they cannot possess a name, only a code name, which is ranked by strength. My code name is Scorpion 13, and there are 12 others in my division stronger than I. Is the 5 Poison sect truly formidable? Chen Wuyou inquired, his eyes wide with genuine curiosity. Not wishing to see Chen Wuyou's attention diverted from her, Mumu quickly answered, in the southern region, there are 2 supreme powers, the Beast King Valley and the 5 Poisons sect, both of which are notoriously harsh toward their disciples. In the Beast King Valley, which is family-run, everyone must possess beast-taming abilities. Even toddlers must battle ferocious tigers to survive and gain resources. The 5 Poisons sect is even more ruthless. Unless one becomes a saint child or saint maiden, they are seen as mere tools, disposable at will. Scorpion 13, embodying his gentle disposition, did not take offense at Mumu's interruption, merely closing his mouth and nodding in agreement with her words. I suppose I am considered a discarded disciple of the 5 Poisons sect. I accompanied an elder on a mission to Wuzhou, and after completing it, I was pursued by the 6 doors. To escape, the elder commanded me to hold off the pursuers, and ultimately, I fell into the hands of the 6 doors. The chief constable, feeling pity for me, did not execute me, and with nowhere else to go, I had no choice but to join the 6 doors. Scorpion 13 spoke lightly of his past, yet the trials he endured were evident, and Chen Wuyou admired his resilience in facing life's adversities. However, it seemed that Scorpion 13's gentle nature had rendered him a victim of the Five Poisons sect, exemplifying the unpredictable nature of fortune. Let us proceed. The 100 Skeletons Evil Vein pill has already been taken by that demonic thief. We should investigate the scene. With that, the quartet made their way towards the pig pen. The innkeeper and his wife clearly understood the habits of pigs, having chopped the victim's remains to feed the swine. The pigs, well-fed and fierce, stood with bristling fur. Several constables who had consumed the flesh of the deceased were tending to their wounds nearby. The head constable, overseeing the case, rushed to greet them, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may we assist you?" The members of the 6 doors were well aware of their authority over local officials, and the head constable had no choice but to show them respect. In this hierarchy, the constables held a higher standing, and the head constable was obliged to treat them with deference. "You may leave. We shall conduct our investigation." Lin Changjia waved the head constable away, as the 4 dismounted to examine the scene. In this era, there was no concept of preserving a crime scene, and the pig pen was already a chaotic mess of footprints, making it impossible to discern any details. The pigs, however, had been slaughtered and gathered in one area for incineration, as the authorities dared not sell the flesh of those who had consumed human meat. Scattered throughout the pig pen were numerous skeletal remains, some partially consumed by the pigs, while others remained intact, making it difficult to identify the deceased based solely on bones. The malevolent energy here has been completely drained. Otherwise, with so many lives lost, the atmosphere should be damp and cold. That demonic thief likely completed the refinement of the 100 Skeletons Evil Vein pill not long ago, Lin Changjia speculated, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. "Where should we head next?" Scorpion 13 inquired. "Shall we split up? You and Scorpion 13 take one side while I and Brother Chen take the other," Mumu suggested, her eyes bright with what she believed to be a clever idea. "Foolishness," Lin Changjia rebuked sternly. "Do you take the demonic thief for a piece of meat on a plate? If the 2 of you encounter him, you won't even be able to escape, let alone consider splitting your forces. We are on a mission. Put away your little thoughts." Mumu pouted in grievance, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Chen Wuyou. Seeing that Chen Wuyou had no intention of speaking up for her, she lowered her head and sank into her own sorrow. "I have noted the information you provided. Your contributions will not go unnoticed once the task is accomplished. Let us go, mount up." Lin Changjia, having received the news, mounted his horse with a joyful expression and rode south along the main road. The 4 magnificent steeds galloped swiftly, the wind howling past their ears, and the once unraveled mystery once again took on a shrouded and intricate guise. Chen Wuyou had previously found it odd that someone would impart a sinister technique to a mediocre couple for the purpose of killing to gain inner strength. After hearing the chief constable's words, he understood that the rogue Wang Zhui sought to cultivate 2 agents to aid him in murder, gathering corpses for the concoction of the 100 Corpses Evil Pulse pill. However, another question arose. If Wang Zhui aimed to kill for the sake of the pill, why not choose a more remote location? The Great Tree Tavern is so close to Luo City, and the missing individuals were all merchants rather than common folk, which would surely attract the attention of the 6 doors. Why would he risk choosing the Great Tree Tavern? There must be something there that other inns lack. Something Wang Zhui needs. This question deepened Chen Wuyou's furrowed brow. He felt something was amiss, and this question was the crux of the matter. The fierce wind howled as the swift horses charged forward, the gusts billowing his garments. Chen Wuyou caught sight of the gold and silver notes he had hidden inside, and in an instant, a flash of realization struck him. He understood. He pulled on the reins, halting the galloping steed. The other 3, thinking he had discovered a clue, also reined in their horses. Chen Wuyou shouted, "We've taken the bait. The rogue has not left. He is still at the Great Tree Tavern." "Why do you say that?" Lin Changjia's eyes widened. Upon reflection, Lin Changjia could have chosen a more secluded place to kill and concoct the pill. Why did he select the Great Tree Tavern, which is closer and more prone to incidents? This question also plunged Lin Changjia into contemplation. It's simple. He wants money. We, as the 6 doors constables, never need to worry about finances, but he is a notorious rogue. His only path to wealth is through murder and smuggling. Presently, he is on the verge of breaking through to a higher level, and his needs exceed just the 100 Corpses Evil Pulse pill. He requires additional resources, which means he needs money. That is why he chose to commit his crimes at the Great Tree Tavern, for the patrons here are merchants, with wealth surpassing that of ordinary people. Chen Wuyou spoke with conviction, deeply aware of how crucial resources are for martial artists. "How do you know he hasn't left the Great Tree Tavern?" Lin Changjia asked again. "Because his money is with me," Chen Wuyou replied resolutely. Chapter 62, The Anomaly of the Golden Bell. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Ahem, I have a habit of cleaning up after battles. I found over 600 taels of gold and silver at the Great Tree Tavern. The rogue did not have time to take the money, proving he has been nearby all along. Chen Wuyou's words were filled with righteous indignation, and there was no hint of shame on his face for lining his own pockets. Lin Changjiu glanced at him and made no comments. Even the constables of the 6 doors need to earn a little extra on the side, a truth everyone tacitly understands. And Lin Changjiu had done his fair share. So we have all been deceived by the rogue. That chief constable is his accomplice? Lin Changjiu's tone was laced with malice. Or he may have been coerced. It can be concluded that the rogue remains at the original location, Chen Wuyou asserted decisively. What if you are wrong? Are you willing to take responsibility for that? Lin Changjiu looked at Chen Wuyou, his gaze scrutinizing. This old fox, Chen Wuyou cursed inwardly, slightly lowering his head, and said, I dare not. This mission is led by you. I am merely speculating. Whether to act on it depends on your judgment. Halfway through, everyone was convinced that Chen Wuyou was indeed correct, as a column of smoke rose high into the sky from their point of origin. Lin Changjiu charged ahead, kicking open the wooden door and bursting into the pigsty, with Chen Wuyou and the others closely following. A mysterious figure cloaked in black, revealing only his eyes, was digging out a small wooden box from the corner of the pigsty. Upon lifting the lid, a pitch-black pill with blood-red markings flowed in his palm. Lin Changjiu and Chen Wuyou had both been mistaken. For Wang Zhua, while money was important, the true priority was the 100 corpses evil pulse pill. The corpses he required for its concoction were insufficient, which is why he dared to remain, as money was only part of the motivation. The black-skinned individuals were quite clever. They did not deceive you. Wang Zhua chuckled, his voice hoarse. Black-skinned is a term used in the underworld, referring to constables dressed in black, bearing a certain derogatory connotation. You are as good as dead. Lin Changjiu snorted coldly. The rogue is a target for all. There is no need for the code of the martial world. Let us take him down together. No wonder the young girl found him repulsive. Scorpion 13 kept scorpions on him. Who could withstand that? Chen Wuyou instinctively moved a bit further away. At that moment, Scorpion 13 was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His focus was solely on the enemy before him. As he lightly touched his 2 nails, producing an almost imperceptible sound wave to direct the scorpion's advance, Lin Changjiu charged ahead, deploying a technique called Heavenly Net before engaging, casting a net large enough to cover the entire pigsty, ensuring that no matter how skilled Wang Zhua was in lightness skills, he could not evade it. Wang Zhua had no intention of dodging, allowing Lin Changjiu's Heavenly Net to envelop him, and he bore the brunt of Lin Changjiu's swift strike. The blow struck him like a heavy knife against thick, oiled canvas, failing to penetrate at all. Continue. Wang Zhua beckoned with a finger, taunting, seeking death. Provoked by such ridicule in front of his juniors, Lin Changjiu's anger flared. His inner strength surged like dark thunder across the blade. A formidable aura coalescing in the air, forming a menacing specter wielding a fearsome blade. This was Lin Changjiu's signature move, the giant yin blade. The overwhelming force of the attack made Wang Zhua's demeanor shift, his feet rooted firmly like tree roots, his inner strength erupting, a black torrent rising from his body, instantly shattering the heavenly net. Like a scion transforming, his hair stood on end, and his eyes turned crimson as blood. Break! Wang Zhua's voice echoed like spring thunder, his garments bursting apart, fluttering like butterflies in the wind. At that moment, people finally saw Wang Zhua's true form. His skin was wrinkled and rough, covered in black scales at vital points such as the chest, back, forehead, and groin, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He hardly resembled a human. Chen Wuyou exclaimed in shock, unaware that martial arts could reach such a level, transforming a person into something unrecognizable. Is this the essence of demonic cultivation? The aura of the giant yin blade approached. Yet, like the previous strike, it barely grazed Wang Zhua's black skin, as if a gentle breeze had passed. This man is impervious to sharp weapons. Use fists and feet. Lin Changjiu made a sound judgment, realizing that Wang Zhua's defenses exceeded his expectations. I refuse to believe he is that powerful. A blaze erupted on his sword as Chen Wuyou's inner strength surged. The move he had previously reserved for critical moments, the phoenix rising at dawn, now came effortlessly. Phoenix rising at dawn. Chen Wuyou soared like a swallow, engulfed in a blazing golden-red flame, his sword resembling the sharp beak of a phoenix as he lunged at Wang Zhua. With another loud crack, Wang Zhua extended his hand to grasp the blade, extinguishing the flames in an instant. His beast-like, robust, and sharp claws clutched the sword's edge, and with a forceful twist, a crisp sound rang out, heralding the demise of the treasured sword bestowed upon him by Lin Anong once again. Wang Zhua unleashed a kick that struck with the force of thunder, shattering the recently materialized golden barrier. His foot collided with Chen Wuyou's abdomen, sending him hurtling 10 meters through the air, crashing into the pigsty's crumbling wall and landing amidst the debris. Racked with excruciating pain, Chen Wuyou tore open his shirt to reveal his abdomen, a canvas of deep purple bruises and pooled blood. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" Mumu hurried over to check on him. "I'm fine." Chen Wuyou gritted his teeth, mustering a strained smile. "I nearly wasn't. If it weren't for the golden barrier's protection, that kick would have surely ruptured my insides. This fellow is incredibly formidable, impervious to blades and bullets, yet possesses such raw strength. Is it truly fair to grant him merely a month's worth of inner power cultivation as a reward?" After a brief cough, he expelled a couple of mouthfuls of congealed blood, feeling somewhat relieved as he rose to criticize the system. Lin Changjiu had already engaged Wang Zhuo in combat, and the primary resistance against Wang Zhuo rested on Lin Changjiu's shoulders. Chen Wuyou and the others could only provide peripheral assistance. The disparity in their cultivation levels was as vast as a chasm, with Wang Zhuo's fists and kicks proving nearly unbearable for them. Lin Changjiu's techniques were broad and forceful, embodying a style of martial arts that was robust. However, Wang Zhuo was even more arrogant. His aggression was unparalleled, with no defense and only offense, swiftly overpowering Lin Changjiu, who could only parry without the strength to counterattack. "This won't do. My scorpion sting cannot penetrate his skin." Scorpion 13's expression darkened, realizing that his poison had completely lost its efficacy. "Senior Lin, get out of the way." Scorpion 13 gathered his inner strength, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Having collaborated with Scorpion 13 many times, Lin Changjiu quickly dodged upon hearing the warning, as a massive net materialized in response. Another variant of the heavenly net? However, Scorpion 13's version was no ordinary net. As it unfurled, he sprayed a stream of green venom over it, saturating the net and enveloping it in a hazy, toxic mist. A wisp of this noxious fog drifted toward Chen Wuyou, who felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Such potent poison. In the face of this formidable poisonous net, Wang Zhuo remained unmoved, and an unsettling premonition struck Chen Wuyou. He wouldn't dare. Indeed, ensnared by the toxic mist, Wang Zhuo flared his nostrils, inhaling deeply, his expression suggesting a desire to speak. Impenetrable to all poisons, Scorpion 13 spat through clenched teeth, the words bitterly despised by him. "Seek help, Mumu." As these words left his lips, Wang Zhuo's demeanor shifted. Despite his earlier bravado, he was only emboldened because among the 6 doors, he was matched in strength by only one person, while the others were mere juniors. Should another expert of Lin Changjiu's caliber arrive, even if they couldn't breach his defenses, they could severely restrict him, eventually exhausting his inner strength and rendering him vulnerable. He tore through the poisonous net, determined to eliminate the one seeking assistance. "Mumu, be careful." Scorpion 13, with a heart of warmth beneath his cold demeanor, stepped forward to intercept, but was easily brushed aside by Wang Zhuo. Had Wang Zhuo chosen to engage him, that blow would have left Scorpion 13 either dead or severely injured. "Stop him!" Lin Changjiu shouted from behind, pursuing fiercely. Ice-cold river. The frost fist unleashed a chilling current, and Chen Wuyou exerted all his strength. The icy gust scattered countless shards of ice like a flurry of daggers. Yet Wang Zhuo, undeterred, shattered the frost fist's energy with a single punch and charged after Mumu. "Leave her," Chen Wuyou barked, channeling the golden goose technique as he unleashed another frost and snow strike upon Wang Zhuo's back, but Wang Zhuo dismissed him as one would a fly. Impenetrable to blades, resistant to poisons, and now seemingly immune to cold, what would be fatal to others had no effect on Wang Zhuo. "I must stop him." Chen Wuyou reviewed all the martial arts he knew, searching for a technique to delay his foe. After confirming that his previous attempts were futile, only one move remained. Golden barrier, collide with the golden bell. A golden bell materialized above, and Chen Wuyou struck it with all his might, resounding 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. With the first strike, Wang Zhuo's eyes glazed over, the effect of the bell particularly potent against him. The second strike resonated with faint, sacred tones, igniting a soft golden flame upon Wang Zhuo's body. With the third strike, a multitude of Zen sounds enveloped him, as if he were plunged into a grand temple where monks chanted in unison. In an instant, the golden flames engulfed Wang Zhuo, visibly diminishing the thickness of his once impenetrable skin. Such unexpected efficacy. Chen Wuyou was taken aback. Against a practitioner of demonic arts, the golden bell's collision had yielded unforeseen results. But the outcome was favorable, exposing Wang Zhuo's vulnerabilities. Chen Wuyou launched a punch, and this time, the once solid black hide offered no resistance. The force of his strike penetrating deep into Wang Zhuo's vital organs. His complexion turned crimson, blood involuntarily spilling from the corners of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Chen Wuyou recognized the necessity of acting decisively. Should he miss this opportunity, they would all face dire consequences once Wang Zhuo recovered. With relentless determination, he thrust the fractured blade deep into Wang Zhuo's heart. Even for a practitioner of demonic arts specializing in physical might, a shattered heart meant certain death. Wang Zhuo emitted a muffled groan and succumbed to unconsciousness. Is he truly dead? Lin Changjiu, who had caught up from behind, found the scenario absurd. After exerting so much effort without inflicting even a scratch on Wang Zhuo, Chen Wuyou had effortlessly resolved the matter. Dead as a doornail, he checked for a pulse, confirming that Wang Zhuo had indeed departed, his body growing rigid. Chapter 63. A one-star character's two-star swordplay with Wang Zhuo's corpse secured upon a horse. The four companions journeyed towards the city. Along the way, Mu sought to engage Chen Wuyou in casual conversation, while Lin Changjiu found himself disinterested, his pride bruised. Brother Chen, you are incredible. We owe this victory to you. Mu's eyes sparkled with admiration, reminiscent of a devoted fan from a past life. Chen Wuyou was not particularly fond of such girls, yet if the one infatuated with him was her, the sentiment would be entirely different. You are too kind. The young girl giggled, basking in the flattery bestowed upon her by Chen Wuyou. Scorpion 13, accustomed to remaining invisible, strained to listen to their exchange, his shy nature hindering his attempts to integrate into their circle. The uniforms of the six doors spared them much trouble, upon seeing the corpse draped across Lin Changjiu's horse. No passerby dared to inquire, instead casting glances of reverence. To them, the Black Wolf Patrol of the Six Doors was a figure of great significance. Upon returning to the city, the four dispersed. After inquiring about Chen Wuyou's residence, Mu departed with satisfaction, while Chen Wuyou accompanied Lin Changjiu to report their findings. Lin Changjiu was well regarded within the Six Doors. Everyone he encountered greeted him with smiles and nods, including a captain clad in a black uniform adorned with golden patterns, who paused to chat briefly. This attire is far more impressive than ours. One day, I too shall wear such a uniform, Chen Wuyou murmured, watching the captain's retreating figure. To aspire for innate abilities before even reaching the threshold of yin and yang is folly. Achieving innate prowess is no simple task. While he disparaged Chen Wuyou's ambitions, he could not help but feel a pang of envy for the elegant attire. Focus, we must meet the chief captain. With a snap of his fingers before Chen Wuyou's eyes, the two proceeded to the chief captain's quarters. Chen Wuyou scanned the interior. Noting the decor, several bamboo stalks planted in pots, while a plump orange cat lounged in the bookshelf's recess. Upon noticing Chen Wuyou's gaze, it bared its sharp teeth and let out a fierce meow. Where's the corpse? Just outside. With a swift exchange, Fong Lao exited with purpose. The master-level expert had returned to his roots, and Chen Wuyou could discern Fong Ming's fingers probing the corpse, yet his eyes could not keep pace with the swift movements. What appeared slow was, in reality, too rapid for the eye to capture. The fatal wound was a sword injury, yet his internal organs bore signs of scorching. It was evident that the true source of his severe injury was a technique from the Buddhist sect. Fong Ming, aware that Lin Changjiu had not studied Buddhist martial arts, turned his gaze toward Chen Wuyou. Before the formidable figure of this caliber, one ought to refrain from uttering a word, even a single falsehood. Chen Wuyou bowed and stated, I have practiced the Golden Bell Shield, yet I did not anticipate the formidable lethality of the demonic adversaries. Demonstrate to me the move that severely injured this individual. Fong Ming commanded with his hands clasped behind his back. The previous sound of the golden bell had no impact on Lin Changjiu. The sacred chants were directed solely at Wang Zhuo, leaving ordinary warriors unaffected. However, this time, the tolling of the bell manifested as an indistinct wave of sound. Blurring the lines between friend and foe, Lin Changjiu suddenly felt the crisp resonance of the bell pierce his soul, causing a humming in his head and a sensation of dizziness. Nevertheless, due to his superior cultivation, the discomfort swiftly dissipated as his internal energy flowed. Fong Ming nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is an authentic Buddhist technique, and your internal energy bears some semblance to Buddhist principles. It appears you have received a commendable inheritance. While Buddhist techniques do possess a degree of restraint against demonic martial arts, such restraint is reciprocal. His demonic body refinement is not profound. Should you encounter a more formidable demonic master, your Buddhist techniques might be countered instead. Chen Wuyou nodded in agreement. For this pursuit of the demonic scoundrel, you, Chen Wuyou, shall be credited with the primary achievement, receiving 2 major rewards akin to Lin Changjiu. Fong Ming was exceedingly generous. Thank you, Chief Hunter. Chen Wuyou replied with a beaming smile. As he bid farewell to the Chief Hunter, Lin Changjiu remarked, this mission was largely thanks to you. Observing Chen Wuyou's frivolous demeanor ignited a spark of ire within Lin Changjiu. With a stern expression, he tossed the 100 skeletons evil vein pill to him, declaring, "This pill belongs to you. From now on, keep your distance from our Mu family. If you dare to harm my daughter, I shall break your legs." Today had yielded significant rewards. Chen Wuyou meticulously counted 100 skeletons evil vein pill of unknown use, over 600 taels of gold, 500 of which had already been deposited into the system, alongside 2 major and 2 minor achievements, with all major achievements exchanged for pills, while the minor ones remained, along with 2 months of martial arts illusion training and 1 month of internal skill rewards. For the martial arts illusion, Chen Wuyou intended to consider his cultivation path after a lottery draw. Not one to let money go unspent, Chen Wuyou promptly accessed the system panel, noting the 3 digits of 509 behind the gold ingot icon. Let us commence with the 10 consecutive draws to test my luck. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, the Bag Monk, 23 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, Yang Xiao, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star card, Zhang Wuji, 15 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, the Blue Wing Bat King Wei Yixiao, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, Yang Xuyan, 24 fragments. Were it not for the last draw yielding Yang Xuyan from the Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, Chen Wuyou would have nearly believed that today was monopolized by characters from that tale. However, today, his fortune was quite favorable, with the worst outcome being a 3-star card fragment, while 2-star cards were conspicuously absent. 10 draws, let us continue. Seize the moment. Chen Wuyou resolved to press the 10 consecutive draw button once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star card, Ding Jian. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-star card, Chen Yuliang, 13 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star card, Zhuazimu, 12 fragments. One's fortune has its limits. After a wave of luxurious draws from Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, the second wave yielded a collection of lesser characters. Fortunately, there remained 1 complete card, albeit merely a 1-star. Chen Wuyou could not recall the name Ding Jian at all, even as a fervent enthusiast of martial arts literature. He could not possibly remember every minor character's name. Character, Ding Jian. Origin, the smiling, proud wanderer martial arts. 1 character lightning sword, 2 stars. Overall evaluation, 1 star. Upon seeing Ding Jian, Chen Wuyou was taken aback, but when he recognized the 1 character lightning sword, he recalled who this individual was. Ding Jian was a servant of the 4 friends of Meizhuang. His most renowned feat being that his 1 character lightning sword was derisively termed the 1 character fart sword by Ren Wuxing. Quite a tragic character indeed. However, within the pages of the smiling, proud wanderer, the 1 character lightning sword was regarded favorably, with its sword energy resembling a robust thunderbolt, thus earning its name. Yet, Ding Jian, merely a servant of the 4 friends of Meizhuang, could not possess any superior internal skill. By the time of the smiling, proud wanderer, internal martial arts had begun to wane, with the Huashan sect even splitting into 2 factions, the Qi sect and the Sword sect. A technique like the 1 character lightning sword, which necessitated robust internal energy, was developed by Ding Jian, a man lacking in internal power. It was only natural that the technique possessed form but lacked essence. Thus, the system rated the 1 character lightning sword at 2 stars, while Ding Jian himself received a mere 1-star evaluation. Chapter 64. The Blossoming of Blade and Sword. After all, it is a unique sword technique rather than a complete sword style, and Chen Wuyou still held some anticipation for it. Let us proceed. Money is ephemeral. If it runs out, I shall earn more. Chen Wuyou relaxed his mindset and continued the draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, Xia Shui, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-star card, Mao Shibai. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card, Yang Xuyan, 34 fragments. Another wave of substantial gains. As long as he acquired a complete card, it would be worthwhile. More importantly, he was merely 1 fragment away from completing the card for Yang Xuyan, a disciple of the evil king Shiji Xian, whom Chen Wuyou valued highly, akin to Song Qingxu, who possessed the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Character, Mao Shibai. Origin, the Deer and the Cauldron martial arts. 5 tigers breaking the doorblade, 1 star. Overall evaluation, 1 star. As the golden age of martial arts transitioned into the Qing dynasty depicted in the Deer and the Cauldron, the art had begun to decline. The grand feats reminiscent of Qiao Feng, who single-handedly repelled thousands of troops, were no longer feasible. Truly valuable martial arts were scarce, with many renowned techniques being mere commonplace skills. For example, the renowned technique of the top expert, Hai Da Fu, was called Yinyang Grind, a remnant of the Kongtong sect's 7 Injuries Fist. In Hai Dafu's hands, it wielded tremendous power, overcoming the bone-melting palm of the false empress. Yet it left him with severe injuries. In the original work, the bone-melting palm belonged to the false empress, Mao Dongzhu. The version of the Deer in the Cauldron by Stephen Chow became so widely circulated that many believed Hai Dafu could perform the bone-melting palm, which was not the case. The system unexpectedly provided me with a blade technique. Should I practice it to strive for the blossoming of blade and sword and promote martial culture? Chen Wuyou pondered. Stroking his chin, he held no religious belief in the sword. To him, it was merely a weapon, just like the blade. The choice of weapon was inconsequential. What mattered was the ability to defeat the opponent. Setting aside these thoughts, he continued to draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star card. Yi Guqing, 15 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star card. Lu Xiaofeng, 15 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star card. Shimin Chue Shui, 25 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Xikong Zhaixing, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Hua Manlu, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Hua Xia, 14 fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4-star card. Mu Daoran, 14 fragments. Following the previous bounty from Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying Saber, now came a grand gift from Lu Xiaofeng, which appeared splendid yet was ultimately futile. How long would it take to gather these 4- and 5-star cards? It was hardly better than having a Mao Shibei. Chen Wuyou inwardly cursed the system, realizing he had only one last 10 consecutive draw remaining before bed. Pressing the 10 draw button, as the card images flashed before him, Chen Wuyou was taken aback to see that the first 3 were of the same character, wielding a brilliantly golden, serpentine-like sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4-star card. Xia Shui, 24 fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4-star card. Xia Shui, 34 fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4-star card. Xia Shui, 44 fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 3-star card. Shangguan Jinhong, 13 fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 3-star card. Lu Chengfeng, 13 fragments. One of the protagonists of the Blood Sword, the Golden Serpent Lord Xia Shui, has unexpectedly gathered fragments in this manner, while Chen Wuyou's long-desired Song Qi Shu remains elusive, missing only 1 fragment. Instead, today, Xia Shui, who just made an appearance, has yielded 4 fragments. It seems that fate has its own designs. I must continue my journey along the path of the sword. Chen Wuyou chuckled and shook his head. As the 4 fragments coalesced into one, the originally static image transformed into a dynamic depiction. A strand of white hair at Xia Shui's temple danced in the wind, and the blood sword glimmered with a cold light at his waist. With a slight movement of his brows, an unsettling aura emanated from him. If the real Xia Shui were to stand before him, Chen Wuyou's first instinct would not be to befriend him, but rather to maintain as great a distance as possible. Haunted by the blood feud from his childhood, Xia Shui has become a madman, willing to go to any lengths for vengeance, sparing no one and disappointing no one. It is wise to keep a safe distance from such a formidable figure. He opened the attributes of the Golden Serpent Lord. Character: Xia Shui, Golden Serpent Lord. Origin: the Blood Sword Martial Arts. Golden Serpent Sword Technique, 4 stars. Golden Serpent Flowing Palm, 3 stars. Golden Serpent Controlling Crane Fist, 2 stars. Weapon: Blood Gold Serpent Sword. Overall evaluation, 4 stars. Ding. Characters with special weapons have a chance of drawing their weapon when summoned. The Blood Gold Serpent Sword is undoubtedly a divine weapon, or rather, it is exceedingly close to that level. However, the Blood Gold Serpent Sword requires the Golden Serpent Sword technique to unleash its full potential. Merely drawing the sword is of no use. Moreover, the Blood Gold Serpent Sword differs from ordinary swords, necessitating that Chen Wuyou adapt to it specifically. If only it were the Heavenly Sword or the Peerless Sword, then there would be no need for such entanglements. Acquiring a weapon would suffice. Hesitation is futile. The outcome will not change due to his current complex thoughts. After reciting a comforting incantation in his mind, Chen Wuyou chose to draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Golden Serpent Sword Technique, 4 stars. Drawing the Golden Serpent Sword Technique was the best choice for Chen Wuyou. The 4-star evaluation of Xia Shui is clearly attributable to the Golden Serpent Sword Technique. The Golden Serpent Flowing Palm is also commendable, combining lightness and palm techniques with considerable power, but it pales in comparison to the renowned Golden Serpent Sword Technique. The most suitable weapon for executing the Golden Serpent Sword Technique is the sinuous Blood Gold Serpent Sword. A standard straight sword would require Chen Wuyou to possess considerable mastery of the Golden Serpent sword technique to avoid compromising its effectiveness. This lottery has significantly supplemented Chen Wuyou's swordsmanship. Currently, in confrontations with formidable foes, he relies heavily on the hard techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and the Heavenly Frost Fist, while swordsmanship has become secondary. With the Golden Serpent sword technique and the one-character electric sword now in his arsenal, Chen Wuyou's swordplay will become increasingly diverse. The remaining 2 months in the martial arts illusion finally have purpose. Chen Wuyou immediately chose to claim the task reward. Having already decided to primarily focus on the Golden Serpent sword technique, with supplementary training in the one-character electric sword, in the blink of an eye, he found himself no longer in bed. Such occurrences had long since become familiar to him. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he wondered what kind of environment the system had tailored for his practice. Surrounding him were countless serpents entwined, male and female serpents coiling around each other. Upon a flat stone wall above, 3 ancient characters read Cave of 10,000 Serpents, while the cave's ceiling revealed a narrow slice of sky where thunder raged and lightning flashed. Had I focused on the one-character electric sword instead of the Golden Serpent sword technique, I would not find myself within the Cave of 10,000 Serpents, but rather on the plains outside. The writhing serpents only sent a brief chill down his spine. For Chen Wuyou understood that the environment within the martial arts illusion is influenced by his thoughts. With a mere thought, the once drifting serpent swarm assumed an aggressive stance, their coiling bodies mirroring a move from the Golden Serpent sword technique. With a clear plan in mind, he summoned the resplendent blood gold serpent sword to his hand and began to practice his moves within the Cave of 10,000 Serpents. 2 months swiftly passed. Within the cave, a golden serpent twisted and writhed with fervor, sometimes pouncing, sometimes constricting, sometimes biting. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this golden serpent was composed of energy, within which danced a young swordsman. At this moment, Chen Wuyou's Golden Serpent sword technique had reached a level of accomplishment. In an instant, the sword's momentum shifted, transforming the golden serpent into a bolt of furious thunder aimed at the heavens. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, leaving behind an expanse of dim darkness. In the one-character electric sword, Chen Wuyou incorporated rapid sword techniques, increasing its speed. Feeling the illusion's resistance and the tug of his physical form, Chen Wuyou glanced at the shattering illusion, awakening from the trance of relentless practice. Time was up. It was time to depart. Upon reopening his eyes, the serpents had vanished, replaced by a starry night sky, like a dark canvas sprinkled with tiny diamonds. The previous scene of thunder and lightning, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, had dissipated. These 2 months had yielded significant gains. Yet, he had not succeeded in mastering both sword and saber simultaneously. The Golden Serpent sword technique is profound and intricate, while the one-character electric sword also holds many mysteries. He simply could not allocate his focus to the unremarkable 5 Tigers Breakdoor saber. Nonetheless, the results of the past 2 months were remarkable. Chen Wuyou's cultivation remained unchanged, yet his strength had ascended to a new level. The Golden Serpent sword technique further enhanced his combat prowess. However, to fully unleash the power of the Golden Serpent sword technique, he must forge a Golden Serpent sword. A straight sword would not suffice to employ the technique, as he had not yet reached the realm where even grass and willow could be wielded as a sword. There were too many memories of cultivation that needed to be absorbed and assimilated. For once, Chen Wuyou refrained from practicing and indulged in a sweet, restful sleep. Brother Chen. A soft knock at the door was hardly noticeable, yet Chen Wuyou's keen hearing, honed by his training in the heavenly vision and earth listening techniques, discerned Muumu's voice. Aside from Muumu, who harbored feelings for him, no one else would come to seek him. He donned his clothes and opened the door to let Muumu in, noticing the food box she carried. "Is this your rented house?" Muumu set the food box on the dining table, her shiny eyes darting about. "I bought it. It didn't cost much to find a local landlord here." Chen Wuyou, a lavish spender who often poured hundreds of gold taels into the system, hardly cared about the minor expense of renting a house, especially since property prices in this realm were quite reasonable. "The grapevines outside are quite lovely, very exquisite," Muumu remarked, lifting the lid of the food box to reveal a stack of dumplings, a dish of stir-fried tender greens, and a bowl of pickled vegetables. To say the aroma was enticing would be an understatement. It was just right to stimulate one's appetite. "Honestly, you don't have to do this." "I don't need it at the moment," Chen Wuyou said, taking a bite of the dumpling. The soft skin yielded to his teeth, releasing a rich, savory juice that filled his mouth, the meat filling firm and elastic. "My mother taught me that to win a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach," Muumu said with a bright, innocent smile, though a hint of unspoken sadness lingered in her eyes. her mother had passed away. That saying truly transcends cultures, Chen Wuyou mused. Only then realizing that Mu Mu's intention was to win his heart. Engaging with a charming girl who possesses formidable skills and culinary prowess is certainly appealing. However, her rather unpleasant uncle is somewhat off-putting. He wouldn't actually come to break my legs, would he? Regardless of how much his strength increased, the vast chasm of their realms remained. Chen Wuyou knew he could not contend with Lin Changzhou at present. Setting aside such thoughts for the time being, Chen Wuyou focused on the food before him. Dining became an enjoyable affair. The last bit of dumpling skin soaked in the remaining broth found its way into his stomach. With a satisfied burp, Chen Wuyou noticed that the plate was entirely empty. Mu had a keen understanding of a warrior's hearty appetite, and he had just eaten his fill. Thank you so much. It has been a long time since I have tasted something so delectable. Chen Wuyou's earnest attitude towards food filled her heart with quiet joy, and she shyly replied, "It cannot be that good. Brother Chen is overly complimentary. Truly deserving of praise. Believe me, I am a connoisseur." After exchanging a few compliments, Chen Wuyou finally recalled the matter at hand. Mu had arrived just in time. He needed someone familiar with Luo City to guide him. Do you know where one can reliably forge weapons in Luo City? I wish to craft a unique weapon. For weapon forging, it is best to seek out the Du family, a renowned smithing clan from Hanfeng County. The finest weapons in Wuzhou are crafted by the Du family. In Luo County, there exists a branch of the Du family, which, though not widely known, possesses commendable skills. My uncle and several experts from the 6 stores often go there to commission their weapons. My flower bone fan was forged there. Mu drew an iron bone folding fan from his waist, and only then did Chen Wuyou realize that Mu was indeed a user of fans, which could be considered an exotic weapon. She had not noticed it before.